In September of the 7th year of Zhenguan, autumn was getting thicker, and the bluestones on both sides of the road in Chang'an West City were covered with white frost every morning and night. The early morning, when there should be few pedestrians, was unusually lively. I heard that the 300 prisoners on death row who were allowed to go home to visit their relatives by the emperor of the Tang dynasty all returned yesterday, not a few of them. The whole court is shocked, Chang'an is boiling, and the great Tang dynasty is stable and improving. The burning pride in the hearts of the people prevented even the cold wind of late autumn from approaching. The last time I was so energetic was when I was trying to catch Geely alive. At the junction of West Market and Liquanfang, outside an inconspicuous shop, Lu Xian wrapped himself in a green shirt and waved his hand. Big Zhuang, let's fire off the cannon. 3 days ago, Lu Xian, who had just graduated from college, went out fishing with a fishing rod and equipment, humming a ditty, and made a bold statement: if I fight in the Air Force today, I will not go back. The sky paid off, and raindrops as big as sandbags fell. Lu Xian looked at the thief god with wide eyes, and his vision went dark. When I opened my eyes again, it was the 7th year of Zhenguan in the Tang dynasty, when the mulberry fields turned into a vast sea. In 3 days, Lu Xian adapted to his new identity, the owner of a small restaurant. In the restaurant, there was also a young man about the same age as Lu Xian, De Zhuang. De Zhuang is an orphan who was picked up by Lu Xian's parents in his early years. Later, Lu Xian's parents died of illness, and De Zhuang has been following Lu Xian. At the same time, as a standard man in science and engineering, a straight man of steel who could not be melted by nuclear fusion or Thanos, Lu Xian never dreamed that he would have a daughter out of nowhere. The sworn brother died on the battlefield in the 4th year of Zhenguan. Before her death, her sister-in-law entrusted the 4-year-old girl to Lu Xian. After merging the memories, Lu Xian himself felt that there was something wrong with the original owner. The original owner's family could not be said to be poor, at least they were extremely poor. Yaya is growing and can eat. De Zhuang, let alone the name. The restaurant, which was not well run and the chef ran away, was quickly depleted. I originally wanted to travel to the Tang dynasty with postmodern wisdom, work as an official and part-time official, offer auspiciousness, engage in science and technology, become a high official, marry Bai Fume, and reach the pinnacle of life. But this morning, looking at the empty rice vat, Lu Xian could only make a decision that went against his ancestors, to change the restaurant's resounding name, Datang Hotel. Get back up and open again. Lu Xian looked up at the plaque he had made and written on, and his eyes kept scanning the passers-by to see if there were any fat sheep. If you don't have any materials to open a restaurant, you dare to open it with nothing. This incident was also the first time for Lu Xian. This made Lu Xian, who had received higher education since he was a child, feel a deep feeling for his behavior from the bottom of his heart. So damn exciting? There are so many people in Chang'an West Market every day. What if someone is taken advantage of? Get money first to survive? Lu Xian had accurately predicted Li Shimin's political show today. This emperor, who was known as the second best emperor in history, was also a middle-aged man and a master of political affairs. Taking advantage of the bustle of people and bustling Chang'an, Datang Hotel just opened. Lu Xian gave the order, and De Zhuang moved his body, which did not look like a poor man, and placed the long bamboo in his hand in the brazier nearby and lit it. Not long after, there was a crackling sound at the intersection of the street. Hey, skinny old man, Datang Hotel has opened. The strong voice is a little honest, and when he shouts it always makes people feel like there is an egg stuck in the throat. Yaya was only 4 years old. She stood aside and puffed up her cheeks, her face flushed with excitement, and her childish voice sounded milky. Skinny old grandpa. It would be wrong to open your mouth. I want to eat meat. Lu Xian smiled and touched Yaya's little head and squatted down. Yaya, if you want to eat meat, you have to have guests today. In this way, you squat at the door and cry. The harder you cry, the better. Yaya's big lonely eyes suddenly lit up. I know this. Both sides of Zuk Street were buzzing with people. 300 prisoners on death row returned from visiting their relatives, and the Holy Spirit directly issued an edict granting amnesty. 300 people were stunned and stood blankly on Zuk Street. After a long time, they shed tears. Above the attic, a middle-aged man was dressed in casual clothes, and his fish and dragon accessories looked extremely dazzling in the bright autumn sunshine. Standing next to him was a thick-set man. His clothes were a little tight and didn't fit him well at first glance. He had a dark complexion but pretended to be elegant. He looked like a wild boar eating chaff, awkward. The man rubbed his hands. Your Majesty, look, they were moved to tears. The middle-aged man is Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the speaker is Cheng Yaojin, Duke of Lu State of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin's eyes were bright, and he nodded slowly, with a happy look on his face. God has the virtue of good life. My mother has worshipped Buddha since she was a child. Due to this influence, I don't like killing. On the right side of Li Shimin, a middle-aged Confucian scholar with a thin body and sword-like eyebrows came forward respectfully. Your Majesty's move is an unparalleled kindness. 300 prisoners on death row have been reborn. I congratulate Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Wei Zhang, please return to the palace and review the memorial. Li Shimin's face, which was still somewhat pleased, instantly became serious. Wei Zhang, I came out today to see the people and the people. Wei Zhang's eyes were firm. Your Majesty, then I will be with Your Majesty. For a moment, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin's eyes met, and then they sighed. Wei Zhang followed and nothing could be done today. At the intersection connecting East City and West City, the three of them stopped. Your Majesty, we can't go east, there are evil spirits. Wei Zhang said seriously. Your Majesty, we can't go west, it's not safe. I, Cheng Yaojin, can subdue the evil spirits, let's go east. Cheng Yaojin's tiger body trembled, and he spoke righteously. Wei Zhang's heart trembled, and he stumped his feet immediately. His voice was like thunder, and he was anxious. Cheng's Hija, what's in the east? Don't I know? Now that the Tang dynasty is in ruins, it is time for Your Majesty to work hard and show your grace. Since ancient times, kings who indulge in pleasure have led to chaos in their families and countries. People's livelihood has declined, and people have fled. Li Shimin waved his hand quickly. Okay, Wei Zhang, I know. Let's go to the west. Your Majesty is wise. The three of them walked a few steps, and suddenly, Li Shimin's ears moved slightly. There is a child crying, let's go and take a look. Cheng Yaojin obviously heard it, and immediately began to flatter. Your Majesty has a really sharp ear. Wei Zhang stood aside calmly, while Li Shimin's face was full of black lines. If you can't speak, just say less. In front of the Tang Dynasty Hotel, Lu Xian noticed the three people walking over. The one in the middle looked like a rich man, and the men on both sides looked like an accountant and a housekeeper. He winked at Yaya, and Yaya cried even harder. At this moment, something seemed to move in Lu Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the strongest food system. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the strongest food system, and rewarding a novice gift pack. The novice gift pack is being distributed. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Lu Xian, who originally wanted to start a career of cheating and deceiving, suddenly heard a series of voices in his mind. This is the golden finger? Lu Xian swallowed his saliva and couldn't wait to open it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top cooking skills. Passive skill, invulnerable to water and fire. Passive skill, strong as a mountain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a kitchenware gift pack. Alive, alive, all alive. Before Lu Xian had time to recover from his ecstasy, he noticed a business button in the lower right corner of the system panel. After clicking it, Lu Xian found that it was a store, and a row of black characters appeared. This store can buy all ingredients, seasonings, and drinks, only for eating and drinking, not for planting. Lu Xian saw it and understood that the ingredients here could not be taken out to plant. Otherwise, if you take out a potato, after a year, it will all be soil and beans. Wouldn't it be invincible? Lu Xian was browsing the system store quickly, with a smile on his face, but he didn't know that outside the Datang restaurant at this time, several pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Xian in a daze. Just now, Li Shimin and the other two followed the crying sound and found Yaya who was crying. After a while of coaxing, Yaya calmed down. When Li Shimin was about to ask this cute little girl why she was crying so loudly, he heard a burst of laughter. He he he. He he he. He he he. Ha ha. Li Shimin was stunned. Cheng Yaojin glanced at him. Wei Zhang retreated in fear, and his hands were ready to gesture. If he encountered something unclean, he would definitely use the method taught by Yuan Tiangang and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat! Little kid, who are you?" Li Shimin spoke. "That's my eye." Yaya didn't stop crying, but when to cry and when to stop depended on Lucien's eyes. When Lucien smiled just now, Yaya was also stunned. She had no impression of this secret code. After hearing Lucien's sneer, Dazwang moved over and pinched Lucien's arm hard. In an instant, Lucien, who was still immersed in the system, was awakened by Dazwang's pinch. Seeing Dazwang laughing in front of him, Lucien shook his head helplessly. Why are you pinching me? Raising his head, Lucien saw 3 men squatting in front of Yaya, and Yaya was holding a sachet in her hand. Yaya, it's done? 3 guests, are you here to eat? Lucien bowed and smiled. If you open the door to do business, you have to greet people with a smile. Now there is no need to cheat to unlock the system, so you are naturally confident and your smile is more sincere. Datang Hotel, what a grand name. Li Shimin slowly raised his head, looked at the words on the plaque, and nodded repeatedly with his hands behind his back. The words are also good, dignified, and majestic, with a strong momentum, clear and vigorous, exquisite brushwork, and upright pen power. Little shopkeeper, who wrote these 4 words Datang Hotel. Lucien smiled and bowed. 3 of you, please come in. My handwriting is not worth mentioning. When guests come, money comes. 3 of you come in and sit here, by the window. You can also enjoy the passing huji in the West Market. Dezhuang, greet. The name is Datang Hotel, but the whole restaurant is still a lot worse than those famous restaurants in Chang'an. There are 2 floors. The lower floor is the lobby with a few tables, and the upper floor is the private room. Not many, only 3. As for the back, it is a yard, 3 rooms, a well, simple and plain. Li Shimin dipped his hands in water and gestured on the table, seeming to be immersed in the 4 words on the plaque just now. Wei Zhang's eyes were burning, constantly scanning this restaurant that made him feel a little weird. Braised mutton, mung bean cake, clear water perch, hu cake. Cheng Yejin muttered on the side, boss, these, give me 10 servings. Cheng Yejin finished speaking, and smiled at Li Shimin and Wei Zhang. What about you? There was silence. Li Shimin was obviously a little disgusted, and Wei Zhang closed his eyes to rest, obviously not wanting people to think that he and Cheng Yejin were in the same group. At this time, a voice came. Dear guests, come to our Datang Hotel for dinner, not to see what you want to eat. Cheng Yejin raised his eyebrows instantly. Oh, little shopkeeper, what are you looking at? Lucien smiled and said very calmly, it depends on what we have here today. Lucien took a deep breath and swept his eyes over the 3 people. You are the first wave of guests of my Datang Hotel. You don't know much yet. Let me introduce it to you. Datang Hotel is unparalleled in the world. Lucien dared to say this now? Holding the system and being a chef god, there is no one like me in the world. Hiss. For a moment, Li Shimin's eyes showed a playful look. Haha, little brother, this tone is a bit big. Cheng Yejin on the side grinned. Little brother, you said that your Datang Hotel is unparalleled in the world. Is there anything that others don't have? Old Cheng may not be good at conspiracy, but he is definitely first class at fanning the flames. Wei Zhang looked at Lucien and felt more and more that something was wrong with this place. That honest guy named Dezhuang always looked at himself, and drooled at the corners of his mouth. Wouldn't he be talking to me? Wei Zhang, thinking of this, Wei Zhang shuddered. Lucien was not in a hurry to face the questioning of Li Shimin and Cheng Yejin, and said calmly, there are only 2 dishes in my Datang restaurant today. One dish is called Mapo Tofu, 50 cents per serving. The other dish is Dongpo Pork, 200 cents per serving. After the words fell, the lobby fell into silence. Click, click, click. The sound of water drops falling became more and more rapid. When several people turned around, they saw Dezhuang and Yaya standing blankly beside the counter, with saliva from the corners of their mouths flowing down and falling to the ground, making a crisp sound. Li Shimin frowned. Little shopkeeper, what is this Mapo Tofu? What is this Dongpo Pork? Li has traveled all over the world, and I have never heard of such a dish, let alone seen such a high-priced thing. Cheng Yejin immediately agreed. One eye big and one eye small. Yes, is this thing made of gold or silver? You are robbing me. Lucien smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. Don't panic, everyone, if it doesn't taste good, I will refund you. Wei Zhang looked at Lucien in surprise. You, little shopkeeper, do you mean that we have to pay first? Lucien looked at the 3 people suspiciously. Don't you have to pay first when eating these days? Besides, What if you run away after eating? Of course, the most important thing is to use your money to buy ingredients and seasonings in the system. Or you could say this is like walking into a sword with bare hands and catching a wolf with empty sleeves. Lu Xian took a deep breath and said casually, 3 of you, this is the rule of the Tang Dynasty Hotel. Once you enter this door, there are surprises everywhere. Are you willing to experience this surprise? I think you have never encountered a business like this, let alone such a unique dish in the world. Cheng Yaojin curled his lips, this is very strange, haha, little shopkeeper, take it. Cheng Yaojin threw out a bag without saying a word, and it was full of copper coins. After Lu Xian took the money and left the main hall, Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Shimin and Wei Zhang with a smile, Master, if this is not delicious, I won't say anything else. I have smashed many shops in recent years. Li Shimin wrote on the table several times, and finally shook his head and sighed, there is something about this writing style. It doesn't look like it was written by a young man. It seems. I have seen thousands of sales and experienced vicissitudes. Let's wait for this young shopkeeper to see if this restaurant is worthy of the name of Datang restaurant. In the back kitchen, Lu Xian looked at the stove in front of him that was covered with dust and rubbed his hands. In the dark, it seemed that a pair of eyes were looking at him, calling him excitedly, come on, show it. Are we going to run away? Yaya entered the kitchen at some point, with a small bag on her back. Needless to say, it was the clothes she usually wore and a few cloth toys. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. Yaya, your running posture is too professional, isn't it? Yaya raised her little head. We only cheated people for a dozen coins before, but today we have so much. If they come to our door, we have to run again. Lu Xian suddenly remembered that before he traveled through time, the original owner had no choice but to take Yaya and Daz Wang to cheat people for food money and was sued. Yaya, put the things back in the house, don't worry, this time is different. Will there be delicious food later? Of course there will be, when have I ever cheated you? Yaya's big eyes flickered twice, bit her lips, and trotted back to the house. Lu Xian took a deep breath and slowly took out the copper coins in the bag in front of him. System panel, slowly opened. The reason why Lu Xian said that today's dishes are mapo tofu and dongpo pork is because when he looked at the system mall panel at that time, the ingredients of these two dishes were at the top. He still understood hunger marketing. Lu Xian planned to promote 2 dishes today and launch new products every few days. Tofu, 1 yuan per jin. Pork, 5 yuan per jin. Tisk tisk, this price is really not low. 1 yuan is equivalent to the purchasing power of several yuan in later generations. Lu Xian didn't know how tofu was sold in the Tang dynasty. He only knew that in this era, many people made tofu that was relatively rough, without so many tricks in later generations. Not to mention pork. In the Tang dynasty, there were almost no serious families who ate pork. People at the bottom would eat it occasionally, but most of them had a strong fishy smell. But they had no choice. It was good to have meat to eat. Why were they picky? Since the system gave the price, the money should be spent. First, I bought a jin of pork and 2 jin of tofu. The ingredients produced by the system were all top-notch ingredients. It seemed that something disappeared in the purse in front of me. Then, according to my needs, Lu Xian began to buy auxiliary materials and ingredients one by one. Minced beef, bean paste, fermented black beans, salt, chicken powder, soy sauce, rice wine, minced garlic, appropriate amount of water starch, peanut oil, star anise, cinnamon, white cardamom, bay leaves, yellow gardenia. Yes, there are also rice wine, rock sugar, light soy sauce, fermented rice, ginger slices, dark soy sauce. Very quickly, a large number of ingredients and seasonings were placed in front of Lu Xian. On the stove, a lot of copper coins in the bag have disappeared now. The system is really unambiguous in collecting money. With a sigh, Lu Xian took out the kitchen knife and put the tofu on the chopping board. In an instant, the sound of dong 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 began to sound. Outside the door, De Zhuang and Yaya were looking inside through the crack in the door. Yaya covered her mouth. Can you cook? De Zhuang also covered his mouth and shook his head repeatedly. Uncle De Zhuang, what did you and I eat before? Yaya asked curiously. De Zhuang seemed to be thinking about something, and fell into deep thought, tilting his head, but when he was thinking, his saliva suddenly flowed down. In the front hall, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin were discussing what was the most delicious. Wei Zhang had never been extravagant in his life. He was cautious and taciturn. Only when facing Li Shimin, he always spoke with deep persuasion. High EQ means persuasion, low EQ means too much control. Old Wei, you haven't eaten delicious food, have you? Wei Zhang blushed. Don't indulge in the desire of the tongue. There was King Zhou of Shang in ancient times. Li Shimin felt a slight pain in his head. Every time Wei Zhang opened his mouth, he always felt that something was drilling into his forehead. Old Cheng, tell me, what is the most delicious thing you have eaten? Cheng Yaojin got excited when he talked about food. Hey, master, the most delicious thing I've ever eaten was when I was in Weigong, stealing other people's chickens and roasting them. Actually, I have chickens at home, but as the saying goes, domestic chickens are not as delicious as wild chickens. Wei Zhang turned his head and coughed twice. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and looked elsewhere. This guy always gives people some surprises. Really, the best thing I've ever eaten before was when Yang Guang hosted a banquet for heroes all over the world in the previous dynasty. I also went there. The sheep, the mutton, one piece after another, dipped in dogwood juice and mustard. I wondered at that time how the lamb meat was made. When Li Shimin spoke, his larynx began to move, as if he would feel refreshed as long as he thought of that thing. The mutton fat is like white jade, and it tastes delicious. Huh? Where is the little shopkeeper, the clerk, and the little girl? Li Shimin suddenly realized a problem. They paid for it. Cheng Yaojin's face changed, as if he had thought of something, and he stood up immediately. I'll go to the back to have a look. If they run away, Old Cheng, will dig 3 feet into the ground to find them, skin them alive. Li Shimin glared at Cheng Yaojin. Old Cheng, we are civilized people of the Tang dynasty, people of status in Chang'an City, not bandits. Come on, follow me to have a look. Li Shimin stood up, then turned his head and glanced at Wei Zhang. Old Wei, are you going? Wei Zhang hesitated and shook his head. Master, you go, I'll just wait here. If they come back, I'll call you. In the kitchen, Lucian let out a long breath, and the mapo tofu reached the final stage of high heat to collect the juice. And the dongpo pork has now begun the slow cooking stage, and it is estimated that after 1 stick of incense, the 2 dishes can be served. Just then, Lucian heard the rustling sound outside. Lucian's mouth corners raised. No need to think, it must be Yaya and Dazwang who are peeking. You don't need to see to know that the 2 guys are drooling now. Lucian was not in a hurry, wiped his hands, took a deep breath, and the whole room was filled with the tempting aroma of mapo tofu and dongpo pork. But Lucian didn't mean to be greedy at all. Didn't I eat it? Or haven't I seen it? Now Lucian's attention is all on the skills. Thinking carefully about the moment when I picked up the spatula just now, my whole body was very comfortable. The spatula in my hand was obviously very cold, but it was very kind, just like an old friend for many years. It's amazing. A person who has never cooked, instantly has top cooking skills, and it is effortless to run in place, which is better than enlightenment. Weizhi would cry in the toilet if he knew it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the more he thought about it, the more he lost. More importantly, it is not affected by water and fire. Lucian took a deep breath and carefully reached out his hand. The flame in the stove had become small, but it was still flaming. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on. Lucian, gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, Lucian grabbed a piece of firewood that was almost burned without saying a word. Sparks flew and fell on Lucian. The young flames were like children who encountered vicious dogs on their way home from school and took a detour. Lucian was ecstatic. What is a ruthless iron hand? Picking up the kitchen knife, Lucian saw the description on the kitchen knife given by the system, the sharpest kitchen knife in the world, nothing can't be cut. Glancing at the chopping board, the most solid chopping board in the world, no knife can split it. Lucian's mouth corners raised. Look at me, I am strong enough to pull a mountain. The kitchen knife in his hand slowly raised, and Lucian's face was full of curiosity. This curiosity was so strong that it was like lust. Outside the kitchen, Yaya and Dazwang are squatting in front, looking through the crack of the door, sticking their buttocks out, and drooling. Behind them, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin followed suit, leaning sideways and pulling at the crack of the door. The faint fragrance wafting out of the crack of the door is like a female demon that seduces the soul, making Li Shimin feel restless. But, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin still maintained the most basic self-restraint. His face was not red and he was not out of breath, only the chest kept making a series of dull sounds. Boom 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 boom. Perhaps, this is the Emperor's engine. Cheng Yaojin is different. What kind of self-restraint is needed? What kind of face is needed? I am shameless. Only those with thick skin can eat meat? Those with thin skin can only swallow their saliva dryly. SHH, don't squeeze me. Dazwang shook his body, seeming to be very uncomfortable. Except for Yaya, the other three were standing unsteadily, leaning against the door panel for support. Although Dazwang was young, his body was no worse than Cheng Yaojin's. He felt uncomfortable being squeezed by others, so he naturally twisted his body. This twist made Cheng Yaojin and Li Shimin secretly say that it was not good. The kitchen door in front of them fell down with a bang. Bang! Dazwang's mouth twitched twice, and he grinned with an honest smile, but the drool at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true thoughts. Yaya was at a loss, lowered her head and kept fiddling with her fingers, sucking her snot hard. Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin's hands were still in the air, but after a stumble, they stared blankly at Lucian in the kitchen and laughed embarrassedly. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. But at this time, Lucian had just raised the kitchen knife that was said to be indestructible. On the top of the wall, the dozen Jinryu guards who had been hiding for a long time took a breath of cold air, their faces tense, and their hands were already on the handles of the knives. When Lucian saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the kitchen door panel that fell to the ground. It's okay, we will pay. Cheng Yaojin reacted first, and immediately patted his chest and said, while not forgetting to make gestures behind him. The Jinryu guards saw this gesture and let out a long breath. Hee, little shopkeeper. I just had more strength, hee. Cheng Yaojin sniffed and started to walk inside. Huh? What's this smell? It smells so good. Little brother, you know, I haven't had breakfast today. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin's selfless performance reminded Li Shimin of the time when he took Cheng Yaojin to fight. It was a good time for a sneak attack when the moon was dark and the wind was high. When fighting, there was no martial ethics, so what about a sneak attack? But when the battle was about to begin, Cheng Yaojin could no longer be found. After the fight, they found that Cheng Yaojin had already sneaked into the enemy camp and ate half a cow. Stop. Li Shimin's face was dark. Old Cheng, you are also a citizen of the Tang dynasty. How can you be so reckless? Li Shimin saw that Lucian's face was not very good, and he hurriedly saluted Lucian, and said with a smile, little shopkeeper, I'm sorry, I didn't discipline him strictly. Apologies are trivial matters, and delicious food is the most important. Lucian's face was dark not because he was angry that they were peeking and eavesdropping. There was Lao Wang in all the 108 squares in Chang'an, and Lucian was no longer surprised. The annoyance on his face was simply because he had not had time to try out his heroic posture of pulling mountains and overwhelming the world. It's okay, the guest is polite. Yeah, wipe your saliva and take the guests back first. Dezhuang, prepare to serve and serve. The moment the door panel was knocked open, the Jinryu on the wall was nervous. It was not easy to ride on the wall. The key was that there seemed to be something disturbing on the wall of this family, and the roots of his thighs were worn out. General Jinryu Wei, who was dressed in civilian clothes, let out a long breath when he saw Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin leaving. Suddenly, his nose began to twitch like two huge bellows. Hiss, what is it? It smells so good. Hiss, no wonder this place dares to be called Datang Hotel, it's so scary. You guys are watching from the backyard, and I'm going to watch from the front. Lu Renayuan easily turned over and climbed onto the roof. After a few quick movements, he reached the railing outside the main hall. He stepped on the rubble and hid behind a pillar, his nose twitching. The main hall was filled with steam. Lucian opened the lid on Mapo tofu. For a moment, Li Shimin's body trembled, as if a greedy insect had crawled into his nostrils, and his buttocks sitting on the bench were a little unstable. Hurry up, get the chopsticks. Li Shimin couldn't bear it anymore. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened at this time, and his whole body was shaking. Behind Lucian, Yaya and Dezhuang poked their heads, eyes twinkling with stars and see. It smells so good. Lucian touched Yaya's little head, and then held his hands towards Li Shimin and the others. This is Mapo tofu, which is spicy, hot, fragrant, crispy, tender, fresh, and lively. Little shopkeeper. Wei Zhang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Lu Xian also noticed this person, who seemed to be a butler among the three. He didn't speak for a long time, but when he spoke, there was a sharp sense of oppression, as if he wanted to quarrel with others. Without more than 10 years of quarrelsome experience, he would never have this kind of aura. There is something wrong with these three people. Little shopkeeper, this is crispy, tender and fresh. I know that tofu is a delicacy accidentally made by Huainan King Luan. But how do you explain the spicy taste? Lu Xian smiled and narrowed his eyes. Normal people talk so much while eating. I am tired of pretending. Just now, the man who looked like the owner of the house called the tall and thick man Lao Chang, and the man who looked like a manager was called Lao Wei. Lu Xian squinted his eyes. Could these three people be the enemies in the court, plus the Demon King? While he was thinking, Lu Xian saw the big, thick, black-faced man named Lao Chang slap his hand on the table. Old Wei, you are a person who only asks questions when you eat. You can't even keep up with the hot shit you eat. Cheng Yaojin's voice was like thunder, and his words echoed in the main hall of Datang Hotel for a long time. Lu Xian laughed secretly in his heart. It was definitely them. Outside the hotel, there is a busy street. The people of the Tang dynasty are very fond of gossip. They just watched the excitement of His Majesty the Tang dynasty releasing 300 death row prisoners in the morning. Now they are worried that they have nothing to do at home. Suddenly they heard such a voice, his eyes lit up in an instant. Li Shimin took a deep breath, his chest kept rising and falling. At that moment, he felt as if something was pouring into his forehead. Old Chang, shut up. Little shopkeeper, please continue. Li Shimin finally figured out that the little shopkeeper of Datang Hotel had special skills. Lu Xian was not in a hurry and took out 3 small bowls, 3 wooden spoons, and 3 pairs of chopsticks from the side. Who wants to try it first? Li Shimin's chest naturally puffed up. Needless to say, it had to be me, right? I'll come first. Wei Zhang followed him out. He was good at everything. An Anjing watched Li Shimin show off. An Anjing watched Li Shimin show off his skills, but he just had this problem of interjecting. Master, let me taste it for you first to see if it's hot. Wei Zhang was very cautious. His Majesty went out without a eunuch. Someone had to do the tasting. Lu Xian nodded and guessed correctly, this aura and this tasting operation. Tisk tisk, then I'll let you eat the first bite of mapo tofu in the Tang dynasty. The spoon flicked the plate twice, and instantly, there were several pieces of tofu that looked like they were jumping around in the small bowl. Wei Zhang took a deep breath. Master, please take good care of my wife and children. You talk a lot, eat it quickly. Cheng Yaojin was anxious. Putting the spoon to his mouth, Wei Zhang slowly opened his mouth. At that moment, he felt a hot breath hit his tongue. Hiss. Wei Zhang was stunned. This taste is numb, spicy, soft and tender, without the harshness of tofu. The key is that there seems to be something on the tofu that makes it crispy in the mouth and melts when it sticks to your teeth. Wei Zhang couldn't bear to swallow it. The spicy taste echoed between his mouth and his back. He couldn't help but start sweating on his back. He felt that his whole body was hot. His eyebrows stretched out and he shook his head repeatedly. This scene immediately stunned Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin. Yaya kept swallowing her saliva and grasped the corners of Lu Xian's clothes tightly, her big eyes watery. There were holes in the solace of his big feet, and he couldn't stop the squeaking at the corners of his mouth. Old Wei, how is it? No matter how well-mannered Li Shimin was, he became anxious at this time. Good guy, going out today is just for fun, so you must follow me. Now, if you want to eat something, you can just volunteer to try it, and just keep shaking your head without saying a word. It was only a few breaths, but Li Shimin felt as if a year had passed, and he was sweating on his forehead. I wonder what kind of delicious food in the world can make Li Shimin so anxious? This mapo tofu was so delicious and delicious, he felt like he was going to explode. Master, the food was too little and I didn't taste it. Little shopkeeper, how about another bowl? Lu Xian nodded and laughed secretly in his heart. This upright person who talks about whoring for free is reasonable and well-founded. By the way, it should be the #1 bronze mirror in the Tang dynasty. On the rubble outside the window, Lu Renayuan felt that his feet were a little unsteady, his stomach was empty, and he was a hungry ghost in the world. Mainly because I didn't eat anything so early in the morning, so I went out with His Majesty. The smell just now was so tempting that he started to feel anxious. His stomach growled, but he had to endure it. and silently made a note of Wei Zhang's lesson in his mind. Eating too slowly will be punished by an additional penalty. After another bowl, Wei Zhang finally wiped his mouth. Not bad, delicious. As soon as Wei Zhang finished speaking, Lu Xian felt his eyes blur and the bowls and chopsticks in his hands disappeared instantly. At the table, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin had already begun to work hard. Have some rice. One more bowl. I want to eat 10 bowls. Gilu. Yaya and Dezhuang swallowed their saliva at the same time, especially Dezhuang. He was definitely responsible for the restaurant's closure. Master, I want to eat too. Yaya pulled Lu Xian's little finger and patted her belly. I'm hungry. Look, the 2 horns on my head can't stand up anymore. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. The world of children is always innocent. The 2 braids on Yaya's head were made by Lu Xian for her. It's just that Yaya was not honest when she made a fuss, and it was a little scattered at this time. Naive Yaya directly attributed the reason why her braids fell apart to not eating. Don't panic, after our guests have finished eating, I will prepare delicious food for you. Li Shimin's eyes were red, and the hot feeling coming from his mouth came from time to time, as if there were insects crawling around. The whole body seemed to be open, and every corner seemed to be breathing. Okay. Li Shimin said 3 good words in a row, took a long breath, and found 3 or 5 empty rice bowls in front of him. It's so damn delicious. Little shopkeeper, I thought you were just bragging at your young age. Now look at it, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. This mapo tofu is unparalleled in the world, and it truly deserves its reputation. Lu Xian smiled and cupped his hands towards Li Shimin. The guests praised it very much. If it tastes good, we will come back more often in the future. Cheng Yaojin's mouth was full of things. Little shopkeeper, you must come here often. This mapo tofu is so delicious. It tastes better than the chicken I stole from other people's houses. Another bowl of rice. Outside the door, I don't know when a lot of gossips have gathered. There were many people in the Tang dynasty who were busy all day long, and even more people who were idle. Whether it is Chang'an County or Wanyan County, there is never a shortage of melon-eating people, who just yelled about eating shit. Oops, why does it smell so good? Li Shimin glared at Cheng Yaojin. Old Cheng, go and explain it to the big guys. In the early years of Zhenguan, when the blood of the Sunwu sect was still fresh, some people began to talk about Li Shimin, saying that it was a capital crime to make irresponsible remarks about the king. However, Li Shimin thought of killing too many people, so he let them go. But since then, everyone has known one thing, that is, today's holy emperor is most afraid of being misunderstood. As soon as Li Shimin opened his mouth, Cheng Yaojin stood up slowly, grinned widely, and strode out. With a strong back and a kind face, the onlookers became quiet all of a sudden. Everyone, let me make it clear first, we did not eat that thing. What we eat is serious food. At this time, in the Datang hotel, Li Shimin looked at Lu Xian with a smile. Little shopkeeper, you see, Lao Cheng is very good at persuading people. Lu Xian was stunned, wasn't he? Even if the Demon King was walking casually on the street, no one would dare to bully him. At first glance, it was clear that he was not a good person. He was born with a good-natured face and an unparalleled temperament. The onlookers dared not say anything. At this time, among the crowd, a child raised his finger and pointed at Cheng Yaojin. The adults on the side were immediately trembling. There is still yellow water at the corner of his mouth. Cheng Yaojin's face turned darker and his forehead was bruised, but he was facing a little baby, so he couldn't be angry. I'm eating mapo tofu. Cheng Yaojin shouted hard. But the dispersed crowd had already started talking. It was obvious that they were getting farther and farther away from Cheng Yaojin, but the talking was getting louder and louder. It's over. The whole of Chang'an will know it before tomorrow. In the Datang hotel, Wei Zhang smiled and stroked his beard. Old Cheng, I'm not telling you, you just spoke out of desperation, why are you shouting so loudly? Li Shimin sat aside and crossed his legs. Little shopkeeper, don't worry about them. What kind of delicacy is this dongpo meat? I can't sit still anymore. After the little twists and turns just now, the dongpo pork is just right and it's time to start the pot. From time to time, a mouth-watering smell exudes from the small casserole. The water has dried up at the seal of the earthen jar, and the heat slowly floats out from the gap in the lid of the earthen jar. Li Shimin, who was originally reserved, could no longer bear it this time. I thought that mapo tofu was already the best in the world, but now that the so-called dongpo pork came out, Li Shimin felt like what he had eaten before was just like pig food just by smelling it. It smells so good. Little shopkeeper, can you have some wine? Li Shimin twitched his index finger. The mapo tofu he had just eaten made him feel comfortable all over, and the mellow aroma of the tofu was still lingering in his mouth. Lucian nodded. A bottle of 500 coins is called Erkuatu. The money given by Cheng Zhuangxi has just been used up. Is it okay with you, my guest? It's not his own money anyway. Li Shimin waved his hand. Shopkeeper, serve the wine. Lucian walked behind the counter, turned his back and took out 3 wine glasses, then quietly opened the system panel and entered the system store. Buy a bottle of Erkuatu. The purchase was successful and the host's 10 cents have been deducted. 10 cents a bottle made Lucian a little uncomfortable, but it was okay. Compared with the terrible inferior wines in Datang, Erkuatu was at least the best. When a bottle of Erkuatu in a porcelain bottle was placed on the table, the dongpo pork in Cheng Yaojin's mouth almost slipped out. This wine, a bottle of wine worth 500 yuan, I want to try it. Lucian looked at the 3 people who came to Datang Hotel today and smiled in his heart. The dishes he had were all unique in Datang. The prices were extremely high and ordinary people couldn't afford them. We need to let these 3 people go back and promote more. Bo. Lucian opened the cork, and in an instant, a strong aroma of wine spurted out. Li Shimin straightened his eyes, Cheng Yaojin swallowed his saliva, and even Wei Zhang, who was eating braised pork silently and as steady as a mountain, trembled at this time. Li Shimin knew that such a wine was worth 100 coins just for its aroma. Cheng Yaojin knew that after passing this village, there might not be this shop. What kind of wine have we not drunk? This wine called Erkuatu has never been heard of, let alone drunk. Little shopkeeper, how does this wine compare to Sanlijiang? Lucian raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Cheng Yaojin, pondered for a moment, and smiled faintly. Sanal pulp, can that thing be put on the counter? People in the Tang dynasty drank more rice wine, and Sanlijiang was already a relatively expensive item, but in front of Erkuatu, everything was trash. Cheng Yaojin, how about this wine? Let me tell you, guest, this Erkuatu is said to be the best in the world and the best wine in the world. The master said, a cup of Erkuatu, you can find a close friend anywhere in the world. Good wine goes with a close friend. Whether you are a close friend or not depends on the taste of the 3 of you. There is a ballad that says, 1 cup of Erkuatu will make you choke to tears, 2 cups of Erkuatu will make you friends in this life, 3 cups of Erkuatu, you will stride forward without looking back, 4 cups of Erkuatu, a million-strong army will not frown, 5 cups of Erkuatu. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not looking down on the 3 of you, but with 5 cups, it's a bit difficult for the 3 of you. At this moment, Wei Zhang straightened his back. The 3 major hobbies of men in the Tang dynasty were drinking, writing poetry, and fighting. You said Wei Zhang couldn't fight, but he acquiesced. If you say Cheng Yaojin is not good at writing poetry, he has nothing to say. But you said they can't drink? At this moment, the 3 of them suddenly stood up with a swish sound, and their movements in unison seemed to have been agreed upon. Li Shimin's eyes were shining, Cheng Yaojin couldn't suppress the smug smile, and Wei Zhang, an old-fashioned man, was eager to try and trembled all over. Little shopkeeper, your wine is top grade. If the 3 of us can drink 5 cups without getting drunk, what should we say? Li Shimin's mouth corners were raised, with a combative heart and a soul of a middle school student forever. Hey, you 3 misunderstood. I'm not targeting you 3, it's mainly this wine, strong. So, if you 3 drink 5 cups without getting drunk, then you are Lucian's confidant friends. I'm a weak and powerless cook, and it's understandable to force a bond, right? After that, as long as you 3 bring people to eat, I will give you a 20% discount. Datang restaurant never gives discounts. Today, I, Lucian, will make an exception and promise you 3, how about it? You will have to brag about it when you go back today to make money in the future. The 3 looked at each other and nodded. Suddenly, Lucian took out 3 wine glasses from behind with a smile. They were ordinary coarse porcelain wine glasses, about the size of Cheng Yaojin's thumb. Seeing these 3 wine glasses, Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin looked at each other and smiled. When they drank outside, they could drink hundreds of cups with such cups. When pouring wine, The three of them looked at the wine glasses at the same time, and their throats moved wildly. Pour half of the tea and fill the wine. The aroma of wine wafted out. Li Shimin picked up a glass and smiled confidently. Little shopkeeper, I'm sorry to show you my ugliness. A moment later, bang, bang, bang. After 2 consecutive calls, only Cheng Yaojin was still standing. Not to mention 5 cups, just this one cup made him feel as if the world in front of him was spinning backwards. Good, strong wine, good wine. Bang! Dezhuang stood aside, leaning forward, and poked the 3 of them. Master, they are asleep. Lucian nodded and glanced outside a few times. There is nothing unexpected about these 3 people. They are just 2 or 3 people who stare at each other in court. But when they go out, shouldn't there be guards watching in secret and waiting on them at any time? I'm hungry. Yaya grabbed the corner of Lucian's clothes and kept swinging her body. Dezhuang, clear the table and prepare delicious food for you. Dezhuang nodded and muttered, these 3 people licked all the plates clean and didn't leave any for me. At this moment, several figures filed in outside the hotel door. The leader was dressed in civilian attire, but wore a waist knife and had sharp eyes. It was Lu Renayuan, the general of the Jinryu Guard, who was Li Shimin's personal bodyguard. Gazing across the 3 people in the hotel, Lu Renayuan calmly waved his hand, and the people behind him took Li Shimin and the 3 away. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as someone took care of him, as long as they didn't cause any trouble in his hotel, that would be better than anything else. There were a lot of heavy copper coins in the bag in the sleeve robe. Yaya and Dezhuang, including Lucian himself, were also starving. I looked outside and saw that it was still early in the day. It was still early for people in Chang'an City who could afford lunch to go out and spend money. Dezhuang, you watch from outside, I'll go cook. Dezhuang nodded vigorously, sat down on the bench, and began to count the lines on the table. Lucian sighed. In his memory, Dezhuang was originally a normal person, but after a high fever and no treatment, it was as if his brain had been burned out and he became a little sluggish. They are all poor people. The original owner's family was not a wealthy family, and Lucian was not the son of a wealthy family. Among the people struggling to make a living in the capital, the family was also among the poor. Kyoto is good to everyone, but it is not good to poor people. At this time in the Tang dynasty, people's livelihood had just been restored, food was scarce in the Tang dynasty, and the people had not yet breathed their last breath, the trade routes were not open, and the wealthy noble families and the imperial power were still secretly wrestling with each other. Do you want to do business in Chang'an and change your fate? Is there anyone above you? Master, wine. Put it away and keep it. Next time they come, they will continue to sell it. 500 Wen opened the bottle and you didn't finish it, you can't blame me, can you? Lucian knelt down and observed Yaya's head for a while, his hands dancing rapidly. After a while, the braid on Yaya's head turned into a rhinoceros horn. Yaya squatted in front of the basin, looked at herself in the reflection, and cried out, yeah, I don't look good, I'm ugly. I don't want this big braid, I want small horns. Although Lucian doesn't know how to coax children and has no experience in raising children, Lucian knows that when children start to make noises, they have to find something to do. Yaya, look at this basin, there is so much water in it, but there is no water in the barrel. Should hard-working Yaya pour the water into the barrel? When Yaya heard this, she immediately puffed up her chest and her big eyes were full of brightness. Let me help you. Lucian nodded. Yaya is awesome. Come on, let me give you a small bowl. You are weak and can't lift the wooden basin. This small bowl is just right. The small bowl is about the same size as Yaya's hand. I don't know how long it will take to scoop out the water in the basin. After taking care of the noisy Yaya, Lucian casually grabbed the fallen kitchen door. At this moment, Lucian experienced what it means to be overwhelmingly powerful and overwhelming. A feeling of how lonely it is to be invincible instantly filled my forehead. Sure enough, strength is a man's dopamine. No wonder so many people like to lift weights in the gym, conquering one barbell after another even at the risk of starting from zero. There are still 2 bowls of rice in the rice vat, which is just right. It should be enough for 3 people to steam it, right? Then wash the rice, add water to the small wooden basin, cover the rice grains, place a cage on top of the large pot, and put it in. Lucian wiped his hands and started making mapo tofu and dongpo pork. No wonder people always open restaurants to make money and offer such huge discounts. After a plate of dishes is finished, there are still so many raw materials left. Half an hour later, Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, took off his apron, and shouted to Yaya, Yaya, it's time to eat. Lu Xian and the others usually eat not in the main hall, but at the small table on the side of the main hall. There were stars in his big eyes, and he kept stuffing his saliva back, fearing that the fragrant saliva would flow to the ground. Yaya held a bowl of rice and shoveled it into her mouth. Whoops, whoops. In the small restaurant, there were only the sounds of clinking bowls and chopsticks, the sound of children chirping, and the sound of impatient and heavy breathing. In the afternoon, Li Shimin opened his eyes, only to feel the shadow of a person in front of him. Your Majesty, you are awake. The woman with simple clothes and elegant temperament slowly covered Li Shimin with a blanket. Li Shimin rubbed his head and looked at the woman in front of him suspiciously. Guanyin maid, when did you have a sister? The woman is none other than the Empress of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's first wife, Empress Changsun. Empress Changsun sighed, with a worried look in her eyes. Your Majesty, Dr. Sun said that you should have a good rest and not drink. Hey, Your Majesty, you don't listen to what I say, and you don't listen to Dr. Sun either. In front of Empress Changsun, Li Shimin's attitude is no longer that of the high and mighty emperor. Since Li Yuan started his army, Li Shimin has become a powerful weapon for conquering all directions. After marrying Li Shimin, Empress Changsun has never complained, and she has been worried and crying alone for so many years. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. After being scolded, Li Shimin grinned. Guanyin, don't be so angry. Now that the Tang dynasty is beginning to show vitality and is thriving, I want to go and see the people of Chang'an. Empress Changsun raised her eyebrows. That's not a reason for your alcoholism. It can make your Majesty drunk. Dr. Sun said that if you really can't help it, just a small cup will do. How much did you drink to get drunk like this? At this time, Li Shimin turned over, took Empress Changsun's hand, and showed a confident smile on his face. Guanyin, believe me, I really only drank 1 cup. Changshija can testify to this, and Wei Zhang can also testify to this. Empress Changsun didn't know whether Cheng Yaojin could testify. After all, the two of them were just wearing the same pants. Your Majesty's bad habit of drinking on weekdays was basically caused by Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin. But Wei Zhang went too. Li Shimin patted his chest and said confidently, Guanyin, don't worry, Wei Zhang only drank 1 cup. When he wakes up, you can ask him anytime. Empress Changsun may not believe Cheng Yaojin, but she definitely cannot not believe Wei Zhang. After all, who is Wei Zhang? He is a person who doesn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He is a person who will start to spray at the slightest disagreement. He is a person who can lose face for the sake of principle. Although Wei Zhang also has reasons for his position, this person generally does not lie. Empress Changsun looked at Li Shimin with big eyes, and then sighed. Now, has Wei Zhang changed? When Li Shimin heard that Empress Changsun did not believe it, he immediately became energetic. After waking up from the wine, he felt extremely comfortable all over his body. Although he was still a little dizzy, this feeling was unprecedented. Very exciting? Guanyin, I don't understand what you are saying. I went out today and first went to Zuk Street to see the 300 death row prisoners. I was very pleased. When they heard the news that I released them, they stood there and cried with emotion. I believe they will definitely turn over a new leaf and change their past mistakes. Later, Wei Zhang suggested that we go eat something and celebrate. Guanyin, you know me. I have worked hard for so many years and have never enjoyed anything. Wei Zhang has already spoken, can I refuse? There are 10 pots in the world, and you, Wei Zhang, are the only ones who can carry 9. Empress Changsun looked at Li Shimin suspiciously and remained silent. It's not that he didn't believe Li Shimin, but mainly, could Wei Zhang really say such a thing? But it seems that it is understandable that the 300 death row prisoners came to the appointment with His Majesty after a year. Your Majesty, did you really only drink 1 cup? Guanyin, I never lie. I am not the kind of person who lies casually. You know, as a monarch, the superiors should follow suit. If I lie, my brothers and their families will not be able to. Empress Changsun immediately held Li Shimin's mouth. Your Majesty, be careful with your words. By the way, Li Shimin suddenly looked at Empress Changsun excitedly. Guanyin, I ate 2 kinds of exquisite delicacies today. This delicacy should only be in heaven, not ordinary in the world. Li Shimin knew very well that he had to change the topic quickly and must talk more, not giving the other party a chance to refute. Empress Chang soon smiled and covered her mouth. Your Majesty, you are bragging again. You told me a few days ago that you led 1,000 soldiers and rode an old horse to break through Hulao Pass. When you were excited yesterday, you talked about this again. 1,000 soldiers became 100 soldiers, and the old horse became a horse with a serious injury and no tail, and one leg was lame after not eating for 3 days. Li Shimin coughed dryly and blushed. Ahem, Guanyin, don't pay attention to these details. I really didn't brag. 2 dishes, one is called Mapo tofu, which is the tofu made by Huainan King Luan, and it is often served in the palace. There is another dish called dongpo pork. Tisk tisk, that taste. I clearly ate a few bowls of rice, but now every time I think of it, I feel the gluttony in my stomach. Empress Chang soon laughed, and her voice became light and floating. Hey, Your Majesty ate a delicious meal like a god, and drank a glass of wine. Just 1 glass of wine, and you got drunk. You said you didn't brag, but even the children in Chang'an wouldn't believe it. Your Majesty, you should take a rest first, I'll leave first. Anyway, I can't eat delicious food, and I can't drink that glass of wine. Empress Chang soon was weird, and Li Shimin couldn't sit still. Stop. Sit down. Li Shimin's face darkened. Sit down, listen to me. In the general's mansion, when Chang Yaojin woke up, it was already dark. He felt a little heavy, perhaps because his head was too big. Chang Yaojin let out a long breath, slowly stood up, and almost stumbled when his feet touched the ground. Hiss. This wine, Urquato, has some tricks. I just drank a glass. How embarrassing it would be if this gets out. No, this matter cannot be told to anyone, even if you kill me. Even if you tell it, you have to say that His Majesty drank a glass first, and there must be no less embarrassing things. Chang Yaojin had already thought about it in his heart. Wei Zhang was a scholar, and it was normal for him to fall down after 1 glass of alcohol, but we Chang Yaojin are different. He is a military general, eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls, just like a stubborn scholar. If he was knocked down after 1 glass of wine, it would be really embarrassing. Raising his head suddenly, Chang Yaojin saw a big forehead swaying in front of him. Hehe, Dad, I heard that you fell down after drinking a glass of wine. Chang Yaojin was already very angry, and when he saw Chang Kumo's face full of evil smiles, he was even more angry. What are you talking about, kid? Is your father that kind of person? When your father was drinking thousands of cups and not getting drunk at the banquet of His Majesty, you were still playing in the mud in the northeast corner of our house. Chang Kumo was not in a hurry. Apart from other things, it was Lu Renayuan who sent Chang Yaojin back, and he was an old acquaintance of Chang Kumo. Dad, don't be so stubborn. What's there to be ashamed of drinking 1 cup? Tomorrow, I will take you there and show you what it means to drink thousands of cups without getting drunk. Chang Kumo grinned and patted his chest. Chang Yaojin sighed. This child is getting more and more unruly. He doesn't know how to be diligent and hardworking. He wanders around all day long. He is almost becoming a street bully in Chang'an City and a disaster in the streets. Forget it, at most I can have a few more children. However, the Mapo tofu and dongpo pork are real. Chang Yaojin suddenly couldn't hold back his saliva. He had obviously eaten a lot, and that stuff was really delicious. But now when he thought about it, he began to feel restless all over. Dad, are you itchy? I'll scratch you with my horse spear. Chang Yaojin remained calm and silent. Facing his filial son, Chang Yaojin always spoke with actions. After a while, Chang Yaojin came out of the house alone, closed the door, tidied his clothes, and then clapped his hands and left with satisfaction. After a long time, a person trembled and walked out of the house. It was Chang Kumo who was beaten up. Chang Kumo covered his buttocks and grinned. No, I just said the truth. Why do you beat me so hard? It's over. I can't go to the brothel tonight. When the sun set, Wei Zhang woke up. His face was full of excitement. Husband, you're awake. Mrs. Pei sat by the bed and prepared hot water. Wei Zhang opened his eyes and suddenly felt infinite sorrow. He has been walking on thin ice in this life. He has changed his master 3 times. Others call him a slave of 3 surnames. But if I had a little better luck, would I still have to change my master? Others laugh at my weak will, and I laugh at others for not understanding historians, let alone unlucky people. These years have been too tiring. I was optimistic about Li Mi, but Li Mi ran away. I was optimistic about Prince Jiancheng, but Prince Jiancheng fell. Wei Zhang sometimes wondered if it was possible that God was targeting him, so he changed. He became more frugal, stricter, sharper, and less afraid of death. He left no room for character, and was strict with himself and others in morality. No more pretending, I'll show my cards. I want to go down in history, but this is too tiring. Walking on the edge of the emperor's wrath is like a hunter who is always between the tiger's comfortable groan and angry roar, trembling and treading on thin ice. Madam, what time is it now? The sun has just set. My husband, you are drunk. Drink some water and take a rest. Wei Zhang's eyes were red. He looked at the woman in front of him. This girl from the wealthy Pei family in Hedong had followed him for many years. She was dressed simply and had patches on her clothes. She had never been satisfied with her food and drink, but she had no complaints. Wei Zhang was angry. He was angry that he only cared about his reputation, but forgot that he could endure hardships, but should his family suffer with him? Madam, I'm fine. Come on, go out with me. I'll take you to eat delicious food. Pei was suspicious for a moment, then her eyes were rippling and misty in an instant. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. She was a woman who understood the righteousness and knew the measure and etiquette. My husband, the child is asleep. If you are hungry, I will go to cook. Wei Zhang felt sad and opened the box on the bedside. This was his few savings. Today, with a plate of mapo tofu and a bowl of dongpo pork, Wei Zhang realized the true meaning of life. The smell of fireworks in the world is the most soothing to the hearts of ordinary people. Madam, let's go out to eat and bring some back for the children. Those two delicacies are really delicious. I want you to try them and don't want to wait a moment. Pei frowned. Husband, there is not much money left at home. It doesn't matter. Wei Zhang, didn't understand before, but now I understand. If there is not enough money, sell the things rewarded by His Majesty, and use the gold rewarded by His Majesty. I also use the silk I earned from annotating books in the court. From today on, Wei Zhang will no longer let madam and children suffer. Pei was stunned. She has never been a woman who asks too much, but seeing Wei Zhang like this, she is even more curious. The general who sent Wei Zhang back just now seemed to be Lu Renayuan. He only said that Wei Shizhong accompanied His Majesty and Cheng Yaojin to drink and got drunk. Why did her husband change so much in just one meal? Wei Zhang probably didn't know what was going on. Wei Zhang adjusted the jade talisman and took Pei out. The curfew hadn't started yet, and the business today seemed to be average. Only the court trio came. Yaya, who had eaten her fill, lay on her own small bed, and Dazwang was shaking the small wooden bed beside her. Squeak, squeak. Master, I'm hungry again. Lucian smiled. Dazwang, do you want to drink? Dazwang looked at Lucian blankly, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he shook his head. Master, no, I can't eat delicious food after drinking. Lucian was stunned for a moment. No, why are you so persistent? Can't you sleep after drinking and eat tomorrow morning? Yaya can eat 3 bowls of rice and a dish for 1 meal, and Dazwang can eat 10 bowls of rice and 3 dishes for 1 meal. Lucian felt like crying while laughing. Fortunately, the system appeared, otherwise how could he live? Dezhuang, I'm just free, go to the backyard and get that piece of wood and the file. Master, are you going to cook something delicious? I'll do the chopping. That thing isn't firewood. When it comes to food, Dezhuang reacts faster than anyone else. When it comes to other things, no matter how hard Dezhuang tries, he can't react. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Then, Lucian saw a familiar face. Isn't this the old Wei from today, Wei Zhang? Little shopkeeper, 2 servings of mapo tofu and 2 servings of dongpo pork. Eat 1 here and take 1 away. Wei Zhang walked in, supported Pei, and said to Lucian with a smile, throwing a purse with exactly 500 coins in it, which Wei Zhang had already counted. Lucian was stunned, stood up and bowed with a smile. The guests are here again. It seems that they like the dishes I cook very much. In this case, please wait a moment. Dezhuang, chop wood. Dezhuang scratched his head. Master, you just said that thing is not firewood. Now it is. Soon, the whole kitchen of Datang Hotel began to be filled with fragrance. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the light in the sky could no longer be seen. When the hot and fragrant mapo tofu and dongpo pork were served, Wei Zhang could not wait to open the lid. As soon as he touched the lid, Wei Zhang felt a burning sensation on his hand and pulled his hand back. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Don't worry, my guest, I'll do it. Wei Zhang licked his face and smiled. The little shopkeeper's hands don't look like they are working hard, but they are not afraid of the heat. I admire you. This is my wife. Today, I ate this mapo tofu and dongpo pork, and I felt very comfortable all over my body. It would be unreasonable for me to enjoy such delicious food alone. When Lu Xian heard it, he understood that Wei Zhang was worried about his wife. It turned out to be my sister-in-law, my son Lu Xian. Opening the lid of the mapo tofu and dongpo pork casually, Pei's eyes were filled with indescribable spirit in an instant. At this time, Wei Zhang secretly looked at Lu Xian, raised his head proudly, and looked very arrogant. Madam, come, try this, mapo tofu. Madam, it's delicious, come and try this dongpo pork. Wei Zhang was very attentive, and changed his previous stern face as if everyone owed him a penny. This scene made Lu Xian a little stunned. Was Wei Zhang in history like this? He said he was iron-faced and impartial, and he said he would fight against the intestines, the king of hell, the sky, the earth, and even the ants on the ground. Pei tasted it in small bites at first. After all, she was a lady of the imperial family, and she had to pay attention to her image. If she went out before curfew and couldn't get back, it would definitely be very troublesome. After eating 2 bites carefully, Pei couldn't sit still. On the one hand, she hadn't eaten for a day, and seeing Wei Zhang drunk and unconscious, she was worried. On the other hand, this is too delicious. Yaya, who was asleep, rubbed her eyes and poked her head out. I want to eat more. Pei's face was slightly red, and she wiped her mouth. She ate too fast just now and lost her composure. Husband, I have never heard of or seen such dishes. I only know that this mapo tofu uses tofu. What kind of meat is used for this dongpo pork? Wei Zhang scratched his head when he heard it. How could he know what the ingredients were? Lu Xian smiled faintly. Madam, dongpo pork uses pork. Mr. Pei frowned and remained silent. Wei Zhang was confused and his face was stiff. Outside the door, something heavy seemed to fall to the ground. Bang! Then a rough voice came. Little shopkeeper, tell me, what kind of meat is used for dongpo meat? Who is this voice if it's not Cheng Yaojin? Behind Cheng Yaojin stood a man with a darker complexion. He looked like he had been exposed to wind and sun for many years, and his face was covered with ridges and grooves, but he was extremely hale and hearty. We spent so much money, and you actually gave us pork. Little shopkeeper, what do you mean? There is a saying in Chang'an that the royal carp bites the Jin family's cattle. This means that there will always be 1 or 2 less carp in the royal family. No one in the world is allowed to eat carp, but who eats the ones thrown away in the palace? The laws of the Tang dynasty stipulate that beef is not allowed to be eaten. After all, cattle are tools and indispensable for people's farming. If beef is allowed to be eaten, will the cattle of the Tang dynasty really be enough to eat? Only cows that died of illness or accidents seemed to be reported and could barely be eaten. Cheng Yaojin's family often reported to Chang'an County that their cattle seemed to be of poor breed or the feng shui of the cattle shed was not good. They always went crazy, fell ill, and even jumped from upstairs. The Chang'an County magistrate couldn't understand why the cows went up to the 3rd-story attic to look at the stars. He didn't dare to think about it either. Only now did Lu Xian see clearly what had fallen to the ground. They were 2 huge axes. The cold light shone. The moon was bright tonight. Not long after the sun set, the moon secretly crawled out from the clouds. The sharp blades of the 2 axes shone on them, sending chills down the back. When Dezhuang saw the axe, he was a little obsessed. Master, the axe can chop wood. Lu Xian waved his hand. Dazhuang, those are the guests' things, we can't take them. Lu Xian slowly walked over, picked up the 2 giant axes, and looked at them in his hands. The axe blades were extremely sharp and still neat. At first glance, they looked like peerless weapons. There were also some pitted lines on the axes, which seemed to be it was left with holes by other weapons during the war. Yes, it's a good thing. Guest, your weapons. Lu Xian handed it to Cheng Yaojin lightly without noticing that at this moment, the faces of Cheng Yaojin and the dark-faced man behind Cheng Yaojin began to twitch. Little shopkeeper. The voices started to get louder. Lu Xian smiled and held his hands towards Cheng Yaojin. There are so many delicious things in this world. Pork is both fat and thin, and there are many ways to make it. It's a pity that the Tang dynasty is known as the Celestial Kingdom, and there are chefs everywhere, but they don't even know how to cook pork. There's no way to make it taste better, which is a pity. Dongpo pork is a recipe I created myself. What do the guests think? Is it delicious? Cheng Yaojin swallowed. Cheng Yaojin wasn't angry at all, mainly because he had a loud voice. At that moment, he saw Lucien's seemingly frail and scholarly body, and he picked up the 2 mountain axes in his hands lightly, without even taking a breath. For a moment, Cheng Yaojin's heart trembled a few times. In order to show off, he hired someone to make these 2 axes and kept them at home, taking them with him when he was drinking and bragging. But on weekdays, Cheng Yaojin didn't even want to touch these axes. Without him, an axe weighs 80 pounds. Wei Zhang was stroking his beard and looking at everyone with a smile. Hey, Lao Cheng, you're here too. I'm going back first, the curfew is about to begin. Wei Zhang pulled Ms. Pei, carried the packed box, turned around and walked outside. Wei Zhang had just taken a few breaths when he heard the sound of drums on the street. After 300 blasts, it will naturally be curfew time. Yaya climbed out of the crib at some point, got behind Lucian, and looked at Cheng Yaojin holding the axe, with tears in her eyes. Ah, he is so scary. Cheng Yaojin licked his face, put away the axe in embarrassment, and grinned. It doesn't matter, hee hee, it scared the kid. Today when I was bragging with Yu Qigong, I accidentally knocked him down after mentioning a glass of wine. Yu Qigong was naturally unconvinced and threatened to drink 300 glasses. The 2 of them took the axe and the money and went out to show off tonight at the Datang hotel. At this time, Cheng Yaojin put the axe aside. Little shopkeeper, please have 2 of your 2 dishes today. Let me have a bottle of wine first. I haven't had enough fun today. While Cheng Yaojin was speaking, he had already taken out the money bag and put it into Lucian's hand. Lucian took the money bag, handed it to the 2 of them, and then entered the kitchen. At this time, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong saw Lucian entering, and then their heads came together. Did you see that he is born with divine power? It's so strong. I saw that boy picked it up without any effort. It's scary. It's scary. The corners of Yu Qigong's mouth trembled. Fortunately, we were born early. Such a person would have been just another Qin Shibao at our time. But Lao Cheng, I'm not telling you, don't your family members say they don't eat pork? Why suddenly? Cheng Yaojin waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, Yu Qigong, don't talk nonsense or spread rumors. I don't eat those unpalatable pork. In the early days, have you forgotten, we were so hungry that we stole a pig from someone else's house? Good guy, although it was just to satisfy our hunger, I vomited for half a month. Just as the 2 of them were looking at me and I looking at you, a milky voice came. Yaya stood on the bench, with her hands on her waist, staring at the 2 people with vigilance. Are you here to bully I? Yu Qigong was stunned, fumbling in his sleeves for a long time, and finally took out a box. This is the little toy he bought for Yu Qi today, and there is a rattle inside. Little sister, we don't look like bad people. We are here to give you a gift. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. When the rattle sounded, Yu Qigong thought that the little girl would put away her vigilance and jump happily. After all, his own children are like this. But Yaya just took a look and turned her head away. I said that you can't take things from strangers. Cheng Yaojin smiled and stroked his beard. Not bad, not bad, the little girl has personality. This father and daughter are not simple. One is a little devil who is not tempted, and the other is obviously full of supernatural power, but is willing to be a cook. If such a talent is obtained by Zoe, wouldn't it be? Now is the time when Datang is short of talents. Oh, you 2 are here too. The voice outside the door almost made Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong stumble. The person who came was none other than Li Shimin. Your Majesty. Master, why are you here? Li Shimin looked outside the door and said with a smile, I am a little dissatisfied today. I want to eat something good, is that not okay? Where's the little shopkeeper? I want to take some copies back to my family. Li Shimin sat directly in the center with his big golden sword, and saw Cheng Yaojin's big axe at a glance. Lao Cheng, the security in Chang'an is pretty good, right? There haven't been any thieves causing trouble at night recently, right? Cheng Yaojin nodded. This is Chang'an, Jinryu Guard, Ziyuao Guard, and other guards are on duty all night. How can anyone dare to cause trouble? Even if a small number of people did something, they would probably be caught within 3 days. The Tang dynasty lacked everything except strong men who could solve the case. Then why did you come out with an axe? Is it possible that you are going to cause trouble today? Li Shimin laughed evilly. This was a little joke between the emperor and his ministers. Since ancient times, there have been many stern kings and many kind kings, but there are not many kings who can get along well with civil servants and generals. There are not many emperors like Li Shimin who can defeat the Weizhang in 55% of the civil war and 50% of the famous generals in the early Tang dynasty with force. Cheng Yaojin stood up quickly. He knew that His Majesty's joke was not random. He must have known something and was prepared. Master, Hey, Lao Cheng, don't be so formal. Don't scare the child. Look, the little one is scared. Cheng Yaojin looked back at Lu Xian's daughter, the little girl named Yaya. Well, her big eyes were staring at him, seeming to be interested in his dark beard. Where is the fear in this? Uncle, you have a lot of beard, why doesn't I have a beard? Cheng Yaojin leaned down, picked up Yaya, and swept Yaya's face twice with his beard. Uncle's beard is not only thick, but also thorny. Are you afraid? He. I thought Yaya would be frightened and cry immediately, but Cheng Yaojin waited for a long time and didn't wait until she burst into tears. Turning around, he saw that the little girl in his arms was looking at him with disgust. Uncle, your beard smells not good. At the Datang hotel, bursts of laughter erupted at night. In the kitchen, De Zhuang ran over and presented a bag of copper coins. Then he talked and gestured and finally made it clear. Newcomers also need 2 portions, one to eat here and one to take away. Master, they are drinking. Have you been paid? Lu Xian immediately became alert when he heard that they were drinking. That porcelain bottle of Urquioto was what they had left over from today's drink, but since they didn't say they wanted more, it was new. If they wanted to drink it, they had to pay for it. De Zhuang nodded. Lu Xian let out a long breath. What's wrong with the emperor? I didn't say I knew your identity. Do you know that I knew your identity? Even if you know that I know your identity, I don't admit that I know that you know that I know your identity. Hehe. Get out of the pot. In the main hall, Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin and the others with a smile. Today, the guest officer surnamed Wei came over and ordered 2 portions, one to eat and one to take away. Although this mapo tofu is good, don't be greedy for too much. Hearing this, Li Shimin said nothing, greeted Yaya, and sat on the bench in front of him. Lu Xian immediately said to Yaya, Yaya, the guest invites you, but you must not be rude. Go to bed quickly. If you don't sleep well, you will not grow taller. Yaya pouted, holding the rattle given to her by Yu Qigong, and walked towards the backyard. Li Shimin smiled. Little shopkeeper, I see no one is around. How nice would it be for you to sit down with me and have a chat? In the night, the fire in the main hall slowly lit up, the autumn wind was cold, and the mapo tofu dongpo pork, accompanied by the sound of sucking, was extremely loud on the street. Little shopkeeper, I've seen your restaurant open for a long time. Why is it reopening today? Cheng Yaojin suddenly asked. He is a frequent visitor to the West Market, mainly because there are many delicious foods in the West Market. The East Market is too luxurious and there is nothing worthy of praise and delicious food. Lu Xian was young and sat aside with a smile. Haven't you heard that the Holy Emperor has pardoned 300 death row prisoners? This is a big deal and everyone in Chang'an knows about it. Everyone is tired from watching the excitement, so naturally they want to come and have something to eat, right? Lu Xian poured Urquioto for the 3 of them. The moment the porcelain bottle was opened, the aroma of wine overflowed. Although it was not the first time for Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin to drink Urquioto, even though they had made preparations, they still felt that the greed in their bodies could not be suppressed at this moment. Yu Qigong's eyes widened and twitched, and his nose almost touched the mouth of the Urquioto bottle. Lu Xian, who had particularly outstanding chemistry skills before traveling through time, almost blurted out, he should gently fan a small amount of air into his nostrils with his hands. Li Shimin nodded, remembering Yaya just now, and asked again, Little shopkeeper, I think you are young, only 15 or 16 years old. A man from the Tang dynasty has just gotten married at this time. Why do you have a wife? What about such a big kid? Yaya looks like she is 4 years old. A 4-year-old child looks young no matter how young she is. Li Shimin was very curious. Lu Xian looked dignified and behaved well. Although he claimed to be a chef, he had a sense of freedom and ease when walking, sitting, or lying down. This, hey. Lu Xian held his hands towards the three of them and sighed, Yaya is a miserable child. In the 4th year of Zhenguan, I had a brother who grew up with me. He went to the battlefield and was shot by a poisonous arrow of the Turks while chasing the Turks. It was a pity that my sister-in-law, who was carrying a 1-year-old girl, fell ill after hearing the bad news. He passed away in less than a year, and Yaya was entrusted to me. In the Tang dynasty, a woman with a child could be said to be an orphan and a widow, but a man, still a young man, or even a teenager, with a 4-year-old daughter, this scene would make anyone think a little more. Li Shiman's face was serious. So there was such a story behind it? This Lu Xian was affectionate and righteous. If he was not a young man with a pure heart, how could he become a person entrusted with an orphan? Thinking of this, Li Shiman couldn't help but touch his beard. The people of the Tang dynasty are kind and simple, and I, Li Shiman, am lucky. This young man, young and capable. Cheng Yaojin suddenly said, young shopkeeper, didn't you go to watch the fun today? Yu Qigong was stunned. There were 3 fools among the military commanders in Chang'an, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Niu Jinda. Among them, Yu Qigong insisted on reading every day, but he only knew a few more words than Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda. What's more, Niu Jinda also had a father who was a chief clerk in his early years. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, he quickly realized that old Cheng had said the wrong thing. Lu Xian smiled and looked at the 3 people, these 300 people, if the current emperor lets them go, will they dare not come back? Do you really think that the Jinwu Guard and the Ziyuao Guard are just eating dry food? As soon as he heard this, a black line suddenly appeared on Li Shiman's forehead, and his eyes were so cold that he felt cold. But Cheng Yaojin was very excited at the moment, and his big eyes were full of curiosity. Oh, little shopkeeper, what do you say? Yu Qigong on the side poked Cheng Yaojin and secretly reminded him to pay attention. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yaojin frowned and stared at Yu Qigong in confusion. What did you stab me with? Lu Xian looked at the 3 people and pondered for a moment. If a Datang hotel wants to gain a foothold in Chang'an, it must not only rely on its own sign. Someone still has to pull the tiger's skin and pull the banner, and the 3 people in front of him are the best candidates. Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and other military generals, as long as they can outdrink them, and give them a surprise, within a month, they will probably become regular guests of Datang Hotel. Wei Zhang. The Wei Zhang I saw in the evening seemed to be different from the Wei Zhang in the morning. Let's start with the Pei family. As for Li Shiman, this is the most important person. If you want Li Shiman to be frightened and become his confidant, you have to say something that touches your heart. Thinking of this, Lu Xian remained calm and sighed, it's difficult to be a saint today. As the saying goes, once you are a king, you will be miserable for hundreds of years. The sound of wind and rain, the sound of reading, can be heard in my ears. I worry about everything at home, state, and world affairs. These 300 prisoners on death row, do you really think that the Holy One is willing to let them go? Doesn't the Holy One know what their character is like? There is no way. The number of death row prisoners in the Tang dynasty is increasing year by year. The laws are strict and enforced, which is bound to be detrimental to the people. Now is the time to recuperate and recuperate. The people must have confidence in their hearts. Your Majesty's move can lead to a benevolent governance of the country and retreat. It can appease the people and accomplish many things with one action, which is very clever. Lu Xian glanced at the 3 of them, especially when he looked at Li Shiman. He knew he was safe. After the 2nd grade boy became the emperor, he became the middle-aged 2nd grader. Even until his death, he was still a middle-class soul. Li Shiman was very satisfied with this statement and straightened his back. He was criticized by Wei Zhang every day, and sometimes he lost his self-confidence. When he heard Lu Xian say this today, it was really like this. For a moment, Li Shiman was ecstatic. At this moment, it was hard to find a soulmate. He held the wine glass and wanted to have sex with Lu Xian. Besides, these 300 death row prisoners know that they cannot hide from His Majesty's eyes. Your Majesty gives them the opportunity to go back to fulfill their filial piety and appease their families. This is the virtue of living a good life, and they understand it. They cannot escape. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he looked at Lu Xian with a smile. Young shopkeeper, you are very insightful. Today I saw shock and emotion on the faces of the prisoners on death row. Hey, I heard that Cheng Zhija, the Duke of the Tang dynasty, wrote a letter to the Holy Emperor, and that's why His Majesty's amnesty was granted today. What do you think? Yu Qigong rolled his eyes and went to eat something delicious. With delicious food in front of you, how can you still hold it back? I cannot hold it in? Li Shimin glared at Cheng Yaojin. You old Cheng, who are you praising the little shopkeeper? Praise me? What are you interrupting? These generals are good at everything. They usually do their job well, but they always like to interrupt. I don't know where they learned it. That's a good question. To be honest, the prison is not enough. If nothing else, Jing Ziyin imprisoned a lot of thieves and desperados last year. These 300 people are relatively light. Also, if you see them crying, that's not touching. In order to make their families feel better, they have worked hard this year. Some people opened their doors to do business, and some went to Jialan Temple to borrow money to make up for their families. I guess it's all if you sign a document that will bring harm to your family, the government will be fair and children will not be bullied. If you die, you will not only gain a good reputation, but your family will not suffer. It's better now, it's too late for them to cry. Kukikiko. De Zhuang on the side was squatting in the corner and picking at the cracks in the bricks with a small stick. He couldn't hold it anymore. Ha ha ha. Kukiko. Master, they are crying in a hurry. Ha ha ha. Lucian hurriedly scolded. Da Zhuang, you are playing your own game. Don't mind, you three. De Zhuang is also a miserable man. In the early years, when my parents were still alive, I picked up an orphaned child. At that time, the child's whole body was very hot. Maybe he became an idiot after a serious illness. Ugh. Yu Qigong lowered his head and did nothing, just immersed himself in eating. Don't tell me, this mapo tofu is very refreshing and makes your body warm. Dongpo pork is a good thing. The shopkeeper said it is made from pork, and pork can be so delicious. Cheng Yaojin showed a bit of embarrassment on his face, licked his face and smiled. He looked innocent and harmless, like a timid person who was afraid of violence and condemnation. He looked extremely honest no matter how he looked at it. If Lucian hadn't known the name of the Demon King Cheng Yaojin and knew that this man was Cheng Yaojin, he might have been deceived by this innocent-looking smile. Without saying a word, Li Shimin picked up the wine glass and drank it. Drink it all in one gulp. The next moment, a hot feeling rushed straight to his forehead, but this time, Li Shimin didn't feel like he did in the morning. He held on and did not get drunk. Cheng Yaojin's heart jumped into his throat. Master, how are you? Yu Qigong looked at Cheng Yaojin with a smile. His eyes seemed to say, are you fucking lying? Your Majesty is obviously in good health, but you said he fainted after just one glass of wine? I do not believe. Whatever I do, I'll do it, and I'll do it, and I'll give you a show in a while. What is Dionysian? Lucian smiled and reassured, this Urquioto is richer than any other wine in the Tang dynasty, and is beyond the control of ordinary people. The first time, it's always a bit fast, and a little pain is normal. After 3 or 5 times, some of you may start to feel that it's not enough. Li Shimin frowned. His words sounded fine, but something was wrong. He seemed to be talking about drinking, but also seemed to be talking about other things. Cheng Yaojin took a long breath. It turned out to be the truth. No wonder I usually sleep all day and all night when I'm drunk, but today I woke up in just 2 or 3 hours. What the shopkeeper said makes sense. Hehe, I can't help it a long time ago. Ziliu. Cheng Yaojin took a swig and looked at Yu Qigong with pleasure. Although his throat was burning and his whole body was hot, he could not lose the battle. Yu Qigong smiled evilly, not willing to admit defeat. Master, old Cheng, you are showing your shame. Although this is my first time drinking this wine, 1 glass will not stop me. Haha. Head up and down. Bang! Hearty laughter floated in the Datang hotel late at night. Look, the shopkeeper told me to be careful when drinking for the first time. It's good for you, but you don't believe it. Li Shimin stroked his beard. Little shopkeeper, have you ever studied? While talking, he poured Lucian a drink. Li Shimin was observing that such a young man could actually see through his own thoughts about the 300 prisoners on death row. If there was no intentional person behind it, it must be a piece of jade. His parents died, leaving him an orphan. He was so hated by God that he was a good child. Lucian cupped his hands and said, thank you very much, guest. I think I've read the book. If according to the standards of the Tang dynasty, I should not be considered to have read a book. After all, the things I learned, under the standards of this era, can only be regarded as fancy skills at best. broad but not deep. Duo is a good candidate for craftsman. But saying that I haven't read it seems a bit hypocritical. After all, after being influenced by 5,000 years of culture, the amount of knowledge will be somewhat different. The amount of information received by a person in 1 year in later generations is almost equivalent to the information received by a person in a lifetime during the Tang dynasty. Even if you are bold, 1 day for some people is worth a lifetime for some ancients. There is a saying that says that any emperor in ancient times looks upon the children of future generations as if they were gods. There is a gap in the times. Li Shimin is the person standing at the highest point in the ditch. Although Lu Xian is standing at a high place and at the foot of the mountain, he is still at a height that is unreachable in this era. Li Shimin touched his beard, thoughtfully. Having read books, he is so polite, knowledgeable, and has good craftsmanship, which is not bad. These days, what is most lacking is talent. Li Shimin made a bold statement: all the talented people in the world can be found. Now a few years have passed, and the wealthy noble families with 5 surnames and 7 hopes have attracted a large number of talents, but Li Shimin is the only one who is helpless and depressed. The young shopkeeper is young, why don't he study hard, seek fame and serve the country? The sage said that it is a pity for a gentleman to be far away from the kitchen. Li Shimin was testing Lu Xian's attitude. When Lu Xian heard this, he already had a countermeasure in mind. Only a fool wants to be an official, right? It is indeed not difficult to be an official these days, but in ancient times, few officials could die well. Let alone, what is wrong with being a cook? Hey, the guest said something wrong. It seems that you should have made great achievements in Chang'an and become a leader among people. You are doing business in Datang, I am working as a cook in Datang, and Dezhuang is counting ants in Datang. We both have a bright future. Besides, as the ancients said, governing a big country is like cooking a small dish. Even if he is as powerful as the current sage, who is unparalleled in governing the country and knows every detail, does he dare to say that he can cook? These words directly hit Li Shimin's throat. For a moment, Li Shimin was speechless. Yes, governing a big country is like cooking small dishes, but I don't know how to cook. Isn't he contradicting himself? Cheng Yejin on the side poured another glass of wine. Hey, a glass of Urquado will make you choke to tears. Come on, sir, let's have a drink. Li Shimin was just about to open his mouth to continue discussing with Lu Xian, but Cheng Yejin forced him to start drinking. On an autumn night in the Tang dynasty, 2 people were holding a man, walking unsteadily on Zuk Street, running rampant. Not far behind, several yawning shadows followed closely, but they always kept a certain distance, not too far, otherwise they would lose the protection of the target, and not too close, as it would make the target of protection angry. Lu Renayuan's stomach growled and his whole body felt bad. His Majesty and the 2 generals enjoyed a good meal, and he was like a bamboo pole in the cold night, but the northwest wind forced him to drink enough. Looking back at the direction of West Market, Datang Hotel, Lu Xian, Lu Renayuan silently wrote down these 2 names. After seeing off the guests, Dezhuang went straight into his room and began to fall asleep, snoring loudly. Under the dim light, Lu Xian counted the money on his body. Today, the court trio came twice, together with Captain Qi Gong, and paid 2,750 cash back and forth. After deducting the money they spent on drinks and ingredients and seasonings, they made a net profit of 2,600 cash. It cost nearly 100 yuan to prepare food for Yaya and Dezhuang. There are about 2,500 coins left. Lu Xian let out a long breath. This is how money is made? The moonlight outside the window was extremely bright, shining on the windowsill as if covered with a layer of silver frost. The cold wind blew, and Lu Xian covered Yaya with a quilt, then blew out the lamp and prepared to rest. Tell me, will the big bad wolf come looking for Yaya at night? Lu Xian's face darkened. Yesterday, in order to coax Yaya to sleep, he told a story about the big bad wolf, and Yaya remembered it immediately. If Yaya doesn't sleep, the big bad wolf will probably come. In an instant, Yaya's voice became tense. The big bad wolf can't get in. If you don't sleep, the big bad wolf will learn to open the door. But, will I beat the big bad wolf away? Lu Xian smiled and touched Yaya's head. If Yaya closes her eyes and goes to sleep quickly, the big bad wolf is coming, and I will knock the big bad wolf flying to the moon with one punch. But, you said there is Sister Chang'e and a little rabbit on the moon. Sister Changi is so beautiful and the little rabbit is so cute. Could the big bad wolf? In the world of children, there are always 100,000 whys. After struggling for a long time, Yaya finally fell asleep out of curiosity. She clenched her fists while sleeping, her expression was nervous, and there were beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. I don't know if I dreamed of something scary. When the first ray of sunlight shone in the courtyard in the morning, Lucien was awakened by a knock on the door. Open the door, open the door. There are thieves in the West Market. The government is conducting a routine inspection. Lucien sighed, rubbed his eyes and got up. There are too many such things. Today's public security in Datang is not as good as Cheng Yaojin said, nor is it as peaceful as Li Shimin thought. West Market is a place where all kinds of people gather, rich in money, and all kinds of people show their talents. If Chang'an East Market is a place where the rich gather and spend money, then West Market is a paradise for ordinary people, a holy place for businessmen from all over the world, and a place of pilgrimage for foreigners from all over the world in Chang'an. When Lucien opened the door, he saw 3 soldiers. As soon as he entered the door, the soldier waved his hand. Where is the public verification? Where is the wooden talisman? The Tang Dynasty Hotel is located at the junction of Liquanfang and West Market, where foreigners gather. Liquanfang is even more crowded with foreigners such as Persian Mansion, as well as Nestorian, Zoroastrian, and Manichin followers, where all kinds of people gather. Under the sun, there must be shadows, and the Tang Dynasty is no exception. The soldier looked for a long time, looked at Lucien, and threw the wooden talisman over, but frowned slightly when he looked at the public verification. Why didn't you call it Datang Restaurant before? Have you reported it? Do you have the approval document from Chang'an County? Lucien was stunned. Yes, he had a sudden idea and forgot about it. In ancient times, Datang was not a place without law. If you change the name of a restaurant at will, you will be fined. Just when Lucien was about to speak to smooth things over, a voice came. I know this place, no need to check. A man in armor walked in slowly. The man was not very old, in his 20s, with an extraordinary demeanor, sharp eyes, and a pair of eyebrows like a beard. No, it should be a beard, like eyebrows. This reminded Lucien of Lu Xiaofeng with 4 eyebrows. Little shopkeeper, I heard that you have delicious food here. Are you here to eat for free? It's impossible to eat for free unless you pay. Business people always face some strange problems. It has been like this since ancient times. Among the scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, merchants have the lowest status. Any petty official in the capital city can't afford to offend him, and taking bribes is commonplace. Therefore, merchants who can survive must not only take their own interests quickly and accurately in the rough competition, but also protect their hands before the knives of those above fall. Only in this way can they make a steady profit. But it doesn't work here with Lucien. Mapo tofu, 50 wen per serving, dongpo pork, 200 wen per serving. Lucien's voice was calm, and he looked at the general indifferently. You know, I have helped you a lot, otherwise your shop would be closed today. That's what you want, I didn't ask you to help. Lucien folded his arms and looked at the general in front of him coldly. That's all. Lu Renayuan, never force anyone. Serve the food quickly. While speaking, Lu Renayuan untied a bag from his waist, took out 2 strings of copper coins, and put them on the table. I didn't sleep all night last night because I was thinking about these things. Since His Majesty didn't leave the palace today, Lu Renayuan brought people out directly to satisfy his cravings. Lucien put away the money with a smile, but he was still a little surprised. Why did he meet people who were in history books these 2 days? Who is Lu Renayuan? After all, he fought with wild beasts with his bare hands. But how did he know that there was delicious food here? A moment later, when the dishes were served, Lu Renayuan's body suddenly shook, and his eyes were sharp. In an instant, Lucien felt that a real dry food soul appeared in front of him. Lu Renayuan seemed to have never eaten before. He didn't want to waste the rice in his mouth at all, and the juice in the plate was not spared. Even when he was excited, he started to lick the plate directly. He poured a bowl of rice into the dongpo pork casserole, stirred it evenly, and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate it all in no time. In front of real food, what is reserved? When the juice and rice in the casserole were clean, Lu Renayuan picked up the kettle beside him, poured some hot water, and then gently shook the casserole, his eyes shining. Looking at the dots of oil and water floating on the water, Lu Renayuan raised his head like a tiger. The way he ate scared Lu Xian, as if every bit of food was squeezed dry. Burp. After a burp, Lu Renayuan nodded and patted his stomach. Eat every meal as if it were your last, and don't be afraid of being stuffed to death. This is my experience when I was fighting. Shopkeeper, do you know why you are conducting such a strict inspection today? Isn't it a routine inspection? In Chang'an City, inspections are conducted every once in a while, and the time is uncertain, maybe 3 days, 5 days, or 7 days. Lu Xian didn't even think about it. Haha, it's not that simple. Lu Renayuan smiled mysteriously. Shopkeeper, the princess is going out today. When Lu Renayuan left, he left a sign, saying that in future inspections, it doesn't matter whether the shop name is registered or not. Lu Xian looked at the sign, which had the 3 characters Jinwuvai written on it. Princess? There are so many princesses in the Tang dynasty, and it's none of my business if they go out. Just don't impose martial law in the West Market, come here to eat more when you have nothing to do, and be less suspicious, and thank God. Coming out of the Tang dynasty hotel, Lu Renayuan smacked his lips as he walked. What a young man who is neither humble nor arrogant. When His Majesty mentioned this man last night, he was quite appreciative and praised him generously. It's a pity that such delicious food can only be tasted today. In the past few years, I really lived in vain. Get closer to this young man in the future. The one who His Majesty looks at differently must be extraordinary. Just these 2 dishes alone, I'm afraid he can walk sideways in Chang'an. The streets of Zixi quickly regained their former vitality after routine inspections. At the end of the street, a handsome and thin scholar walked slowly on the street with a folding fan in his hand, looking around curiously. Behind him, the book boy following him was also very handsome with bright eyes. Sir, we sneaked out like this, the master won't be angry, right? Ahem, don't think too much when you go out to play. The handsome scholar and his book boy are Li Lizi and the maid dressed as men. In normal times, if the princes and princesses want to come out, they must apply to the palace in advance. I don't know how much effort it takes, but Li Lizi doesn't need to. In the whole Chang'an, no, in the whole Tang dynasty, everyone knows that the most beloved of His Majesty is Princess Chang'an. Walking on the streets of the West Market, the little maid was very excited, looking here and there from time to time. There were dazzling utensils of the Hu people, glass accessories, rouge with strange fragrance, and all kinds of snacks. The crowded crowd came and went, with different faces. This was completely different from the West Market described by those people in the palace. But Li Lizi was just curious, but not moved at all. The place she was looking for was the Tang Dynasty restaurant. When the emperor came back last night, he was drunk. It was obviously very late, but he asked her to eat together. Li Lizi half believed and half doubted, and went to Ganlu Hall with her mother, and then she smelled a smell that she would never forget in her life. Last night, she had a beautiful dream, and she ate mapo tofu and dongpo pork in her dream. In the palace, day after day, year after year, the palace maid's light gauze was replaced by warm robes, and the warm robes were replaced by light gauze. After a long time, it was boring. My father said that the palace was home. But no matter how good the home is, you have to go out, right? Li Lizi was not a canary in a cage. She decided to sneak out of the palace early in the morning to see why the Datang restaurant could make such delicious food. Sir, we have walked through the West Market twice. Where is the Datang restaurant? The little maid couldn't find the Datang restaurant and began to get impatient. Li Lizi was not in a hurry either. She smiled and looked in the direction of Liquanfang. If there is no Datang restaurant in the West Market, it must be at the intersection. The only place that intersects with Datang Fang is Liquanfang. In the main hall, Lu Xian was teaching Dazwang to recognize words. If people don't know, but don't get angry, isn't it a gentleman? Dazwang and Yaya sat on a small bench, shaking their heads and chanting along. Learning to read should start from childhood. Although Dazwang is older, he should also learn it. What does this mean? Lu Xian asked. Yaya scratched her little head, and Dazwang scratched his big head. Suddenly, Dazwang's voice came, Master, I know. Confucius is so powerful, he must have said that someone didn't know my name, but I didn't get angry, which is already very gentlemanly. Lu Xian didn't react for a while. Looking at Dazwang's honest and sincere eyes, Lu Xian felt that Dazwang should have just been closed by God, but he might have given him an arsenal. After all, What is the Analects? It is a record of Confucius' words and deeds. In De Zhuang's eyes, the simple and rough understanding made Lucian laugh and cry. Yaya excitedly swung the unique braid on her head. Confucius must be very good at fighting, right? Children speak without restraint, Lucian reminded himself. Puff. There was a chuckle outside the door, which seemed to have been held back for a long time. Lucian turned his head and saw two figures. It didn't matter when he saw them, he almost laughed out loud. How come the men in the Tang dynasty are more like women than women? Or do these two women not know that they are just pretending to be men? When Li Lizi found the Datang hotel, she heard the sound of reading aloud inside. Curious, she looked out for a long time. The reason why she didn't come in was mainly because when she saw Lucian's face for the first time, Li Lizi's face turned red unconsciously. No other reason, just handsome. In Li Lizi's eyes, the most heroic men she had ever seen were probably her eldest brother and third brother. One of the two royal brothers was the crown prince of the dynasty. Although he had some diseases on his feet, he was handsome, and the third brother Li Ke was even more handsome. Li Lizi had also seen a few of the young heroes that her father usually talked about, the so-called young generation in Chang'an, Chang Kumo, Chang Sun Chong, Yuchi Baolin. How to say, it's hard to say. But no matter who it was, there was no time when Li Lizi's heart beat so violently. Last night, her father said that Lucian, the owner of the Datang hotel, was affectionate and righteous, and Li Lizi just listened. She was mainly interested in delicious food. But at this moment, she decided to overturn her thoughts last night. Women are fickle. Listening to Lucian explaining the Analects to the little girl and the big guy, it was simple and popular, and extremely interesting. Unconsciously, Li Lizi had been standing for almost an incense stick. Suddenly, she heard the guy named De Zhuang say this sentence, and in an instant, Li Lizi couldn't hold it anymore. Taking a deep breath, she walked into the Datang hotel and opened the fan in her hand very elegantly. So this is what the Analects means. This is the first time I have heard of it. Well, the young man in front of him is more handsome than the two emperors. There is such a heroic man in the world. Lucian didn't point it out. Thinking of Lu Renayuan's words in the morning, he could probably guess that the princess who had lived in the deep palace for a long time took her maid to go out in men's clothes to hide from others. So he smiled and responded, I'm sorry to make you laugh, it's just some nonsense. What would you like to eat? Lucian looked up and saw a pair of big eyes, watery, as if with a spring breeze. Behind Li Lizi, the maid's face was extremely embarrassed and red. She poked Li Lizi, who was infatuated with her, and said, young master, the owner is asking you a question. Hee. Li Lizi finally reacted, owner, I was thinking about something just now, what did you say? Guest, what do you want to eat? Li Lizi wanted to say dongpo pork and mapo tofu, but she had already eaten these two dishes last night, so she smiled and said, owner, what dishes do you have now? There are mapo tofu and dongpo pork. Are there any others? Li Lizi asked with a blink of her eyes. Lucian looked at the young master opposite him and heard mapo tofu and dongpo pork. He didn't show any curiosity at all. He was basically 100% sure. Only those who have heard of these two dishes will be calm. This. Young master, there is an unwritten rule in the Datang hotel, that is, if you come here to eat, you have to see what is served today. These days, the dishes served are only mapo tofu and dongpo pork. Please forgive me. Li Lizi folded her fan and said, your restaurant is so strange. I spend money to buy food and drinks, but I still have to listen to you. What's the reason? Lucian said slowly and unhurriedly, there are so many delicacies in the world, how can you eat a fat man in one bite? You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time, otherwise if you take a big step, it is easy to pull your thigh. Puff? Li Lizi laughed out loud when she heard this. In fact, for her, what to eat is not important. The main thing is that this young store owner is elegant, handsome, and looks very pleasing to the eye. My father asked me a few days ago whether I should get closer to Chang Sun Chong. It's the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. Even if she is a princess, she is just a woman and has no choice. Li Lizi, who had been troubled for a long time, finally figured it out after seeing Lucian today. Although Chang Sun Chong is not ugly, he is his cousin after all. Moreover, he always squints like his uncle, which makes him look a little wretched. Looking at the store owner Lucien again, there seems to be a deep pool hidden in his eyes, neither humble nor arrogant. For a moment, the worries and unhappiness in my heart disappeared. In this case, I will eat whatever the store makes. Lucien nodded. Datang restaurant, pay first. Mapo tofu, dongpo pork, a total of 250 coins. Before Li Lizi spoke, the little maid behind her looked annoyed. My son came to eat to give you face, why do you have to collect money first? Li Lizi waved her hand. Hey, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Datang Hotel has this rule, so let's abide by it. Taking out an exquisite embroidered bag, Li Lizi took out 3 strings of money from it and handed it over. Lucien took the money and smiled and bowed. Please sit for a while, De Zhuang, make tea. Early in the morning, Lucien specially asked De Zhuang to go to the tea merchant to buy a batch of tea. Tang people like to brew tea. Lucien only tasted that taste once and never wanted to touch it again. In the main hall, Li Lizi looked around Datang Hotel. When her eyes wandered, she saw the big-eyed girl. At this time, the little girl was looking at Li Lizi carefully, with curiosity flashing in her big eyes. She seemed to want to get closer, but she was a little scared. Little sister, what's your name? Li Lizi looked at the little girl's cute face and felt better immediately. My name is Yaya. Oh, Yaya, come here, let me test you. What does it mean to be buried here since you are here? Li Lizi listened outside the door for a long time. Lucien just taught her 3 sentences in the Analects, and this is one of them. Yaya stood in front of Li Lizi, picking her fingers, and occasionally looked at Dazwang. Dazwang was standing beside her with a smile, making tea. At first glance, Yaya was a little anxious, and Dazwang blurted out, just now, didn't we just say? When Dazwang reminded her, Yaya remembered instantly, since you are here, bury it here. Li Lizi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Seeing this, Dazwang also smiled foolishly. Yaya also grinned, big sister, am I right? Li Lizi smiled even more brightly, but soon, she realized a problem. Why did Yaya call her big sister? In the kitchen, Lucien casually bought ingredients, condiments, and some rice from the system, and then looked at the raging fire, as if he thought of something. Then he started the pot and heated the oil. After the pot was heated, the hot oil was poured out and put in a bowl beside it for later use, and then Lucien poured a spoonful of base oil. Hot pot and cold oil, basic operation, but an important step to prevent the pot from getting burnt. Lucien did not close the kitchen door when cooking today. While busy, Lucien noticed a sneaky shadow flashing outside the door. Then, Yaya trotted all the way to Lucien without knowing when, and proudly raised her chest. Big sister is so soft here. Lucien smiled immediately when he heard it, and even Yaya could see it. Yaya, how do you know that's the elder sister, not the elder brother? Yaya looked up. The elder sister smells good. Lucien couldn't help but sigh at this time. Women in this era were not forbidden to go out. The Tang dynasty was different from other dynasties. It was extremely open-minded, and cultural confidence was at its peak. It was tolerant of everything. It was impossible for women to stay indoors. Eyes can deceive people, but this clumsy method can't even deceive a child. Lucien couldn't help but start to wonder how Li Shimon's family's strange ideas came up. 2 rabbits walk side by side on the ground. How can you tell whether I am male or female? You are walking on the road, and there are eyes everywhere. After all, there are not many such handsome gentlemen in the entire Tang dynasty, right? The elder sister asked me what it means to make peace with what I have come. Yaya was very proud, with her arms folded, like a little adult. Oh, then what did you answer? Brother Dazwang said that since you are here, let's bury you here. Yaya imitated Dazwang's way of speaking, and she looked like she didn't lie at a glance. People learn the Analects to become officials in the court. Why does Dazwang learn the Analects? To be full of martial virtue? Yaya, go play first. After an incense stick, Lucien came out with a plate in each hand. This dish is mapo tofu. This dish is dongpo pork. This is rice, please enjoy. As soon as the dishes came, the little maid standing by couldn't stand it anymore. She kept peeking and swallowing. Looking at Li Lizi, she was sitting there straight, without any fluctuations, but looking at Lucien calmly. When she was tired of looking, she didn't forget to support her head with both hands. Her head was shaking, and an unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lucien smiled. Customer, Don't you want to eat it? Li Lizi looked at Lucian with a smile. Shopkeeper, let me ask you, why does this mapo tofu taste so delicious? Why can't I make something so delicious? Lucian smiled. Customer, you don't know, this mapo tofu is made with my family's secret recipe. The tofu is ordinary tofu, but how to make it is a big deal. Li Lizi's eyes lit up. Is the cooking skill so profound? Lucian nodded. Any skill in the world is like this when it reaches a high level. This is true for cooking, and the same is true for other things. Readers always feel that the classics and historical books are boring when they first read them, and they are not as exciting as the vernacular stories. Just like gorgeous poems and prose are inspiring. But when he has seen thousands of sales and seen the world, he will find the story books childish and ridiculous, and the gorgeous poems and prose empty and meaningless. But when he reads the classics and historical books, he will find them full of flavor, and the words are full of the truth of the world. Lucian smiled and continued, this is also true for cooking skills, reading, and doing things, and even being an official in the capital. Li Lizi's eyes are bright. What? Being an official is also like this? Store owner, please tell me quickly. Lucian looked at Li Lizi, who was a little anxious, and comforted her. The guests should eat first. It will not taste good if it gets cold. Eat and talk. Li Lizi nodded vigorously. Well, she had forgotten what the store owner said. There was only one thought in her mind, this store owner is too handsome. Lucian's voice continued. As an official, you can do as much as you can. Just like in cooking, you can cook whatever ingredients you have. Some people are in the capital, half a foot away from the sky, while others are in the border, far away from the emperor. Those in the capital are right under the eyes of the current emperor, with more conveniences and the power of the capital, so they can do everything well. There are many such officials, and they have made many achievements. If they want to be noticed by the emperor, they naturally have to make greater achievements. It's like a famous restaurant with countless ingredients and condiments, unparalleled in the world, and the world is very concerned about it. The requirements are naturally extremely high. If such a restaurant only makes an ordinary dish, no one will think that this dish is special. Officials in the sky have no money, few people available, and it is difficult to implement government orders. If they want to make achievements, they have to work 100 times harder than officials in Chang'an. Just like a small shop with incomplete ingredients and unrefined ingredients, if you make a dish like an ordinary dish in a well-known restaurant, it will instantly become a good story. The ancients often said that governing a big country is like cooking a small fish, and this is the truth. Li Lizi's eyes were straight. In her eyes, Lucian seemed to be glowing all over. His words and actions were powerful. The sun shone on Lucian's face, and her heart was warm. The maid in the palace had no idea that Lucian's words contained truth. She just thought it was nonsense from a cook. She didn't know why her princess came here to eat, but she was only looking at the store owner and listening to the store owner saying something she couldn't understand. In her eyes, such food was so delicious, but the princess was only talking nonsense with the store owner. It was a pity that she was just a little maid. How could she be qualified to eat with the princess? She could only stand beside her and suffer from such food. But in Li Lizi's eyes, if she wanted to eat such food, she could come and eat it anytime. But I don't know when there will be a better chance to hear what I want to hear today. Shopkeeper, you look only 2 or 3 years older than me. Why do you have such profound insights? Lucian smiled faintly, put his hands behind his back, raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the rising sun. Nothing, just my hands are skilled. Just my hands are skilled. A trace of confusion floated in Li Lizi's eyes. What does this mean? Is it talking about officials, or cooking skills? Or both? But he looks like a fairy, unfathomable, and so handsome. The confusion in Li Lizi's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a starry look. It is not a problem for any time traveler from the future to show off in front of the ancients. If you ask me how to cook, I will not only tell you, but also explain it in simple terms and thoroughly, so that you will never ask the same question in your life. From the perspective of a straight man, this is understandable, right? But it is obvious that in Li Lizi's eyes, she doesn't think about so many questions at all. There is only one simple and crude truth: you are handsome, so what you say is reasonable. In the eyes of women, as long as you are handsome, even if you talk about quantum mechanics and how to build a spaceship, she will applaud even if she doesn't understand a word. Superficial view? You are handsome, that is the golden rule? On the way back, Li Lizi walked on Zuck Street with her hands behind her back, her mind full of Lucien's words. And Lucien's face that makes people intoxicated in the sun. Thinking of her father asking her about marriage a few days ago, Li Lizi suddenly felt that who said that she must listen to her father and mother? There were quite a few people who came into the Tang Dynasty restaurant today. When they asked about the price, they all left in disgrace. In the eyes of others, it was just a meal. There was gold and silver in it. But only Lucien knew that all the famous chefs in later generations were known for their meals. As the saying goes, you don't make money from the rich, but you make money from the poor. If you want to make money, you have to make money from the rich. If you make money from the poor, you are nothing. Lucien was not in a hurry because the business was not here yet. Now that he had some money in his hands, he had to improve his living conditions. Looking up at the falling leaves above his head and feeling the slight coolness in the wind, Lucien felt that it was time to prepare for the winter. Let's build a stove first. There were still many abandoned iron pots in the backyard, which were discarded after being used in the restaurant in the past. Now that he had the kitchenware gift package rewarded by the system, Lucien no longer needed these things, and it was just right to use them to build a decent stove. The weather is getting colder and colder. It rained last night. It's colder with each autumn rain. The weather in Chang'an is as changeable as the girls' minds in autumn. It's cloudless in the morning, and the autumn air is refreshing, which pricks your wild and unruly heart. At night, a cold rain falls, letting you know that it's not that simple. After picking and choosing, Lucien found that there was too little iron in ancient times. 2 broken pots were the only ironware. Carrying the iron pot, Lucien hummed a little tune and rushed towards the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop is at the corner of the West Market. After talking to the blacksmith for a long time, the blacksmith didn't seem to understand what Lucien meant. Lucien smiled and pointed to the stone mill over there. Just wrap this up. Chang'an City, Chang Mansion. Chang Yaojin opened his eyes and glared at the King Kong. The mountain axe in his hand flashed cold light. On the table in front of him, there was a whole pig with a big hole on its neck, which obviously had been bled. Chang Yaojin was wearing a big horse and a golden sword, and he was wearing a coarse linen shirt. If he went out like this, no one would have thought that he was a nobleman of the Tang Dynasty. The cook of Chang Mansion stood aside, looking embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the axe in the hands of the Duke was not a vegetarian. Chang Yaojin suddenly grinned. Why are you so serious? I just want to try how to make the pork delicious. The nobles of the Tang Dynasty, when they eat delicious food, either ask their servants to buy more and enjoy it when they have nothing to do, or let the cooks at home learn this special skill, which can be passed down as a good story. But Chang Yaojin is different. As the best axe player in the Tang Dynasty, he has his own pride. That meal of pork made him nauseous for the rest of his life. Now, he decided to challenge his weakness. Bang bang bang! The axe was sharp and murderous, and the pig in front of him was quickly cut into 8 pieces. This scene stunned the cook in Chang Yaojin's house, and also Chang Kumo who was hiding nearby. The cook was itching to see that every time Chang Yaojin chopped down with his axe, he didn't hit the right spot. Others are good at butchering cattle, and you, the Duke, are so strong that you only chop the hardest part of the mouth. The whole Chang's house was crackling. Chang Kumo, I know you are watching. Come here and put these chopped meats into the big pot. Chang Kumo came out from the corner of the wall, wiped his hands, and walked over with a joking face. Dad, didn't you say that you can never eat pork in this life? Chang Yaojin raised his eyebrows. Yes, you still remember what I said, but now, I have changed my mind. Today I will make a delicious meal for you to enjoy. Chang Kumo subconsciously wanted to retreat. This instinct was just like the past years. Every time Chang Yaojin said he would reward something, Chang Kumo would only get a meal of thorns in the end. Dad, pork is fishy and smelly, not delicious. Hey, who said that? I saw someone cook pork so well, there must be some way. Faced with Chang Yaojin's toughness, Chang Kumo chose to give in and ran to work quickly. Chang Yaojin stroked his beard, very satisfied. If I hadn't taken the wrong path, I would have been a good cook in the surrounding area. Pork is nothing to worry about. As long as I learn a little, I can make a masterpiece. An hour later, in the backyard of Chang's house, Chang Yaojin pinched his nose and widened his eyes. No, there must be something wrong. Another hour passed. Chang Yaojin's face was covered with grease. Impossible. I have collected various folk magic methods. all of which say that pork can be turned into delicious food. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Another hour later, Chang Yaejin sat on a stone bench, panting like a cow. Chang Kumo hid aside, with a cloth strip stuffed in his nostrils, and kept stirring the pot with a huge stick in his hand. Dad, can you do it? Damn it, what did I teach you? How can a man say he can't? Keep stirring. Chang Yaejin's mansion is not small. Next door is Yu Qigong's house, and on the other side is Niu Jinda's mansion. Among the military generals in Chang'an, the three of them are of the same blood, and even their residences are close to each other. Niu Jinda was on duty last night, and slept soundly today. In his dream, he felt that he fell into a cesspool, and the stench was overwhelming. He struggled suddenly and sat up from the bed. The air was filled with an unbearable smell. Niu Jinda's eyes were about to burst, and he picked up the horse lance hanging on the wall and went out. Yu Qigong was drunk last night. It is said that after he got drunk, His Majesty and Chang Yaejin poured wine into his mouth, saying that the first time is raw, the second time is familiar. Just woke up, the head was dizzy, and Yu Qigong just felt comfortable all over. Suddenly, he smelled a smell and frowned immediately. Who the hell is stewing that thing? After a stick of incense, in the backyard of Chang Yaejin's house, Chang Yaejin was wearing an apron, looking at Niu Jinda holding a horse stick and Yu Qigong holding a stone in his hand, and said with a smile, "You are here just in time. Please, eat delicious food." Niu Jinda had a question mark on his face and his eyes were bloodshot. "Lao Chang, I didn't sleep well last night. I just want to have a good sleep today." When Chang Yaejin heard this, he smiled playfully. "That's just right. Go to bed after you're full. You'll sleep soundly." Yu Qigong rubbed his head. "Lao Chang, this thing of yours tastes too much. If you want to eat something good, tell your brother. Look at you, you are so shabby. You have already started cooking by yourself. The chef has cooked it. Okay, you don't want anyone to move you, you have to do it yourself, you don't have the ability, you know." After being teased by his two friends, Chang Yaejin not only did not look disappointed at all, but his face was filled with a feeling of loneliness that he could not bear to feel at a high place, and his voice became more pretentious. "You too, after so many years, you are still no progress. Forget it, stop pretending, let's show our cards. I, Chang Yaejin, have unparalleled cooking skills in the world." Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda subconsciously looked at the Chang family cook who had fainted. The cook opened his eyes drowsily and heard Chang Yaejin ask him, "Am I right? What's going on? Didn't you hear what the Duke said? No matter what, whatever the Duke of Guo says is what he says, and I will hit wherever the Duke of Guo points out." "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Chang Yaejin grinned. "Look, my cook said this after he became a famous chef in the capital. Hey, let me tell you too, although this thing smells bad, it tastes delicious. I have already thought about it. I will send some to His Majesty when I go to court tomorrow. How can I miss His Majesty such a good thing?" In the Datang hotel, Lu Xian looked at Taipei. Although he felt a little worried about the money, he just thought about it. The craftsman only made 20 pence after working hard all day. The main thing is to beat the iron block into the iron sheet shape required by Lu Xian, which is very labor-intensive. In the yard, Yaya sneezed and Dezhuang was rubbing the mud on the ground. I'm cold." Lu Xian smiled. "Yaya, do you know what this is?" Yaya looked at the iron sheets placed on the ground and shook her head. "After a while, I will put this thing in the house, so that it won't be cold." He asked Dezhuang to mix the hay and mud and water together, and after stirring it countless times until the yellow mud on the ground became sticky, Lu Xian started to build a stove in the house. The ground was paved with 2 layers of blue bricks. It was hard to find blue bricks in these days. There was an abandoned doghouse in the backyard. After Lu Xian demolished it, there were more than a dozen of them. The blue bricks were used as the base, and the iron sheet was fixed. In the stove, a few extra iron sheets were used to cover it to form a hollow, and then the mud began to be applied. I thought this process would take a long time, but unexpectedly, Lu Xian underestimated the appeal of playing in the mud to children. Dezhuang can be considered a child. Yaya and Dezhuang smeared it on each other, and soon they had already applied a thick layer of it. When there were a lot of mud spots on their clothes and hands, Dezhuang just stood aside and was silly. Yaya was sitting on the ground, not to mention cold anymore, the cold ground had already been warmed by her. Lu Xian washed his hands and entered the kitchen. "System, buy 2 kilograms of flour, 2 kilograms of leeks, 1 kilogram of vermicelli, 2 kilograms of beef. Today I spent 20 cents on blacksmithing, and I still have more than 3 guan in my hand, which is more than enough. In the system, the price of flour is the same as the price of rice, which costs 2 cents per catty, and leeks are the same as vermicelli, costing 1 cent per catty. After thinking about it, the system still has a conscience. After all, these things are either not available in the Tang dynasty, or if they are placed in the Tang dynasty, they would be very expensive. How can ordinary people afford these things on a daily basis? It is said that food is the most important thing for the people, but the ancients had either rice soup, which was extremely thin, or pancakes, and 1 pancake was enough for a day. Vegetable? What is that? Green vegetables were expensive and only nobles were eligible to enjoy them. Seeing the green leeks, Lucien couldn't help but curled his lips and smiled meaningfully. Chives are cheap everywhere, tisk tisk. Adding yeast to the dough makes it ferment very quickly. Among the leeks, the ones that were just pulled out from the old hen's nest in the backyard still had warm eggs and good stuffing. Chop the beef, mix it with the vermicelli, add a little sesame oil, sprinkle with minced onion, ginger, garlic, and add 2 tablespoons of salt. Outside the house, Yaya and Dezhuang had just finished removing the mud on the stove and were chasing each other. It was obvious that Dezhuang ran for 2 steps and then stopped. After watching Yaya escape, he ran 2 steps to catch up. Yaya giggled. Lucien smiled, thinking about how to live a more prosperous life in this era. Heat the oil in the pot and the fire is raging. After a while, the oil was at just the right temperature, and when the chopsticks were placed in the oil, slight bubbles appeared, exuding an alluring aroma of rapeseed. Place the wrapped box into the oil pan. Zilla. For a moment, the movement outside the yard disappeared, and then there was the sound of swallowing saliva. The location of Datang Hotel is relatively quiet. At this moment, there is the sound of firewood burning in the stove, the autumn wind blowing through the old trees in the yard, and Yaya and Dezhuang squatting at the door, stomach growling. There is also the sound of drool dripping on the ground that cannot be stopped. When dusk came, it was extremely harmonious. Yaya, Dezhuang, eat delicious food. After Lucien finished speaking, Dezhuang and Yaya, 2 geniuses, shouted excitedly and came to Lucien eagerly. Things like vegetable boxes and meat boxes are used to appease the stomachs of the Tang people who lack oil and water. Yaya took a bite, and the leek and egg fillings were still sizzling with oil. Soon, Yaya's face became like a little cat. Dezhuang was more reserved. He only had oil stains on his hands, and his face was very clean. 1 bite at a time, 1 bite at a time, without even breathing. Delicious. Lucien smiled and touched Yaya's head. It's delicious, but you can't eat too much. If you eat too much, your stomach will be full at night. When you sleep, a big bad wolf will come out of your stomach. When Yaya heard this, her little hand that had just reached for the meat box stopped immediately. Her eyes were watery. Talk to the big bad wolf and ask it to find brother Dezhuang. Looking at Dezhuang again, his mouth was full. Yaya, ask the big bad wolf to come to me. I will chop it up and eat its meat. Lucien smiled and brought the charcoal fire into the house. The stove was ready. The extra iron sheet was used to surround an opening on it. Then bamboo tubes were put together and smeared with mud to seal the opening. A simple chimney was made. Next, it was a matter of lighting the stove. The Ganlu Hall is always lit after nightfall, and this has been going on for several years. Empress Chang soon held a plate in her hand, which contained lotus seed soup cooked by her ancestral craftsmanship. Seeing the bright lights in the side hall, Empress Chang soon sighed in her heart. His Majesty has more white hair on his head recently. Your Majesty has not eaten yet. It's so tiring, it makes people feel distressed. After sighing, Empress Chang soon was about to enter the door when she saw a figure hurriedly passing through the square in front of Ganlu Hall and heading straight to Ganlu Hall. In Ganlu Hall, Li Shimin had the afternoon meal in front of him. Although it was warm, he didn't want to eat it at all. When it was time for dinner, the shapes of mapo tofu and dongpo pork were all in his mind. Everything looked like dongpo pork and mapo tofu. Take them all away, I'm not hungry. Lu Renayuan, if you're hungry, eat. Lu Renayuan, who had just come in from outside, heard this and bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, Lu Renayuan has devoted himself to the Tang dynasty. I'm not hungry. Li Shimin nodded. Not bad, very energetic. Tell me, what did you see today? Lu Renayuan took a deep breath and said slowly, Your Majesty, according to your instructions, I inspected the West Market in the morning. Later, the princess disguised herself as a man and secretly left the palace. She went to the Tang Dynasty restaurant and left after eating. Li Shimin nodded. Sure enough, Changle is a child, I love her too much, I know she can't suppress her curiosity. Lu Renayuan suddenly remembered something at this time. Your Majesty, I heard something. Oh, what is it? General Chang seems to want to make delicious pork. Maybe he found some Taoist classics and boiled it at home. The smell is overwhelming. Li Shimin laughed while stroking his beard when he heard it. Chang's hija is a person, always able to give me some surprises. Since he dares to find methods from Taoist classics, the food he makes must not be delicious, or even bolder and inedible. Lu Renayuan, his neighbors are Niu Jinda and Yuchi Gong, didn't they make trouble? Lu Renayuan grinned, Your Majesty is a prophet, it's really amazing. General Niu took a horse spear and General Yuchi weighed a stone and went to Cheng's house with a bad look. Li Shimin stood up and looked at Lu Renayuan with a serious face. Then he came over and suddenly asked with a smile, What happened later? Did they fight? Lu Renayuan shook his head, No, but after a while, a fast horse galloped out of Cheng's house. After a stick of incense, a carriage came from outside. The person who got off was Dr. Sun. Why don't you climb over the wall to see what happened? Li Shimin's gossip fire burned fiercely. Lu Renayuan looked at Li Shimin with grievance. Your Majesty, I also want to hide, mainly because the Duke's mansion is heavily guarded and it is not easy to hide. But I heard that many people ate the pork cooked by General Chang, and they all seemed to be poisoned. I heard that the disciples of Dr. Sun also came later, saying that Dr. Sun was exhausted from treating the poisoned people. Li Shimin laughed. Let's go, let's change clothes and leave the palace now. These three people usually brag about their iron skin and bones and immunity to all poisons. When they fought in the past, they were more boastful than each other. I finally caught them in the act. I have to rely on this joke to survive for the rest of my life. Lu Renayuan stood where he was, without moving. Lu Renayuan, didn't you hear what I said? Lu Renayuan lowered his head. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to do. You asked me to observe the young shopkeeper Lucien of the Datang restaurant. I saw that the young shopkeeper Lucien went out with a pot, and when he came back, he seemed to have an iron bucket. Later, there was a fragrant smell in the kitchen, and I heard that little girl and the waiter named Dazwang playing around, talking about vegetable boxes and meat boxes. When Lu Renayuan spoke, his voice became more and more unclear, and his mouth was full of saliva. In an instant, Li Shimin said righteously, Lu Renayuan, it's just food. You are the Lieutenant General of the Jinwu Guards of the Tang Dynasty, my personal guard, and the role model of countless Tang men. How can a mere desire for food make you lose your composure like this? Humph, I overestimate you? Lu Renayuan was also aggrieved. He had been monitoring for a whole day, squatting on the wall, and his butt was cold from the wind. The key point was that the guy named Dazwang was very alert, as if he had eyes on his back, and he would look into the corner where he was hiding when he had nothing to do. That alone would be fine. Lucien's cooking was so delicious that even if Lu Renayuan was a monk, he couldn't stand it at this moment. At this time, even ordinary hu pancakes, even cold ones, he felt they were delicious, not to mention the food made by the godlike cooking skills. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. Li Shimin nodded. It is a great virtue to correct mistakes as soon as you know them. Suddenly, Li Shimin lowered his voice and came over seriously. Did you see the meat box and vegetable box you mentioned? In the Datang restaurant, it was not yet curfew time. Dazwang and Yaya were full and were competing in reciting the Analects in the main hall. Today, Lucien corrected their misunderstanding of Confucius and severely criticized Dazwang's misinterpretation of the saint. Then he repeatedly emphasized the correct meaning and returned to the house with satisfaction. In the house, Lucien put the charcoal fire under the stove where the ash came out. The charcoal fire was strong and it had been baking slowly for nearly an hour. If it was left to dry naturally, it would take an unknown amount of time. Looking at the yellow mud slowly solidifying inside, Lucien stretched out his hand. It was good that it was impervious to water and fire. It felt warm to the touch, and the yellow mud slowly hardened. After tinkering for a long time, the warmth in the room floated out. When the lid on the stove was closed, there was no smell of smoke in the room. There was only the rustling sound of charcoal in the fire and the crackling sound of dry wood. It would be great if there was coal. Unfortunately, the system does not sell coal. There were hurried footsteps outside the door. The uncle who gets drunk after drinking 1 cup is here again. There are so many people who get drunk after drinking 1 cup of urquatu. Many people only drink 1 cup of urquatu. When he went out and looked, he saw Li Shimin sitting in the lobby, looking at Dezhuang who was lying on the table counting wood grain, and occasionally giving him some pointers. Guest, we meet again. Li Shimin heard Lu Xian's voice and asked with a smile, little shopkeeper, what delicious food do you have today? I have been busy all day and haven't eaten yet. I am waiting for your cooking skills. Lu Xian smiled faintly. The Tang Dynasty restaurant launches 2 new dishes every 7 days. There are still a few days. Today is still mapo tofu and dongpo pork. Li Shimin was not unhappy, but he was a little disappointed. 7 days, I will be greedy to death. I don't want to wait for a moment. Little shopkeeper, our old Li was also a well-known person in the area. In this life, his family was harmonious, his brothers were united, his father was kind and his son was filial. Now he has many children and lives a tiring life. In this life, I have never enjoyed it. Little shopkeeper, when I came just now, I smelled a strange fragrance coming from the backyard. It's a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Why don't you share it with me? Li Shimin grinned and was greedy. Really greedy. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the strange fragrance. Li Shimin's body seemed to have a big mouth that could not be filled. His mouth was wide open and he was crying for food. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he quietly waited for Lu Xian's reply. At this time, a childish voice came, uncle who gets drunk with 1 glass of wine, I know what that sentence means. Yaya poked her head out from behind at some point, a friend came from afar to compete with me, how can I not have a good fight with him? A cool breeze blew, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Li Shimin heard such an explanation for the first time in his life, and he felt refreshed for no reason. Good, well said. On weekdays, those civil officials always use the classic words of the Analects to educate themselves. I am the emperor of the Tang dynasty, not your student. Is it your turn to educate me every day? Look at him, a 4-year-old child, his interpretation is very interesting. Guest, this is just a joke. Hey, little shopkeeper, don't tell me, maybe Confucius meant it, right? Guest, Datang restaurant has principles. We launch 2 new dishes every 7 days. We are honest and trustworthy. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Li Shimin squinted his eyes, I'll pay more. Lu Xian was silent for a while, looking at the money bag on the table, and sighed, guest, you misunderstood. Rules are rules. Bang! Li Shimin slapped it again, with a loud sound. The gold ingot was placed in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian pondered for a while and frowned, guest, you are so polite, then try the snacks I made for my daughter and my brother. Rules are dead, people are alive, please wait. When the rules were first established, they had already created huge benefits for those who violated the rules, and also provided a price list for those who wanted to break the rules. Li Shimin seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, little shopkeeper, another mapo tofu and a bottle of urquatu. Lu Xian turned around, looked at Li Shimin and said very seriously, okay, 550 coins. Li Shimin looked puzzled, little shopkeeper, I gave you a lot just now. Your daughter saw it all. Yaya opened her eyes wide and looked at Li Shimin in confusion, uncle, what did you say? Yaya doesn't understand. Lu Xian was very pleased to see Yaya like this. That's right, one thing is one thing, this child has been sensible since childhood. Guest, that's the money for extra dishes, mapo tofu, and wine, it's another price. Li Shimin stroked his beard, not angry, fumbled for a while, and looked a little embarrassed, as if he had run out of money. Suddenly, he pulled off the jade pendant on his waist and put it in Yaya's hand. Forget it, use this. No need to change. Since ascending the throne, Li Shimin hasn't felt this feeling of following the rules and breaking the rules for a long time. The last time was the night of Sunwoo Gate. Since becoming the emperor, he has been surrounded by people who obey him in everything. This feeling is a bit novel. Even if Wei Zhang is always against him, it's just words. Lu Xian is the first person who is willing to let Li Shimin pay and even add money. Lu Xian looked at the jade pendant and grinned, guest, this is a bit expensive. I am a principled person. Will you accept it? Yes. Lucian turned his head and looked at Yaya. Yaya, this is a good thing given to you by your uncle. I will keep it for you. Before Yaya could react, the jade pendant she had just received was already in Lucian's hands. At this moment, she didn't know what she had missed and was still looking around curiously. In the kitchen, Lucian looked at the gold ingot and the jade pendant in his hand. The gold ingot was of good quality and put into his sleeves. The jade pendant was not an ordinary item. The things used by the emperor all had dragon and phoenix patterns on them. If Yaya takes this thing out to play, she will get into trouble accidentally. Lucian is not afraid of trouble, but is worried that Yaya will be hurt. Putting away the jade pendant and the gold ingot, Lucian turned on the system, and his voice became excited. System, 2 pounds of tofu. After an incense stick, Lucian came out again. On the large tray in his hand, there was a casserole and 2 plates. In one of the plates, there were 2 meat boxes and 3 vegetable boxes. In the other hand, he held a porcelain bottle of urquatu. When people are happy, they are refreshed and their feet are light. Guest, please enjoy. Li Shimin was discussing the meaning of the analects with Yaya Dazwang. When he saw the delicious food on the table, he couldn't help it anymore. Little shopkeeper, with your skills, I'm afraid you can walk sideways in the whole Chang'an. Lucian smiled. Guest, be more confident, it should be the whole world. Li Shimin stroked his beard, very happy, poured wine, and ate vegetables. A glass of wine, a bite of vegetables, and stuffed the meat box into his mouth. 1 bite of meat box, 1 bite of vegetable box. His face was filled with happiness. Come on, Yaya, you come and eat too. Seeing the cute little girl drooling, Li Shimin naturally didn't care so much. Young man Lucian made an exception for himself and could handle it. Yaya shook her head, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and pointed at her belly. Uncle, Yaya has eaten a lot. If she eats more at night, the big bad wolf will crawl out of her belly. Li Shimin burst out laughing. The cold wind blew, and the curfew drums sounded. Outside the Datang hotel, rustling sounds came. Li Shimin raised his eyes and saw several hurried figures wearing single clothes, shivering and trotting towards the end of the street. When they passed by the Tang hotel, they would take a curious look inside, then sigh and swallow their saliva before leaving. The weather is getting cold. Li Shimin suddenly sighed. This is Chang'an, and the people running outside the door are just poor people hiding in the western market. This winter, Yuan Tiangang said that the weather will be very cold. I don't know how those who can't keep out the cold will survive this harsh winter. Why? Li Shimin sighed heavily, and the wine in his hand suddenly became like water. Compared with the hardships of people's livelihood, the strong wine was a little light. Why do guests sigh? Li Shimin shook his head and laughed at himself. Little shopkeeper, you don't understand, it's cold. People's livelihood is so difficult. I don't know how many people will freeze to death. At this time, Li Shimin heard a sneer. What's the problem? Li Shimin raised his eyebrows and saw Lucian sitting behind the counter. Li Shimin shook his head, thinking it was just some nonsense, and didn't care. After all, he was a young man. It's not that easy to govern a country. It's simple to want one person to have enough food and clothing to keep warm in winter. 10 people are not a big deal. What about 1,000 or 10,000 people? But now in the Tang dynasty, there are nearly 3 million registered households and nearly 14 million registered population. This is not a small number. It's difficult, young shopkeeper, this matter is really difficult. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he drank a cup alone and continued to shake his head. Lucian's voice came again. Guest, I see that you are not old, but you are so depressed. If you are the current emperor, I am afraid there is no hope for this world. There are many sorrows in life, and I sigh that I can't solve the problem. Li Shimin trembled in his heart. Yes, what happened to him today? Originally, he came out to eat delicious food. The meat and vegetable boxes were extremely delicious, and he enjoyed it very much. But when he saw the poor man passing by, he felt like a huge stone was blocking his heart. Li Shimin asked back, Little shopkeeper, I see that you are young, but you think this matter is simple. Can you tell me? Lucian shook his head and sighed. You say you are a businessman, but you don't have any business acumen at all. Li Shimin called himself a businessman, so Lucian started talking about business. It seemed that his words were very sharp and could easily make Li Shimin angry, but in fact, the measure was just right. Merchants all over the world come and go for profit. Haven't you ever thought about how much money you can make if the people all over the world give you a penny? Let alone a lot, there are at least 10 million people in the Tang dynasty. If each person gets a penny, it will be a fortune of 1,000,000. Li Shimin widened his eyes, as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't understand it. What I want is a solution, and what you are talking about is doing business, which are two completely different things. Little shopkeeper, are you saying that you want me to make money from them? But do they look like they are rich? Lu Xian shrugged, looked at Li Shimin, and said helplessly, that is the current emperor's business. There is no way. If an emperor governs people who have no way to keep warm in winter, thousands or tens of thousands of people will freeze to death every year. It is better to hit your head and die. Li Shimin was stunned, and the muscles on his face twitched. Good you Lu Xian, you better have a solution, otherwise I will definitely deal with you just for these words. Li Shimin bit the meat box fiercely, frowned suddenly, and then took a few more bites. This taste is beef? Good guy, you dare to eat beef. If you don't tell me today, I will not forgive you? Haha, it's easy to say, but it's so hard to do. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin with a smile and teased, you are not the emperor, so you don't have to worry about it. Li Shimin felt that something in his chest had reached a critical point. This Lu Xian really hit the pain point with every word. Little shopkeeper, I'm not saying you, do you have a way? Lu Xian shook his head lightly, this is not a difficult thing. But since you want to do this business, I'm also a businessman, we have to have a deal between us. When Li Shimin heard this, he immediately became interested. It seems that this Lu Xian knows how to solve the problem of keeping warm in winter. Don't worry, there will be a big reward. I, Old Li, keep my word. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Lu Xian shook his head, no, you can fool children with this, but I said, I am a businessman. Li Shimin pondered for a moment. If Lu Xian can really solve the problem of people keeping warm in winter, it will be a great achievement. Logically speaking, it is a contribution to benefit the people. It may be too much to make him a marquis, but it is not impossible to give him a county man or something. Let me put it this way. I have a house in the capital, not far from here. It is the old house of a national pillar of the previous dynasty. It can't be said to be luxurious, but it is at least worth a lot of money. If you can really solve it, Old Li is not a person who hides it. Li Shimin smiled mysteriously and pointed to the top of his head. My surname is Li, and I have someone above me. Lu Xian laughed in his heart. The person above you is yourself, right? Could it be the ancestors of the Li family? They shouldn't be below? Also, aren't you afraid of poking at something when you point at yourself like this? Ahem, this thing has a very high profit. Old Li, I know you are not ordinary, so you are sending me away now. Li Shimin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Would he be recognized? Seeing Li Shimin's nervous look, Lu Xian knew that it was almost done, and lowered his voice, you should be able to talk to the officials in the court, right? Li Shimin was stunned for a moment, let out a long breath, and laughed, ah, right. Lu Xian continued, this method is not available to ordinary people. You have to go to the emperor. If you succeed, promotion is inevitable. As for me, I have to add 30% profit. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he silently added in his heart, at least another county man, right? Old Li, you won't be so stingy, right? A county man, plus 30% profit, in exchange for your title of an emperor of the prosperous and peaceful times, you will make a profit. It's just like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric switch, winning numbly. If Qin Shi Huang knew that I was telling you this method, I'm afraid that there would be no need for future generations to look for his tomb, he would come out to find you himself. Deal. Li Shimin was extremely excited. Little shopkeeper, tomorrow, I will bring the government officials to notarize and be a witness, how about it? In the private transactions of the Tang dynasty, if you are worried that the other party is not reliable enough, you can find an intermediary, who seems to have a certain status in the government. Generally speaking, in Chang'an, whether it is Wanyan County or Chang'an County, there are many such intermediaries, most of whom are to protect the seller and regularly urge payment, which is similar to the existence of legal guarantees in later generations. Lu Xian nodded, that's right. Li Shimin excitedly drank a glass of wine, yes, this wine is very strong. Little shopkeeper, can you reveal it first? Our Old Li is not the kind of person who steals chickens and dogs, but I am curious. Lu Xian smiled mysteriously, Then why don't you dare to fight with the curiosity in your stomach? Li Shimin almost pulled out a few hairs of his beard, and his face was black. Playing hard to get, just like cooking, when the fire is ready, it will naturally come out of the pot. It's just a joke, don't be angry, old Li. In the Tang dynasty, there is something that is similar to firewood and charcoal, but it is more durable than these two things. If the current emperor mines it and sells it at a suitable price, it will be a huge profit. Boom! Li Shimin's brain went blank. Why don't I know about this thing? Seeing that Li Shimin's eyes were confused and his brain seemed to be shutting down, Lu Xian continued, don't think about it. If you know this thing, then the current emperor will naturally know it too. Do you think that the current emperor is as stupid as you? Li Shimin's chest heaved. Lao Li, what's going on? What's wrong with you? Why are you breathing so quickly? Li Shimin felt like it was going to explode. Let me tell you, as long as this thing falls into the hands of the Holy Lord, it will make a huge profit. It is all money. For example, this thing is mined and sold for tens of pennies and 100 caddies. Save it. 1 winter is definitely no problem. If this thing is converted into money, if you only earn 10 cents, one person will earn 100 cents, or 10 million people. This is just the minimum. Although Li Shimin said it was slow to settle accounts, a rough number soon appeared in his mind. He didn't know the exact number, but it was at least $1 million. Li Shimin took a deep breath. There is another problem. People still can't afford it. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin as if he were a fool. The emperor allocates money to the people every year. Think about it. During the winter, every household must use this kind of money, and no one is allowed to freeze to death anywhere. People can die of illness, but they cannot freeze to death. If they freeze to death, officials will be severely punished. After all, after making so much money, it is not difficult to take out a little bit and distribute it to the people who cannot survive the cold, right? In fact, this operation is very dangerous, but the danger is always reserved for Li Shimin. As long as you nod your head, Lu Xian, will definitely make the money. You bear the risk. I am good at dividing the money. In ordinary times, people have many ways to keep out the cold, but the effect is only average. Even if they have a house with only 4 walls, more people will die of hunger than freezing. People in the Tang dynasty also had all kinds of strange things to keep out the cold. People above ordinary people would naturally not have this trouble. They had spare money to buy things to keep out the cold in winter. They also had heaters, hand stoves, and even floor stoves at home. The common people, who have no spare money, either stay at home and rely on burning firewood to make a living. But for firewood, cutting it alone is not enough in the cold winter. After all, you can't go out, and you will freeze to death if you go out. Li Shimin felt something was wrong. Little shopkeeper, if you can only earn 10 cents from 100 caddies, then if your majesty wants to distribute these things to the poor, wouldn't you have to pay them back? Lu Xian frowned and smacked his lips. You are stupid, but you are really stupid. Fortunately, the Holy One is only close to you. If it were you, I would probably be killed by a piece of tofu. There are so many death row inmates in the prison, so use them as they should. Last year, there were 300. No, it should be 390. I heard that the 90 were capable and went to the border to serve as soldiers. Why should we let them go? It's because the prison can't hold them anymore. Death row prisoners can do this, and so can ordinary prisoners. Could it be that the prisoner made a mistake and just needs to be put in a prison? That's not possible. People who have been hurt by prisoners are exhausted physically and mentally, and their livers and gallbladders are bursting. How can they relieve their hatred by being imprisoned for just a few days? They have to be made to work and work to death. It's called reform through labor. Li Shimin's head was buzzing, and he quickly memorized Lu Xian's every word. This is a path I have never imagined. If this is really possible, then 100 kilograms of that thing can earn more than 10 cents. If it can really be implemented, not only will the people have something to keep out the cold, but they will also have an additional way to make money, and their empty internal funds will no longer have to worry about gathering dust. More importantly, if Lu Xian's idea is realized, the prisoners in the cell will be severely punished. After they get out, they may never want to come back again. They can reform and teach the evildoers. This kills multiple birds with one stone, not 1, not 2, not 3. If I don't give him a title from now on, I'm afraid I'll feel sorry for Lu Xian. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, this person may not be considered just a chef, but in addition to his good craftsmanship, he also has such knowledge and courage. Young people have their own youthful madness, and skilled people are bold. Such an approach will be eccentric, unless how can anyone dare to think about the youthful spirit? Li Shimin silently wrote in the little notebook in his heart, Lu Xian's strategy is invincible, I owe him a big house. As he thought about it, Li Shimin's face flushed, and he laughed unconsciously. Hey. Looking at Lu Xian again, Li Shimin felt that this young man looked like his half-brother. Hiccup. Li Shimin burped and drank 3 glasses of wine without saying why, which frightened Yaya beside him. Uncle who is drunk after just one drink drinks so much. What if he doesn't know the way home? There is a big bad wolf outside. Lu Xian smiled and touched Yaya's head. Yaya, this uncle, even if he doesn't know the way home, other people will definitely be able to send him home. Yaya nodded. Uncle, you have to be careful on the road. You must not be eaten by the big bad wolf, and don't be caught by the bad guys. I heard that the bad guys specialize in eating the hearts and livers of children like us, which is scary. Already. Li Shimin stroked his beard and laughed even louder. At this point, there is another question. What is this thing? It seems that the only way to decide is to come over tomorrow. Li Shimin took a shaky step, pinched Yaya's cheek with a smile, and then waved to Lu Xian. Let's go, see you tomorrow. Yaya pouted and rubbed her face, as if she was afraid of being deformed by being squeezed, and waved at Li Shimin. Uncle who gets drunk after 1 glass of wine, be careful on the road, don't meet bad guys and big bad wolves. The voice was so childish, and what he said was not human language. Li Shimin almost stumbled. Suddenly, Li Shimin seemed to remember something. Little shopkeeper, although your meat box is delicious, it seems to be beef inside. When Lu Xian heard it, he suddenly remembered one thing. In ancient times, cattle could not be eaten casually. Today, Yaya and Daz Wang were greedy, so they didn't think much about it. This is pork. Referring to cattle as pigs, Lu Xian is good at this, it's just pork with beef flavor. Haha, Laoli, you drank too much. You actually eat beef. Looking at you like this, you must have eaten a lot. Don't let me catch you. I will send you to Jing Zhaoyin. I heard that you can get a reward of 30 strings of money. At that time, we will each take half. Li Shimin was stunned. Is it? Is it really that I am overthinking? No, that smell is very familiar, it is the smell of beef. But could Lu Xian's words be false? This person can make pork into a delicacy, so even if it is made into the taste of beef, it is reasonable, right? Otherwise, how could this person who has turned the tables be so fearless? That should be pork? De Zhuang's mouth was full of laughter. Young master, he eats so cleanly. Lu Xian then noticed that no matter how entangled, confused, or deep in thought, Li Shimin had not forgotten to eat. He ate all the vegetable boxes and meat boxes, not a drop of wine was left, mapo tofu, and dongpo pork. There was some juice left, mainly because Li Shimin had no intention of eating rice. Daz Wang, clean up, close the door and take a rest. There is not even a moon tonight, a cold wind is blowing, and frost has even begun to form outside. De Zhuang's house was separated from Lu Xian's house by a wall, and a warm stove was pressed against the wall. De Zhuang's house started complaining that it was too hot. Lu Xian didn't care about so much. He comforted Yaya and told the story about a child who couldn't sleep well and was kidnapped by an old monster from Montenegro. After scaring Yaya to sleep, Lu Xian stretched himself and slowly lay down. Thinking back to today's transaction with Li Shimin, Lu Xian smiled. What would Li Shimin think if he later found out that he wanted more profits and could no longer care about the costs? That's all. Why do you think so much? In the feudal dynasty, Li Shimin said it clearly. He had ways to save costs. The most important thing in the Tang dynasty was manpower. On a moonless night, somewhere in the palace, the lights were brightly lit. Li Lizi sat in front of the case, constantly looking for all records about tofu. Of course, there are also records about dongpo pork. There are many books in the palace, and all the famous teachers and scholars were mobilized by Li Lizi today. But a whole day passed, and there was no written record of what dongpo meat was. The only person who provided the information was Empress Changsun. This dongpo meat is made of pork, because your majesty said so. The only thing with words to test is tofu, mapo tofu, who is mapo? Or something? Nothing. Li Lizi's beautiful eyebrows were furrowed, and the tip of her nose was stained with ink, but she didn't notice it at all. Behind Li Lizi, An equally beautiful woman yawned. Sister, I can't find it. Is this mapo tofu really that amazing? Li Lizi turned around and smiled, looking at her sister Li Hui. You have no idea how delicious that thing is. Mapo tofu is delicious, dongpo pork is delicious, and the people are. Thinking of this, Li Lizi's cheeks turned red involuntarily. Under the light, they looked like jasmine flowers blooming in early spring. Sister, why are you blushing? Li Hui, you don't know, mapo tofu is a bit pungent. The blush on Li Lizi's face has reached the root of her neck. Outside the door, brisk footsteps came. Sister, I found it. Li Lizi's eyes lit up. Li Shu, have you really found it? Li Lizi's two younger sisters, Li Shu and Li Hui, were mobilized by her today to look for clues in Wenshan's books. Thinking that Li Shu had found traces of mapo tofu, Li Lizi approached excitedly. The power of Confucius has the power to influence the entire nation. Confucius was 9 feet long and 6 inches long. Everyone called him a long man. This means something. Confucius was tall, strong, and extremely brave. Although Li Shu is named Shu, she is not a lady at all. Although Li Hui is named Hui, she has nothing to do with wisdom. Only Li Lizi, who is naturally beautiful, really lives up to her name. Li Hui opened her mouth in surprise and jumped up excitedly. Confucius is so powerful. No wonder he led his disciples to travel around the country without fear of encountering robbers or something. Li Shu raised her head proudly, as if she had discovered a new world. Little sister, please stop talking. Sister, I discovered such a big secret today and I must tell my father. Li Hui scratched her head. Sister, but I still want to eat mapo tofu. Li Lizi looked at her two younger sisters and thought, how about giving it a try tomorrow? You two sisters, when you go out tomorrow, you must dress up in disguise, preferably with a beard or something. The rougher you dress and the more you look like ordinary people, the safer we will be. Li Lizi looked at the two of them and said seriously. The two girls nodded, and the corners of Li Shu's lips raised. Sister, you know me. Over the years, my father has always said that I am not like a daughter but like a man. It just so happens that I will show you the good things I have prepared tomorrow. Li Hui looked anxious at this time. Sister, but I don't have any clothes to dress up. What should I do? Li Lizi thought for a while. This is simple. I think your figure is similar to Ziade's. Her clothes fit you well. But don't be too clean. After Li Lizi emphasized it again, the two sisters left the palace. At this time, Li Lizi ran all the way, took out the clothes she usually used to disguise herself as a man, and looked left and right. How can I show off my beauty without showing any emotion? Oops, why is there a tiny stain on the clothes? They need to be washed. They must not be so sloppy in front of Lucian. No more suffering for you two sisters. My sister's lifelong events depend on you. It was just dawn, and people were already appearing in the palace one after another. Outside Changle Gate, Qin Shibao looked around for a long time, but still didn't see his three good brothers, and he was a little anxious for a while. He took the junior officer aside and asked, where are my three good brothers? Where is Duklu? Where is General Niu? Where is General Yuchi? That little official had just become qualified to serve in the court, and his status was so low that he didn't even know who Qin Shibao was, so how could he dare to provoke the big boss in the court? Anyway, those who can enter the court are better than him. Are you talking about those three? Oh, to be honest, I also heard some gossip. Some people say that your three brothers ate some, delicious food at home, and they were poisoned. They vomited and had diarrhea. Dr. Sun came all the way in the night, but he was exhausted in the second half of the night and still couldn't cure it. When Qin Kaiang heard this, there seemed to be waves of black shadows in front of him. During the early years of the war, he suffered from many hidden diseases. Now he feels dizzy and chest tightness from time to time. Today's court is just for a stroll. According to His Majesty's intention, he can stay at home until the end of time. Originally, he was in a good mood and wanted to chat with Cheng Yaojin and the other two, reminisce about the past, and make an appointment to go to a brothel or something. Unexpectedly, he heard such news. Hey, sir, what's wrong with you? The official was terrified. His face was full of fear. This is my first day to attend the court, don't get into trouble. Qin Kaiang gritted his teeth, endured the dizziness, and rushed to Cheng Yaojin's house. In the court, Li Shimin rubbed his head. Yesterday, I was busy eating delicious food at the Datang restaurant, and it seemed that I forgot something. When the civil and military officials were in place, Li Shimin suddenly realized. Didn't we agree to go see Cheng Yaojin and the other two last night? How could I forget it? In the court, after the civil and military officials went through the formalities, Li Shimin was already drowsy. His eyes kept looking at the horizon not far away, hoping that time would pass quickly. Hurry up, I have to go and sign a contract with Lu Xian. When he returned to the palace last night, Li Shimin couldn't figure out what the thing that could change the fate of the Tang dynasty was. In the court, the things reported by the ministers were very funny. Li Shimin never thought that as an emperor, he would have to face such a situation one day. In the memorials of officials from all over the country, the East family and the West family gossip, your family passed by my door, and my family peed on your land. Such things are still relatively elegant. When the official who read the memorial read the two groups of people cursing in the street, he couldn't help laughing. Li Shimin was even more annoyed. You are a professional and professionally trained person. You can't laugh no matter how funny it is. Why didn't I laugh? Kukiku. Seeing that the time was almost up and the court was about to be dismissed, Li Shimin stood up and said, My dear ministers, if there is nothing else, please leave the court. At this time, a loud voice sounded, I have a memorial. Kui Liang, the governor of Qizhu, has repeatedly written to the emperor that the people in Qizhu are simple and honest, the officials are honest, and the people are harmonious. However, this year is very cold, and there is no extra money and grain in Qizhu. Please have mercy on the people and show your love for the people. Li Shimin couldn't listen to the long and boring things at the end. You can tell what's going on by listening to the beginning of this memorial. In Shandong, Qizhu has no money to spend the winter. It's cold this year, so the officials asked him for money. Li Shimin didn't mind this. The main thing was that these civil servants were playing with words and confusing right and wrong in the court. You said that the people in Qizhu are simple and honest, but there are frequent thefts and refugees in Qizhu all year round. What's going on? You said that the officials in Qizhu were honest. I remember that it was a place where Shandong nobles gathered. The people were miserable and officials listened to the pipa at home. You said that the people in that place were harmonious. What a guy. Do you really think that I didn't go to Qizhu when I was fighting? The warriors over there were busy in the fields. When they heard the sound of riding horses, they showed their faces and rushed out with hoes. If I hadn't brought many people with me, I'm afraid they would have been robbed that day. I have a memorial. Your Majesty, Yuzhu is a bitter and cold place. The people are kind and the officials are miserable. This winter, Qizhu is like that. How good can your Yuzhu be? There are many warriors in Yuyan. Although I haven't read much, it's too much for you to lie so blatantly. Your Majesty, I have a memorial. For a while, the pressure of this year's cold winter came bravely, and Li Shimin squinted at the ministers who made memorials. They all seemed to have entered the court during the Weid period. Some of them were also important officials in Chang'an during the reign of Emperor Ying of Sui. These people have a complex network of influence in Chang'an. It is said that they have been very close to the wealthy and powerful families in recent years. The aristocratic families in the world are the existence that Li Shimin hates the most. Even after Li Yuan ascended the throne, he once beautified his origin and got close to the aristocratic families, but he still couldn't change the hatred in Li Shimin's heart. Li Shimin's face was not good. If Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Yu Qigong were here, as long as Li Shimin looked at them, the three of them would start to curse and denounce these aristocratic puppets. At this time, an old man slowly stood up from the position of Prime Minister. Your Majesty, Kui Mingan, asks His Majesty to show your grace and comfort the people. Your Majesty, Lu Junian, asks Your Majesty to sympathize with the people. The Emperor's grace is great. For a while, the voice of requesting to play sounded again. There were even officials in the crowd who were very bold. Your Majesty, the country is about to rise, and the people have no warm things, which is the king's fault. There were too many people, and Li Shimin's position was too high. Before he could see who said this, he had already fallen into a vast ocean of saliva attacks from the wealthy and powerful families. At this time, Li Shimin directly thought of Lu Xian's method and stroked his beard. Lu Xian is just a small chef, but he is like a prophet. Can he really see through what I am thinking? Can he really predict things? A casual conversation last night turned out to be the key to solving the chaos in the court. Lu Xian, the little shopkeeper, is really a god? At the same time, Li Shimin subconsciously looked at Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang has a special relationship with the Shandong gentry. If he jumps out and says something at this time, I am afraid he will not be able to get off the stage. I am no longer the king of Qin who turned the table over when he couldn't play. Standing at the top, I can only turn the table over myself. Wei Zhang, I hope you don't mess with me. At this time, a loud voice slowly spoke, like a light in the dark night, instantly becoming the focus of the court. Li Shimon's heart skipped a beat. There is only one person in the world who can make all officials shut up and make Li Shimon feel excited, Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang coughed twice and cleared his throat. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Here it comes. Li Shimon's heart is pounding. Wei Zhang, this old guy, I don't know how ugly words he will say, and he can't refute them by quoting scriptures. Before Li Shimon allowed it, Wei Zhang's voice sounded again. You officials keep saying that you are doing this for the people, for the people. Do you really think I don't know what you are doing? Li Shimon had already prepared for the punishment. After all, he had to pass this level. At worst, he could go back to Wei Zhang to have a private discussion to vent his anger. No, Wei Zhang's words didn't sound like they were directed at me. All the civil and military officials were silent, staring at Wei Zhang blankly. At this time, Wei Zhang had a ruddy complexion, his eyes were like lightning, and he held his head high. I, Wei Zhang, will not pretend anymore. From today on, I will no longer bow my head for those illusory things. What about direct advice? I am not that kind of person. Some people say that I am a bronze mirror. Go to hell with your bronze mirror. I want to eat delicious food every day, and I want to bring my wife and children to eat together. After half a lifetime of wandering, a plate of mapo tofu and a meal of dongpo pork made Wei Zhang wake up. What are you looking at? Come out and fight alone. As Wei Zhang spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. When the officials saw Wei Zhang like this, they retreated one after another. Your Majesty allocated funds, but can the money and food really reach the hands of the people? The tax of the Ministry of Revenue of the Tang Dynasty, the treasury of your Majesty, passed through your hands in the past few years. After layers of exploitation, the people still have nothing to wear and no rice to eat. Do you think I, Wei Zhang, am blind? Or do you think that the current emperor can't see your true colors? Wei Zhang put his hands on his waist, full of energy, and raised the corners of his mouth. Your petty tricks are now openly carried out, damn it. Then, there were some unpleasant words, making a fuss about the ancestors of the court officials for 18 generations, with a thunderous voice and a full sense of justice. Wei Zhang dared to say that he was second to none in scolding people with a sense of justice. During the entire Zhenguan period, no one dared to say that he was second to none. Your Majesty, I think those who keep saying that they are forcing your Majesty should be killed. Wei Zhang saw that those officials were already anxious, but they were like ants on a hot pot, anxious and could not utter a word. Even if they said a word, it was some harmless words like country boy, thief that Wei Zhang thought had no lethality. Are you kidding me? Who am I, Wei Zhang? If it was yesterday, I might be annoyed to hear these words, but after the baptism of mapo tofu and dongpo pork, and looking at his wife and children at home, Wei Zhang had already changed. There are millions of people in this world, why should I tolerate you? Confucius said that a gentleman is not an instrument. Li Shimon was already confused at this moment. Today, the sun came out from the west. The officials in the court rubbed their eyes and their hearts were surging. Did Wei Zhang eat that? Why is his mouth so smelly? Faced with Wei Zhang's gratifying changes, Li Shimon's eyes flashed with suspicion, and then he was extremely alert. He felt that Wei Zhang must have changed his tactics. He had used them too many times before, either speaking out or threatening to die. It had been 7 years. How did I get through these 7 years? Who can bear to watch this kind of drama every day? What is Wei Zhang's tactic this time? It can't be a case of suppressing before praising? Li Shimon pondered for a moment. Okay, what you said makes sense. I already have a solution, Wei Zhang. Don't worry, be careful in your words and deeds in the court. Wei Zhang raised his head at this time, looking very proud. In the past, he would definitely look at the Cheng Yaojin trio. After all, when these three were scolded, they were really beaten. Yes, your Majesty is right. Li Shimon waved his hand, dismissed the court. Wei Zhang, come here. Ganlu Hall is where Li Shimon handles government affairs on a daily basis, where he rests, and where the imperial study is located. Why, you have changed? Li Shimon asked in a deep voice, his eyes full of playfulness. Can Wei Zhang really change? Wei Zhang was also very excited at this time. He felt so good after the scolding just now. The anger that had been pent up in his heart for many years and the pain of being poked in the spine secretly were like a river pouring out and mercury pouring on the ground. Facing Li Shimon's question, Wei Zhang saluted calmly. Your Majesty, I, Wei Zhang, have been disrespectful to your Majesty in the past. Your Majesty does not blame me, and Wei Zhang is already satisfied. Your Majesty is being attacked today, and I cannot sit idly by. Those wealthy and powerful families are ambitious and shameless. They eat the flesh of the people and drink the blood of the people, but they complain about your Majesty in every word. They are lawless, and I cannot stand it. Li Shimon was stunned, then touched his beard, slowly stood up, and pulled Wei Zhang's arm. My dear, I know your intentions. The king and his minister looked at each other, and Li Shimon's eyes were filled with tears. The damn Wei Zhang finally changed. He didn't have to endure this guy's anger in the future. He couldn't beat him or scold him. Killing him would make his reputation last forever. Relieved, Wei Zhang's eyes were clear and firm. From today on, I, Wei Zhang, will do things according to my heart. If people don't work for themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. Wei Zhang, what should I reward you with? Li Shimon hesitated for a moment, thinking of Wei Zhang's previous style. He would not spend the rewards even if he asked for them. He would put them there and take them out to dry in the sun to get rid of the bad smell. Forget it, I will give you a promotion. Wei Zhang was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Shimon. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. My family is poor, my wife and children are sick, and they want to eat mapo tofu and dongpo pork. I have to go back and buy them for them. Li Shimon slapped his thigh suddenly and realized that this change in Wei Zhang would not be related to Lu Xian, right? Come here, bring 10 taels of gold. Have you ever seen someone eating dongpo pork in the early morning? Now in front of Lu Xian, the sun has just risen, and someone is eating dongpo pork. Although dongpo pork is fat but not greasy under Lu Xian's cooking skills, it is extremely delicious. But eating this early in the morning is still a bit fierce. What's more, the person eating this is a woman. Have you ever seen a woman eating 3 bowls of rice in the early morning? Now, there are 3 women sitting in front of Lu Xian. To be more precise, they are 3 women dressed as men. Their poor attire and awkward behavior make people reluctant to expose them. When Li Lizi brought Li Shu and Li Hui to Datang restaurant early in the morning, Yaya was reciting the new analects. After ordering 3 servings of mapo tofu and 3 servings of dongpo pork, Li Lizi began to stare blankly at Lu Xian. Li Shu and Li Hui obviously had not experienced the feeling of such delicious food being so close. They ate up all the food in a flash. 3 servings of mapo tofu, 3 servings of dongpo pork, and 9 bowls of rice stunned Yaya and Daz Wang who were sitting on the side. 2 warriors, how about a few more servings? Lu Xian asked with a smile. When Li Shu and Li Hui heard the word warrior, they quickly reacted and blushed. Then they thought that they were still women dressed as men, coughed a few times, and wiped the corners of their mouths. Well, make a few more and take them away. Lu Xian collected the money and walked towards the kitchen. Li Lizi also stood up and followed behind. She was very curious. This small Tang Dynasty restaurant actually had such a magical person. What kind of place could make such magical food? Today, Li Lizi said very little and responded with one sentence, "Hush, look at the handsome guy." As soon as Li Lizi entered the backyard, Li Shu and Li Hui were furious. Sister, you and I were a little careless today. Yes, Sister Changle didn't tell us about such a handsome man, and asked us to dress shabbily. We were seen in this state. Isn't it shameful? Li Hui held her head up. It's over. If I knew that the shopkeeper named Lu Xian mentioned by sister was so handsome, I should have worn the most beautiful clothes. Heroes love beautiful women, women love handsome men, this is an eternal truth. Even Li Shimon's children are no exception. Yaya's big eyes flickered, and she poked her head. Sister, I will tell you a little secret, it's I secret. Li Shu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Yes, although she was a little slower than Sister Changle, she was like this, a woman who was not inferior to men. What if she could catch up later? Hey, little sister, what's your secret? Yaya lowered her head and scratched her hands. The secret is, Yaya wants beautiful clothes, beautiful clothes. Li Shu didn't understand for a while, and was stunned for a while before she realized that this little girl, Yaya, wanted beautiful clothes. Come on, Yaya, just tell me your father's secret, and I will give you this. This can buy a lot of beautiful clothes, and you can't wear them all in your life. Yaya grinned, excitedly took a golden hairpin from Li Shu's hand, and put it on her head in a proper manner. Sister, come here, I'll tell you. After a while, Li Shu smiled and touched Yaya's head. Yaya, you are so cute. Yaya nodded vigorously. Yaya knows that Yaya is very cute. Thank you, sister. Sister is also very beautiful. Li Shu's face was immediately filled with spirits when Yaya praised her like this. For many years in the palace, when there were so many flattering words, Li Shu never cared about them. Those people had something to ask of her, so naturally they would not tell the truth. But now, a child praised me for being beautiful. Children will not lie, right? The most important thing is that from Yaya, Li Shu knew Lucien's little secret. Lucien likes the mung bean cakes from Gihuafang. At this time, Li Shu did not react. When Yaya was talking about mung bean cakes, she kept drooling, and she did not expect Yaya's little thoughts at all. Li Hui held her head aside, shaking left and right, bored. I'm full, but I still want to eat. Do you think the store owner would like a girl who can eat? Before Li Shu could answer, De Zhuang's voice came slowly. Yaya, look, this girl is playing with an iron ball. Iron ball? Where is the iron ball? Girl? Li Hui was stunned. The girl that De Zhuang was talking about was her. The iron ball in De Zhuang's mouth was her head. For a while, the main hall was in chaos. It was the first time for a woman to dress up as a man, and it was a bit sloppy. Even a child and a foolish person could see that Li Shu and Li Hui were dejected. In the backyard, Li Lizi followed Lucien closely. Lucien drew water from the well, and Li Lizi watched silently. After Lucien drew water, he lightly carried the well water to the kitchen to cook, and Li Lizi followed. Shopkeeper, are you the legendary master who deliberately hides in Chang'an City and works as a cook? It's true that a great hermit hides in the city, right? Lucien smiled and said, Sir, you should read less fairy tales. The real hermit masters are all in Zhongnan Mountain. It's not that they don't come down, but it's not easy to come down. Where are there so many masters in the world? As soon as the voice fell, the kitchen knife in Lucien's hand flew, dazzling, flying up and down. Li Lizi was instantly frightened, fearing that the kitchen knife with a cold light would fall into Lucien's hands. Until Lucien stopped moving, Li Lizi saw that Lucien's hands, feet, and arms were fine, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party is disabled, it will definitely not work. Li Lizi said silently in her heart. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the pork cut into pieces. On the chopping board, the pork was cut into small square pieces, and the size was exactly the same, just like measuring with a ruler. This knife skill, can it be mastered without decades of hard work? You still say you are not a master? Young master? Are you still hysterical? Really, there are no masters in this world. Lucien reminded again seriously that the ancients always talked about unknown things, thinking that they were immortals, but they didn't know that I, Lucien, was just an ordinary cook. Get the pot on the stove and heat the oil. Boom! The flames flew up, and Li Lizi screamed. She saw the huge iron pot in Lucien's hand like a light wooden ladle, flying up and down, and the food in the pot was like a fairy scattering flowers. Every time it was thrown high, it seemed to be scattered all over the ground. The next moment, it returned to the pot obediently. Isn't he a master? Sir, there's a lot of smoke inside, you'd better go out, it will make you old. There are really no masters in this world, we are all just ordinary people. When she heard that she was going to get old, Li Lizi blushed, ran out and stood at the door, and looked inside at Lucien. Then Li Lizi was stunned. That water tank was full of water, and Lucien picked it up like a chicken. Hiss! You still say you are not a master? When Li Lizi and the other two left, it was almost noon. The three of them were more shy and reluctant than each other. Do you think they are men? Lucien believed that men in this world would definitely clench their fists. Where in the world are there such men? Yaya had a golden hairpin on her head, shining in the sun, and waved goodbye to the three people. Big sister, you guys still have to come, Yaya likes you guys so much. Looking at the hairpin on Yaya's head, Lucien asked Yaya with his hands on his waist, Tell me, did you cheat my sister for her things? Yaya grinned and hugged Lucien's thigh. Yaya knows she's wrong. Yaya just saw I working hard, this is given to Yaya by my sister. Lucien shook his head. Yaya, you can't just take other people's things, didn't I tell you? Yaya shook her head again and again. I exchanged it with my sister for a secret. Oh, haha, what secret did you exchange with your sister for it? Lucian cooperated with Yaya in acting seriously. Yaya raised her little head. I exchanged it with I secret. I said I likes to eat the mung bean cake from Gihuafang. When Lucian heard this, black lines appeared on his forehead. Mung bean cake, and from Gihuafang. I have never heard of this place. You say this is what I like to eat? Why do I sound like you like it? This deal is really worthwhile. When Yaya starts to make plans, I'm afraid the whole Chang'an will be in chaos. He is a smart kid. I guess he won't be able to finish the mung bean cakes in the future. He got a hairpin for nothing. I'll put this thing away for you and keep it. You'll throw it away somewhere every day. When you grow up, I'll give it to you. When Yaya heard this, she immediately pouted. You have already saved other things for Yaya. Lucian was stunned. This kid was a bit smart, but his tactics for dealing with ordinary kids didn't seem to be very good. Forget it, let's defeat 10 with one force. Yaya, hang this on your head. The big bad wolf will come and take it away for you at night. Yaya was scared when she heard about the big bad wolf. The sun was shining on the street, and Yaya was squatting at the door, her little mouth chattering. If you hear the truth in the morning, you will die in the evening. A gentleman is not dignified if he is not serious. De Zhuang, on the other hand, was waving his broom, fighting the air with his wits and courage. From time to time, he would bend his waist, as if he was about to make a sneak attack. Suddenly, a voice came. Yaya, what do you mean by telling uncle that if you hear the truth in the morning, you will die in the evening? Yaya raised her head, and when she saw the person coming, she clapped her hands excitedly. Uncle, who is drunk after just one drink, you are here. Here comes the uncle who got drunk after just one drink. Li Shimin has a dark face, can't he remove the first few words? Uncle who gets drunk after just one drink, if he hears it in the morning, he will die in the evening. Yes, yes. I found out the way to your house in the morning, but you will die in the evening. Yaya waved her little fist and looked fierce. Li Shimin raised his head and laughed, stroking his beard and grinning from ear to ear. Li Shimin liked Yaya's fierce look more and more. Yaya, you looked so fierce just now, uncle was so scared. Li Shimin originally thought that Yaya would raise her head proudly and laugh out loud at himself, but Yaya's behavior was completely different from Li Shimin's expectation. Yaya frowned on her little face, folded her hands, imitating an adult, and sighed heavily. Hey, uncle who gets drunk after just one drink, what are you going to do? You are so cowardly. The uncle said that day that you can't keep up with the heat even if you eat shit. As soon as Lucian went out, he heard Yaya talking about this thing. Yaya, we run a restaurant. Be careful. Li Shimin was not happy when he saw Lucian's ferocious Yaya. Hey, little shopkeeper, you are childish, don't worry about it, haha. Little girl, it's interesting. Yaya, tell me, if a gentleman is not serious, he will not be powerful. What does this mean? Lucian secretly screamed, but it was too late. I saw Yaya with her hands on her hips, raised her head, and said seriously, I'm a timid uncle who gets drunk after just one drink. I'm talking about you. If you don't hit people hard, you won't be able to establish your prestige. When Li Shimin saw that Kong Fuse's words could be interpreted in this way, he felt happy and then stuffed the accessories around his waist into Yaya's hands. Good guy, Yaya is so smart. Yaya looked at the jade pendant in her hand, as if she couldn't hold it with one hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Uncle, you are so good. Li Shimin laughed so hard that his beard almost fell off. Why did you change your mind when he gave you something good? In the private room on the second floor, Li Shimin stroked his beard and pointed at the official in official uniform beside him. Lucian, this is the magistrate of Chang'an County. Well, the master in front of me is also a person of status. Let him be a witness today. Between you and me, write a deed and sign it. Lucian smiled at the master in front of the so-called Chang'an County magistrate. Then I'll trouble you, master. The most uncomfortable person at the moment is Chang'an County magistrate Zhou Wuji. Only today did he understand why it was difficult to be the magistrate of Chang'an. His Majesty came to see him early this morning. Zhou Wuji was so frightened that he almost fainted. He thought he had done something outrageous, so he told him exactly what his father-in-law had arranged for him. Unexpectedly, His Majesty just said, "Du Ruhui's relative, forget it. Then let him pretend to be a master and come out to give a testimony or something. Zhou Wuji said politely to Lu Xian, little shopkeeper, don't be polite, we are not outsiders. My official came here today to act on orders. In Chang'an County has witnessed not only 8,000 transactions, but also 8,000. The two of you can discuss it now. After the discussion, you can write it down in black and white, sign it, and it will take effect immediately. Lu Xian glanced at Li Shimin, oldly, you won't find someone to fool me, will you? I don't study well, so don't lie to me. Li Shimin waved his hands repeatedly, little shopkeeper, you can't say this nonsense. Our old Li is also a well-known honest man from all over the country. He has always been honest when doing business. How else can we do such a big business? While speaking, Li Shimin also looked at Zhou Wuji. Zhou Wuji's face turned green. No, Your Majesty, you didn't agree with me before you came here. Does this mean that you are a businessman? Ah, yes, yes. Shopkeeper Li is famous for his honesty and trustworthiness. No matter whether he makes money or loses money, he writes it down in black and white and has no intention of going back on his word. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin quietly, then looked at Zhou Wuji, silently studying it. This secretive look immediately made Zhou Wuji and Li Shimin look at each other. Zhou Wuji kept muttering in his mind, oh no, did I say the wrong thing? Li Shimin was even more curious, what was Lu Xian looking at? Did you see through it? At this time, Lu Xian's heart had already turned into a wild wave of laughter. You, Li Shimin, do you obey the rules? Talk about martial ethics? Then you flipped the table? Also, next time you bring someone over, can you pretend to be more polite? Look at Zhou Wuji. He obviously doesn't look like a master, but more like an official. And you, can you let Zhou Wuji sit down? You kept calling yourself a merchant, but when you arrived at the place, you were sitting and Zhou Wuji was standing, and there was no sense of disharmony between them. Ahem. Lu Xian cleared his throat. Old Li, you said there is someone above you. Do you know that after this is signed in black and white, the house will be mine? Li Shimin had known for a long time that this would happen, and Lu Xian didn't look like the kind of owner who wanted to suffer a loss. He opened a restaurant, and when guests came to eat, they had to pay first. Little shopkeeper, look, I have brought the land deeds with me. Lu Xian raised his hand towards Zhou Wuji and said, Master, please start writing. The method was written down, and as long as he didn't sign it, no one could do anything to Lu Xian. Laoli, what's your name? Well, just call me Li Er. Zhou Wuji stood aside and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he understood one thing. His Majesty did not seem to be wary of the manager of the Datang hotel in front of him, and he seemed to like him very much. You must know that His Majesty is extremely majestic above the court. When ordinary officials enter the court and see His Majesty, they may not be able to stand firm. Now Lu Xian and Li Er are cooperating in business. Li Er will pay Lu Xian a mansion and 30% of the profit. Lu Xian will share the business methods with Li Er. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he smiled and said, Old Li, what else do you want to add? Li Shimin waved his hand and touched his beard. No more, Master Zhou, it's your turn next. Zhou Wuji nodded, looked at Li Shimin, and then looked at Lu Xian. Have you two thought it through? Once we start doing business together, from now on, no matter the wind and rain, ups and downs, honor and loss, we must bear it together. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Why did this sound so embarrassing? Now Lu Xian was afraid that he would suddenly remember some strange voice. Wait. If one party regrets, they can go to the county government to terminate the contract, but they have to pay a very high price. If one party breaches the contract, they can go to Chang'an County with evidence to explain the situation. The government will not favor anyone, but will never let any lawbreaker go. Next, there is a paragraph about taxation, which gave Lu Xian a headache. Or it can be said that the Tang dynasty can become a shining pearl in Chinese history. From top to bottom, that set of systems cannot be said to be very advanced, but at least it is much stronger than neighboring countries. It's all good against peers. You too, if you have no objection, please sign. I will come in after one stick of incense. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, What are you waiting for? I am not a stingy person. He raised his hand and signed his name, Li Er. After saying that, he raised his hand to pick up the pen, signed on it, wiped his thumb on the red mud, and then pressed it heavily on the deed. Then he took out the house deed and said, Master Zhou, take a look. This is the former Duke's mansion. It can be said that it was given by the current Holy Emperor. It is even better than the current Duke's mansion. Shopkeeper Lu, the deed written in black and white is right here, and the house is right here. It's up to you whether you can take it or not. Lu Xian opened the land deed and checked it several times. After confirming that there were no problems, he nodded. Yes, if you have a big house, this method can be used. It's impossible for Li Shimin to default on his debt, right? Sign and stamp, all in one go. Zhou Wuji stamped the official seal on it, and the matter came to an end. Li Shimin winked, and Zhou Wuji left the Datang hotel. At this time, Li Shimin smiled and took Lu Xian's arm. Little shopkeeper, I can't help it anymore, tell me quickly, what is that thing? Lu Xian nodded, signed, and pledged his name. When the dust settled, the land deed was obtained. He was acting with Li Shimin. Li Shimin should feel that he is sincere now, right? Laoli, sit down and listen to me slowly. In this land of Jinyang, which is now the ancestral land of the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty, there is a magical thing, which I call black gold. Ancestral land, black gold, these words really made Li Shimin jump with fear. Little shopkeeper, we also worked with Tasia back then. Although we are not in Jinyang, we are more familiar with Jinyang than our family. Why haven't we heard of this so-called black gold? Lu Xian smiled mysteriously. Then let me ask you, in your third year of Weud, have you ever heard of hundreds of acres of idle wasteland near Jinyang, where nothing grows, not even grass can survive? The local people called it the cursed place. Of course, some Taoist monks also used it and called it the dragon's breathing place. Later, ordinary people were prohibited from approaching it. This made an impression on Li Shimin. During the third year of Weud, some strange legends came from Jinyang's hometown. Throughout the third year of Weud to the fourth year of Weud, the people of Chang'an were extremely excited. At that time, someone was making a big fuss and fulfilling Li Tang's destiny as the chosen one, but Li Shimin just thought it was a joke. Little shopkeeper, you mean, there is black gold there? Old Li, you are a businessman, so you can't just let go of the news coming from north to south. Every seemingly weird news is full of business opportunities. To put it bluntly, when a manure truck passes by your door, you have to taste it. Lu Xian's mouth was moved, and his hands followed suit. As soon as these words came out, Li Shimin's face became a little uneasy. He kept refuting the rumors and almost covered Lu Xian's mouth. Little shopkeeper, there is no such thing. Lu Xian smiled, that's what I mean, you have to pay attention to all kinds of gossip. Li Shimin let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Xian's voice was not loud. If Cheng Yaojin heard this, the whole of Chang'an would probably know about it tomorrow. After all, this temperament is somewhat similar to that of Cheng Yaojin. This sentence is just for Cheng Yaojin. Lu Xian felt that he had almost dug the hole for Li Shimin, so he continued, the black gold is like a stone, but softer than a stone. Usually when you dig it out, you will find a large piece of black gold. If you touch it, your hands will be covered with dust. This thing can burn and is very resistant to burning. Li Shimin's face already looked a little bad. To put it bluntly, are we still burning things? Does this thing have the power of charcoal and firewood? Laoli, when I look at you, I'm thinking, does this thing have firewood? Does it have charcoal? Haha, you, that's all you can do. This black gold burns like a raging fire and lasts for a long time. A small piece can burn for a day. It can be said to be one of the best materials for heating in winter. Li Shimin's eyes seemed to be burning with raging fire now. If this thing really existed, wouldn't I be able to hang Lu Xian's memorial tablet in the Tai Chi Hall and burn 2 sticks of incense every day? Little shopkeeper, is this true? That's natural. People of the Tang dynasty don't deceive people of the Tang dynasty. Lu Xian leaned back. What does it mean to show off by stepping on a horse? This is called showing off by stepping on a horse. Old Li, don't you have someone above you? Just report it to the top. It's only September now, so there's still time to excavate. People in the land of Jinyang can pick up this thing every day when walking on the road. It's strange to say that they treat it as a cursed stone and throw it aside, let alone try how to use this black gold. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Now he finally knew how charming this black gold was. Little shopkeeper, do you think this thing is more common in Tang dynasty? Lu Xian looked at a frog that had never seen the world before and said with a smile, not many, just a few thousand minerals. Although Lucien was not a liberal arts student before time travel, he had dated an ex-girlfriend from his liberal arts class in high school. Coincidentally, she was also a geography class representative, so it was normal to discuss mineral resources on weekdays. You can do it with peace of mind. With people like us in Datang, they can use it all year round, and they will never be able to use it up in several lifetimes. Those are all precious lumps left to us by our ancestors. The Tang dynasty was like an uncivilized land, with abundant coal mines and abundant oil. But not many people really explore its value. Li Shimin looked at Lucien, his heart churning. Why does Lucien want 30% of the profit? If this thing is true, isn't Lucien afraid of changing his mind? That's endless benefit. Black gold everywhere, after being collected, becomes flowing gold. No, Lucien is a young boy, but he is quite experienced in doing things. Could he have seen something? Li Shimin thought about it and immediately began to doubt. If this black gold falls into the hands of ordinary merchants, if it is used properly, it will be rich enough to rival a country in a year or two. Such good things can only be collected by the Tang government in person, and such business can only be done by the Tang government in person. Old Li, why are you squinting there? Do you think you are an old sinister person like the current uncle of the emperor? You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you have to be so sinister, with a pig's nose inserted with a green onion, pretending to be an elephant. Oh, yes, you don't know what an elephant is. Li Shimin stood up immediately. When has our old Li ever been so angry? But the next moment, he wilted. Because Lucien said, after collecting this thing, there is another process, we will talk about it later. After leaving the Tang Dynasty Hotel, Li Shimin no longer wanted to visit Changyaejin. After all, compared with the warmth of thousands of households, compared with the silver and money in the warehouse of the Tang Dynasty, compared with the wealth in the treasury, even if Changyaejin and the other two had something wrong, it would be a happy funeral. After getting on the carriage, Li Shimin's gloomy voice sounded, Lu Renayuan, send someone to Jinyang now, 800 miles in an emergency, to find the cursed stone, black, bring more back. When Lu Renayuan heard it, he immediately shuddered. Yes, Your Majesty, I will arrange it right away. But the next moment, Lu Renayuan thought of something. Your Majesty, I have heard of that thing, it seems to be quite close to the Dragon Vein ancestral tomb. Boom, a sentence popped up in Li Shimin's mind. Lucien, listen to me, thank you. Your Majesty, are you still going to General Cheng's place? I'm not going. I want to go back and think about digging the ancestral grave, no, digging the black stone. Although Lu Renayuan didn't know what the black stone was, he knew it was important when he saw His Majesty's cautious look after coming out. I couldn't help but look at the Datang Hotel. Outside the door, there was the naive big man and the 4-year-old girl Yaya who were counting ants at the door. This is still a really mysterious place. In the evening, the sun sets. There was deathly silence in Cheng Mansion. From Cheng Yaejin's Xixian Kui family to ordinary servants, they all kept silent today for fear of saying the wrong thing. After all, my father-in-law has not recovered after eating badly yesterday. He has vomiting and diarrhea. The young father-in-law tried it and almost turned his intestines out. If you say the wrong thing at this time, you may be beaten to death. In the huge room, the fire was burning brightly, there were 3 beds, and 3 dark men were lying in a row. Beside the bed, there was another man sitting with a slightly red face. It was Qin Kaiying and Qin Shibao. Brothers and sisters, it's been a day. Dr. Sun said that the vomiting and diarrhea are almost gone. Is it time to wake up? Kui's eyes were sad and swollen. General Qin, tell me this. Dr. Sun was in disbelief yesterday. Is there no cook in our house? Is it that we can't cook delicious meals? He insisted on doing it himself. He said he found the secret method from the book and planned to open a restaurant in the future. The more Kui talked, the angrier she became, and then she burst into tears. Qin Kaiying sighed. He had been sitting here for a day, and now he was weak. He could eat something, and the Cheng family had prepared a lot of food, but he couldn't take a bite. His old friend and brother was lying on the couch, unconscious. Cheng Yaejin was doing better, at least his chest was rising and falling, and his breathing was smooth. Niu Jinda could still foam at the corners of his mouth from time to time. The worst was Yu Qigong, who suddenly ran out of breath and started to breathe again after a while. Qin Kaiying feels more tired today than during those days when she was recovering from illness. Cough 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 cough. Suddenly, a violent cough came. The black man on the outside stood up suddenly. Yu Qigong's eyes widened like bells, and he looked around in horror. After a long time, he took a long breath. It turns out, it's not the underworld. Immediately afterwards, Niu Jinda slowly opened his mouth, and a mouthful of white foam shot out like a sharp arrow, shooting straight to the roof. Pfft! Qin Kaiang was stunned and looked at Cheng Yaojin. A snoring sound slowly floated. Qin Kaiang's face turned dark. There were even black lines on Kui's face. Since the change of dynasties, these elders of the Tang dynasty have been proud to marry women with 5 surnames and 7 looks. After Cheng Yaofa's wife died of illness, Li Shimin began to matchmaking. Although Ms. Kui was not a shrew, she couldn't help it at this moment. Cheng's Hija, get up. After a while, the 4 brothers were squatting in the yard, warming themselves by the fire, their faces turning green from time to time. Old Qin, you are not feeling well, let's go inside. No, it's too stuffy in the house, please be more comfortable outside. Qin Kaiang smiled bitterly. Yu Qigong sighed, isn't there nothing that divine Dr. Sun can do? You and I have been fighting for many years and have made great achievements. We kill people when we stand in the way, and we kill gods when we stand in the way of gods. I never imagined that God would be so unfair. Qin Kaiang stroked his beard and smiled, looking at the 3 of them. I, Qin Kaiang, have gone through more than 200 battles in my life as a soldier. I have been seriously injured many times. I have shed several tons of blood before and after. How can I not get sick? It's just a minor illness, no big deal. Come on, let's find a place to have a drink. Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Yu Qigong had embarrassment on their faces. After all, after eating the pork that looked like a dark dish yesterday, they now feel nauseated when they see it. Farewell, I'm going back to sleep. Niu Jinda felt very uncomfortable, foaming at the mouth from time to time. Old Cheng, I don't know what he added to it. I'm obviously hungry right now with my chest touching my back. But just refused to take a bite of food. Yu Qigong weakly pulled the unburnt wood in the fire. It's over, it's over. I won't be able to enjoy the delicious food of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty for many days. Cheng Yaojin couldn't bear to worry about it. It was fine if the 3 brothers didn't mention it. When they mentioned it, he felt uncomfortable. What's wrong with the pork? I, Old Cheng, also have good intentions. I, Cheng Yaojin, have been no weaker than others all my life. I have wanted to be a cook since I was a child. If we hadn't gone to war that year, I would have been a chef from all over the country. Huh, you don't know. In those days, cooks were very good at cooking, but very popular. In addition, our old Cheng is also a handsome young man from far away from home. It is reasonable to ask for a wife, right? After the words fell, no one answered, only the cool breeze kept blowing in the wind. There were also rounds of eye rolls. Let's go have a drink. I know a good place. Cheng Yaojin curled his lips. When the drumbeat of the curfew sounded, Cheng Yaojin and the 4 of them walked on the road with great swagger. One of the 4 brothers is thicker than the other, and one is wider than the other. The patrolling soldiers were just about to come over and scold them when they noticed the stern faces of several people, and then obediently stepped aside. There is nothing we can do, these are the fierce men of the Tang dynasty, we cannot afford to offend them. Curfew? That's for the common people. Nobles never have curfews. In the Datang hotel, the fire was warm. Lu Xian looked at the new stove he had just installed and was very satisfied. After adding firewood, the lid was closed, and streams of green smoke slowly floated out of the chimney. Before it floated out for long, it was swept away by the wind and swallowed into the black night. Yaya, Daz Wang, wash your hands. Daz Wang can wash his hands by himself. After all, he is old. Except for his slow reaction, he has no other problems and is in surprisingly good health. Especially with his honest face, naive and innocent eyes. Yaya is not so good. Standing there, she can't reach the copper basin on the shelf. She can only roll up her sleeves, tiptoe, and raise her little hands high. Yaya is so tired after playing in the mud today. I want to eat. Lu Xian pinched Yaya's nose. You eat right after playing in the mud. Aren't you afraid of worms growing in your stomach? The worms crawl out of your stomach at night and crawl around. Yaya's face was tangled up. I washed my hands. Washing hands doesn't work. There are many bad worms that you can't see. They can't be washed away. They starved to death tonight and can be washed away tomorrow. Yaya seemed unhappy, but, Yaya still has a big bad wolf in her stomach. The big bad wolf ate the worms. Yaya danced with excitement as if she had discovered some bug. Anyway, she just wanted to eat. No, the big bad wolf eats the worms and crawls out of your stomach. It will also eat you, and Dazwang. Just at this moment, a loud voice came from outside the door. Little shopkeeper, hurry up, Lao Cheng, I'm starving. Qin Kaiying and Niu Jinda didn't say anything. On the way here, Cheng Yaojin said that when we get here, we are all ordinary people, so don't put on airs. Just call yourself by your last name. At that time, Yu Qigong was dissatisfied. Your surnames all have one character, while mine has two characters. Do I call myself Lao Yuqi? Niu Jinda chuckled, just call him Lao He. As soon as she entered the Datang hotel, Qin Kaiying felt an indescribable sense of comfort. This feeling was different from that at home. On weekdays at home, although the charcoal pot is burning, I always feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. Even drinking and eating meat doesn't help. Every night, I always have nightmares. As soon as he entered the house, it was like entering a cage, or Qin Kaiying wanted to go out for a walk all day long. But there is something different about this place. There were obviously no other guests inside, but it was as warm as spring. Huh? Little shopkeeper, it's so warm in your main hall. Just in time, I'm bringing some old friends over today to have some good food. I'll have 3 to 5 portions of the dongpo pork and mapo tofu first, and 2 bottles of wine first. Cheng Yaojin put the money bag into Lu Xian's hand. Lu Xian was a little curious when he saw Lao Cheng like this. Guest, have you not eaten all day? Even a fool can see the hungry look on Cheng Yaojin's face. He can't even walk softly. If Li Shimin were here, he would definitely shout, Lao Cheng, can you be tougher? Hehe, the little shopkeeper has good eyesight. Hurry up, we can't handle it anymore. Those guests, wait a moment. Lu Xian turned around and entered the back kitchen. Yaya was putting her little hands on the stove to bake. After seeing Cheng Yaojin, Yaya's eyes widened and she looked at the people curiously. Swarthy uncle, why are your beards so long? Aren't you afraid of hurting people? Yaya made a milky sound and looked like a cute little baby. For a moment, the 4 of them felt comfortable. Niu Jinda usually has a thunderous voice and is known as the Bull Demon King, but now his voice suddenly became louder. Little girl, what's your name? My name is Yaya. Oh, Yaya, how old are you? I am 4 years old. Yaya counted on her fingers for a long time. Suddenly, Yaya said excitedly, but I can recite the Analects of Confucius. At this time, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and the 2 were not surprised. After all, when they came here last time, Yaya and Dezhuang lowered their heads as if muttering something. After seeing them before, it was not surprising. But Niu Jinda and Qin Kaiying became curious. A 4-year-old baby, or a girl, is probably just imitating parrots. What can it carry? If you don't learn etiquette, you can't stand. Yaya started to carry her breasts with a milky sound. Niu Jinda suddenly became curious. Good guy, you still remember it well. Cheng Yaojin on the side widened his eyes. Old Niu, you know nothing. Niu Jinda glanced at Cheng Yaojin, then looked at Yaya. Yaya, don't play with this dark and ugly uncle in the future. He can't read. You are so good and can recite the Analects of Confucius, but he can't recite a single sentence. Yaya's eyes lit up. Uncle, I still know what it means. Oh, then tell me. If you tell me well, uncle will bring you good things in the future. Yaya's face tightened and she said seriously, the meaning of this sentence is that if you don't learn etiquette to respect me, I will beat you until you can't stand. Well, gwagwagwa. There seemed to be crows flying across the sky. Qin Kaiying shivered for a long time, and the beard at the corner of his mouth finally became unstretched and began to tremble violently. Okay, I like this statement. Niu Jinda's face twitched, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Who taught this child? Dezhuang was holding his stomach and giggling, and Yaya looked proud. There were only 4 brothers looking at each other with 8 eyes, unable to say a word for a long time. I feel like we are not as good as Confucius. Cheng Yaojin couldn't hold back a word for no reason. Niu Jinda and Qin Kaiying had never been to Datang Hotel, so they asked Cheng Yaojin with a smile, Old Cheng, why don't you order some more other dishes? Don't your cows always die suddenly when nothing happens? Why don't you get some beef? Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes, leaned back, and said like an old godfather, Look, you are scared. At first glance, you have never been to this place. I'm telling you, I'm not bragging. This place is unique in the Tang dynasty. When the delicious food comes, I'm afraid you'll swallow it all. Niu Jinda smiled. Lao Cheng, have you ever eaten alone behind our backs? It's not fair. Cheng Yaojin grinned. Lao Niu, Lao Qin, it's not like I didn't wait for you, I followed that one. For a moment, Niu Jinda and Qin Kaiying understood that their co-authorship was in His Majesty's favor. Moreover, we came here on the opening day of Datang Hotel. During the first 7 days, there were only 2 dishes. After 7 days, 2 more dishes will be added. There will definitely be more and more dishes in the future. Niu Jinda didn't say anything, but Qin Kaiying couldn't sit still. No, if the craftsmanship is good, you won't be afraid of more delicious dishes. These days, are there still people who think it's too much money? Lu Xian, who was carrying the dishes, slowly walked up. On the huge plate, there was a pile of mapo tofu and dongpo pork. This guest asked a good question. It's not that we don't want to make money. The dishes at our Datang restaurant are all carefully selected. The secret recipes are handed down from our ancestors and cannot be revealed to others easily. Who in this world doesn't like money? If I could make more money, I wouldn't be so busy running around. Hearing Lu Xian's explanation, Qin Kaiying felt it was reasonable. Lu Xian looked at the few people. Everyone, try it. The wine and food were served, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Cheng Yaojin took the lead in bragging. Old Qin, don't look at the young age of this young shopkeeper Lu Xian. He is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Of course, if he is not a man of loyalty and righteousness, how can he brew such a loyal and righteous wine? You too, drink slowly. The first time, you may fall before you taste it. Niu Jinda rolled his eyes. Look at you, old Cheng, you are so cowardly, can I believe it? Cheng Yaojin was anxious. You don't believe me, don't you believe Lao He? Ask him why he was so stubborn at the beginning. Yu Qigong was relatively honest among the few people. He just ate the food calmly, and his eyes said it all. This wine is extraordinary. I, old Cheng, was a well-known honest man in the area. Why don't you believe me? Niu Jinda grinned and couldn't hold it in any longer. Old Cheng, are you honest? You were the most dishonest person in the war. You said you were a cook, you had good cooking skills, and you wanted to get married. With your big and strong appearance, you are still a handsome man in the area? Not to mention girls would be scared away when they see you. Well, this dish is delicious. Niu Jinda and Qin Kaiying sipped urquatu in small sips. Only after they got used to it did they dare to take a big sip. Not long after, mist quickly appeared in his eyes. Mapo tofu is paired with urquatu, and the taste comes out in an instant. Lu Xian sat behind the counter and looked at this scene, which was still very familiar. When I was admitted to college, my father called a few friends late at night and ate like this at home. The cheapest urquatu and the simplest home-cooked food. A few people ate and drank together, which was full of fireworks. Same scene, same bragging, different time, different place. However, Lu Xian also knew one thing. Cheng Yaojin and the others were really bragging. Back then, his father drank with his brothers to collect money for his college education. Yu Qigong's voice also brightened. Yes, the key is that you, old Cheng, snore like thunder in the sky. Back then, in our black armored army, the entire camp couldn't sleep at night, and we had dark circles under our eyes every day. Cheng Yaojin frowned. Why did you slander people out of thin air? Didn't I see you guys sleeping soundly afterwards? Yu Qigong took a sip of wine and said, you know, everyone couldn't sleep at first, but then they got used to it. Hey, no one can sleep without your snoring. Cheng Yaojin's face turned red. Let me tell you, once I went out for reconnaissance, and everyone came back and stared at me with wide eyes, so I said, why don't you go to sleep? Qin Kaiying seemed to have remembered something and kept stroking his beard. I remember that time, when Lao Cheng came back, the brothers slept so soundly. Then the Turks seemed to be fighting. The others started fighting, but we were so sleepy that we didn't even hear it. Everyone thought it was Lao Cheng snoring. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter kept echoing. I remember this. Niu Jinda grinned. Later, Lao Cheng himself was woken up and was the first to rush out. Tell me, as soon as he wakes up, come on, the brothers are all awake. Pushing cups and changing cups, after a while, several people were already talking loudly. Qin Kaiying coughed violently. Today he had eaten a lot of dongpo pork and a lot of mapo tofu, but compared to mapo tofu, Dongpo pork was obviously more attractive to him. Mainly because in the past 2 years, while recovering from illness, I had never eaten anything so greasy. The thing is, it smells really good. Old Qin, are you okay? Brother Qin. Qin Kaieng's face seemed a little uncomfortable and her body was a little shaky. Yu Qigong was the first to discover the clue. Go and call the doctor. Niu Jinda stood up suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. Brother Qin, you must not let anything happen to you? After fighting for so many years, we finally waited for a good day. Come here. Cheng Yaojin shouted angrily toward the outside. But no one paid any attention to him. After the curfew, everything in Chang'an returned to peace. If you want to hire a doctor, you have to go to the doctor in person. But now Qin Kaieng's face has lost all color and her breathing has become rapid. If there is no doctor here, something big will happen. In an instant, all three people's eyes turned red. Yaya and Dezhuang were playing nearby, but when they suddenly saw this scene, Dezhuang froze and murmured, not knowing what he was talking about. Yaya's eyes were full of tears. Wuo. What's wrong, uncle? Lu Xian stood up slowly, let him lie on the long table. Dezhuang makes a pot of hot water. There are many speculations about Qin Kaieng's illness. Some people say that Qin Kaieng is not sick, but is just a master of great achievements. He is worried that Li Shimin will liquidate and the cunning rabbit will die and the lackey will cook him, so he pretends to be sick to ensure his safety. If this is true, then Qin Kaieng may underestimate Li Shimin. Some people also say that Qin Kaieng is really sick, but there is no way to cure this disease. Qin Kaieng simply let it go and died. Regardless of it, after 12 years, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. There are different opinions and no one knows. Lu Xian reached out his hand and placed it on Qin Kaieng's pulse. The beating frequency was extremely fast. Putting his hand on Qin Kaieng's chest, he found that Qin Kaieng's heart was beating rapidly, but the beating force was extremely weak. Anemia. Anemia is either congenital or acquired. It is congenital heart dysfunction, and it is very difficult to completely cure it. Acquired diseases are mostly due to conditions such as heavy bleeding that occurred in the early years, but were not dealt with properly, resulting in the root cause of the disease. Little shopkeeper, do you still know medical skills? Lu Xian smiled, I understand a little bit. Lu Xian doesn't understand medical skills or anything like that. But Lu Xian knows everything about first aid. As for why I understand, it's because before time travel, Lu Xian had an ex-girlfriend who was an intern in the hospital. With a diligent and studious attitude, Lu Xian helped his ex-girlfriend practice many first aid methods. Lu Xian learned, but his girlfriend failed to pass the internship, the two broke up. Lu Xian shook his head and sighed, then looked at Qin Kaieng. At this time, he needed to supply blood to his heart as soon as possible. The palpitations were only temporary. As long as the blood supply could be continued, there would be no accidents. Hot towel, put it on your forehead. Dezhuang, find a needle and come here. Lu Xian jumped lightly, turned over, and jumped onto the long table. Then he squatted down and suddenly seemed to remember something. Well, Lao Chang, you have to come. I was too strong. If I didn't control it well, I would crush Qin Kaieng's ribs. That would be a big deal. Qin Kaieng's anemia may come from the blood stasis in his early years that blocked the meridians. Needling the diaphragm point and stimulating the blood meeting point can open the meridians and activate the blood. Cheng Yaojin's eyes were bloodshot. Little shopkeeper, do you really have a way? Lu Xian's calm voice came, I say, you do it. Old Cheng, put your hands on old Qin's chest, cross your hands. Yes, this position. Press, 1 inch. Release. Continue to press. Cheng Yaojin was confused at first, but after a few times, he discovered something. Qin Kaieng's face, which had already lost some blood color, suddenly began to turn rosy. Huh? It works? Big brother blushed. Haha, the little shopkeeper is really a god. Cheng Yaojin was very excited. When he wanted to continue to exert his strength, Lu Xian stopped him. It's okay, he has recovered. Are you dizzy now? Lu Xian looked at Qin Kaieng and asked. Qin Kaieng shook his head several times and sighed, my disease is incurable, so let it be. Looking at Qin Kaieng's disheartened look, Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned red. When the brothers were fighting outside, Qin Shibao was the bravest man in the world. Now, he actually accepted his fate. Niu Jinda pulled Qin Kaieng's arm, Brother Qin, let's go to see Dr. Sun, there must be a way. At this time, a voice came slowly, do you want acupuncture? It will definitely make you feel relaxed. This kind of minor illness is very simple. Hiss. Don't brag, little kid. You are a great cook. I admire you. This skill can really be called a unique skill. But everyone has his own specialty. Even Dr. Sun can't cure the disease. Do you have a way? Lu Xian didn't even look at Niu Jinda. He said to Qin Kaiang calmly, turn over. The needle that Dazwang brought was just an ordinary embroidery needle, not a silver needle used by doctors. Niu Jinda's scalp was numb. Yu Qigong watched Lu Xian's actions coldly from the side, while Cheng Yaojin was already a little at a loss. Since the meridians are blocked, then clear them all. What's the difficulty? Lie down. After the fire, Lu Xian took a sip of wine and sprayed it towards the two needles in his hand. Qin Kaiang was dizzy and didn't know what happened. Suddenly, he felt a numbness on his back, and then a feeling of unobstructedness came over him. It was like a river that had been blocked by silt for a long time, and suddenly a hole opened up, and the rushing river water was instantly unbridled. After a few breaths, Lu Xian put away the needle, put it aside, and sprayed a mouthful of wine directly on Niu Jinda's back. At this moment, Niu Jinda's eyes were red. Boy, if anything happens to brother Qin, I will twist your head off. The fierce look directly scared Yaya. Weevu. Yaya cried loudly, don't twist I's head, twist the big bad wolf's head, okay. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin lay in front of Qin Kaiang, looking at Qin Kaiang with fine beads of sweat on his forehead, their hearts were already in their throats. Suddenly, Qin Kaiang groaned. Ah! It was as if something deep in the throat suddenly opened up, and it was indescribably comfortable. Good tricks. Young shopkeeper, you are really a god. Qin Kaiang's mind hadn't been so clear for a long time. He slowly opened his eyes, climbed up, turned over, and got off the table. At this time, he was already over 50 years old, no longer younger than Cheng Yaojin and others. I thought that after His Majesty ascended the throne and the disease entered his body, he would never have the opportunity to restore his former glory. He might as well live a few years less. It's not that I haven't enjoyed all kinds of things in the world. It's not that I haven't experienced the pleasures in life. Those hardships, I also gritted my teeth and held on. No regrets. But he never expected that today's accident would make him feel the power of the past for the first time. Lao Niu, Lao He, Lao Cheng, I heard what you said just now. Young shopkeeper, Qin would like to thank the young shopkeeper for saving his life. After saying that, Qin Kaiang was ready to kneel down. Lu Xian hurriedly supported Qin Kaiang and sighed, I'm not the kind of person who would watch someone die without helping. Your illness is not a big deal. It's mainly your fault. My girl cried when she saw you faint. I had no choice but to help her. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. What a guy? What the shopkeeper Lu Xian said sounded a little strange, but after careful consideration, it seemed to be Lu Xian's character. I don't care who you are. I save you or not depending on my mood, but I just love my daughter. The look in Yu Qigong's eyes when he looked at Lu Xian had changed from calmness at the beginning to respect now. After all, he didn't do it for money, fame, or profit, but just to make his girl stop crying. Now it was Niu Jinda's turn to be embarrassed. Yaya's eyes were red and swollen. Niu Jinda had just scared Yaya and made her cry even louder. Now that Qin Kaiang was better, Yaya stopped crying. Young shopkeeper, Niu just said something rude. I apologize to you. Niu Jinda took out a broom from the side, and his movements were rough and swift, which made De Zhuang feel distressed. Young shopkeeper, hit me. Good guy, he is playing the drama of asking for forgiveness with a stick on his back. Lu Xian glanced at Niu Jinda indifferently, boring. You made Yaya cry, you go and comfort her. As for asking for forgiveness with a stick on your back, I'm afraid you can't bear it. That, Lao Niu, let yourself go. Niu Jinda felt that there was something wrong with this, but he couldn't say it. At this time, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong suddenly took a breath of cold air. Cold sweat ran down their backs. The two of them suddenly remembered how Lu Xian played with an 80 jin axe 2 days ago, and it was as easy as drinking water. Born with supernatural power, if Lao Niu hits with a stick, wouldn't all his internal organs come out? Niu Jinda was a little embarrassed. He was always simple and rough when it came to coaxing children. When Niu Jianhe was distressed as a child, Niu Jinda always used physical parenting. For a moment, he squatted in front of Yaya, not knowing what to say. Yaya's big eyes flickered. Uncle, can you help me twist off the big bad wolf's head? This way I can eat more, and I won't urge me to sleep, and I won't take away other things that uncle gave me. It seems that Yaya has completely forgotten what happened just now. Lucian had a dark face and sighed helplessly. Yaya, this child is really as smart as his brother, but it's a pity. The first 2 years were really hard, and Yaya has become sensible. Little shopkeeper, I feel refreshed now. You just said that this disease can be cured. Qin Kaiang suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked Lucian. Lucian nodded. If a person is sick, he must be treated. If he doesn't treat the disease, he will die. It's the cycle of nature. When you try your best to live, even if the king of hell wants your life, he has to think twice, right? For a moment, Qin Kaiang's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that his thoughts were seen through by the young man in front of him. If he didn't treat the disease, it was naturally because he was worried that His Majesty would take some action. It was not a joke to say that he would be executed for his great achievements. Just look at Liu Bang and Han Xian, and you will know how dangerous it is. Over the years, whether it was a real illness or a fake illness, Qin Kaiang felt that his energy and spirit had come to an end. He even prepared a coffin. As long as his descendants could live in peace, everything would be fine. Little shopkeeper, do you mean that you can really cure my disease? Lucian pondered for a moment. Qin Kaiang's words had other meanings. He was testing whether he could understand. A man born between heaven and earth, how can he be perfect? This matter depends on you. If things go against your wishes, it will be more trouble than gain. Whether you want to treat it depends on you. What's the point of guarding against Li Shimin? To put it bluntly, if you want to leave a good reputation and live well, you also need to pay a price. If you mess up yourself, will your descendants be fine? After a while, Qin Kaiang clasped his fists towards Lucian. Please treat Qin. Lucian nodded. It was a coincidence that I opened this Datang restaurant. Since you are here, you are the destined person. From today on, after you go back, you will eat according to my prescription, and you can't interrupt 3 meals a day. In addition, come here every morning. I will teach you a set of qi-inducing methods. Qin Kaiang's face was a little dull. Is it that simple? But there are conditions for me to treat you. Qin Kaiang's eyes were full of excitement. Not to mention the conditions, as long as he could cure his disease and it was not too much, he would agree. Little shopkeeper, do you want the medical fee? Cheng Yaojin suddenly spoke. You name the number. As long as we brothers can come up with it, we will definitely get it together. If you can't get it out, we'll rob the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse to get it together for you tonight. As expected of a trio of military commanders, once they heard that Qin Kaiang's disease could be cured, each one became more active than the other, and even the idea of robbing the household came up. You can't say they did it on purpose, but if you say they didn't think about it, that's basically impossible. Ahem, it's not that serious. Today I got a new house, which can be regarded as a move to a new home. But now, the new house still lacks some maids and servants. As soon as these words came out, Qin Kaiang's face relaxed a little. As long as he didn't violate his conscience, wouldn't it be simple? Cheng Yaojin grinned. Little shopkeeper, what's the problem? I'll go to Yahang in a moment and have them ready overnight. I'll bring you the best maids and servants tomorrow. You can choose as you like. Lucian was still thinking just now that Li Shimin had given him a house that belonged to the former dynasty. It was estimated that there were only some people in charge of the house and a few people had nothing to do to clean it. But once he moved in, there would be no need for daily living. There are too many people. After all, such a big house will be empty if it is empty, right? What's more, Lucian has a plan when he wants someone. Datang Hotel, with such an impressive name, doesn't even have a greeter at the door. It can't be just Yaya and Dezhuang counting ants at the door every time, right? Besides, winter is coming soon, and the ants have all finished moving the food and gone back to spend the winter. Qin Kaiang raised his hands and said, Don't worry, sir. Starting from tomorrow, Mr. Qin will come here every morning. As long as Mr. Qin lives for 1 day, Mr. Qin is in Chang'an. As long as he doesn't commit too big a crime, he can walk sideways. As soon as he said this, Qin Shibao, who was holding 2 maces, seemed to be back again. The fire was warm, and in the main hall, Cheng Yaojin and others got a few more bottles of wine, and the laughter continued until late at night. It wasn't until the 3rd watch that Cheng Yaojin and others walked away with 8-step steps and hummed a little tune. Qin Kaiang took Lucian's prescription with him, and was naturally satisfied. When he left, He was still amazed. Lucien's prescription for Qin Kaiying is nothing more than some animal offal recipes. When you drink porridge, it is reasonable to add cooked pork liver to it, right? Doesn't taste good? Then I have no choice but to come to Datang Hotel to eat. Anyway, you will have to live with this disease for at least a few years. As for the method of entraining qi that must be practiced every morning, it is naturally the National Middle School Student Radio Gymnastics. I didn't know how to do gymnastics when I was young, and I was in midlife crisis. Qin Kaiying's anemia can be cured, and combined with diet therapy and radio gymnastics, it can be improved within a year. After a few people left, Lucien went into the house and covered Yaya with a quilt. But he saw Yaya with wide eyes. Yaya, why aren't you sleeping yet? Yaya pouted. Why don't you let that uncle twist off the big bad wolf's head? Lucien was silent, thinking about whether he should put him to sleep physically. After all, Yaya had already started to find a way to deal with the big bad wolf. In Chang'an City, the nobles were active in the second half of the night. Therefore, people call it half human and half ghost, which is just a joke. In the night, the lights in the imperial city were still lit, especially the Manhwa Hall. Li Shimin was lying on the couch, unable to conceal his excitement. Why can't I sleep? Does that black gold really exist? If that kid is lying to me, this house. Bah, if he dares to lie to me, can he live in this house? I have 10,000 ways to prevent him from living in. Li Shimin's vicious look is very much like the owner of a foreclosed property in later generations. As long as others dare to buy it, I will dare to torture you. Hey, that's the ancestral grave. If we dig it and damage the dragon's veins, what should we do? Li Shimin couldn't sleep, so he got up and sat by the desk to read the Analects of Confucius. It is said that half of the Analects can rule the world, but Li Shimin turned over it and could only think of Yaya's fierce look. Suddenly, Li Shimin thought of a person. If the black gold thing could come true, if this person didn't come forward, he might not be able to do it in Jinyang. Do we really have to ask the ghosts and gods instead of the common people? Do I really want to make that decision that goes against my ancestors? The palace was quiet at night. In one of the palaces, Li Lizzie looked at several different sets of clothes on display and began to look worried. Which one should I wear? These items all seem to be quite good, and they look good no matter what you wear. I don't know if Lucien likes this color. Autumn has arrived, everything is yellow, and the white color is extremely dazzling. A dark green skirt seems to show off your temperament, and the light red dress looks cute. For a moment, Li Lizzie fell into a dilemma of choice. At this time, in another palace, Li Hui was rubbing her head and getting some exquisite accessories for her clothes to disguise herself as a man. She had completely forgotten that she was pretending to be a man. After adding countless accessories, beads, and flowers to the entire dress, she finally nodded with satisfaction. This will look good. I don't know what my sister thinks, but she insists on dressing up as a man. Also troubled is Li Shu. At this time, Li Shu was dressed as a man, so she must have a sword, right? Since she was a man, she would have to bring some self-defense equipment if she encountered a gangster while walking in Chang'an. It was reasonable, right? She kept looking at herself in the bronze mirror, and she seemed to have forgotten that she wanted to attract a man. Since he was a man, she had to use women's methods. She thought that men were like heroes in books, and only liked brotherly feelings. Should I wear armor? This idea suddenly popped up in Li Shu's mind. As long as people want to sleep, they can always sleep. There is no such thing as how you can sleep at this age. Especially for Dazwang and Yaya, when the sun was high, Lucien had already gotten up and cooked leisurely. Even if he came to the Tang dynasty, Lucien didn't want to wrong himself. System, open the store. A huge panel appeared in front of him. Lucien nodded and swiped, ordering pepper, chili, grassfruit, beef, bone soup, starch, thin vermicelli, daylily, peanuts, fungus, tofu skin. There are also a lot of ingredients. Wouldn't it be boring for breakfast today without spicy soup? Make a pot first and save the rest for later. Cut the beef into pieces and start to cook. In another big pot, a lot of oil has been poured. Dezhuang and Yaya had already eaten up the meat and vegetable boxes last time, so let's make oil cakes for them this time. When the water boiled, Lucien put in the pepper and other ingredients one by one. Then came the diced beef, qianzhong, and shredded kelp. A huge spoon was in Lucien's hand, stirring constantly. Although the big pot is full of water now, by the time the soup is almost boiled, it will probably be only half full. While waiting for the water to boil, Lucien had already prepared the dough, placed it on the cooking pot and placed it in the steamer to speed up fermentation. After a while, the sun seemed to break away from the gentleness of the horizon and jumped up, shining on the kitchen window. Lucien took out the dough and started kneading it. The door opened. Yaya and Dezhuang's footsteps were hurried, which was completely expected. After all, the smell of spicy soup was not something that ordinary people could bear. The weather is getting colder. With a physique like Dezhuang, Lucien is not worried much. The only thing he is worried about is Yaya. Although it is warm at home, it is cold and freezing, so you need to warm up. Spicy soup is a good thing. Today it contains beef cubes. In a few days, when the weather gets colder, mutton can be added. In addition to nourishing, it can also clear the body, replenish qi, nourish the spleen and stomach, and drive away cold. Outside the door, the big and strong cat was lying on the kitchen door, its nose twitching and its mouth wide open, as if it was curious about what magical delicacies were inside. Yaya yawned and stood on tiptoes, trying to see something from the window. The oil cakes are kneaded into shapes, and the green onions on top are crisply embellished, just like the grass emerging from the earth that has just awakened in spring. Zilla, get off the pan? Instantly the fragrance started to burst out. Gilo, gilo. The sound of swallowing outside the door was so loud at this moment. At 3 o'clock in the morning, when there were voices above the West Market, Yaya and Dezhuang were already sitting on small benches, upright, with a bowl of spicy soup, a wooden spoon, and chopsticks in front of each other. In the middle of the table, Lucien cut the pancake and put it down. Yaya couldn't bear it anymore. When can we eat? Yaya is hungry. Don't worry, there is also balsamic vinegar and sesame oil. You are a girl, you must understand the sense of ritual. Lucien couldn't think of any words that could deceive children, so he casually said that these words can also deceive children and fools. Yaya looked at Lucien seriously. What is the sense of ritual? Can it be eaten as food? Of course that's impossible. Then Yaya doesn't want a sense of ceremony. If it can't be eaten, it's useless. Well, this kid, doesn't he know that he will touch many people's hearts unintentionally? After garnishing it with sesame oil and vinegar, Dezhuang also grabbed a handful of chopped green onions and sprinkled it into his bowl. Began to eat. Wow, he has already started to grab the fried cakes. After all, this is how he eats the vegetable boxes. Hey, use chopsticks. We are not the same as before. Dezhuang, you have to change too. Dezhuang seemed to understand. He took the chopsticks, picked up the fried cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. Yaya was not in a hurry now. She imitated Lucien and stirred the spicy soup, then put the pancake into the spicy soup. After soaking, she took it into her mouth with chopsticks. In an instant, a huffing and puffing sound competition began in the entire main hall. After a while, Lucien was surprised to find that all the spicy soup and so many fried cakes in the pot were finished. The bowl was clean and shiny, with not a drop left. Lucien was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have just drank a bowl and ate 2 pancakes. That's all. Sir, what is so fragrant? Old Qin, I am not so easy to get rid of. Such good things must be shared. Voices began to ring from all the way outside the door. Who could it be if it wasn't Qin Kayang? Qin Kayang was hungover yesterday, but she got up very early today. Lucien was also surprised at how old she was. Old Qin, it's not easy for you to get up so early after drinking. Qin Kayang smiled and sat on the bench nearby, her nose twitching constantly. What does it smell like? It's so fragrant. Sir, I have never heard of your Datang hotel. Is there anything else delicious? Lucien shook his head. I'm sorry, I only care about the disease, not the food. Besides, you can't eat what I eat now. Qin Kayang was anxious. This. Then you can't eat this, and you can't eat that. What else can you enjoy? I'd rather start enjoying it now. Lucien was not in a hurry. Then I can only enjoy it for 2 years. Has your son been arranged? Is he getting married? How much is his salary? Can they sit back and relax? Have you given birth to a grandson? Qin Kayang looked at Lucien blankly and lowered his head. Forget it, I will do whatever the gentleman says. Qin Kayang called Lucien sir, which came from the bottom of his heart. Since last night, his body has been extremely smooth. In the backyard, Qin Kaiang followed Lu Xian's movements and began the most uncoordinated experience in his life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 3, 4. Yaya and Dezhuang no longer squatted at the door. They sat on the threshold, holding their heads, shaking left and right, like playing with iron balls, watching Qin Kaiang doing those simple movements. Why did uncle do this? Yaya, you can do it too, look at how awesome uncle is. The method of provoking generals does not work for Yaya. Yaya doesn't want to move, but Yaya just wants to eat. In desperation, Lu Xian could only resort to the big bad wolf tactics. Yaya, do you know what kind of children the big bad wolf likes to eat the most? As soon as Yaya heard about the big bad wolf, she stood up and clenched her little fists tightly. Yeah, the big bad wolf must like children who don't eat well. Lu Xian smiled. What the big bad wolf likes most is those who don't eat well and those who eat too much. Think about it, children who don't eat well have many bones, and the big bad wolf just chews the bones. If they eat too much, they will be fat and have a lot of oil and water, right? For a moment, Yaya became angry. Tell me, how can Yaya fight away the big bad wolf if she doesn't eat enough? Before Lu Xian spoke, Dezhuang spoke. Yaya, you give me half, and I will help you fight off the big bad wolf. Qin Kaiang stayed at the Datang hotel all morning. Although the radio gymnastics was good, it was very tiring after doing it for too long. At this time, he was drinking water, wiping his sweat, and sitting on the stone steps in front of the main hall, feeling very curious in his heart. Sir, in the Datang hotel, the mapo tofu is very flavorful, and the dongpo pork is also outstanding. Although Mr. Qin doesn't know how to eat, he is also a delicious person. These two craftsmanship should not be underestimated. So few. Lu Xian smiled and said nothing. At this time, two men came in from the store. Let's eat. Lu Xian walked over with a smile. There are two dishes today, dongpo pork, 200 renminbi each, and mapo tofu, 50 renminbi each. The rice is enough. As soon as the words fell, the two men who had just sat down stood up and scratched their necks. You are robbing money. We're not hungry anymore. He didn't even dare to say the word eat. Qin Kaiang squatted outside and murmured for a long time, and only said, that gas-inducing exercise is good. Cheng Yaojin's movements are very fast, or he is a man of action, and he is also the fastest man in the Tang dynasty. Within a day, more than 100 people had been selected and arrived at Lu Songxin's mansion. This is a huge house. Outside the house, there are stone lions guarding the house. There is no plaque above the gate, so Cheng Yaojin had one made. The courtyard is deep and hidden among the green shade. At first glance, only the front door is very impressive, and the rest is unknown. The two huge characters Lu Mansion were written by famous people in the capital, and the plaque was made of Huanghuali wood, exuding a faint fragrance. Entering the house, you can see hill-style houses everywhere. These regulations are the standards for noble officials of the royal family. In the courtyard, Cheng Yaojin squinted his eyes and gathered 100 people to stand in the open space in the middle of Lu Mansion with a serious look on his face. The master of this place will come over in a while. You guys will take good care of me. You can find the kind of person he wants. The route must be clean. If you dare to do anything random, my 3-axe will not be a vegetarian. No one in Yahang has ever seen such a fierce person. Last night, this man broke into Yahang overnight and woke up all the Yahang people. He said he wanted to select maids and servants. At that time, everyone in Yahang was angry. You're pretty capable of staying up late at night, right? Then there was a fight. I have to say, I can't beat them. 5 elements and 8 works, with deep connections. He ran to report to the patrolling guards. As a result, the officers and soldiers came, took one look at the black guy, and left. Can't afford to offend. To make money, keep your head down and not be shabby. Don't worry, I'm a businessman. If my employer spends money to buy our goods, I have to take good care of him, hehe. In the eyes of the people in Yahang, these young maids and servants seemed to be goods in his eyes. Lu Xian saw Cheng Yaojin as soon as he entered the door. Little shopkeeper, you are here. Old Cheng, why did you find me so quickly? Cheng Yaojin grinned. Hey, as soon as you mentioned it last night, I knew it was here. In the whole of Chang'an, the only place with such a large mansion is Xinguafang. It just so happens that I live in Xinguofang. Cheng Yaojin smiled mysteriously. Little shopkeeper, we can't be regarded as neighbors, but we are almost the same. As if he was afraid that Lu Xian would misunderstand, Cheng Yaojin said deliberately, it's mainly about my place. Most people can't enter, and the censorship is extremely strict. Lu Xian smiled, old Cheng, you talk a bit too much today. Such a big house, tisk tisk, not bad. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head. If Lu Xian could cure Qin Kaiying's disease, he would be a great benefactor to them. A little help would be nothing. A mansion this big should have so many servants. Little shopkeeper, this is the best 100 in the entire Chang'an dental shop. The maids are all very smart. Look at the servants, they are either experienced or young and powerful. They are definitely not ordinary people. Lu Xian walked around the house a few times. The former duke's house was really good. Both the decoration and the furniture inside were top-notch. Old Cheng, do you know who lived in this house before? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Hey, little shopkeeper, it's you now, don't ask about the previous ones. I think the carved beams and paintings here are very valuable. Most people don't have this kind of luck. Lu Xian was not that easy to fool. Moreover, the front, rear, left and right are well constructed. Sitting on the mountain and looking at the water, there seems to be a Buddhist temple or something in the middle. Just this pool of spring water is not easy. Lao Cheng, do you know something? Cheng Yaojin's face twitched twice. The key is that His Majesty won't let him talk. How could this house be given to ordinary people if His Majesty hadn't nodded? Little shopkeeper Lu Xian didn't know what kind of deal he had made with His Majesty, but Your Majesty gave him the house without saying a word. Well, the little shopkeeper's last name seems to be Yang, I won't know about it later he. Lu Xian nodded and narrowed his eyes. That's right. Descendants of the former Sui dynasty lived here, so it makes sense. Then Lu Xian continued to ask, Old Cheng, where do you live? It's not far, it's in the next alley. Go to the end and turn right. Xinguofang is a big place and a place of gold. Lu Xian doesn't have to think about it. Cheng Yao, Jinio, Jinda, Yu Qigong, and the others live here. On the contrary, Qin Kaiying may live somewhere else. Then, if it doesn't matter, I'll visit you. When Cheng Yaojin heard Lu Xian's words, his face twitched twice, and then he showed a huge smile. Okay, the little shopkeeper is here, we are very lucky. In the vestibule, Lu Xian asked Yaoran to select the 30 best maids to stay. Servants? What servants do you want? A maid's salary ranges from 20 to 300 yuan, and Lu Xian has only made a few money now. When the Yaoran left with the maids and servants who were not selected, Lu Xian suddenly asked, Old Cheng, are the people in this Yoxian clean? Cheng Yaojin patted his chest, don't worry, little shopkeeper, this is definitely clean. We brothers have already spent the money, so the young shopkeeper can rest assured that he can live here. Lu Xian nodded, that's fine. If I ask him to pay, he really can't come up with it. After Cheng Yaojin said goodbye to Lu Xian, he ran towards his home, muttering as he ran, no, he had to replace the things used to reveal his identity outside the door, so that Lu Xian wouldn't see it. His Majesty has not revealed his identity. If he were exposed, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Fortunately, the young shopkeeper only asked for 30 people. 100 guan each. In the evening, Lu Xian brought Yaya and Daz Wang to Xinguofang and walked into the so-called Lu Mansion. Yaya looked at the huge house in front of her and danced with excitement. Is this our home from now on? Our home is so big. Yaya tried to tiptoe, as if she wanted to see how big the whole house was. She had already entered 2 doors, but she still couldn't see what was inside. There were doors on the left and right. Yaya was a little confused. Lu Xian touched Yaya's head. You and Daz Wang, one lives on my left and the other lives on my right. I will go to fix the stove for you tomorrow, so it won't be cold in winter. Yaya nodded vigorously. We live in such a big house, don't we want to celebrate? I want to eat delicious food. Your celebration is a bit too stingy. Lu Xian led De Zhuang and Yaya through the main hall and said to the maids beside him, let's find someone to tear down the Buddhist temple. There is no such thing as gods and Buddhas in our family. The little maids are very smart. Each of them is the top existence in the hands of the brokers. They are basically no more than 17 years old. They can't be said to be beautiful, but they can only be said to be extraordinary. Hearing Lu Xian's words, they immediately bowed and trotted outside. Yaya looked at the maids. Will these big sisters be our family members in the future? Yaya didn't know what a maid was, she only knew that these people seemed to be able to play with her. Master, I want to live in the hotel. De Zhuang's silly voice floated. What's wrong? Lucian originally planned to live in this new house on weekdays. After all, living in the store is not a good idea. He can just hire 2 guys to help in the store. But De Zhuang's words suddenly made Lucian feel sad. In an instant, Lucian understood De Zhuang's thoughts. Don't you want to leave them? They refer to Lucian's original parents, who are also the ones who saved De Zhuang alive. De Zhuang didn't say anything, but lowered his head silently and squatted on the ground. The ground here is all blue bricks, no soil, no ants, and De Zhuang is anxious and sweating. De Zhuang, listen to me. Lucian sighed and said slowly. You can live anywhere you want, but I'm a little worried about you living there alone. I want to take them over. After so many years of suffering, we finally have a home in Chang'an, right? De Zhuang still lowered his head. I'll get 2 waiters to look after the restaurant, and you can come and live here. De Zhuang raised his head. I can't bear to leave the hotel. You fool. Forget it, in the new house, I'll keep De Zhuang's room for him, and the rest is up to him. Maybe after a while, De Zhuang will get used to it. Looking at Yaya again, it seems that there is no place for homesickness. No matter where it is, as long as Lucian is there, it seems to be good. After letting the maids sort out the various sundries in the courtyard, Lucian took De Zhuang and Yaya back to the Datang hotel. Don't we live in the new house today? Yaya, wait a few days, no hurry. Lucian knew in his heart that if he wanted to live comfortably, at least Li Shimin had to find coal, bring it back, and burn it. Now there are only some people who guard the house in the new house, and we will see these people in a few days. The night is extremely difficult for people who are full of sorrow, because he knows that after this sleepless night, there will be countless sleepless nights waiting for him. For people who are leisurely and have nothing to do, it seems difficult to fall asleep. After all, he doesn't know how long this confusion and emptiness will last. People are animals that can't stand loneliness. There is only one kind of person who sleeps well. That is heartless. They only live a good life in front of them and don't worry about the future. These 3 days are the 3 most difficult days for Li Shimin. Since signing the contract with Lucian, everything has become different. Every day when he sees the contract, Li Shimin's eyes will have bloodshot eyes. In the past, he would never believe that a merchant who met by chance could have such a magical method. But since he ate the delicious food in Lucian, he suddenly believed it. Perhaps, this is fate. In this life, Li Shimin has believed in all the people he should believe, and he will never believe in those he shouldn't believe in the future. But Lucian is an accident. It had been 3 days since Lu Renayuan set out for Jinyang. Even if he rode at full speed, it would take 3 days to get from Chang'an to Jinyang. During this period, Lu Renayuan certainly could not rest. There were few people in Ganlu Hall. Li Shimin drove out the irrelevant people and sat alone on the couch, waiting for that moment to come. Dong dong dong. The footsteps outside the door interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. Your Majesty, you have to eat. This was the 7th time that Empress Changsun sent food. Li Shimin did not have an appetite in the previous few times. Of course, there was another reason. After the baptism of higher-level delicacies, Li Shimin's tongue and taste buds had grown in experience. It's like a woman who has seen the bright lights and wine of a big city, enjoyed the glitz and flattery, and you asked her to return to the green mountains and green waters, enjoy the embrace of nature, and live a plain life. She would definitely not be happy. Guanyin, I'm not very hungry. Empress Changsun looked embarrassed and sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, you are the king of a country, and all the complicated things in the world are waiting for you to deal with. If you are exhausted, what will happen to the people? Empress Changsun also knew that Li Shimin would stand up when he heard about the people. Sure enough, Li Shimin trembled, picked up his chopsticks and started eating without saying a word. There was no atmosphere of enjoying food as in the past, only a ruthless eating machine. Li Shimin didn't put down his chopsticks until a calm sound of footsteps came from outside the Ganlu Hall. Yuan Tiangang came, striding with big strides, his clothes fluttering, and his immortal style. Your Majesty, good news. Li Shimin put down his chopsticks and stood up immediately. National Master, what news? Your Majesty, I have thought of a foolproof plan to take black gold without touching the dragon veins or damaging the ancestral tombs. Li Shimin was overjoyed, and his waist straightened at this moment. Ha ha ha, it's really good news, Imperial Master, if this is really possible, I will give you a big reward. Yuan Tiangang bowed and smiled, Your Majesty's actions are for the people. Yuan Tiangang has only done his best. How can he be so shameless as to ask for a reward? Your Majesty can give the reward to the people. In such a cold winter, if one more person lives, I only hope that the Tang dynasty will have one more life. Li Shimin looked at Yuan Tiangang and was very moved. He is indeed a person from the outside world, with a fairy-like temperament and not caring about fame and fortune. Empress Chang soon sat aside and seemed to have heard some strange words. What dragon vein? What ancestral tomb? What is your Majesty doing? Is he going to imitate Cao Mend? At this time, Yuan Tiangang let out a long breath. Your Majesty, there is another bad news. After talking about the good news, it is natural to talk about the bad news. Li Shimin's eyes turned cold. What bad news? Your Majesty, it takes a lot of money to use manpower and soldiers to collect black gold. I have surveyed the black gold. The black gold on the ground is only enough for 1 year. If you want to collect it, you need to dig pits and wells and start from underground. Li Shimin's eyebrows suddenly spread. Oh, no, this is good news. Yuan Tiangang's immortal appearance suddenly became uncalm. Li Shimin danced excitedly and even improvised a paragraph. National Master, you mean that there is still a lot of black gold under the ground, right? Yuan Tiangang sighed. Your Majesty, it is true. God blesses the Tang dynasty and God helps me. Li Shimin twisted his body. Guanyin, come and dance with me. Chang'an rained, and the autumn rain was cold. Lu Xian was not in a hurry these days, but Qin Kaiang always sighed when he came every morning. It's such a good craft, but few people come to enjoy it. It's a pity. The people of Chang'an are not rich enough to spend hundreds of coins for every meal. Without customers, Qin Kaiang couldn't find a chance to help with the work. After doing radio gymnastics, Qin Kaiang felt comfortable all over and said goodbye to Lu Xian. Outside the door, De Zhuang didn't see any ants today. The rice paste on the small stick in his hand seemed a little lonely. De Zhuang, ha ha ha, is the young shopkeeper Lu Xian here? De Zhuang looked up and smiled. Last night's rain left traces in the big canal outside the door. The water level rose overnight, and some places even flooded the road. The area where Liquanfang and Zixi meet is the worst hit area. When Li Shimin came, he stepped on it several times. Water splashed and mud sprayed everywhere, even on his face. But Li Shimin is laughing happier than anyone else now. He was holding a huge bag in his hand, which looked very heavy. Old Li, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Xian was reading a book behind the counter today. The ancient characters were a bit complicated, but after all, you can still understand them after getting used to it. Hearing Li Shimin's voice, Lu Xian got up. But what Lu Xian never expected was that Li Shimin actually came here with a sack on his back today. The sack was placed on the ground, and Li Shimin opened the drawstring to reveal the black raw coal. Lu Xian immediately covered his mouth and nose. This is raw coal. Don't you know about dust pollution? Little shopkeeper, I brought you the things, but is it the black gold you want? Lu Xian nodded. Yes, it is indeed this. In the house in the backyard, in front of the stove, Lu Xian took out the unwashed coal and threw it directly into the stove. The firewood that was originally burning seemed to have suddenly lost its vitality at this moment, and was directly pressed down by the black coal blocks and could not raise its head. Li Shimin poked his head and looked into the stove. When this thing burns, the smell is very strong and poisonous. So the stove must have a chimney and ventilation. At night and during the day, the door cannot be closed tightly and there must be a ventilation hole. Li Shimin silently remembered it in his heart. De Zhuang, have you finished washing? In the yard, De Zhuang's voice came. Master, it's so dirty. It's right to be dirty, wash it more. Raw coal cleaning is a technical job. If most of the impurities are not washed away, it will not only affect the combustion efficiency, causing the coal blocks to not burn fully, and produce a large amount of carbon monoxide, but also cause people to be poisoned because of the release of toxic gases from the impurities. No one wants to have a headache, chest tightness, shortness of breath and weakness for no reason, right? The Tang people liked to put charcoal basins in the house. Even so, they had to leave ventilation holes in the house. During the weed period, many people died of suffocation every year because of burning charcoal. Not long after, the coal that Dezhuang brought back was different. After washing, the coal blocks that looked large were a whole circle smaller. When black gold burns fully, the flame is invisible. Of course, Laoli, you can call this thing coal. The reason why I call it black gold is that this thing is black gold. The process of washing coal with water is relatively complicated. It is also full of difficulties to complete it completely in the Tang dynasty. The manpower and material resources consumed in this process are not what ordinary people can imagine. The oldest fuel naturally chooses the most primitive cleaning method. At this time, Li Shimin looked at the coal in Lu Xian's hand, and then looked at what he brought back. It was indeed different. The coal in Lu Xian's hand was black and shiny. It was obviously black, but it seemed to be extremely dazzling. Could it be that this was the colorful, black? Look, what I threw in just now is almost burning. There are bursts of black smoke. The furnace must be turned off. Look at this again. Lu Xian directly threw the washed coal in his hand and a sizzling sound sounded in an instant. It was the water vapor evaporating rapidly. After a moment, Li Shimin's eyes lit up. This thing, when it burns, seems to be brighter and more transparent than the previous one that has not been washed. Although the firewood in the stove is clean, the whole room is even hotter. Good stuff, good stuff. Li Shimin touched his beard excitedly, and kept moving his head towards the stove, not afraid of burning his beard. Little shopkeeper, I have handed this thing to the people above, and it will arrive in Tianting soon. If it is really as the little shopkeeper said, it is not a problem to be promoted to an official position. Li Shimin began to act. I should cooperate with your performance, I can't turn a blind eye. Congratulations, Laoli, when the time comes, you will definitely be rewarded a lot by the superiors, don't be stingy, please have a meal. Li Shimin smiled awkwardly, does this mean that I have to pay more money? After the autumn rain was dried by the sun that just came out, the ground was as bright as new, as if it had been washed once. Li Shimin squatted in front of the stove and listened patiently to Lu Xian's explanation of the drawings, which were coal-washing things. When he heard something he didn't understand, Li Shimin would ask patiently. As the king of the Tang dynasty, he didn't think his face was that important. A real man can bend and stretch, and he doesn't feel ashamed to ask questions. Confucius said it was good. When he thought of Confucius, Li Shimin straightened his back. If coal could be popularized in the Tang dynasty, then from now on, his name would definitely be as famous as the sages, right? Thousands of years later, when people talk about me, Li Shimin, they will definitely respect me. Hehe. Li Shimin laughed unconsciously. Old Li, what are you laughing at? Li Shimin waved his hand. Lu Xian, do you have an incense burner at home? No. Do you have incense and candles? No. What about the Guangong statue? You open a business, you should have a Guangong statue, right? In folk culture, Guangong is not only a martial god, but also a god of wealth, commonly known as the martial god of wealth. People who open a business must worship Guangong, which means to get rid of evil and make money. Old Li, what are you doing? When Lu Xian heard that Li Shimin wanted to find Guangong, and saw Li Shimin's arrogant look, he shuddered subconsciously. This guy, is he trying to learn from the crow? Little shopkeeper, you and I are doing such a big thing together, which benefits the country and the people. Although we have only met a few times, you don't seem to care about fame and fortune at all. Li admires you very much. Today, you and I will become brothers with different surnames. We don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but we ask to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Lu Xian hurriedly pressed Li Shimin's mouth. No. How old are you? How old am I? I still have a long life ahead of me. Li Shimin smiled embarrassedly. No matter what, after today, you are my brother, good brother, don't worry, I will give you good news in 2 days. Li Shimin is as excited as a child now, but Lu Xian can understand. If this matter is placed on Chang Sunwuji, I am afraid that the old shady guy will not be calm, and he will not pretend to be a powerful person or to engage in power politics and favors. That is a gift from nature. There is no incense burner, no incense candles, no guangong, only a big tree. I am Li Er. I am Lu Xian. Today we are brothers, and we will never change in this life, and we will never change in life and death. Li Shimin returned excitedly carrying Mei on his back. According to Lu Xian's method, he should be able to build a lot of tools for washing coal, and wash it in places with more river water. When it is transported to Chang'an or other places, it is estimated that it will be washed coal. At this time, Lu Xian was still puzzled. Li Shimin was indeed a middle-class person. We had only known each other for a long time, so he was not familiar with you at all. Are you forcing me to become sworn brothers? But it's okay, if anything happens in the future, I don't have to worry about it. I can just say, my elder brother is invincible in the world. If you have the ability, go to my elder brother. My eldest brother is very brave. He dares to eat that. Do you dare? It's exciting just thinking about it. The midday sun shone on the flat blue bricks, and the sparse crowd in the West Market finally began to slowly poke their heads out at this moment. In a place where fish and dragons are mixed, Yaya is still not safe outside the door. After all, you have no idea what the composition of the people coming out of the street is. But with De Zhuang by his side, everything became comfortable. After all, no matter what kind of people come out of the West Market, whether they are Turkic merchants, Kunlun slaves brought from Lingnan, people from Tile who traveled thousands of miles to the Tang dynasty to seek life, or Khitan people. This tribe, which has declined, and even the Huns, will definitely behave well when they see De Zhuang like this when they get here. After all, no one can resist the kind smile of a man who is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 200 pounds, and can crush bricks with just a few hands. De Zhuang squatted on the roadside as if looking for ants. When he couldn't find any ants, he became anxious. Yaya took a wooden stick and kept drawing on the ground. After a while, a shape appeared. There seemed to be two people, one big and one small. When Lu Xian saw this scene, he smiled with his hands behind his back. In the palace, Li Shimin excitedly asked someone to bring a huge wooden barrel. Take out the horse stick and aim it at the bottom of the barrel and click twice. This scene directly frightened the people around him. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Li Shimin smiled mysteriously. Hey, Maid Guanyin, come here, I will show you a treasure. While Li Shimin was speaking, his hand had already reached between his legs, the sack. The people in the palace were very lively today. Li Lizi saw the right opportunity, changed her clothes, and struggled for a long time in front of the mirror. She was wearing a light yellow dress and her fluffy hair, which complemented each other perfectly and shone brightly in the sun. What he wants is this feeling. Then when Lu Xian sees that he is a girl today, his eyes will not leave her, right? The place agreed upon by the three sisters was at Changle Gate. Outside Changle Gate, when Li Lizi swaggered out, a carriage had already stopped outside. The corners of Li Lizi's mouth raised, and she took a deep breath. Two sisters, please give me a hard time. Li Lizi was stunned for a moment when she opened the curtain. These, two sisters, what are you doing? Huh? Sister Changle, what are you doing again? The three sisters looked at each other, and Li Lizi's blush reached her neck. Li Hui was still wearing the clothes of a woman pretending to be a man, but the clothes were covered with beads, flowers, accessories, and various decorations, which did not look like men's items at all. And Li Shu, although she looks a bit like a man, why are you carrying a knife? Why are you still wearing armor? Li Shu and Li Hui looked at Li Lizi with wonderful expressions on their faces. We agreed that the sisters would stay together for the rest of their lives, so why did you secretly change your clothes on your own? We agreed to grow old together, but you went to get a beauty treatment on the way? We agreed that the sisters would be like-minded, but you did a beautiful makeup job behind our backs? Just when the three of them were looking at each other, Li Lizi heard a voice. Cheng Sun Chong has met Princess Changle. When Li Lizi turned around, she saw Cheng Sun Chong's knife-like face and his squinting eyes. Going out? What a fart! Cousin, you are here. Cheng Sun Chong was obviously not very old. At this moment, with his hands behind his back and dressed in white, he came over with a smile. Hey, the three sisters are going out. Where are you going? Li Hui, you are so bad at pretending to be a man. Even a fool can see it. Li Shu, it's not bad, but it doesn't look right. Are you going to kill someone? Girls shouldn't fight and kill people every day. It would be great if they learn to play music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery. Yeah, Changle. Li Lizi looked at the way his cousin was giving advice, and suddenly remembered that a few days ago, his father and mother felt that he was a good match for him. For a moment, Li Lizi felt as if he was stirred by a wave of nausea in his heart. Cousin, where are you going? Cheng Sun Chong straightened his back, but the next moment, he smiled unconsciously and said, My father went to the palace. I heard that His Majesty summoned him, so he brought me over to see him. Sister, do you want to go and see it together? No, I have something to do. Chang Soon Chong nodded. That's right. How about I go with you? Chang Soon Chong accompanied Li Lizzie to find Lu Xian. For a moment, the expression on Li Lizzie's face was extremely wonderful. Li Shu and Li Hui were ecstatic. Sister Changle, I asked you to change your clothes secretly. Unable to resist Zhang Sun Chong's scoundrel behavior, Li Lizzie finally agreed. In the west market of Chang'an, the Hu people were running back and forth, and the crystal-clear colored glass in their hands kept flashing, which was very dazzling under the sun. The best colored glass is here, only 30 strings, only 30 strings. When passing by an alley in the west market, Li Lizzie heard this voice and a plan came to her mind. Let's go and have a look. At this time, Lu Xian couldn't stand Yaya's insistence on joining in the fun and watching the acrobatic performance, so he took her and De Zhuang to the place where the Hu people performed acrobatics. Spraying fire from the mouth and breaking stones in the chest were all legendary things in the past. They were all false in books and TV, but after seeing it this time, Lu Xian felt that reality was full of magic. This was definitely real kung fu. Even Argentina could lose to Saudi Arabia, so what magical things couldn't happen? What's wrong with breaking a big stone in the chest? Yai rode on Dazhuang's neck, covering her eyes, wanting to see, but not daring to, and could only peek through her fingers, as if she peeked secretly, the thing would be smashed through her chest and she would not be able to see it. Master, colored glaze. Dazhuang pointed at something shining not far away with a smile. The colored glaze brought back by Hu merchants from the western regions was actually quite simple in ancient times, but it was of good quality. Compared with the native colored glaze of China, it was of good quality and durability, which was its advantage. In addition, the Chinese had porcelain utensils, so the colored glaze technology was put aside. When Buddhism spread eastward, the preciousness of colored glaze became even more serious. Coincidentally, the Sui and Tang dynasties were both times when people worshipped Buddha. De Zhuang, those things are worthless. If you want, I will get you a lot of them in the future. I have everything. De Zhuang looked at Lu Xian suspiciously and shook his head repeatedly. Master, I don't want colored glaze, it's expensive. Everyone knows how to save money for their family. Hey, look at people like Li Shiman, they are really. Every day I know how to buy colored glaze. The Hu people's colored glaze skills are just like that. After Buddhism eastward, 7-star colored glaze golden bodies are often purchased. In addition, the entire transportation process is extremely difficult, and the price is naturally getting more and more outrageous. There are even some good quality colored glazes that can be purchased in Lu Xian's restaurant in Chang'an. The three major hobbies of Chang'an aristocrats are Kunlun slaves, Silla slaves, and Bodhisattva barbarians. This is a symbol of nobility and is equivalent to the gold content of nobility. But there is another thing that is higher than these three, and that is colored glaze. Before Lu Xian traveled through time, he had seen some legends about the Tang dynasty. Among them, Li Shiman said that he loved colored glaze, and that his money was filled with colored glaze everywhere. There are even rumors that Li Qingxian was crippled because he broke Li Shiman's glass cup. There are different opinions and rumors among the people, but it also illustrates one thing: colored glaze is indeed not cheap. Even De Zhuang, a fool like him, knows that colored glaze is expensive, which means that colored glaze is really not something that ordinary people can afford. When everyone is talking about the same thing, it means the risk has arrived. When everyone is talking about stock trading, the stock market will definitely collapse. Everyone is saying that if you speculate in real estate, the house will definitely collapse. Everyone knows that when glass and gold are extremely valuable. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth raised. This evil man might have to choose someone to take advantage of. Why can that man spit fire from his mouth? Yaya asked curiously, holding the mung bean cake from Gihua Fang in her hands and riding on the strong shoulder. Because he has a big bad wolf in his mouth. Yaya's eyes instantly became alert, her little fists clenched. Big bad wolf? Where is it? The three of them walked to a shop owned by a merchant from the western regions. When they looked up, they saw a dazzling array of goods inside, including jewelry, jade and gold jewelry, or precious specialties, medicinal materials, furs, etc. Lu Xian took a look at some of them. I don't know him very well either, but he knew some of them, such as ginseng, bezoar, sealskin, morning glow oil, wood, charcoal, fish tooth brocade, medicinal materials, copper. Why is this so familiar? Looking up, Silla Square. That is, people from the peninsula in the northeast came to do business. The rows of shops are managed in an orderly manner. Not far away, you can see several soldiers walking back and forth, patrolling and maintaining law and order. What a cute little girl. A foreigner touched his beard and said to Lucian with a smile. As soon as Yaya saw the barbarian with curled hair and blue eyes, she instantly became nervous. What's in his eyes? Why are they different from yours? Lucian touched Yaya's head. Yaya, that's a barbarian. The eye color is different from that of us Tang Dynasty people. Yaya seemed to understand. Yeah, I want to play that. Yaya fell in love with a glass bead. As if seeing a fat sheep, Hu Sheng smiled and saluted Lucian. Guest, since your child likes it, come and have a look. This is the unique glazed bead of Tokoro in the western region. It is a gift from God, a bead left behind by the immortal heaven. It was transformed from the tears of the Tokoro god when he flew into the sky. Lucian narrowed his eyes. It seems that when it comes to bragging, we Chinese people are indeed lagging behind. When Chinese people brag, they are well-founded, well-sourced, and logical. But if you look at the Hu businessmen from the western regions, they are not even drafting when they are bragging, and their eyes are rolling around while talking. Lucian suddenly remembered that his ex-girlfriend wanted to buy diamonds when she had nothing to do. She said that diamonds are forever, and one will last forever, representing love. As a science and engineering geek, Lucian can even make diamonds by himself using the school's tools, but it's just a little difficult to cut them. You can buy a fist-sized one for a few hundred yuan. Why do you want me to spend tens of thousands of yuan on it? Separate? Love you twist and wheat skin? Gringos are not human beings, they have been bragging since ancient times. But it's right to think about it. Those people can't farm and have no land. They can only rely on one-handed deception to travel around the world. How much? Lucian asked indifferently. The Hu Sheng grinned. Guest, I see that you like your girl so much. I believe that Chang Shengtian will also like her. How about making a friend for 10 guan? The poor Tang Dynasty Mandarin makes people sound a little irritable. Lucian frowned. Get away from Chang Shengtian. It's best not to get close to my children, including cows, ghosts, gods, and snakes. When Lucian spoke, De Zhuang waved his fist symbolically and placed his other hand on the stone bricks beside him. The Hu man was about to get angry, but suddenly, he saw that the stone brick that De Zhuang had touched seemed to be missing a corner, and there seemed to be powder falling from De Zhuang's palm. The guest is right. Since the child likes it, how about letting her see it? If it were anyone else, they would be stuck right now. After all, the child wants to buy something and makes a fuss. How could the parents not buy it for her? But no matter what the Hu people say, Yaya just doesn't cry or make trouble, and is very quiet. Lucian was neither salty nor salty, so he let Yaya look at the glass beads. There was also De Zhuang, who had a very honest smile on his face, but he seemed to be rubbing the powder in his hand secretly and saying something. At this moment, Lucian heard a voice. That voice was a bit familiar, like, Li Lizzie? He raised his head and looked at the Hu shop not far away. About 30 steps away from Lucian, there was a woman who looked like a man, a woman who was a woman but carrying a knife and wearing armor to pretend to be a man, and another. Well, this is real man. Lucian naturally remembers Li Lizzie, Li Hui, and Li Shu. Who is that man? Sister Changle, just ask for whatever you like and I'll buy it for you. Chang Sun Chong was rich and powerful. After watching it for a long time, he was very excited. But Hu Sheng was a little unhappy. When he heard what Chang Sun Chong said, he kept getting angry and said, Guests, you have to buy it. This thing of ours has seals when you touch it. But they are all famous eminent monks in the Tang Dynasty. The light has been turned on. If you touch it too much, it won't work. Hu Sheng spoke sourly, and Chang Sun Chong immediately became unhappy. Young master, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, what happened if I touched you a few times? Haha, I want to touch you, young master. I can touch the girls from the Jiaofang division, but I can't touch your broken glass. The sound was a bit loud and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Li Lizzie blushed with embarrassment and looked away, not wanting to be with him. Li Shu and Li Hui consciously took 3 steps back. This is his personal behavior and has nothing to do with us. The quarrel between Chang Sun Chong and Hu Sheng was extremely loud. Li Lizzie couldn't bear it any longer, so she said, Brother, forget it. Let's go somewhere else. It's not that they were afraid of Hu Shang. In the Tang dynasty, there was really no one that Li Lizi was afraid of. She just didn't want to get entangled here anymore. At this moment, she turned her head and saw a familiar person. The moment Li Lizi saw Lu Xian, the expression on her face suddenly changed. It was obviously autumn, but it was like peach blossoms blooming. Chang Sun Chong also noticed the change in Li Lizi, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Who is this person? Chang Sun Chong asked Li Shu, and his tone was a little bad. But he didn't notice that Li Shu had become gentle at this time. Just now, she was wearing armor and seemed to be fighting with people. Now, she became cramped in an instant, as if she had forgotten that she was a warrior today. The owner of the Tang Dynasty Hotel, an interesting person. Li Shu's voice became clamped. Cheng Sun Chong frowned and walked over directly. Where did you come from, kid? You are blocking my way. This was the first time Lu Xian saw Cheng Sun Chong. This look was very consistent with the image of Cheng Sun Wuji. No matter how you look at him, he is very similar to the one in the history books. He is tall and thin, squinting, and a little hunched. When he looks at people, he always seems to be looking at something, and it seems that he stretches his neck because he can't see clearly. Lu Xian ignored him and greeted Li Lizi. Oh, so you are a woman. Li Lizi blushed, and her soft and boneless hands instantly became full of strength. She pushed Cheng Sun Chong away with an elbow. Shopkeeper, what delicious food do you have today? Li Shu and Li Hui also rushed up. Shopkeeper, I haven't eaten mapo tofu these days, and I'm craving it. Yes, I like to eat meat and drink wine with big mouthfuls. Lu Xian smiled. It's fate that we can meet here. In this case, why don't we go to the shop to have a chat? Cheng Sun Chong, who was completely ignored, felt a little uncomfortable now. He wanted to take Li Lizi and the other two out to stroll in the West Market and buy some fun and delicious food for them, but he didn't expect to be angry at Hu Shang. How many people in the whole Tang dynasty dare to talk to him like this? Just after a few words of quarreling, and before the anger was vented, he saw Li Lizi talking and laughing with other men, and then seeing Li Lizi's shy look, Cheng Sun Chong suddenly felt sour in his heart. Didn't his father say that the marriage was already decided, and Princess Changle was a good match, a closer relationship, and a happier happiness? Then why was Sister Changle still chatting and laughing with this young man? For a while, Cheng Sun Chong's face turned blue and purple. Shopkeeper, this Hu merchant is so abominable. He won't let us see his colored glass. Li Hui started to complain while scratching her hands. Lu Xian smiled and said, don't be angry, the three of you. Today, Datang restaurant is launching new dishes. It's a good opportunity to invite the three girls to taste them. Li Shu and Li Hui suddenly realized that Lu Xian had seen through them a long time ago, and only they were still pretending to be men. Besides, colored glass is not a precious thing. Don't think it's expensive now. After a few days, it will be worthless. As Lu Xian's voice came out, Yaya also shouted, I is right, colored glass is worthless. Yaya's voice was a little loud, so loud that passers-by looked at them sideways. Little kid, you are talking nonsense. Liulai is the pearl of the western regions and is worth 1,000 gold. That's right, but he is just a child, forget it. The adults don't know how to control it. Look at this child, talking nonsense, isn't this affecting our business? If these barbarians just scolded Lu Xian, it would be simple. Lu Xian would ignore them and punch them twice to relieve his anger. He would directly tell them that if they don't agree, they can come to the Datang hotel. Then he will make some money from them. But now, they are actually talking about Yaya. Yaya is only 4 years old, what does she know? So, Lu Xian stopped and turned his head slowly. You barbarians, you come to Datang to do business, but you don't behave yourself, but bite back. It seems that you are too full. Dezhuang, don't you always want to smash something for no reason? Do you see the Liulai over there? Dezhuang's eyes were shining. Others thought that when Dezhuang said something about Liulai, he meant that Liulai was good and Dezhuang wanted Liulai. Only Lu Xian knew that Dezhuang wanted to smash the glass when he saw it. Because Lu Xian's original owner's parents were infected with the plague for the glass. Dezhuang hated this thing, but it was too expensive. Master, glass is expensive. Dezhuang, you are wrong. Glass is the least valuable thing in the world. Just smash it. Lu Xian took Yaya off Dezhuang's shoulders and said lightly, the people of the Tang dynasty have been deceived. Their hard-earned money has been cheapened by these arrogant and domineering Hu people. It's really wrong. Zhuang, if you smash their glass, it will be for the sake of justice, justice will prevail, and it will be a devastating blow to the evil forces. Darkness will perish, and the iron fist of justice will eventually come. Lu Xian's voice became louder and louder. At this moment, Hu Shang seemed to realize that something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Didn't you just say a few words to your child? Why are we arrogant and domineering? We pay taxes? We paid a lot of taxes. How come we Gentiles are considered evil forces? So beating people is the iron fist of justice? A few Hu people were about to say something, but Zhuang had already taken action. Zhuang held the glass in his hand and threw it heavily on the ground. The moment the crisp sound rang out, the people in the whole West Market seemed to be shocked. Those who were nearby had already run over to watch. Those who were far away were all curious, who the hell was so arrogant? Smashed the glass? Wouldn't it cost the sale of a house in Chang'an? Cheng Sun Chong stood aside all the time with a gloomy face. He wanted to see how this young man would end up. When Zhuang beat the glass, the Hu merchants didn't dare to act rashly. In the Tang dynasty, if the Tang people got angry and beat people, especially the Hu people, it might be a mutual fight. If the Hu people fought back, the nature would change. When they arrived at the Chang'an county government, they were charged with provoking trouble and disturbing the public order of the Tang dynasty, and were directly driven out of Chang'an, and could never enter Chang'an to do business again. This fight was not worth it. Every time Zhuang smashed something, several Hu people would record it in a small book beside him. At this time, Lu Xian stood in front of everyone, looking at the onlookers, clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, justice is clear, retribution will come." Hu merchants have been bullying the people of the Tang dynasty for a long time. It's obviously just a worthless thing, but they dare to charge a sky-high price. Don't you have a little resentment in your hearts? Can you be tougher? The more people there are, the more excited Lu Xian is. This is due to the summer vacation of a certain year when he was in his sophomore year. In that summer vacation, in order to earn some tuition fees, Lu Xian chose to go south to work and mistakenly entered an organization with a mysterious code name, and from then on began to learn to deceive bacteria. In less than a month, Lu Xian was sent out. He was not good at recruiting people, but he was the first to eat. The entrepreneurship base, which was already poor, was completely cut off from food by Lu Xian's disaster. Lu Xian was still shouting at the time, "I will never go back if I don't make money." 10 minutes later, Lu Xian took the 1,000 yuan raised from the entrepreneurship base and boarded the train home. More and more people were watching, and the confidence on the corners of Lu Xian's mouth became more and more vigorous. "Everyone, let me ask you, do you think the colored glass is worth this price? Have you never thought that this thing is not something that the Hu people use to cheat our Tang people of their money? Is it easy for the Tang people to make money? They work hard, get up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs, eat worse than pigs, and live more tired than donkeys. I finally saved some money and wanted to make a new table for my family, buy some meat for my wife and children, and buy 2 clothes for the elderly at home. When the Hu people came, they took away all the useless colored glass. You are humming a song, thinking about living a good life, and suddenly someone robs you of your money. Are you happy? It's just a broken glass, just like the clay pots and porcelain bottles in our house, but not as strong as our clay pots and porcelain bottles. You dare to ask for 10 strings of money for a glass bead the size of a fingernail. Is there gold in your glass?" Hu Shang stared at Lu Xian blankly, his mouth trembling. He wanted to refute, but they didn't have time to speak in their unfluent Tang official language. After hesitating for a long time, he didn't say a word. At this time, the Tang dynasty had just recovered from the suffering of the war. After easing up, the people could only farm and develop in peace for a few years. They were full of hatred for the days of displacement and poverty in the past, and their hearts were full of longing for a good life. It exploded at one point. The common people who had been eating melons quietly, whether they were wearing linen clothes or brocade clothes, couldn't stand one by one. Angry, cold, shaking? The people of the Tang dynasty are hardworking and simple. Do they deserve to be taken advantage of? Seeing that some of the onlookers were already angry, Lu Xian sighed. "What do you think? Should this glass be smashed today?" "Yes." The huge voices came out almost at the same time, uniformly, and Lu Xian even felt that the blue bricks under his feet were shaking. The Hu merchants were even more confused. How did I become the enemy of the Tang dynasty? So, I am wrong to sell things? He couldn't figure it out. Li Lizi looked at Lu Xian's righteous and stern look, and her heart trembled. This young man, he has a sense of justice. Yes, why is glass so expensive? Li Shu held the knife at his waist, his eyes flickering. If the Hu people rushed up to make trouble, then could I fight with him, and then naturally become sworn brothers with Lu Xian first? And then slowly plan it? The only one who hadn't reacted yet was Li Hui. She was calculating the value of her jewelry. If Lu Xian didn't have enough money, she planned to pawn these things. The only one who hadn't spoken was Sun Chong. He was conflicted now. Seeing the Hu people being humiliated and thinking of their arrogant appearance before, he felt relieved. But, this young man was so close to Sister Cheng Eli again. This made him unhappy. On one hand, he felt relieved, and on the other hand, he felt very regretful. If he had shouted a few times just now, the one that everyone would envy and admire should be me, Sun Chong, right? I thought I was proud of the 9 heavens, but my heart was so bad that it was like ice and fire. Sun Chong's face turned blue, and he looked at Lu Xian coldly. Young man, let's see how you end it. These colored glazes are worth a lot of money. Do you have the confidence? Boy, do you think you are me? Do you have a father who is a duke? De Zhuang was so excited that when he came back excitedly, the corners of his mouth were raised. It was completely different from his usual silly smile. This was excitement? Master, I smashed 36. Yaya waved her little fist. Brother De Zhuang, you are so awesome. Lu Xian nodded. It's okay, De Zhuang, if you want to smash the colored glass, come here every day in the future. They are all worthless things. As long as you feel happy, smash them at will. After Lu Xian finished speaking, Hu Sheng was anxious. You can't leave. You smashed so many colored glass, pay me. Isn't smashing it once enough? You want to smash it every day. However, his voice was a little weak, and he sounded aggrieved like a young wife who was angry. When it came to money, Lu Xian knew it was almost time to close the net. It's impossible to compensate you, but I'm at the Datang hotel not far ahead. Within a month, I'll return the same amount of colored glaze to you. Is that okay? If you're worried, you can come over every day to supervise me. I'll be in the hotel and won't go anywhere. Lu Xian's voice wasn't loud, but everyone was silent after he spoke. Yaya tiptoed cautiously. Do you just want them to eat at our place? Lu Xian looked at Yaya seriously. Yaya, although you're young, you have to understand that these Hu people are not qualified to eat at the Datang hotel. When De Zhuang saw Liulai, he got excited. How could he not smash it to his heart's content? These Hu merchants would definitely not let him run away. They would definitely send people to watch him every day. So just watch and be greedy. Chinese delicacies are unparalleled in the world. Foreigners would never think that food can be obtained in this way. Others come to the Datang restaurant and come in with the help of the wall and go out with the help of the wall. You come in with a bulging bag and go out with an empty bag. You foreigners, with wolfish ambitions, can only watch. The soldiers are coming. Run. The movement of the crowd quickly attracted the patrolling soldiers, and everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Li Lizi hurriedly followed Lu Xian. Store owner, what delicious food do you have today? What are the new dishes? Lu Xian smiled. I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. Li Shu also followed. Store owner just spoke up for justice, and was heroic and brave, and denounced the ugly face of the Hu merchant. I admire you. Hey, girl, you are a man of character. When you see injustice, you stand up. You are a real man. Lu Xian said to Li Shu with a smile. Li Hui had taken off her accessories, and slowly pulled up her sleeves, blushing and trying to stuff them into Lu Xian's hands. Store owner, you keep these things, they are enough to compensate them for the glass. Lu Xian looked at Li Hui's appearance and his voice became serious. Girl, Lu Xian, am responsible for my own actions. I just denounced the Hu merchant. If you think I did something wrong, you can report me to the police. Why do you insult me with money? At this moment, the 3 sisters of Li Lizi had spring in their eyes. Li Lizi, Lu Xian is a real man who speaks for justice and is upright and incorruptible. Li Shu, he is not afraid of danger, and is brave and upright. He is wise and brave. He is an ideal husband. Li Hui, Lu Xian is upright, fights for justice, and regards money as dirt. Just accept it, store owner. Li Hui lowered her head. This is a little gift from me. If the Hu people come to the door, Before Li Hui finished speaking, Lu Xian's indifferent and upright voice came, "Are you teaching me how to do things? I, Lu Xian, will take responsibility for my own actions. Let them come." Hearing Lu Xian's words, the eyes of the three sisters Li Lizi were brighter than each other. Cheng Sun Chong followed behind and smiled sinisterly, "Let's see what you can pay." Although the Hu merchants did not have a high status in Chang'an, they were not the kind of people who could be bullied. Moreover, most of the businessmen had someone above them. Even if they were just clerks in the government office, they had to do things for others after taking their money. Lu Xian smiled but said nothing. In the Datang restaurant, Li Lizi asked excitedly, "Shopkeeper, what is the delicacy today?" Lu Xian smiled faintly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we have added 2 new dishes. One is called twice-cooked pork, 300 coins per serving, and the other is called braised chicken, 300 coins per serving." Li Lizi smiled and looked at Cheng Sun Chong, "Cousin, this is your first time here, you must try mapo tofu and dongpo pork." "Shopkeeper, give me 1 serving of mapo tofu, 1 serving of dongpo pork, 1 serving of twice-cooked pork, 1 serving of braised chicken." After Li Lizi finished speaking, she took out a purse from her sleeve, which seemed light, and handed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded and slowly opened it, and inside was a gold leaf. "Too much. It's too much, I'll continue eating next time." Li Lizi held her head, looking like a fangirl, staring at Lu Xian's face that seemed to be carved out, full of spring breeze. People who didn't know would think that spring had come and everything was revived. Cheng Sun Chong couldn't sit still. "Shopkeeper, how much is this dish? You dare to charge a gold leaf? Do you know that this gold leaf can buy all the glass you just broke?" Lu Xian smiled and said, "Customer, our Datang restaurant is honest and fair. We always have clear prices. Mapo tofu is 50 wen, dongpo pork is 200 wen, and twice-cooked pork and braised chicken are 300 wen each." After hearing this, Cheng Sun Chong's mouth twitched a few times. Hiss! This is robbing money. 3 sisters, the name of Datang restaurant sounds impressive, but it makes money with dirty intentions. Cheng Sun Chong smiled playfully, "Is there gold or silver in your dish?" "There is no gold or silver in it, just some secret techniques of my own, the guests will know later." Facing Cheng Sun Chong, Lu Xian really couldn't muster any interest. "The price of our Datang restaurant is set by my eldest brother, and no one can tamper with it." Cheng Sun Chong narrowed his eyes and smiled contemptuously, "Your eldest brother, is he very powerful? Let him come out to see me. Such a powerful person is not allowed to exist in Chang'an." I said, "Even the King of Heaven can't protect him. Tell him that I want to kill him." Lu Xian smiled lightly, looking at Cheng Sun Chong's arrogant look. His heart was relieved. Right, this is the look of youthful vigor. To fool someone, you need to lay the groundwork. Too direct, he will definitely not believe it. "It's a deal." Lu Xian smiled. Cheng Sun Chong raised his lips, extremely confident. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Turning to the back kitchen, Lu Xian opened the system panel. 2 caddies of tofu and 2 caddies of pork cost 12 cents, and he bought a bunch of ingredients at random, which cost 5 cents. He swiped through the system store and found the ingredients needed for the new dish. Pork belly is also pork, 5 cents per caddy, and 1 caddy is enough for twice-cooked pork. 1 caddy of green pepper costs 2 cents, 1 caddy of green garlic costs 1 cent, and 1 caddy of red pepper costs 2 cents. Then there are the auxiliary ingredients such as chicken essence, white sugar, and bean paste. As for the braised chicken, Lu Xian laughed directly. When he was in college, every time he received a scholarship, he could only afford to eat braised chicken once. The school's braised chicken cost 15 yuan per serving, which was the most expensive meal Lu Xian had eaten in 4 years at school. 3 chicken legs of 3 yellow chickens cost 9 coins, and mushrooms cost 2 coins per pound. Green and red peppers have been bought, and ingredients such as cooking wine are basically enough now. Mapo tofu and dongpo pork are familiar, and they are out of the pot in less than an incense stick. Then there are 2 new dishes for today. Put the pork belly in cold water, and add onion, ginger, and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. After boiling, the blood is skimmed off and the meat fragrance is overflowing. At this time, Lu Xian's ruthless iron hand directly took the pork belly out of the pot. The kitchen knife in his hand seemed to have eyes. Even though no one was looking, each piece of meat was of uniform thickness and uniform. Heat oil in a pot, and the sliced pork belly was instantly thrown into the pot by Lu Xian, and began to roll up reluctantly. Just when he wanted to resist, his enthusiasm was extinguished by the ruthless bean paste. Then the green and red peppers and green garlic were added in turn, and in an instant, the fragrance began to overflow in the fierce fire. After a while, Lu Xian started to season the food, then he took the big iron pot and turned it 360 degrees before finally frying it. It's ready? After putting the lid on, Lu Xian started to prepare the braised chicken. Braised chicken is a food that is suitable for all ages. The meat is soft and the juice is fragrant. Whether it is eaten with meat or with rice, it is invincible. Cold water started a fire. Between Lu Xian's endless kitchen knife and the indestructible chopping board, the chicken legs of the 3 yellow chicken were instantly cut into small pieces and thrown into the cold water. When the scallion, ginger, and cooking wine were used to remove the fishy smell, Lu Xian cut the mushrooms, green and red peppers into neat squares of different sizes. Chinese cuisine is not only about being delicious, but also about being color, fragrant and delicious. Good-looking and comfortable to look at, naturally whets the appetite. Pleasant fragrance, naturally attracts people to taste. Only when the taste is invincible can it become famous. Of course, there are some exceptions, such as black garlic and stinky tofu, which are unconventional and specifically attract diners with special fetishes. Heat oil in a pan, add rock sugar, and stir quickly. Soon, small bubbles will appear where the oil and sugar are fused together. Add the chicken. At this time, in the main hall, Li Shu had gone out without knowing when. Li Lizi was playing with Yaya. Big sister, are you hungry? I see your saliva. Li Lizi was not hungry, but there seemed to be a fragrance in the kitchen that she had never smelled before, which was slowly wafting out and seducing people. Yaya, aren't you hungry? Yaya lowered her head and scratched her hands. Yaya is hungry too, but I said that if you eat too much, the big bad wolf will come out of your stomach. As soon as these words came out, Cheng Sun Kong covered his stomach and laughed. Where is the big bad wolf in this world? Children are still easy to deceive. Come on, tell me where there is one, let me see it. Yaya opened her eyes wide, looked at Cheng Sun Kong, and sighed heavily. She was a child with a childish voice. I said that only people with big eyes can see the big bad wolf. How can you see it if you don't open your eyes? Can you open your eyes? It is said that children speak without restraint and no one cares. But the problem is that Cheng Sun Chong came with Li Lizi today, so he has to save face, right? He was a little unhappy all of a sudden. Hee, my eyes are just so small, small eyes, focusing light. Yaya nodded, not quite understanding. Is that so? I said that the eyes of the big bad wolf also focus light. You are not the big bad wolf. Brother De Zhuang? Big bad wolf. De Zhuang, who was sweeping the floor, walked to the main hall in 2 steps. His honest voice seemed to come from his chest, and his tall body pressed every nerve of Cheng Sun Chong. You are the big bad wolf. You scared my sister. Cheng Sun Chong's mouth trembled. He had been naughty since he was a child. As a relative of the Tang dynasty, a young master, there was no time to be afraid. But at this moment, he was really scared. Just now when De Zhuang came over like a mountain, Cheng Sun Chong felt like a small mountain fell down on his head. Misunderstanding, I'm talking nonsense, don't do it, do you know who I am? De Zhuang looked at Cheng Sun Chong, thought for a while, and slowly said, Confucius said, there is no distinction in teaching. A huge question mark popped up on Cheng Sun Chong's forehead. What? Why did this guy start to recite the analects? Li Lizi looked at Li Hui who was lying on the table arranging accessories, and Li Hui also looked at Li Lizi with a puzzled look. Yaya said, when a man is about to die, his words are good. De Zhuang nodded, and his fist was raised. Stop it. Lu Xian appeared in time, with 4 dishes and a small bowl of rice on the tray in his hand. De Zhuang, why did you hit the customer? When Cheng Sun Chong saw Lu Xian coming out, he hurriedly said, Shopkeeper, hurry up, make him stop. Li Lizi held her stomach and laughed. She had only seen Cheng Sun Chong bullying others in her life. She didn't expect that Cheng Sun Chong would be bullied by others one day. Li Lizi laughed so hard that her body shook. Yaya said, he said he was a big bad wolf, and he didn't open his eyes. Brother De Zhuang will go over and help him open his eyes. Nonsense. Lu Xian pretended to be angry and touched Yaya's head. Your brother De Zhuang helped him open his eyes, and he must have dug his eyes out. Yaya said oh and sat obediently on the small stool. Li Lizi seemed to suddenly remember something at this time. Yaya, what does Dazwang mean by teaching everyone without distinction? Yaya heard that, and her energy, which was about to be discouraged, suddenly swelled up. Finally, someone was willing to discuss it. Big sister, it's that when I teach you how to be a person, no matter who you are. Ching Sun Chong just took a breath, and his back suddenly felt cold. Damn, this Datang restaurant is not right. Then, a dying man's words are good. Beat him until he is almost dead, and he will talk well. Li Shu came back, and when she swaggered in, she was holding a box in her hand. Shopkeeper, this is for you. When Lu Xian saw the box, he instantly understood what was going on. Li Shu really believed what Yaya said. Everyone was there, and Lu Xian smiled and prepared to open the lid on the dishes. Cheng Sun Chong was a little angry. 3 sisters, you eat, I won't eat. Li Lizi looked at Cheng Sun Chong suspiciously. Cousin, the dishes of Datang restaurant are the best in the world. You can't eat them anywhere outside this door, even at home. This home, of course, refers to the palace. Cheng Sun Chong smiled contemptuously. My family's chef is famous all over the world. I'm going to go back and ask him if there are these famous dishes in the world. Cousin, try it, it's really delicious. Li Shu and Li Hui also began to persuade him. 3 cousins, don't say anything more. Even if Cheng Sun Chong rolls home from this West Market today, he would rather go out to eat hubing than eat a bite. Cheng Sun Chong crossed his arms, with a proud face, but his eyes seemed to have never opened. Lu Xian smiled calmly. He had seen this scene many times. In front, Yu Qigong almost swallowed his tongue after being stubborn, and in the back, Tai Guzheng insisted on the bottom line. He changed his face in an instant and really judged people, washing his face with milk. The law of true fragrance never goes out of date. Mapo tofu, Dongpo pork, you have seen them all, except this guest. Lu Xian slowly opened the lid. Li Lizi and the other 2 had already served the rice and were eager to try. In an instant, the fragrance slowly drifted out. Cheng Sun Chong's eyes twitched, his hands began to move involuntarily, and his mouth was filled with sticky saliva. Why can't I control my hands? Looking at Cheng Sun Chong's embarrassed look, Lu Xian continued to open the lid. This is twice cooked pork. This is braised chicken. Li Lizi and the other 2 instantly stood up. Before Lu Xian took away the heat-insulating lid, the chopsticks of the 3 had already reached the dish. After a bite of twice-cooked pork, the expression on Li Lizi's face became extremely wonderful. She shoveled 2 mouthfuls of rice fiercely, and the satisfaction was visible to the naked eye. After a bite of braised chicken, Li Hui no longer cared about her ladylike image. She was originally a woman dressed as a man, and she didn't look like one. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to eat delicious food. Li Shu took a deep breath, watched the 2 sisters devour the food, and when the time was right, she suddenly pushed the plates of braised chicken casserole and twice-cooked pork in front of her. You're almost done, it's my turn. It smells so good. Yaya and Dizhuang were squatting not far away. One was really squatting, and the other was standing but not as high as squatting. Click, click, click. Datang Hotel got 2 Milky Ways today. Cheng Sun Chong turned his back and began to cry. Thinking of what he had just said, it was good to be tough for a while, but if he kept being tough, he would feel uncomfortable all over. 3 sisters, leave some for me. It smells so good. Cheng Sun Chong grinned, like a silly child who had never eaten. In the palace, Li Shiman looked at the big wooden barrel rolling in front of him and grinned excitedly. The corners of his mouth were almost up to his ears. He nodded with satisfaction, straightened his back, and looked at Chang Sunwuji beside him. What does it mean to serve the country and the people? Chang Sunwuji stood respectfully aside, squinting his eyes. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Li Shiman waved his hand. It's not time yet. Auxiliary engine. You ask someone to build a stove for my imperial study, and then build a chimney or something. Chang Sunwuji knew what a stove was, and what a chimney was. When the cleaned coal appeared in front of Chang Sunwuji became suspicious. Your Majesty, is this the black gold you mentioned? Li Shiman nodded. Assistant, don't underestimate this black gold, it burns so fiercely that I dare not imagine it. The people of the Tang dynasty are blessed. Chang Sunwuji's eyes rolled around. Your Majesty, if this thing is handed over to me to manage, the Tang dynasty's treasury and your majesty's treasury will definitely be able to. Don't even think about it, this thing can only be managed by me personally. Li Shimin has made up his mind that what is flowing is not black gold, but real gold and silver, real money. There are too many places in the Tang dynasty that need money. There are still stocks of grain from the previous dynasty, but there is indeed little money. Where did the money go? Li Shimin's eyes suddenly became gloomy. In the fire basin in front of him, the black coal crackled a few times and began to burn fiercely. The firelight around it became warm, as if it wanted to fight with the gradually cold weather. After the fleeting gloom, Li Shimin rubbed his hands and happily began to plan how to mine and wash coal. I have to ask Lu Xian, manpower is a big problem. After forcibly pulling Lu Xian to become sworn brothers today, Li Shimin felt much more at ease. On the way back to Ganlu Palace, Li Shimin hummed the little song that Daz Wang always hummed when he had nothing to do. I got up early in the morning to pick up manure, clang clang clang. Pingkangfang is the place with the most scholars and candidates in the whole Chang'an. Compared with the mixed crowd in Zixi, Pingkangfang is more like a hodgepodge of human nature. Where there are many scholars, there will be disputes. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Two scholars stood on the street, their eyes more determined than each other. You said that Hanjiang Gying is delicious, but I don't agree. I think that most of the famous dishes in the world come from the rich south, and the most delicious one is the Qingjiang perch with a unique flavor. Another scholar heard this and smiled contemptuously, and opened the folding fan in his hand casually. Do you know that there is a thing called Kenken tea in our Lanzhou area? Do you know what is the most delicious with that Kenken tea? It seems that my brother doesn't know that I have been here since Lanzhou. I must eat roast lamb every day, paired with Lanzhou's unique Kenken tea, the best in the world. I drink a ken in the morning and drink it until the sun sets. The two people are arguing. You say you are right, I say I am right. As a scholar, you can always quote classics to find evidence that belongs to your side. Do you know the mutton soup in Zishan? Do you know the stewed snake meat in Yuzhou? Every time the two people talked about a dish, someone applauded. Unknowingly, the two have talked about nearly 30 dishes. In Pingkangfang, people coming and going saw this scene, and they all bought some dried fruits and other things from the side and started eating. In Chang'an City, you can watch all kinds of interesting dramas every day, and it is not uncommon for scholars to stand on the street to compete with each other. In normal times, there are scholars who are drunk and stand on the street, saying one sentence after another, either couplets or poems. Anyway, they must compete in knowledge. But today, two scholars are on the street. Who has eaten more delicious food? This is a bit strange. In the crowd, a middle-aged Confucian scholar was stroking his beard and watching the two quarreling with a smile. Who else could it be if not Wei Zhang? He happened to see this scene when he passed by here today. Counting the days, today should be the day when the Datang restaurant adds 2 dishes. This trip to the East Market is to exchange all the precious and valuable things in my hands for money. The dishes in the Datang restaurant are not cheap, but they are genuine. Hearing the quarrel between the two scholars, Wei Zhang was not in a hurry. After watching for a long time, the two quarreled until their mouths were tired. Wei Zhang sighed. They might not have tasted the dishes of the Tang Dynasty restaurant. One of the scholars was obviously a little tired. If you want to taste the delicacies of the world, go to Fengzexuan in the south of the city. The other scholar smiled faintly and said contemptuously, if you want to eat better, then naturally go to Runfenglu in front. People came and went, and Wei Zhang finally couldn't stand it. What are you talking about, Fengzexuan? Runfenglu? That kind of thing is also presentable. Little kids quarrel all day long, and they don't know the importance of life at such a young age. Do you dare to go to the Tang Dynasty restaurant? After eating too much, Cheng Sun Chong, who was full of complaints, realized that he had lost his composure. He coughed twice, ahem, in fact, it's just so-so. Lu Xian smiled calmly. Cheng Sun Chong was a man who could not draw a tiger but drew a dog. He was obviously young and promising, and he was still a talent. He was not a coward among the second generation of nobles. But there were so many good examples, but he had to learn from Cheng Sun Wuji. Cousin, you are still stubborn, still stubborn. Just now I ate the most fiercely. Li Shu was resentful at this moment. After all, she didn't get the soup of the twice-cooked pork and braised chicken. Cheng Sun Chong touched his stomach, hiccup. Well, where is Sister Changle? Just now, he was too focused on eating, and Li Lizi didn't know when she was no longer in the main hall, and Chang Soon-chong didn't even notice it. Suddenly, his heart was tightened. Changle, wouldn't she be lost? At this moment, he heard the sound of spring water ding-dong from the backyard. Giggle. As pleasant as a silver bell, who else could it be but Changle? In the backyard, Lu Xian shook his head lightly. Miss, men and women should not touch each other. Please pay attention to the distance between you and me. Li Lizi put her hands behind her back and leaned forward, her face almost touching the face of Lu Xian, who was repairing the well wheel. Shopkeeper, Lu Xian, why do I feel that something is wrong with you? Li Lizi's big eyes were full of pride, and she circled around Lu Xian. Yes, there must be something wrong. I believe my eyes. Admitted honestly. Lu Xian was completely confused. Miss, what's wrong with me? Hey, don't call me Miss, I'm Li Lizi. Miss is so strange, at least don't add Li in front. Okay, Miss Li, you're overthinking. It seems that you are the one who is wrong, right? Although Li Lizi blushed, she shook her head again and again, thinking, your conversation, speech, and behavior are not like those of the Tang dynasty, but there is no difference with us Tang people, tut-tut. Of course, the most different is your cooking skills. Li Lizi said seriously, I asked some very good chefs, they are all famous chefs among the people, and even the nobles in Chang'an asked them to cook. They don't know what the two dishes here, mapo tofu and dongpo pork are. I also asked them to cook pork, but the taste is not good, it doesn't taste that way. Lu Xian finally understood a sentence, why it is definitely not as easy to travel back to ancient times. A soul from the future, behavior, and all aspects have traces of the future, even if you have been deliberate enough. Cheng Sun Kong stood in the corner, looking at the backyard through the gap in the curtain, gritting his teeth. This guy actually got along with Changle alone. What is Sister Changle's identity? What is your identity? A merchant, a frog in the well, dares to covet. I will expose your evil thoughts in public and let Sister Changle see through your tricks. Cheng Sun Kong rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a loud and deep voice came from behind. Little shopkeeper, look, I brought you a guest. Wei Zhang's voice is as loud as spring thunder. If he is born in future generations, he will be a good candidate for broadcasting and hosting. Of course, his sparring partner Li Shimin also contributed a lot. At this time, when the thunder exploded, the breath that Chang Soon-chong had just taken in almost choked his throat. When he turned around, he saw Wei Zhang with a rosy complexion and a calm composure. Hey, nephew, you are here too. Chang Soon-chong's face froze. He is your nephew. It turns out to be Uncle Wei. I'm full and it's time to go back. Suddenly I remembered that my father called me for something. Good nephew? You are here. I will treat you to something good today. Chang Soon-chong looked embarrassed for a moment. He had eaten too much just now. Ba, the mapo tofu, dongpo pork, and braised chicken twice cooked pork just now were too tempting. Accidentally, I ate so much, even 8 bowls of rice. I really can't eat any more. If I eat any more, I'm afraid I'll have to lie down and go out. Uncle Wei, you can eat. My nephew is treating you. Wei Zhang immediately became serious. I know your family is rich, but you can't squander it like this. Your father has benefited a lot from his power play. That's all. I'd better eat it myself. I don't dare to ask for your money. By the way, go back and talk to your father. I will visit him personally later. Chang Soon-chong said nothing, turned to wink at Li Shu and Li Hui, and ran away. I'm scared. Li Shu and Li Hui sneaked into the backyard before Wei Zhang noticed them. Sister, it's bad, who is here? Li Hui lowered her voice and whispered in Li Lizi's ear, and Li Lizi's expression changed instantly. No, why are you so unlucky? Lu Xian, I'm going back first. Remember what I told you. If you are tired and don't want to work anymore or struggle anymore. Li Shu and Li Hui had covered Li Lizi's mouth. Sister, we have to go. If other people are here, the 3 of them don't have to worry at all. After all, it's reasonable for the emperor's daughter to go out for a walk and find a place to eat, right? But, this person is Wei Zhang. Li Lizi and the other 3 walked out of the backyard door dejectedly, walked around in a circle, and disappeared at the end of the alley. Little shopkeeper, I knew you were here. Wei Zhang had already entered the backyard. Lu Xian cupped his fists towards Wei Zhang. Hey, old Wei, I heard what you just shouted. Did you bring me a guest? Wei Zhang nodded. That's natural, that's natural. By the way, You will finish naming the dishes in a while and see what they order. Then I will find you to pay the bill alone. Wei Zhang blinked after speaking. In the main hall, the two scholars looked at each other. You are not convinced by me, and I am not convinced by you. You two are in luck. Today is the time for Datang Hotel to add new dishes. Wei Zhang opened the curtain, walked out from behind, and said slowly, Sir, you are a reasonable person at first glance. Tell me, how can the lambs in Lanzhou land be as delicious as my sea bass? Sir, look, he started again. Is the sea bass delicious? It's not a big deal. Wei Zhang waved his hand. Let's listen to what the little shopkeeper has to say now. Lu Xian slowly appeared and held his hands towards the two scholars. You two, today's dishes are mapo tofu, dongpo pork, and two new dishes. One is called twice-cooked pork and the other is braised chicken. Then have a portion. One of the scholars waved his hand, not polite at all, plus a jug of wine. Let's debate while eating. Who is afraid of whom? Lu Xian smiled. Okay, no problem, but you have to finish talking. Mapo tofu, 50 cents each. Dongpo pork, 200 cents. Twice-cooked pork, 300 cents. Braised chicken, 300 cents. My wine, the special Urquado, 1 bottle 500 words. Can you two make any changes? Before Lu Xian mentioned the price, the two of them were wealthy and both were scholars. Which scholar these days is not from a well-off family? Huh? Shopkeeper, the names of these dishes in your store are a little different? I, Luo Wanggu, have traveled to many places in Chang'an and Luoyang, and I have never heard the names of these dishes. Luo Wanggu has a ruddy complexion and a square face, which looks like a big-headed TV set. He looks about 19 or 20 years old, a bit older. The other scholar said with a smile, Shopkeeper, the two of us have been friends for many years, and our quarrels are quarrels. It's just that Ying Liufang doesn't understand why these dishes are so expensive. After thinking for a while, the skinny Ying Liufang finally spoke out. Lu Xian nodded, You too, Datang Hotel is a good place to be, and it's great value for money. If you don't believe it, ask Mr. Wei, he has eaten here more than once. Wei Zhang smiled and touched his beard. Hey, little shopkeeper Lu Xian is so impressed. I, Mr. Wei, have lived for so many years. This is the first time I have tasted such a delicacy that is unparalleled in the world. Naturally, I can't miss it. Ying Liufang took out his money bag and found that he had already spent twice as much money on this meal, so he simply threw away the two large bunches. Little shopkeeper, you can go ahead. If it's not enough, we'll make more. Wei Zhang's original plan was for Lu Xian to quote the price and he would make a profit. After all, wouldn't there be a discount for the old and the new? Unexpectedly, these two scholars are not short of money. I didn't even ask, and I didn't ask for anything extra. Lu Xian took the money and entered the kitchen with his hands behind his back. De Zhuang was chopping firewood. Master, that man has a good head. Daz Wang, that's a guest. We'll talk about it after the guest leaves. Lu Xian stuffed a few copper coins into De Zhuang's hand, and De Zhuang instantly became more energetic in chopping firewood. In the main hall, Ying Liufang and Luo Wanggu were stunned. Sir, this place is so strange. It's so remote. There's not even a waiter. Tisk, tisk, if it doesn't taste good in a while, we have to talk about it. The two of them were ready to fight. As long as the taste didn't taste good, they would fight Wei Zhang for 300 rounds, still on the street. Wei Zhang looked at the two of them and sighed repeatedly. After all, these were two dandy boys who had no worries about food and clothing. They bickered in the street just to fight over some useless things. You two, do you know why this is called Datang Hotel? Oh, sir, we don't know. Is there any hidden secret in this? This place is unique in the Tang dynasty. By the way, did you see that little girl? She is 4 years old and can recite the Analects of Confucius. Yaya was squatting on the ground trying to put the irregular wooden blocks together when she suddenly saw a pair of feet. When he looked up, a square face was filled with smiles. Little girl, are you playing? Like a little adult, Yaya continued to play with the wooden blocks on the ground calmly. Brother, you are blocking my Sunday. Little sister, I heard that you can recite the Analects of Confucius. Both Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang were excited when they heard that Yaya could recite the Analects. Confucius traveled east and saw two children arguing about the sun. Although Yaya didn't know what the two meant, they were like two children fighting. I said that I can't talk to fools. Luo Wanggu's face stiffened for a moment, and Ying Liufang was embarrassed. Wei Zhang stroked his beard. You two, you really have to compete with each other. Wei is not targeting anyone, but the so-called famous dishes you mentioned are not worth mentioning. De Zhuang staggered out of the backyard, holding a few firewood in his hand, opened the stove in the main hall, stuffed the firewood in his hand into it, then closed the stove door and glanced at the few people. Then he shook his head and sighed. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang couldn't hold it anymore. Although they hadn't heard De Zhuang's story, De Zhuang's face was full of stories. First they were despised by a child, and then they were looked down upon by a fool. The two were filled with grief and indignation. Sir, please stop talking. In this situation, I want to recite a poem. Luo Wanggu stood up in the middle of the road, walked slowly, closed his eyes, and stood straight naturally. He was indescribably free and easy, as if a breath was about to rush out of his body. Wei Zhang looked at this scene and frowned subconsciously. The atmosphere was already there. Could it be that Luo Wanggu was really going to write a famous article for all ages? After a while, Wei Zhang was bored and picked the tea foam in the tea. Ying Liufang was about to fall asleep on the table. Yaya was holding her little head, staring at Luo Wanggu who was pacing back and forth. She was filled with a bold idea. If she was holding a square head, wouldn't she be afraid that her head would tilt to one side after falling asleep? A square head is really good. Suddenly, Luo Wanggu stopped. Ying Liufang's body suddenly trembled. Brother Luo, you have it. Wei Zhang narrowed his eyes. Could this Luo Wanggu really hold back something good? Luo Wanggu was calm and composed. He took a deep breath, slowly turned his head, and looked in the direction of the kitchen of the Datang hotel. It smells good. I smell it. It smells really good. The curtain moved, and Lu Xian came out with a huge tray. 4 dishes were placed on it steadily, and there was a small bowl of rice in the middle. Please enjoy. The Datang hotel was silent, and Wei Zhang went straight to the twice-cooked pork and braised chicken. Opening the lid, Wei Zhang's eyes were straight. In that casserole, the chicken lay in the soup, and the soup flowed back and forth between the chicken, exuding a smell that made people full of desire in their hearts. For a moment, when Wei Zhang didn't feel it, his saliva had already reached his mouth. Twice-cooked pork, it doesn't seem to be anything special, delicious. Wei Zhang picked up the chopsticks, rolled up his sleeves, and the whole person was excited. At this time, he just noticed that Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang almost buried their heads in the bowl. Yaya and Da Zhuang had not eaten twice-cooked pork and braised chicken yet, and they began to drool again, but this time Yaya had improved. When she was halfway through, she remembered to wipe it off so that it would not fall on the ground. Unfortunately, his sleeves were a little wet. Da Zhuang made great progress. His saliva could not even come out of his mouth, but went directly back into his stomach. Gurgle gurgle. The 2 little guys started to shout alone. It's so delicious. Luo Wanggu's face was full of excitement. What Runfenglu, what Fengzexuan. I am really a frog in the well. Ying Liufang had oil stains on the corners of his mouth, his chest kept rising and falling, and the rice on his cheeks was stained with vegetable juice. He did not look like a scholar at all. This kind of food should only be found in heaven. If I hear this in the morning, I will die in the evening? It's so delicious. Yaya looked puzzled. Was this skinny big brother angry when he said this? After Wei Zhang tasted a few mouthfuls, he resisted the urge to continue eating, wiped his mouth, and looked at the 2 calmly. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Is this Datang restaurant unparalleled in the world? Luo Wanggu slowly stood up and saluted Wei Zhang. Sir, what you said is true. This Datang restaurant is not only the best in the world, it is simply the best in heaven and earth. No, I'll go call my friends now. Ying Liufang looked at Luo Wanggu with a smile. When you get to Fengzexuan, remember to tell my father that I won't go back to eat. Luo Wanggu smiled and walked out with big strides. I will eat at Datang restaurant in the future. I'll go back to Runfenglu and scold my father. He fucking feeds the guests with pig food. Wei Zhang's eyebrows suddenly raised. So, you two, one is the young master of Fengzexuan, and the other is the young master of Runfenglu? Lu Xian smiled and looked up at the sky. Noon had passed, and it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It seems that I can't have a good rest today. Can my head become square? Then it won't shake when I sleep. Lu Xian touched Yaya's head. Silly child, if your head is square, where will your ears be? Isn't it like a temple door? Yaya didn't understand the TV, so Lu Xian used the temple door that Yaya knew as an example. Suddenly, Yaya opened her mouth and started to giggle. Dezhuang silently took the broom in his hand and swept the floor gently, but his eyes kept looking at the top of his head. Dezhuang, what are you looking at? Wei Zhang packed a portion of twice-cooked pork and a portion of braised chicken, and went out with his things. Seeing Dezhuang looking at the eaves, he couldn't help asking. Dezhuang shook his head and said in a simple voice, "There are butterflies in the sky." Wei Zhang laughed when he heard this. "What time is it? Where are the butterflies?" "Dezhuang, are you dazzled?" Seeing Wei Zhang leave, Dezhuang seemed to have something to say, but he still didn't say anything, but he still looked at the eaves from time to time. At this time, on the eaves, Lu Renayuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Oh my god, how can this bastard always see where I am? Fortunately, I acted quickly, otherwise I would definitely be discovered." The place where Lu Renayuan was hiding now was a blind spot, and he could see everything that happened in the Datang hotel, but the problem was that he was very hungry. After returning from Jinyang, he only rested for half a day, and then got up to continue to carry out His Majesty's mission. "Your Majesty, what's the point of monitoring a cook? You can monitor him, but you have to eat a full meal before you come here. Now both sides are in trouble. Want to leave for a while and go to the West Market to eat something?" Lu Renayuan is worried about what happened to Lu Xian. "Do not leave and stay here? The fragrance in the Datang restaurant is too intoxicating." Lu Renayuan is almost exhausted. He pinched himself many times to wake himself up. "Don't be impulsive, now is not the time to go downstairs to eat." There were a lot of people in the West Market. At the end of the street, Hu Shang cleaned up the mess on the ground with bloodshot eyes. "We have to report to the police. We have to go to that Datang hotel to find him. This is colored glass, 36 pieces, enough to buy a house in Chang'an." Hu Shang was stumped. "Let's go to Datang hotel first and find that young man. He smashed our colored glass and left without saying a word." "That's right. Get him." They were submissive when Dezhuang smashed things just now, but now that he's gone, their slogans are deafening, as if they're going to hit hard. At this time, outside the Datang hotel, a dozen scholars were shaking their heads, their noses twitching, like stray dogs on the roadside. "Luo Wanggu, you are really good. You can find such a good place." Luo Wanggu touched his chin proudly at this time, his face calm. "Ahem, it's just an encounter, fate. Come on, colleagues, order dishes, eat and drink. Brother Yang and I will host today, and we will provide enough food and wine." The Tang Dynasty Hotel has never been so lively. When Lu Xian was busy, Yaya and Dazhuang were also busy. Yaya hid in the kitchen to peel garlic, and Dazhuang kept chopping wood. There were many pedestrians on the West Market, and suddenly a fragrance hooked my soul. I can't walk anymore. Where does the fragrance come from? So tempting? Could it be that some exotic delicacies have appeared in the West Market again? The middle-aged merchant was rubbing walnuts in his hands, and the concubine beside him couldn't speak properly. Every time she spoke, she would drool a few drops of saliva, affecting her image. In a luxurious carriage, a sleepy middle-aged man poked his head out. "Who is it? Do you have any sympathy? I've been traveling all night and just fell asleep. I have to talk about business later. There are not many beggars in Chang'an, Tang Dynasty, but there are many beggars in the West Market. I don't know what happened today." Suddenly, they disappeared and squatted outside the Tang Dynasty Hotel, looking inside with their eyes rolling. The beggars who are usually not tempted by the various delicacies in the West Market and only want money are now not tempted by the charity of passers-by. They just want to know what delicious food is in the Tang Dynasty Hotel. Why are a group of beggars joining in the fun? Can you afford it? Among the passers-by, there are many ordinary people, with their hands in their sleeves, carefully poking their heads, and unable to move their feet. In the Tang Dynasty Hotel, there are not only scholars, but also merchants. What? So expensive? 300 coins for one dish, and the cheapest one is 50 coins. Many people came to eat today, and many questioned it, but despite their doubts, they all sat there obediently, waiting for Lu Xian to make the dishes that made people excited just by smelling them. Dezhuang chopped wood and served dishes, while Lu Xian concentrated on cooking in the kitchen. After a long time, the beggars discovered something. No one came out of the Datang restaurant today. Just as they were drooling and dazed, suddenly, they saw a group of people coming towards the Datang restaurant. There were more than a dozen people, and they were Hu people. As soon as the Hu merchant entered the door, he saw Dezhuang serving dishes, and Dezhuang also saw the Hu merchant who had many glass pieces smashed by him. When their eyes met, Dezhuang grinned, "You're here to deliver glass again." Hu Shang's brown beard curled up, "It was him who smashed our glass." Hu Shang touched the beard at the corner of his mouth. When Dezhuang smashed the glass before, he hadn't reacted yet and was careless. Now, he came to the door, so he had to talk. Dezhuang smiled and was not in a hurry. "Master, those foreigners came this morning." At this moment, Lu Xian hadn't reacted yet, and the guests in the Tang Dynasty Hotel who had been waiting for a while began to get restless. "Where did the wild dog come from? How dare you bark in my Tang Dynasty territory?" In the main hall, Luo Wanggu, Yang Liufang and other scholars couldn't stand it anymore and stood up one by one. The three hobbies of the people in the Tang Dynasty are drinking, writing poetry, and fighting. Not many people can write poetry. Drinking. Before Urquhart appeared, there were wine gods everywhere. Fighting. Lu Xian was not sure about other things, but basically, many people in Chang'an carried Tang swords with them. Just now, these scholars fell down directly after drinking Urquhart, but they were young and healthy, and they woke up soon. Especially Luo Wanggu, with a square face, righteous and awe-inspiring. "Who are the crazy people who dare to provoke the Datang restaurant? Do you really think the word Datang is just a decoration? Come on, brothers, drive them out." The scholars exploded when they drank. When Lu Xian came out of the back kitchen, wondering why Dazhuang didn't go in to serve the dishes for a long time, he saw a dozen scholars riding on the Hu people and beating them up. At this moment, Lu Xian understood why there were so many schools in the future. Even if children of this age could not go in, they were still allowed to spend these years of youthful restlessness in school. There is no way students of this age group are easily impulsive. Just look at Luo Wanggu's group of scholars. They are elegant and graceful on weekdays, wearing scholars' long gowns, and seem weak, but when they fight, they are more cunning than each other. The monkey steals peaches, the tiger claws kill the family, the kick cuts off the descendants, and even takes advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and kills with 1,000 years. The key is that they are skilled at using it, pretending to be a monkey stealing peaches, and then the tiger claw hand that kills the whole family is faked, followed by the kick that cuts off the descendants, hitting the bullseye. At this time, the scholar standing behind the Hu people suddenly raised his mouth corners, revealing a smile that only the villains in the comics have. "Jijijija. Put your hands together, clasp your little finger and ring finger tightly, and shout angrily, 'Hey!'" Lu Xian looked at this scene and laughed immediately. "You said they were fighting each other? That was not a fight." In addition to these insidious moves, there are also extremely rich right whip kicks, left jabs, left kicks. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be well prepared. "Boss, are these scholars?" A merchant was eating mapo tofu, with red pepper juice on the corners of his mouth, and his chin had dropped to the ground at this time. "Hey, this is a scholar, who can write to pacify the world and can immediately decide the fate of the world." Lu Xian smiled and touched his chin, expressing his firm support for the behavior of this group of scholars. The shopkeeper is young but has profound insights. It seems that we need to come to the Tang Dynasty restaurant more often in the future. Lu Xian looked at the merchants in front of him and smiled, "Come often if you like." After an unknown amount of time, Luo Wanggu, Yang Liufang, and others seemed to have had enough fun and retreated. At this time, the Hu people had bruises and swellings on their faces. "Didn't we agree to stop at a certain point? According to the stop at a certain point, we all won." There was laughter at the junction of Liquanfang and Zishi. Lu Xian smiled and looked at the Hu merchants. "What's wrong with smashing some of your things? Didn't I say I won't return it? In view of the beating you received today, I will return you one more piece of glass in the future." Lu Xian's eyes were firm and his attitude was extremely calm, but the words he said made the Hu people grit their teeth. The scholar on the side was immediately unhappy when he heard this. "Shopkeeper, we smashed as many pieces as they did, and we can't give more." "Yes, for these ungrateful people, we can't give them a penny more. The scholars are still conscious and have not been smoothed by the pressure of life." Lu Xian smiled, "The glass will be worthless soon. Let them know the broad mind of us Tang people." Luo Wanggu was stunned, and his square face became even squarer. Why did he understand more and more about what this young shopkeeper said? At this time, the Hu merchants covered their faces one by one. "If we can't beat you, can we beat that pretty boy?" The Hu merchants grinned and narrowed their eyes. "Humph, it was just a misunderstanding, forget it." Since you are so sincere, we won't care too much. We are hungry. Don't you run a restaurant? Cook for us quickly. Cook some good dishes and let us have a good meal. Today's knot will be untied. Don't you Tang people say that it is better to resolve enemies than to make them? Even if there are 1 or 2 pieces of glass missing in the future, our great Western merchants will not blame you. The Hu merchants got up from the ground one by one and patted the dirt on their bodies. In Chang'an, fighting is fighting, and business is business. These are 2 different things. Face is a small matter, and business is a big matter. This is the most essential difference between the Hu people and the Tang people. If the Tang people were angry today, wouldn't they fight back? But the Hu people are different. They travel all over the world, everywhere they go, they do business wherever they go, and they are best at trying to please others. Didn't a Hu monk in Nestorianism say, "If you hit me on the left cheek, I will also give you the right cheek"? But unfortunately, he was facing Lu Xian. You must be very hungry, right? Lu Xian smiled mysteriously, but it's a pity, the Tang Dynasty restaurant, as the name suggests, does not allow Hu people and dogs to enter. Since you are hungry, then find a ventilated place and drink more northwest wind. We Tang people will not be stingy with that stuff, and we will fill you up. In an instant, Luo Wangguan the side could no longer hold back. The way he held back his laughter was extremely elegant, his body was bent like a prawn, his face flushed, and he looked more like a cooked prawn. Kukiku. I have received professional training, and I usually don't laugh, unless, ha 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 ha, I can't hold it back. The moment Luo Wanshan couldn't hold back, Yang Liu Fang on the side had already covered his stomach and started to roll back and forth. At this time, the merchants who were eating at the Datang restaurant began to applaud. Good. The shopkeeper is right, the Hu people in Chang'an make too much money. We are all doing business diligently. Why do we earn hard-earned money? Why do they sell things so expensively? Hasn't anyone doubted that glass shouldn't be worth so much money? Merchants are very sensitive to the price of goods. How much a thing is worth, just take a look at it, and you should know it in your heart. But the price of glass is contrary to the norm. Obviously, the porcelain of the Datang is better. Why is it suppressed by the rough glass of these Hu people? Suddenly, the Hu people were silent. The Tang people were silent too. At this time, a weak voice of a scholar came, everyone, in fact, I think that the price of the mansion in Chang'an is also unreasonable. The man's voice was weak, even like a woman. De Zhuang poked Lu Xian, Master, he was the most aggressive just now, and he poked people's buttocks with his fingers. Lu Xian smiled, De Zhuang, don't talk nonsense, this young man just used the black tiger to steal the cow. De Zhuang scratched his head, but I clearly saw. That's right, normal people don't use those methods when fighting, like me, I never use those tricks. De Zhuang smiled after he finished speaking. Yaya pouted on the side, and her eyes seemed to say, Brother De Zhuang, don't you know your fighting ability? Faced with De Zhuang's serious analysis, Lu Xian agreed. Since his body was strengthened by the system, he also felt that when shaking hands with others, when patting others on the shoulder, he should be more restrained. Obviously, De Zhuang's proficiency in restraining strength is better than Lu Xian's. De Zhuang, don't say that again. It's okay today, but if we meet those black guys, I'm afraid we'll have to fight. De Zhuang was instantly interested in fighting when he heard about fighting. Ah, Master, you said to fight naked. Girls in the city are just open-minded, Master. Everyone laughed again. Lu Xian made the Hu people speechless with just a few words. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. His face was ashen. When he left, the ground was covered with yellow hair. This made the quiet merchants who came here today excited. There are many merchants in the Tang dynasty who are scheming, but there are also hard-working people and conscientious people. But what about the Hu merchants? They take some strange things, cheat, and say that they will leave after buying, and that the gods will bless them. But there are people in the Tang dynasty who really fall for this. It is obvious that the goods of the Tang dynasty are the best in the world. Why do you worship foreign things? Today, seeing Lu Xian confronting the foreign merchants and knowing that Lu Xian smashed the glass in anger, the merchants bowed to Lu Xian one by one before leaving. Boss, if you encounter any inconvenience when traveling in Chang'an in the future, let me know in the south of the city. I, Niaolinshan, will never say a word. Although I haven't been doing well these years, I still have a say in the Chang'an wine and beverage business. Haha, little boss, the water in Chang'an is too deep and I'm afraid you can't grasp it. If you encounter difficulties, don't panic, just find me, Jinan-chun. The wine and beverage business in Chang'an is half owned by Niaolinchan and half by Jinan-chun. I'm not bragging. Lu Xian smiled and said, you two are too polite. We are all people from the Tang dynasty. It is the law of nature to help each other and speak for justice. If I sit back and watch today and watch that Hu merchant deceive the people of the Tang dynasty, how can I face my ancestors in the future? As soon as the words fell, cheers rang out. Well said. A thin old man squinted his eyes and walked over obscenely. Young shopkeeper, my name is Xiao Lanping. I'm in the medicinal materials business. I know a lot of people. If you need anything in the future, please come to the east of the city to find me at any time. Lu Xian bowed his hands to thank him, and when the three of them left, Lu Xian sighed. You can tell what these three people do by listening to their names. Such undecent names must be a coincidence, right? Yaya looked up. Why are their names so undecent? Go, you little kids, it's not good to know too much. In the Datang hotel, several scholars were lying on their backs after drinking, and each one's footsteps were muddier than the last. Urquhart wine is relatively strong for Tang people, but it was obvious that something was not right with these scholars. It looked like they drank frequently, and they did not forget to punch when they were drunk. What a pity! What a pity! Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang sighed repeatedly. Brother Yang, what are you talking about? That must be the same as Brother Luo. The two looked at each other and smiled, and Luo Wanggu sighed. He has integrity, is handsome, has a strong character, and is upright. Such a good person should be an official. It's a pity that I'm not a scholar. If you want to be an official these days, how can you do it without studying? The two of them didn't know. If Lu Xian knew about this, he would not immediately issue an announcement to refute the rumors. Who is going to be an official? The dogs won't do it? It's hard, tiring, and no money to be made. I have to guard against my colleagues day and night, and take the blame for my boss every month. I thought that the old score would be settled in the new year, but who knows, it will be better every year. Whoever wants to be such an official can be one. An old man who looked like an academic at first sight walked out slowly and wiped his mouth. The cooking skills of the shopkeeper are unparalleled in the world. What happened today made me understand that only with a righteous heart can we make such exciting delicious food. Lu Xian was stunned. He was indeed a scholar. When the old man passed by, he came in to taste it and finished 8 bowls of rice in one afternoon. The old gentleman is ridiculous. As the saying goes, when a wild man sees an injustice in anger, he wears out the eternal sword in his chest. If the old gentleman encounters such a thing, he will also see the injustice on the road and draw his sword to help. After listening to Lu Xian's words, the old man suddenly touched his beard with great appreciation. This poem is good and full of chivalry. Little shopkeeper, I thought you were just a craftsman, but I didn't expect that you hide your skill behind your clumsiness. But it sounds like the second half of the song. Is there the first half? Lu Xian smiled faintly. This poem was actually written by a poet named Lu Cha. This man was a gangster but had a literary talent. He committed murder and was imprisoned at the age of 14. Later he became a well-known scholar with quite a character. Old sir, in the first 2 lines of this poem, the sun rises and the hibiscus is as high as the sunrise. Everything in the world is as fine as a hair. It is just some skills, not worth mentioning. The old man seemed to have not heard Lu Xian's words and murmured, yes, the sun rises and the fusang is high. Everything in the world is as fine as a hair. The wild man is angry at the injustice and wears out the eternal knife in his chest. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper's poems contain 1 part literary courage and 1 part martial arts. The conversation between Lu Xian and the old man was not loud, but it happened to be overheard by Luo Wanggu, who was bragging after being drunk. This poem is interesting, better than the 2 of us. I wonder if this shopkeeper has any other masterpieces. We have to go and ask. The 2 of them smiled, put their arms around each other, and swung towards Lu Xian. Hey, shopkeeper, we 2 brothers have something to discuss with the shopkeeper. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. They are all scholars. Look at that old man, and then look at you. Why are you smiling like cao? Datang Hotel has become famous in Chang'an today. But now, there is one person who is suffering the most. Lu Renayuan has been squatting for a day. His Majesty has ordered that Lu Xian must report truthfully who he contacts, what he says, and what he does. Lu Xian only did a few things the previous day, either cooking, teasing the children, or watching De Zhuang chop wood and boil water. At that time, Lu Renayuan could at least take a nap. Now, there are people everywhere, and Lu Renayuan's ears stand up like a donkey's. At the end of the day, my whole body aches so much, my head is buzzing, and when I close my eyes, all kinds of people are talking and ordering food. The most difficult thing is that after being hungry all day, I can only see others eating and drinking, while I am on the roof, eating the same cold pancake I brought when I came out early in the morning. Feeling uncomfortable, wanting to cry. It wasn't until the old man who was talking to Lu Xian left that Lu Renayuan looked at the old man's leaving figure and murmured, for Mr. Li Gang to praise him so much, it seems that this Lu Xian is really powerful. My cooking skills are unparalleled, I am a just person, and I speak nicely. Tisk, tisk, it's a pity that I can't show up more now. It's too difficult for me. I squatted on the roof all day, smelling the fragrance, but couldn't get down to take even a sip. From time to time, the fool named De Zhuang would look in the direction he was in, almost revealing his secret several times. Both humans and ghosts enjoyed the meal, but Lu Renayuan was the only one who broke the defense. After being busy until late at night, Lu Xian finally closed the business with satisfaction. The curfew tonight is obviously earlier than usual. After all, it is late autumn and it gets dark early. Even so, there are still many people who insist on having a good meal at the Datang hotel at the risk of being caught before going back. Closing the door, Lu Xian let out a long breath. De Zhuang came out from behind and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that he had finished washing the dishes and chopsticks. De Zhuang, are you tired? De Zhuang shook his head. Master, I'm not tired, just a little hungry. Yaya, who was sleeping on her little bed, poked her head out at this time. I want to eat something delicious too. Lu Xian smiled. What do you two want to eat? De Zhuang smiled mysteriously, and Yaya's eyes sparkled. Braised chicken. The cold wind was blowing, and the fire in the heater in the house was very bright. The braised chicken smells fragrant, the juice keeps squeezing out, and the fragrance floats out, mixing in the cold wind. Woof woof woof. Since the opening of the Datang restaurant, the dogs near the West Market have not had a good sleep. There is nothing wrong with the fragrance in the middle of the night. People can't stand it, let alone dogs. Lu Renayuan tried to open his bloodshot eyes, turned over, and watched Lu Xian and the other two finish their day's work and fall asleep. He left and ran quickly towards the direction of the palace. What? New dishes? Why didn't you say it earlier? In the Ganla Palace, Li Shimon's eyes were as big as cowbells. Lu Renayuan shuddered in his heart. Why did His Majesty look more and more like General Chang? Your Majesty, I have been guarding for a day. Lu Xian has come into contact with too many people today. I really can't take care of it. Li Shimon sighed and let Wei Zhang take it back first. Cheng Yaojin kept saying that Wei Zhang couldn't even eat shit when it was hot. At this time, Li Shimon felt that this was actually talking about himself. By the way, Lu Renayuan, you have been in Jinwuvai for some time. Would you like to continue to hone your skills in another place? When Lu Renayuan heard this, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. No, why is His Majesty so petty? Should I really come back to report today? Don't be too hasty to think about it. I gave Lu Xian a house, but there must be someone to look after the house. Take 10 of your capable men with you and go there. From now on, you are the chief steward of Lu Mansion. Lu Renayuan, who was still complaining, was suddenly shocked. Huh? His Majesty suddenly became wise and mighty, tall and mighty. I'll find an opportunity to push you over. Jin Wuvai's position will be retained. Don't worry, Lu Xian has a bright future. When you arrive at Lu Mansion, it's just like going home. Just do your own thing well. Lu Renayuan felt that he was suddenly hit by happiness. Shopkeeper Lu Xian is humble, steady, and talented, and he also speaks nicely. Suppressing the laughter in his heart, Lu Renayuan knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, you must not do this. If your humble position goes to the Lu Mansion, what will your Majesty do? Li Shimon raised his eyebrows and sneered. Am I a child? Am I in any danger? After all these years, you still don't understand me? Am I the kind of person who likes to join in the fun? In the palace, even if we give those assassins 10,000 courages, they would not dare to come in. Huh, Lu Renayuan, you don't want to go, do you? That's all, let me go with someone else. Lu Renayuan was anxious. Your Majesty, wait a minute. I dare not refuse His Majesty's order, but I can no longer serve His Majesty. I feel uncomfortable in my heart. Li Shimin curled his lips. Okay, I even saw the smile on the corner of your mouth, and you still feel uncomfortable. I don't know where you feel uncomfortable. I asked you to go to the Lu mansion, not just for fun. The safety of Lu Xian's family is in your hands. Li Shimin looked at the newspaper in front of him and couldn't calm down for a long time. If this coal alone is mined successfully and sold every year, the taxes of the Tang dynasty can be doubled. I have endured it for 7 years. Do you know how I got here during these 7 years? Those who have money in their hands give me the dirty looks every day, but I can't help it. After waiting for 7 years, I am not trying to prove how great I am, but I want to tell those wealthy noble families that I will get back everything I have lost from you with my own hands. It was early in the morning at Datang Hotel, and there were already people lining up outside the door. When Qin Kaiang came, she was not polite at all. She wanted to open the door and enter, but was stopped by a square-faced scholar. Brother, line up, it's shameful to jump in line. Qin Kaiang hummed a little tune and ignored her. The front door was not open, so I took the back door. The back door wouldn't open, so I climbed over the wall and went in. Qin Shubao, once flew into the sky and escaped from the earth and was omnipotent. I just climbed over a wall? Hey, ouch. Lu Xian, who was washing Yaya's face, heard a muffled sound coming from the corner. He looked up and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Old Qin, is this some new family secret? Qin Kaiang struggled to get up from the ground. Who is hanging glass slag on this wall? Hiss, old man, I have opened my eyes again today. De Zhuang smiled sheepishly and buried his head in sweeping the floor. Lu Xian looked innocent. Old Qin, I don't know. On weekdays, De Zhuang always felt that there was someone on the wall or roof. Although he didn't see anyone, Lu Xian believed in De Zhuang's intuition. God has closed a small window, but opened a door to a huge treasure. If De Zhuang feels uncomfortable, there must be something wrong. De Zhuang felt that someone was watching him, so someone must have climbed the wall secretly. De Zhuang thinks those ants are fun. Well, it's a good thing that ants can't talk, otherwise they would have to gather in groups, line up in a single column, and sing and dance towards De Zhuang, listen to me and say thank you. When De Zhuang smashed Liulai yesterday, Lu Xian's eyes indicated that he should collect some of the debris. If Hu Shang puts the broken glass slag back together, he will definitely find that there is a lot missing. Before going to bed last night, De Zhuang pasted these scum on the wall with yellow mud and inserted the shards of glass into them. In the middle of the night, De Zhuang got up and used a torch to dry it several times. But I never expected that Qin Kaiang didn't like to go through the front door, but liked to go through the back door. It was okay to take the back door, but instead of opening the door and taking the right path, he had to climb the wall and take the dry road. Do you call this a serious person? Who is a serious person who has nothing to do to climb the wall? What kind of serious person can be who loves to circumvent the firewall? Qin Kaiang was speechless, holding her hands behind her back, picking up the dregs of glass in her hands, and sucking in the cold air. There was originally little blood, but a lot of it was shed, which was a pity. Sir, should I do it 10 more times today? Old Qin, I will demonstrate the last move today. After you learn it, you can practice it at home. You don't have to come here every day. Lu Xian smiled. He did not want to see one day in the future, above the Tang Dynasty Hall, a memorial written in the memorial, Hu Qiagong Qin Shibao was cut on the palm of his hand by glass while climbing over the wall. He was bleeding. Before he died, he shouted, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Upon hearing this, Qin Kaiang nodded slowly. Yaya is not happy anymore. You haven't washed me yet. Seeing that Yaya pouted, Lu Xian could only continue, grabbing a handful of warm water in the basin with his palm, then smearing it on Yaya's face, snoring quickly in a circle with Yaya's nose as the center of the circle. In all the world of face washing, nothing is too fast. As long as I move fast enough, I won't miss anything, even just a little bit of water is enough. Okay. Lu Xian touched Yaya's head, go and wipe your face quickly, otherwise the wind will blow and your face will crack, and bugs will come out of it. Yaya was immediately terrified when she heard the word bug. She took a towel and wiped her face carefully. Sir, there are quite a few people queuing outside today. Qin Kaiang suddenly remembered something. I also want to try our latest dishes. If Qin remembers correctly, It should have been launched yesterday, right? Qin Kaiang was very serious when he spoke. In order to soften his tone, he deliberately grinned. Unexpectedly, the change was too fast. This smile looked so vulgar. Old Qin, you are not good now. You need to eat more liver and insist on eating. Don't eat outside all the time. The food outside is heavy in oil and salt, which is not good for your health. Lu Xian used the classic words of parents in later generations, and then waved his hand. Old Qin, you just do exercises here, don't move around, I'm going to open the door for business. Qin Kaiang's heart trembled, and he always felt that there was something wrong with this, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing strange. Very soon, a loud voice sounded in the backyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ouch! Just when Qin Kaiang was doing exercises, he suddenly heard a cry of pain. He looked up and saw a guy riding on the wall, sucking his mouth. Qin Kaiang smiled crookedly when he saw that guy. Lu Renayuan, you shameless guy, you actually climbed the wall? How can there be a general like you in the Tang dynasty? Qin Kaiang's face was not red, and he was not out of breath. Lu Renayuan was embarrassed. Today was really like a knife cutting his buttocks, which opened his eyes. The way you are riding on the wall looks like a general? That wall must be very comfortable, right? Qin Kaiang continued to make sarcastic remarks. Lu Renayuan was so miserable that he couldn't express his pain. He felt pain like needle pricks in his buttocks. He turned his head away from Qin Kaiang, a person who took pleasure in others' misfortune. By the way, Your Majesty's personal guard, General Jinryu Guards, is indeed extraordinary. You still have to climb the wall that needs to be climbed. Your Majesty also climbed the wall back then. As if she suddenly remembered something, Qin Kaiang suddenly shut up. Lu Renayuan raised his buttocks, struggled to lean against the eaves, and pulled out the glass residue from his buttocks. He felt very aggrieved. My butt felt aggrieved and my heart felt aggrieved, especially when Qin Kaiang suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Lu Renayuan felt itchy in her heart. As a typical Tang dynasty person, Lu Renayuan, like his military commander superiors, inherited the fine tradition of His Majesty the Tang dynasty, Bagua. As the saying goes, when a manure truck passes by the door, it has to taste the saltiness. This is what it means. General Qin, please continue. Hey, I can't say. General, let me treat you to dinner. Oh, then we have to have a good chat. At this time, outside the front door of Datang Hotel, Li Shiman stood with his hands behind his back, his majestic appearance, his eyes aloof and his face stern. Datang Hotel, these 4 words have quite a character. People are in high spirits during happy events. Li Shiman's voice was loud and he cleared his throat. Any. After speaking up, Li Shiman stroked his beard with satisfaction. This should be no less impressive than Wei Zheng's voice, right? That guy in front who jumped in line, don't force me to fuck you. Behind Li Shiman, a long queue lined up from the front of Datang Hotel to the entrance of Zishikao. Li Shiman turned around and saw a scholar with a square face, shivering in the cold wind, his body swaying, his lips were blue with cold, and his face was filled with grief and indignation. Didn't you see there's a queue behind you? Why do you like jumping in line so much? Luo Wanggu's molars are almost broken. This man doesn't look like a vicious brother murderer and father killer. He has a kind face, tiger eyes, and sharp eyebrows. His appearance is ordinary. At best, he is just like a man. He is just a little bit handsome. Everyone is lining up. Why do you stand at the front? We are all human. Could it be that you have an extra arm and leg? Extra eyes and mouths? When a scholar sees injustice, he must speak up. Thinking of the way shopkeeper Lu Xian faced Hu Xing yesterday, Luo Wanggu nodded firmly. Li Shiman looked suspiciously at the square-faced scholar behind him, who looked like a temple scholar, and walked over with a smile. Oh, what did you just say? I asked you why you like to jump in line so much. The previous sentence. Didn't you see the cue? Li Shiman shook his head. Move forward. Don't force me to fuck you. Li Shiman touched his beard. As you wish, why don't you practice? When I woke up today, I felt refreshed. Li Shiman had not been so excited for a long time. Faced with the request of the scholar in front of him, Li Shiman immediately agreed and had already set his posture. When Luo Wanggu saw the other party's posture, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. This style doesn't look like the third-rate guys who engage in sneak attacks and dirty tricks. How does it look like it has been fought for many years? TCH, I'm a scholar. You guys, go to the back and line up. Be careful that I let my elder brother attack you. Li Shimin felt very uncomfortable. He had already set his posture, his clothes were lifted up, his trouser legs were exposed, and his robe was taken off. Are you telling me this? Who is your elder brother? Haha, I'll scare you when I say my eldest brother's name. Luo Wang raised the corner of his mouth. My eldest brother is a relative of the current emperor, the little overlord of Pingkangfang. Everyone in the East Market knows it, and in the West Market, everyone knows that he once fought against a courtesan from the western regions in a brothel for a month, and was the most enviable figure in the Tang dynasty. When Li Shimin heard this, he suddenly thought of something. He didn't know the person the scholar with a square face in front of him was talking about, right? Isn't he a brat who messes around in some old guy's house? The first thing Li Shimin thought of was Cheng Kumo. This guy had lost his fighting spirit at a young age. He ate, drank, and had fun every day, and even led Cheng Xian and Ching Ke into trouble. No, this kid Cheng Kumo is not considered a royal relative, right? How's it going? Are you scared? Luo Wang saw Li Shimin in a daze and sneered, feeling reassured. When I say my eldest brother's name, ghosts and gods tremble. I can see that you are good at fighting. Knowing how to spank is useless. To get around, you need to be powerful and have a background. Which path are you on? Li Shimin continued to be in a daze. The last time Li Shimin took action against these gangsters among the people, it was after the Sunwu sect. Those people were called Changlin soldiers. So powerful, then I have to listen carefully. Tell me what your eldest brother's name is. My eldest brother is the eldest son of the current uncle, the current young prince, the eldest grandson Chong. When Luo Wang was bragging, his chest was puffed out and he was full of air. He didn't notice that a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed across Li Shimin's face. In Sikong Mansion, Chang Soon Chong was enjoying the delicacies of the world in his sleep. The singing and dancing girls in front of him were like gods. Suddenly, a chill hit him and he woke up suddenly. A wave of goosebumps surged from behind. A sneeze, a sneeze, a sneeze. After sneezing 3 times in a row, my head was buzzing, and there seemed to be a looming voice. Someone has remembered your name. Squeak. The door of Datang Hotel opened. Yaya poked her head out, obviously not fully awake yet. The braid on her head was like a rhino horn, standing tall. As soon as she saw Li Shimin, Yaya excitedly shouted, "Uncle who gets drunk with a glass of wine, you are here." As soon as he saw Yaya, Li Shimin snorted coldly and didn't care about Luo Wang anymore. What's the point of fighting and killing? I am a civilized person. I govern the country and the world with benevolence. As for Chang Soon Chong, we will talk about it later. Hey, Yaya, your braids are a little different today. Yaya tried hard to push down the braids on her head, but Lu Xian tied them up so tightly that it was like a tower suddenly rising from the ground. There was a huge plaque on the tower with a line of big words on it, "You can't see me." Yaya's eyes were red with anxiety, and Li Shimin led Yaya into the door. "Lu Xian, what kind of braids did you make for the child?" "I didn't see the child crying with anxiety." At this time, Lu Xian had just opened the shutter on the counter. When he saw Li Shimin, he knew that something good must have happened today. "Old Li, you came so early today, you must have come here to smell the food." Lu Xian teased him, but Li Shimin was not angry at all. "Look, I said there must be new dishes coming out. I have to have a good meal today." Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin and smiled mysteriously. "Don't panic, let's talk about business first. What benefits are you going to give me?" Li Shimin looked at Lu Xian in confusion. "Lu Xian, no, second brother, how can you think so of your elder brother? Is your elder brother that kind of person?" Lu Xian smiled. "You forced me to be sworn brothers. I haven't agreed yet, God hasn't reacted yet, and you're done. I'll ask again, what benefits are you going to give me?" Li Shimin's face suddenly turned as pale as liver, and he was extremely embarrassed. Just now he heard, "What benefits do you want?" "Haha, second brother is really a wonderful person. How do you know that I came here today to give you benefits?" Lu Xian smiled faintly and ordered Daz Wang to open the door to welcome the guests. At the same time, he said indifferently, "It can be seen that you have obtained the permission from above. Apart from other things, the above has awarded you so many things, don't you think I have a share? We have a contract, written in black and white, signed and sealed. Do you want to default? Li Shimin waved his hand quickly, stroking his beard with a smile. Second brother, how come I find that you can't hide anything from you? You haven't moved into your new mansion yet. I found some housekeepers for you, all of whom are good at it, from the military, and very smart. Li Shimin smiled mysteriously. You should be grateful to me now, right? I am not the kind of stingy person. I gave everything to Lu Renaiyuan, a person with a promising future, without saying a word. Oh, Lu Xian was shocked. Li Shimin was too generous, wasn't he? In history, Li Shimin was more generous when he gave his daughter Princess Changel a wedding. At other times, he was tight-fisted and stingy. Of course, it's not his fault. He didn't have money in his hands and couldn't be generous. This benefit should not be easy to get. Li Shimin must have other thoughts in mind. Old Li, your gift is a bit heavy. Lu Xian's face became serious. Li Shimin must have something to ask of him. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian spoke earnestly. I, Lu Xian, am a commoner, ordinary as dust. The soldiers in the army are the elite of our Tang dynasty, no less than the treasures handed down from generation to generation. The current emperor is expanding the territory and traveling thousands of miles, so how can they be lacking? Although you, Old Li, are a royal relative, I have to say something about you. You are digging into the corner of the Tang dynasty and fleecing the Tang dynasty. If the current emperor knew that he had a relative like you, he would probably hit his head against the south wall. He is pulling the cart in front, and you are dragging it down in the back. Li Shimin's beard was crooked with anger, and his whole body was trembling. What's wrong with me? I just want the people to have a warm winter, and I have given you a lot of benefits. Why do you slander me out of thin air? No? Li Shimin suddenly realized that Lu Xian was talking about Li Er, not him. Li Shimin. You scold Li Er, what does it have to do with me, Li Shimin? Li Shimin smiled and waved his hand. Hey, second brother, this is wrong. Without the approval of the higher UPS, how can I, Li Er, do this? Don't worry, I've brought everyone to you. Winter is coming soon, so you can live in the house peacefully. Yaya stood in front of him, wearing thick clothes. Her little face was red, like a red apple. Uncle who gets drunk after one glass of wine, are you hungry and want to eat? Yaya understands me. Li Shimin smiled and touched Yaya's head. Yaya, uncle wants to eat the latest dishes. Tell me, what are the names of the new dishes? Yaya looked up seriously. Uncle who gets drunk after one glass of wine. The new dishes made by I are called twice-cooked pork and braised chicken. When he heard the names, Li Shimin's mouth began to churn subconsciously. Quick, 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 Yaya, uncle wants to eat these two dishes, ask I to make them. Yaya didn't move, looking at Li Shimin seriously. Uncle who gets drunk after one glass of wine, 600 coins. Li Shimin stood up and pretended to be angry. Lu Xian, you and I are brothers who have worshipped heaven and earth, brothers. Brothers, beloved relatives, and friends, can't I have a free meal? Lu Xian smiled indifferently, wanting to make money from the business of Datang restaurant? That's impossible, dear relatives and friends. Brothers? It's good that you don't have to pay more. Pay. Li Shimin blew his beard and glared, but he couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, and obediently took out a coin. Add another bottle of Urquato. It's 100 coins short. Lu Xian's voice was calm, like a ruthless money-making machine. Li Shimin's face twitched. Pay money if you want. I, Li, have never eaten without paying in my life. Lu Xian took the money bag and said with a smile, brother, please go to the second floor. Li Shimin was stunned. It turned out that money is still useful. The reason why Lu Xian wanted to get Li Shimin to the elegant seat on the second floor was mainly because this guy had to occupy a table with a big horse and a golden sword. There were more than 10 tables downstairs. I'm afraid that there will be a constant stream of people eating today. Li Shimin occupied the table and didn't allow others to sit. Wouldn't that be a loss? Li Shimin, who felt that he was doing well again, swaggered upstairs with his hands behind his back. Looking back at the diners who squeezed in downstairs, he seemed to be showing off. Look, I'm sitting on the second floor. There are many guests today. Early in the morning, Chang'an City began to get restless. Outside the Datang Hotel, the queue of people has formed a long line. Originally, it was just enough to get to the West Market. After all, the intersection of Liquanfang and the West Market is still quite far. But soon, it was already crowded with people. The gossip culture of the people in Chang'an is like a raging fire. When passers-by saw the queue, their faces were full of confusion. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Is there something exciting going on in front? The person in the queue heard the passerby talking and muttered, "What excitement? Everyone is queuing up to eat." The passerby rubbed his hands. "Brother, can I join the queue?" As soon as the words fell, the knife-like eyes had already killed him, and in an instant, he became obedient. "Everyone, just kidding, hee hee." At this time, among the people in the queue, a merchant who was rubbing walnuts in his hands moved his fat body. "What are you looking at? The dishes in the Datang restaurant cost hundreds of coins each. Can you afford it? Before queuing, don't you weigh your wallet, hee hee." You say that merchants have a low status, they are very arrogant, and rich people are full of confidence. You said they were in high positions, but when they saw the officials, they bowed and kowtowed one after another. There was a commotion among the crowd. "So expensive? Are the dishes in Datang restaurant made of gold or silver? Are you serious?" The merchant glanced at the diners who were queuing in fear in the crowd and sneered, "Don't eat if you can't afford it. Humph, you are rich, so what? Hee hee, being rich is great." The merchant touched his belly and became more and more proud. "I heard you are very rich." The man was very young, about 14 or 15 years old, squinting his eyes, and when he smiled, he was like a deep pool, unfathomable. The merchant was instantly terrified. "Why did you come to eat in person?" The young man smiled and said, "Do you need a fake hand to eat? I heard that such delicious food, if you don't come to taste it, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" The merchant shivered and said, "Don't queue up, I'll go to the front and buy you a seat." The young man thought for a while and said, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't queue up." The merchant shivered in his heart, silently gave up his seat, and stood aside respectfully. "Of course you don't have to queue up, you are at the front of the line." This young man is none other than the prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Chingan. Last night, when Mr. Li Gang was drunk and talking to Li Chingan about the Analects, he mentioned a poem. It is said that this poem was written by a young shopkeeper called the Tang Dynasty Restaurant. Li Chingan was so excited that he remembered this place immediately. Today, Li Chingan ran out secretly. As soon as he arrived at the Tang Dynasty Restaurant, he saw the merchant. It stands to reason that Li Chingan, as a prince, cannot come into contact with merchants, but he is an imperial merchant who has followed his father for many years and has been doing things after Wu Shigi stopped doing business. "Have you ever eaten at this Datang restaurant?" Li Chingan asked. The merchant lowered his head and was extremely respectful. "My lord, I came here yesterday to eat. You know, I have a big appetite and a heavy body, so I ate 4 dishes. Li Chingan frowned, shook his head and sighed, "Are the dishes here really that delicious?" The merchant was immediately interested when he heard it. "My lord, you know, I don't have any hobbies in this life, I just like to eat delicious food in the world. But yesterday, I suddenly began to doubt my life. So, in the first half of my life, I worked hard and traveled, claiming to have eaten all the delicacies in the world, but all I ate was pig food." Li Chingan was angry. "You mean, you also ate pig food in the palace? What did I eat? Ahem. Lu Fu, is it really that delicious?" Although Li Chingan was somewhat dissatisfied, the man in front of him would not lie, let alone lie in front of him. Such a foodie who speaks so highly of the dishes of Datang restaurant shows that there is something real here. The door of the back kitchen of Datang restaurant was closed. In the back kitchen, Lu Xian's spatula flew with the fire, and the pot smell was the same color as the sky. If someone was here, they would definitely see an incredible scene. The money bag placed in front of Lu Xian was getting drier and drier, but some ingredients such as meat and vegetables kept appearing in front of Lu Xian out of thin air. The more people there were, the more efficient Lu Xian would be in cooking. After all, when the big pot was on fire, several plates would be cooked at a time. "De Zhuang, take out the pot." De Zhuang pushed the door open from outside, put the cooked food on the plate, and ran out excitedly. Although he was so strong, his feet were extremely brisk. In the backyard, Lu Renayuan was rubbing his buttocks. When he felt that it was almost time, he wanted to climb over the wall and find His Majesty at the main gate. As soon as he jumped up, Lu Renayuan regretted it. He forgot that he had been scratched on the buttocks by the glass slag in the morning. A moment later, in the private room on the second floor, Li Shiman introduced Lu Renayuan in front of him to Lu Xian with a smile. This is Lu Renayuan, a well-known figure in the army in Chang'an City. Lu Xian took a look at Lu Renayuan. He had seen him before. How well-known is he? Can he be better than Qin Shibao? Can he suppress Yu Qigong? Can he beat Guo Yaojin? Can he compete with Niu Jinda? Li Shimin knew that he should not let Lu Xian speak. With a clang, the chopsticks in his hand almost fell down. There was still a piece of meat on the chopsticks. If the meat fell off, it would be a pity. You are always so honest, kid. Li Shimin said with a smile. Lu Renayuan, you know what the superiors mean. I am not the kind of person who mistreats my brothers. Lu Xian and I are sworn brothers. The superiors sent you to guard the house for brother Lu Xian. Do you have any complaints? 1,000 horses galloped through Lu Renayuan's heart. Your Majesty, your acting is really bad. Military orders are like mountains. I dare not complain. Lu Renayuan took a deep breath. Managerly, Lu Renayuan already knows what the superiors mean. As long as Lu Renayuan is alive, the head of the Lu family cannot lose a hair. Well, that's right, second brother, look, this is our Tang dynasty soldier, such a good person. I begged and persuaded him with all my heart and spent a lot of effort to get him here for you. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin calmly, and his heart was already smiling. These two people sang in unison, and it was obvious that they had not checked the manuscript yet. Didn't you see that Lu Renayuan's forehead was sweating? Old Li, you are sensible. I love you. I gave you such a big business. I thought that if you meet an ungrateful person, you would just admit defeat. Li Shimin stood up immediately. Nonsense, nonsense, how is it possible? Really, what kind of person is our old Li, second brother, don't you know? Lu Xian nodded. Come on, old Li, such a big favor is sent to you, what do you want from me? You'd better have something to do and cook in a hurry. Don't you see that the people queuing outside are drooling and the blue bricks outside the door are all marinated in saliva? When exposed to the sun, they are all saliva-smelling. Li Shimin nodded and let Lu Renayuan go out. Then he asked mysteriously, second brother, this is a good thing, but I have encountered a problem. The higher UPS asked me to find the manpower myself. It's hard to deal with prisoners in the prison. Li Shimin said this for a reason. Death row prisoners and criminals are all laborers imprisoned in the prison. But now there is a biggest problem. If Li Shimin dares to use these people, someone will dare to make trouble. Since ascending the throne, Li Shimin has been walking on thin ice and doing things carefully, just to avoid the 5 surnames and 7 families from making trouble for him. It's easy to conquer the world, but it's hard to keep it. Using death row prisoners is not humane, and using prisoners is what a tyrant does. This is Li Shimin's compromise under the strict pressure of the 5 surnames and 7 families in the past few years. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and instantly understood what Li Shimin meant. Li Shimin was a little scared of using death row prisoners. Lu Xian raised his lips. In fact, under the laws of our Tang dynasty, there are very few people who do evil. You said there are so many prisoners in the cell, do they just want to wait for death? Give them a chance, let them have the thought of atonement. No normal person should refuse it, right? Li Shimin's face twitched. Who can't say polite words? It seems that there is pressure from the court. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Those people know nothing. As the emperor, he still has to be constrained by others. Why doesn't he dare to fight with those old shady guys? Who can beat him? One slap and one old man. Phew. Li Shimin spurted tea out of his mouth. Good guy, Lu Xian is very courageous. Fortunately, he knew that Lu Xian had no ill intentions. Otherwise, he would have been sent to dig coal for just making false remarks about the emperor. Second brother, be careful what you say, be careful what you say. Lu Xian looked like he hated iron and said, can he be tougher? I have eaten his heart. How dare the people entrust him to such a person? He's a weakling. Li Shimin's chest heaved, his face was livid, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. You kid, please speak up and don't curse. Diamond suit. Lu Xian. If you want to die, don't hold me back. Lu Xian felt that he was almost done. He sighed and looked at Li Shimin with a smile. Old Li, I'm just the kind of person who won't be happy if I don't vomit. Besides, I said to him, why are you in a hurry? I'm not scolding you. It's really true that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Li Shimin's heart felt as if thousands of horses were trampling over him. Lu Xian, you are noble and noble, you are amazing. I am the emperor of the Tang dynasty, but in your opinion I am not even as good as a eunuch. You'd better tell me why, otherwise I will. Li Shimin had already begun to scan the surroundings, looking for someone who could take advantage of him. Seeing that Li Shimin was anxious, Lu Xian said calmly, "These old thieves are very easy to deal with. Tell the superiors, and directly announce at the court that you are going to Mount Tai to be enshrined in Zen." Li Shimin was furious for a moment, but he thought that Lu Xian never failed in his work, never talked empty words, and never fought against the Air Force. He endured his temper and continued to listen. "Do you think those old thieves can agree? Definitely not. Then the higher UPS can justifiably demonstrate the benevolence of the Emperor of the Tang dynasty, and give the prisoners on death row and prisoners in prison a chance to make meritorious service for their crimes. Won't your manpower problem be solved?" Li Shimin's eyes lit up. There was a way? The anger dissipated completely in an instant, and the anger in his heart suddenly fell to the ground. What a great idea! Is this method really possible? Can those old thieves really get in? Second brother, are you sure this method will work? But if the prisoner has done meritorious service, will his sentence be reduced? Lu Xian frowned and looked at Li Shimin as if he were a fool. This is the Tang dynasty. Is it easy to arrest someone? It's difficult to arrest people, let alone those on death row. Co-author, you spend time and effort arresting people just to hone the muscles and bones of death row prisoners? Reduced sentence? Reduced by fart. Those people are so cruel to nature that it would be convenient for them to die. Because of them, there are so many sad people in the Tang dynasty. As long as they don't die, they will use it to their death. Why do they feel sorry for them? Li Shimin fell into deep thought, and suddenly he understood what Lu Xian meant. Sighing silently, Li Shimin finally realized that he had changed after 7 years as emperor. He was no longer the king of Qin who was decisive in killing and dared to risk the disapproval of the world. Second brother, you really woke up the dreamer with just one word. What's the point of this method? Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin with a smile. Old Li, you go back and read more, read the Analects of Confucius. Confucius is 9 feet tall and can carry a cauldron. The muscles on his back are bulging, which is the word virtue. Li Shimin, with a dark face, co-authored Yaya and Dezhuang's interpretation of the Analects. Here is the source. The master said, knowledge is power. If you ask them to open a window, they will definitely not agree. But if you take the roof off, they will immediately agree to open the windows. Anyway, this isn't the first time today that I've done something like lift off the roof. Li Shimin felt happy about this meal, but also extremely troubled. When I rushed out the door excitedly, I was still feeling aggrieved. I was obviously enjoying the meal, but being scolded by Lu Xian made me feel very aggrieved. I'm obviously feeling aggrieved, but I still want to hear what Lu Xian has to say. Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, what's going on? Outside the door, Lu Xian smiled and cupped his hands towards Li Shimin. Old Li, walk slowly. Li Shimin was about to wave his hand when he suddenly heard a voice. Shopkeeper, do you have anything delicious here? Immediately, Li Shimin became unhappy and walked over to start a big fight. What's the shopkeeper? Call me uncle. What are you looking at? Let you step in with your left foot. Let you go out without a hat. Let's go back with me. Li Chengxian was stunned. After waiting in line for a long time, he was suddenly slapped. Don't you know how much harm such a big competition will cause to this prince? Who are you? It turns out to be my father. Forget it, I can't eat it. Yaya saw this scene and grabbed Lu Xian's sleeve. Uncle who gets drunk after just one drink, why is he so fierce? Lu Xian touched Yaya's little head, pulled up the Yizuqingtian braid that she had pressed down, tightened it a few times, and said slowly, he should be happy. Behind Lu Xian, Lu Renayuan didn't know what to do now. General, we meet again. Lu Xian smiled and grinned. Lu Renayuan hurriedly saluted. Master, you must not do it. Lu Renayuan is now in charge of the Lu mansion, and he will obey the orders of the master in everything. Don't be so polite. Besides, calling me master of the house doesn't make you old. Mister. Hey, that's right, go to the backyard to help Dezhuang chop firewood. A day passed. Li Shimin was angry, and he also had his own family guards. Lu Xian hung up the sign and closed early today. There were still many people waiting outside the door, and a group of people were very upset. I must come early tomorrow. It's a pity. Brother, why don't you and I go together and not go back today? My house is next door. You can stay at my house and I will only charge you 1 tael of money. At this time, a young man had rolled up his bedding and spread it directly on the ground. It was obvious that he was not going to leave. Even if you sleep on the ground, you have to wait in line until tomorrow. For a moment, everyone seemed to realize something and began to rush to the place where mattresses were sold in the West Market. In the West Market, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Niu Jinda were strolling, holding a piece of straw in their mouths, and planned to go to the Datang restaurant to eat something before going back. When passing by a cloth shop, the three saw a surging crowd. 2 sets of cloth quilts, thicker ones, one with straw and one with catkins. I want 1 set too, hurry up, boss. I want 10 sets. On weekdays, the cloth shop would close in the evening. After all, who would go out to buy cloth at night? It was pitch dark, how could you see clearly? Today, the shop assistants in the West Market cloth shop thought that something big had happened in Chang'an City when they saw the crowd rushing over. They planned to close the shop and go out to watch the excitement. They never expected that the excitement would be them. After a while, the shop assistant was out of breath. Boss, the cloth quilts are sold out. The shop owner yawned, puzzled. Are these people crazy? How come something that no one has seen for 10 days or half a month has suddenly become a hot commodity? No, you close the shop, I'll go take a look. The enthusiasm of the people of the Tang dynasty for eating melons is like the scorching sun in June. It is already dark, but the enthusiasm is still unabated. Cheng Yaojin and his 3 men were strolling on the street. Seeing this scene, they were itching in their hearts. What happened? Why are they all rushing to buy cloth quilts? Cheng Yaojin rubbed his forehead, looking puzzled, and scratching his heart. Niu Jinda curled his lips. It's cold, it's important for us to eat. Lao Cheng, Lao He, let's go. Yu Qigong nodded, talking less and doing more, this is his principle of doing things. After all, when he speaks, it is always easy to offend people. Sometimes, he is obviously praising people, but others are furious when they hear it. 2 years ago, when Kong Yingda's granddaughter got married, Yu Qigong went to congratulate her. The ceremony was over, and the people arrived. He wanted to say a few words, but the whole audience was embarrassed. Kong Yingda, a great scholar, immediately went to find Ma Liao and wanted to fight with Yu Qigong. From then on, Yu Qigong firmly believed that he should talk less and do more. In today's world, it means talking less and eating more. It's not bad to eat melon occasionally. Cheng Yaojin was unhappy. No, I have to ask the shopkeeper, otherwise I will be scratching my heart. 3 warriors, successful and famous, strolling on the street every day. No wonder Cheng Kumo, Niu Jianhu, and Yu Qi Bailin would learn bad things. The upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked, and the street scoundrel teaches the street scoundrel, which is reasonable, right? In addition, Cheng Yaojin's gossiping energy, even if the dung cart passes by the door of the house, he has to taste the saltiness, and if he doesn't know, it will be more painful than killing him. Shopkeeper, what happened just now? The shopkeeper looked confused, looking at the 3 black men in front of him. The West Market was about to close, the drums had sounded, and the curfew was about to arrive. There were 3 black men standing in front of him, with big shoulders and waists, extraordinary momentum, and each of them poked his big head, and his smile was comparable to the statue of Yama in the temple. Ah, 3 brave men, I am just an honest businessman. I lose money every day and have no money. You bastard, am I that kind of fierce person? Everyone in Chang'an knows that I have a kind face and am polite. Tell me, what happened? Cheng Yaojin was immediately anxious. The shopkeeper felt bitter and looked at the 3 people, and said shyly, I don't know either. The cloth quilts that can't be sold on weekdays were sold out all of a sudden just now. I was just thinking about going to see. Cheng Yaojin stamped his feet fiercely. You bastard, you ruined our good things. If I wasn't anxious, I would beat you to death. The shopkeeper's heart trembled, his legs kept shaking, and he looked at the backs of the 3 people who left in a hurry and let out a long breath. How can you look kind? You look like a bandit at first glance. How can you be polite? Your fists are as big as sandbags, and they are waving vigorously, which looks scary. Outside the Datang hotel, Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 were stunned, their jaws about to drop to the ground. Are we late? Yu Qigong muttered, and saw a wooden sign hanging on the Datang hotel, on which was written by the young shopkeeper Lu Xian, closed for business, see you tomorrow. Niu Jinda was anxious. Old Cheng, you have to ask there, you have to ask there, you can't even eat shit when it's hot. His voice was a little loud, and in an instant, the eyes of those who were slowly spreading their bedding on the ground outside the door suddenly lit up. Who wants to eat shit? Hey, what's new? Cheng Yaojin blushed and stiffened his neck. You are that kind of people, I won't eat. Yuchi Gong reminded at this time, Old Cheng, the door is closed, the lights are off, let's come early tomorrow. Cheng Yaojin smiled. Yuchi Lehei, Lao Niu, and I, the nobles of the Tang dynasty, want to eat something good. Is there no way? I know where the young shopkeeper Lu Xian is. In the Lu mansion, behind Lu Renayuan stood 10 sturdy guards, all of whom were good players in the Jinwu guard. Lu Xian looked at Lu Renayuan, then looked at the 10 people, smacking his lips. Li Shiman really spent a lot of money, fearing that something would happen to him. Lu Renayuan, go get familiar with them, gather the maids together, and pick out 10 of them. Yes, master. Lu Xian nodded. You guys go get busy too. In the Jinwu guard, no matter which soldier they are all arrogant. What they do on weekdays is to investigate crimes in Chang'an, hunt down villains, and protect the important things of one side. But today they received the order to become the guards of the house, and they were all holding back their anger. But seeing that General Lu was so obedient, they lost their temper for a while. Dezhuang smiled at the 10 people. Master, my hands are itching. Lu Xian's face froze. Dezhuang, don't bully others. When Lu Xian's original owner was still alive, he was rarely bullied. Even when his parents died and Yaya's parents entrusted him with his orphan, a weak person had never been bullied. The reason was Dezhuang. Lu Xian didn't want Dezhuang to do it, mainly because Dezhuang didn't know how to use caution and would kill people accidentally. Master, I'm going to beat 10 of them. Lu Xian sighed. Dezhuang, think about it, if you take action today, there's no turning back. This kid's brain is burnt out, and his reaction is a little slow, but he is born with brute force, which is real. You 10, play with Dezhuang, put on your armor, don't blame me for not reminding you. The 10 Jinwu guards were already unhappy to become servants to guard the house. Now, facing Dezhuang, he was naturally angry. Even if he couldn't hit him hard, he could always tease this silly guy, right? Don't worry, sir. We have been through hundreds of battles and know when to hit him. Lu Xian nodded, his mouth raised. Yes, he was a bit brave. Dezhuang, hold back. These are all our people. If they get hurt, we will have to spend money to treat them. Dezhuang nodded and showed a simple smile. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely be very gentle. These words directly ignited the fighting spirit of the Jinwu guards. Military orders are like mountains, but this is too insulting, right? How can a soldier of the Tang dynasty be insulted? Sir, fists and feet have no eyes. Lu Xian interrupted him. It doesn't matter. You can work harder. Dezhuang has finally waited for someone to play with. The damage is not high, but the insult is very strong. The dignified Jinwu guards, with iron bones and strong bones, laugh at the princes. Fight with a fool? Who are they looking down on? After a moment. Master, we surrender. Dezhuang felt wronged. Young master, can you play with me? I haven't even used my strength yet, and they fell down. The faces of the 10 Jinwu guards turned green. They were inferior to their opponents, and they bowed their heads, dejected. This guy had no rules at all when fighting, and of course he didn't need any rules. He held a Jinwu guard in one hand and started to spin like a sledgehammer. Others who dared to approach were directly knocked away by the man who was swinging, and now they are still breathing heavily. Have you ever seen someone holding a person like a chicken? When the 10 people were dejected, they suddenly noticed something terrifying from the corner of their eyes. The idiot named Dezhuang, who just talked about them as if they were joking, is now being treated by the head of the family. Throwing it up with one hand was like throwing up light tiles. Throw it up, catch it with one hand, throw it up again, catch it again. Ho ho. They opened their mouths wide, and there were friction sounds from deep in their throats. They rubbed their eyes hard and couldn't believe what they were seeing. The previous dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. Dezhuang yelled excitedly, Master, lift it high, higher. Diamond suit. After Lu Xian threw it several times, he put down Dezhuang and said angrily, we are not the same as before. Now we live in a big house. We need to be more civilized and kind. We can't just fight and make trouble. What if something happens? What should I do if I accidentally hurt someone? Dezhuang seemed to understand, but scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Even if it doesn't hurt anyone, it hurts flowers and plants, or it steps on ants, it's still not good. Dezhuang nodded. In the cold wind, 10 Jinryu guards gathered together silently, shivering. Pinch me, I feel like this is a dream, not real. Hiss, is it true? Are there really people in the world who are born with supernatural powers? Our dignified Jinryu guards were played like chickens today. I'm so angry. We can't even beat him. You can't talk about this, even if you kill me, brothers. In the corner, 10 people were muttering in low voices. Suddenly, a simple and honest voice came from behind them. Hey, are you looking at the ants? I learned how to fight from ants. Ants are very powerful. When the strong voice came, the 10 Jinryu guards almost fell to the ground. At this moment, a shout came from outside the door. Is little shopkeeper Lucien at home? Is there anyone there? I'm going in. When Jin Ruivai heard this, he immediately stood up, puffed out his chest, and instantly entered the role of guardian. Hehe, if you can't beat De Zhuang, can you still beat the people shouting outside the door? Do you have any moral heart? Are the neighbors not sleeping when you shout so loudly at night? They have something to do tomorrow. He was fierce, his steps were firm, and his eyes were sharp. Just when he was about to scold him, he saw 3 black faces, so dark that they were hard to see under the light. 10 people wanted to vomit blood. 3 silly generals of the Tang dynasty, what are you doing? Cheng Yaojin was stunned when he saw the 10 Jinryu guards. Are you the guards of the Lu mansion? That's right, he turns out to be from Jinryu guard. Work hard, there is a bright future. Hey, I just saw how aggressive you were. Do you want to fight? Cheng Yaojin grinned. I don't dare to be humble. 3 generals, the head of the family is at home and just entered the main hall. Tonight, Jin Ruivai drank for the first time during official duties. Lu Renayuan looked at his brothers, a little surprised, but he couldn't say anything. After all, they didn't understand his good intentions. This is Lu Xian, whom His Majesty calls brother and brother, His Majesty's sworn brother. You tough guys, do you think you've plummeted? In the main hall, Lu Xian was explaining to De Zhuang what heat was. Lu Xian couldn't always stay at the Datang hotel. When he was away, De Zhuang had to take over. Although De Zhuang's reaction is slow, he learns really fast. Master, does huo ho mean like when I fight with someone, I can't hurt or kill them, but I have to subdue them? Lu Xian smiled. Whoever said big, strong, and stupid must be the biggest idiot in the world. Yaya burrowed under the table, as if she had discovered some new world. Brother De Zhuang is so smart. If you talk nonsense in your dream, just say it once and brother De Zhuang will remember it. When Lu Xian heard this, he finally understood why De Zhuang and Yaya understood the language. The co-author was talking in his sleep. This damn intracranial storm. Little shopkeeper? He. When Lu Xian looked up, he saw 3 black men entering the door. Oh, what a rare visitor. Come on, Lao Cheng, Lao He, Lao Niu, welcome. Cheng Yaojin didn't talk nonsense. Little shopkeeper, it's like this. My cow wanted to go up to the attic yesterday for some reason. I couldn't stop it. I was stunned and it jumped down from the top. He fell into the pond and drowned. Poor Niuer, why can't I think about it? Cheng Yaojin looked sad as he spoke. Lu Xian was stunned. Do you want to make this excuse more fake? It's really hard to be born a cow, especially the Cheng family's cattle. Lu Xian sighed. Old Cheng, you have to express your condolences. It's a pity for your cow. The dead are gone, but the living are like this. Old Cheng, be strong. Cheng Yaojin tried his best to squeeze out a few tears. It's all my fault. I talked too much that day. It took a bite of grass, and I said, if you dare to eat grass today, you will dare to eat me tomorrow. Are you going to rebel? I just said it casually, who knows, it won't be able to think about it. Wow, Cheng Yaojin cried out loud. However, we can't waste it, and we can't let it die without a destination. I brought it all, little shopkeeper, your cooking skills are good, Lao Cheng will pay for it, and you will do your part. Let's bury it properly. Facing Cheng Yaojin's compassionate look, anyone would feel unbearable. But if they knew that Cheng Yaojin was mourning over a cow, I'm afraid everyone's face would be stiff, just like Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong now. Niu Jinda, we agreed to eat meat, why are you so dramatic? Why are you more dramatic than Wei Zhang? Yu Qigong, we agreed to be illiterate together, when did you secretly go to cram school? Lu Xian comforted Cheng Yaojin. Old Cheng, don't worry, all cattle banquet, customized, high-end service, 50 strings of cash is not much. It can't do earth-shattering things, nor can it go straight into the enemy's lair. 50 strings of cash is not expensive, and it makes people exhausted for the cow. Old Chang, don't worry, we will give it a decent funeral. De Zhuang on the side scratched his head and suddenly grinned. Master, can we have a feast? Yaya was playing under the table. When she heard about the feast, she came out in an instant. I want to have a feast too. Chang Yaojin smiled when he saw Yaya. Little shopkeeper, look, Yaya is hungry. It's okay, Yaya, the lover of this cow, who shed tears today, will not live for a few days. Chang Yaojin grinned excitedly, sent people to move the cow in, and asked them to go back to get the money. Little shopkeeper, don't say anything more, let's hurry up, otherwise the cow will be cold in a while. Lu Xian finally understood why everyone was unwilling to be a cow or a horse. If it was wild, it would be fine, but if it was reincarnated into Chang Yaojin's family, it would be a nightmare. Looking at the bull lying on the board, which was obviously cut by someone, Lu Xian smiled and said silently, I will try to be a dairy cow in my next life. Reincarnation is a technical job. Some people who were reborn in the old Chang family became Changkomo, who had a one-stop service of eating, drinking, and having fun. They had no ambitions but lived long, slept well, and had no pressure. They just lay down. Some people became those poor cows. They thought they were served and ate grass. When they were tired, they would bask in the sun. When they were hungry, they would bury their heads in food. But who the hell knew when Chang Yaojin's knife would fall? Lu Xian gently touched the cow's head with his hand, and sighed silently in his heart, go with peace of mind, old Chang will take good care of your lover, and you can reunite in a few days. Little brother Lu Xian, where are we going to eat? Chang Yaojin's big head came over, smiling on his face, his beard almost pierced Lu Xian's face, and his two huge nostrils flickered, quite rhythmic. Old Chang, the autumn is strong and the night is cold. Why don't we have barbecue and hot pot in this yard? 50 strings of cash is not a small amount. In the Tang dynasty, it can buy at least 10 high-quality bulls. If we buy ordinary bullocks, there will be a surplus of 16. De Zhuang, make some tea and take the three of you to rest in the main hall. I'll go to the kitchen first. Lu Xian walked along the huge house to the side. Generally speaking, in Tang dynasty buildings, the location of the kitchen is in the east. Finally, in a separate courtyard in the side yard, Lu Xian saw an independent kitchen, which was about the size of a simple quadrangle in later generations. The courtyard was clean and tidy, and an old elm tree was hiding its light in the autumn night. There was even a pavilion in the middle. Even the royal chef would enjoy it. Lu Xian could almost imagine that the chef, who had been busy all day, would sit in the pavilion when the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, drink a few sips of old wine, eat the side dishes he made, and blow the comfortable cool breeze. After walking around and opening a few doors, Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel. The royal family still eats better. The original owner of this house is, as expected, a descendant of Yangguang. Look at their chefs. They basically come out with the same stuff from the palace. After a tour, Lu Xian probably had an idea in his mind. He closed his eyes and turned on the system. In the store panel, there appeared something that Lu Xian really needed. Mobile kitchen, including stove and kitchenware for 10 strings of money, can be summoned and used at any time. Lu Xian was overjoyed. The system really gave him a pillow when he dozed off, but the price was not low at all. 10 strings of money. If you spend money to build a stove yourself, plus custom kitchenware, 1 string of money is already the top configuration in the Tang dynasty, and you can even have a few hundred coins left. If you save money, after building the house, the total cost is only about 1 string of money. But the system's products are always steady, accurate, and ruthless. The mobile kitchen is not selling stoves and kitchenware, but selling freedom, summoning and using at any time. With this, no matter where you go, you can start making delicious food anytime and anywhere, which is much more convenient. Thinking that Chang Yaojin might invite him to cook next time, it would be much more difficult to make money without a mobile kitchen. For a moment, Lu Xian thought of the young men in the countryside in the future who drove big trucks to cook big banquets. He looked like them. Lu Xian waved his hand, and a pretty little maid ran over. Let someone carry the cow in the yard. The maid bowed and saluted, then trotted out. Lu Xian closed the kitchen door and clicked to buy. Congratulations to the host for getting a mobile kitchen. The Tang Dynasty Hotel has made a lot of money in the past 2 days, with people coming and going, and the daily profit is at least 10 strings of money. Lu Xian only left a bag of copper coins on his body, and the rest were placed in the storage account provided by the system. Seeing the number on it change from more than 30,000 coins to more than 20,000 coins, Lu Xian smacked his lips. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Master, we've brought the cow here. Okay, come in. There were not only 4 guards but also a man who looked like a manager of the Cheng mansion. He was struggling to hold a huge cloth bag in his arms, and his face was flushed. That should be 50 strings of money. Lu Xian smiled, stretched out his hand, and took the bag directly from the man's arms, as if he was picking up a feather. Hiss! The faces of the Jinwu guards who came to serve as servants were horrified. 50 strings of money, about 100 pounds, so light? Suddenly remembered that Lu Xian was the one who threw De Zhuang up for fun, and the respect in the eyes of several people became stronger and stronger. Look at him, he was born with supernatural powers, so low-key. From the Jinwu guards to the Lu mansion, it is not necessarily a bad job. Even General Cheng said that his people have a bright future. Is Cheng Yaojin a nonsense person? The key is that he can't talk nonsense even if he wants to. Okay, you guys can leave now. Master, we'll leave 2 of us outside to protect you. Really not necessary, that's fine, haha. Lu Xian suddenly remembered that he was now the head of the family, and it was normal for him to be followed by guards wherever he went. A kitchen knife appeared in Lu Xian's hand in the moonlight. The same system, indestructible, the same cutting board in front of him, the same hard-nosed product, unstoppable. A whole cow, in the eyes of others, is extremely difficult to handle, but in Lu Xian's eyes, it is very simple. Butchering a cow is the pinnacle of the knife skills of ancient chefs. At this time, in Lu Xian's eyes, it has become a child's technique, just because there are better ways in the cooking of later generations. 2 inverted hooks were hung on the beam. Lu Xian turned the kitchen knife in his hand, and the cow's head fell to the ground. Then, the whole cow was hung upside down. Lu Xian took a deep breath and started to cut from above the cow's hoof. At this moment, in Lu Xian's mind, every part of the cow was like a familiar old friend. The sharp blade entered the stock, silky and smooth. In the main hall, Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 were teasing Yaya. After all, they were idle. Under Yaya's strong offensive, Niu Jinda was braiding Yaya's hair, Cheng Yaojin was combing Yaya's hair, and Yu Qigong was a little at a loss. Looking at Yaya's cute appearance, there were stars in his eyes. Why didn't he have a lovely daughter? Not long after, a different Yaya appeared in the bronze mirror. The braid on her head was originally one rising to the sky, but now it has become a tripod. There were some hair hanging down, but now after Cheng Yaojin's manipulation, they all became buns, which looked like small braids. Look, Yaya, isn't it beautiful? Your Uncle Cheng's craftsmanship is based on Lu Buletin's Fang Tian Huaji. Take a look, does it look like it? Yaya was so moved that she cried, her eyes were watery, the corners of her mouth drooped, she pursed her lips, and clenched her fists tightly. Humans' joys and sorrows are not the same, and Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 laughed with satisfaction. Yaya suddenly burst into tears, Brother Dazhuang, someone bullied me. The commotion in the front yard did not affect Lu Xian's knife skills in the backyard at all. The whole kitchen was smooth and only subtle sounds were heard. Chi chi chi. Crackling. That was the sound of the blade cutting through the flesh and the cowhide separating from the body. Not long after, the entire cowhide had been peeled off. Lu Xian put the cowhide aside and began to decompose other parts of the cow. Footsteps were heard in the yard. Little brother Lu Xian, where are you? The door opened. Cheng Yaojin pushed the door in, and was suddenly stunned, as if something was stuck in his throat. Hehe. The cowhide is peeled off. Cheng Yaojin stared blankly at the wooden board in front of him. It was the board used to lift the ox before, and a piece of cowhide was neatly climbed on it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Old Cheng's eyes trembled, and he remembered the days when he used to steal beef. During the Wu years, Cheng Yaojin had to do it carefully every time he secretly ate beef, and he didn't dare to make a sound. At that time, what he hated most was skinning the cow. Every time he did it, he felt very unhappy because he wasted a lot of meat. Hiss! Old Cheng stretched out his hand and picked up the cowhide. There was no extra meat sticking to it. Yu Qigong couldn't help it. Good knife skills, little brother. If you use this knife skills to skin and pull out tendons, you must be a good hand in the army. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yu Qigong knew that he had said the wrong thing. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda stared at him, as if to say, if you can't speak, don't say anything. Dezhuang, chop wood. Lu Xian ignored the curious look of the trio and asked Dezhuang to work directly. A firm voice sounded outside the door, Master, let's do this little thing. Cheng Yaojin looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that His Majesty attaches great importance to Lu Xian. Even the housekeepers at home use the Jinmu guards. Such treatment is not available even to the dukes. The three of them just watched here, and Lu Xian couldn't cook. Helplessly, Lu Xian could only smile and say, 3, why don't you go sit in the pavilion for a while? The fire is already lit, you three can warm yourself by the fire and chat. Cheng Yaojin blushed, yes, ha ha ha, brother Lu Xian, you've worked hard. Lao He, Lao Niu, let's go sit down, he. People cook with ancestral secret recipes. What's the difference between standing here and watching and stealing? Let's not talk about whether you can learn it or not, stealing is not advisable. Lu Xian smiled, closed the door, and opened the system panel. Onion, ginger, garlic, aniseed, cooking wine, sugar, potatoes, peppers, radishes, eggs, green peppers. In the courtyard, Cheng Yaojin and the other two were whispering. Should we ask Lao Qin to come over? Goodbye, isn't my elder brother still recovering? That won't do. Yu Qigong said with a dark face, we are brothers of the same blood. How can we eat well while my elder brother eats coarse food at home? It's not right. But, my sister-in-law, it's okay. I just asked my wife to come over. If nothing goes wrong, my elder brother will be here soon. Yu Qigong hugged his arms, leaned back, and looked proud. What does it mean to talk less and do more? In the palace, after handling government affairs, Li Shimin began to relax. Empress Cheng soon put her fingers on Li Shimin's head and gently grasped it. After a while, Li Shimin's voice became lazy. Guanyin, do you really want to marry Chang'e to Chang Sun Chong? Empress Chang Sun smiled and said, Your Majesty, there are not many young men in the Tang dynasty who know each other well and are both talented and beautiful. Since my brother mentioned this, we have to consider it. Besides, Your Majesty has doted on Chang'e since she was a child. She is already 14 years old. If she doesn't get married, it will be difficult for other princesses. Although Li Lizi is not the eldest daughter, she is now of marriageable age. Li Shimin's 3 daughters who are older than Chang'e have already married. If Chang'e doesn't marry, what will happen to Li Shu and Li Hui in the future? However, facing Empress Chang Sun's words, Li Shimin had different ideas. Guanyin, is there really no other man in the world except Chang Sun Chong? There was obviously a hint of resentment in Li Shimin's voice. Empress Chang Sun observed Li Shimin's words and knew his heart, so she reacted immediately. When His Majesty talks about Chang Sun Chong, he usually asks what the child has done recently, who Chang Sun Wuji is close to recently, and what Chang'e thinks about marriage. But today, it is completely different. Your Majesty, do you already have a suitable candidate in mind? Empress Changsun quickly took over. After all, anyone will be nervous when it comes to marrying their daughter. The more Your Majesty is like this, the more it means that the wedding date is coming. But the next moment, Li Shimin's answer made Empress Changsun feel disappointed. Not really. How should I put it? I think we have to wait and see. Li Shimin's hesitant words instantly made Empress Changsun nervous. Could it be that Your Majesty really has a candidate in mind? And it's not Chang Sun Chong? Your Majesty, what do you think of Chang Sun Chong? Empress Chang Sun continued to find out. Li Shimin slowly stood up, stroked his beard, looked at the stars outside the window, and recalled the scene he encountered when he went to the Tang Dynasty Hotel in the morning. My elder brother is a relative of the current emperor, the little bully of Pingkangfang, known to everyone in the East Market and the West Market. He once fought with the Western courtesan in a brothel for a month. He is a romantic figure that all Tang Dynasty men envy. This voice buzzed in Li Shimin's head and could not be dissipated for a long time. The scholar's square face seemed to be engraved in Li Shimin's mind. From time to time, he would jump out, with his hands on his waist, arrogant. Cheng Sun Chong, this child is still too young and needs to be tempered. Empress Cheng Sun's face flashed a trace of difficulty, and then she sighed, Your Majesty, if you have a suitable candidate, you can ask Xing Eli in advance. I don't know what this child is thinking. Li Shimin smiled and took Empress Cheng Sun's hand. Guanyin, there is no point in saying more. Cheng Eli is young, so there is no need to rush. I think there are countless good men in the Tang dynasty. Why must we stick to Chingsun Chong? Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Empress Chingsun was speechless. Why did His Majesty speak so strangely today? Your Majesty, who is the candidate you are talking about? What does he do? He, nothing special, he is a cook. Li Shimin suddenly realized that he seemed to have let the cat out of the bag. Ahem, no, I mean, the food cooked by that cook is really delicious. Let's go and try it later. In Lu Mansion, there was mist in the night. When Qin Kaiang came, she was still wrapped in thick fur. Sitting in front of the stove, Qin Kaiang felt that she couldn't sit like this and wanted to go in and help. Qin Kaiang was stunned when he opened the door. Lu Xian in front of him was shaking all over, with shovels flying around, and a meat skewer with an iron drill in his right hand, which was shaking constantly. His shoulders kept twisting, moving up, lowering his body, and moving down again. Once up, once down. Only then did Qin Kaiang notice that the barbecue stove had 2 layers. Sir, what are you doing? When Lu Xian saw Qin Kaiang coming in, he said with a smile, don't panic, old Qin, I've given you the method of cooking with flickering lightning. Don't you smell anything outside? Qin Kaiang shook his head and started to clean up the dregs, meat residue, and sawdust on the ground. Lu Xian raised his head and took a look at this standard royal kitchen, and understood instantly. There are several huge vents here, which have wrapped the smell into the wind. There is basically no smell in the courtyard. The wisdom of the ancients was quite good, but when he saw Qin Kaiang's appearance, Lu Xian understood that the ancients also had limitations. Old Qin, are you feeling nauseous? That's right. It means you need to exercise. The cow in front of you is in the water. I'm going to make beef offal soup later, so don't waste it. Old Qin, why is your face purple? Wrap it in flour and scrub it well. Qin Kaiang couldn't hold it in any longer. People in the Tang dynasty basically didn't eat sewage. There was a simple reason. There weren't that many seasonings at this time, and they didn't know how to cook it. Qin Kaiang rushed out suddenly, panting heavily. Cheng Yaojin and the others were stunned. Oh, brother, what's wrong? Qin Kaiang waved her hand, and just as she was about to speak, Lu Xian's voice came from inside. Would you like some beef offal soup? As soon as Qin Kaiang heard this voice, she stood up slowly, took a deep breath, faced the 3 brothers, and pretended to be calm. Well, it's okay. I just had some chest tightness. I just need to come out and take a breath and it will be fine. You guys continue chatting, I'm going to help you cook. The drums sounded, and Xinghua Fang was extremely quiet. Who walks on the road at night with nothing to do? But tonight, some people are always not calm. In the Cheng mansion, Cheng Kumo was already getting ready for bed, with a piece of thatch in his mouth and a relaxed expression on his face. I have been lying on the beach for 3.5 years, and today the waves hit me and I turned over. Turn over and face the window for some air. Hiss, huh? What is the taste? Cheng Kumo's eyes suddenly lit up. This taste is very different, very special. It is that very special, attractive, and soft. Energetic? Who is it? What are you doing if you don't sleep at night? At Yuchi Gong's house, Yuchi Baolin was snoring like thunder. After returning from the army, he was exhausted. He wanted to go out and play with Cheng Kumo next door, but the problem was that even a vigorous young man could not handle the heavy workload of the army. In the hazy state, he felt like something was getting into his nose. The smell is very fragrant, very tempting, and very transparent. There was drool left at the corner of his mouth, which wet the pillow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, furious. As soon as he looked up, he heard 3 knocks on the window from outside the door. Brother Yuchi, let's go, there's something good, let's go take a look. Brother Kumo, wait for me. Call the cow again to see the tiger. Lu Xian took a deep breath and finished the last dish. The roasted meat was placed on a full table, as well as braised beef trotters, various beef side dishes, and even cowhide. Das Wang, the food is served. Outside the door, De Zhuang and Yaya couldn't bear it anymore. De Zhuang squatted on the ground, his stomach growling. As soon as he heard the food was being served, he rushed in immediately. Let's not talk about eating it or not. I have to be the first to smell this smell. The ground in front of Yaya was drooled all over. Qin Kaiang wiped his hands, Cheng Yaojin rolled up his sleeves, and Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda were even more ready. Let's go. In the pavilion, Lu Xian started to introduce today's dishes to a few people with a smile. A whole cow is full of ingredients, so I made a few extra dishes. This is braised beef with potatoes, here, boiled beef, this is braised beef. Beef stir-fried with green onions, fresh and fragrant beef with smooth eggs. After the introduction, the chopsticks in Cheng Yaojin's hand seemed to fly at any time. If Qin Kaiying hadn't held it down tightly, Cheng Yaojin would have dived into the table. Brother Lu Xian, what is this one in the middle? Yu Qigong suddenly spoke. Old He, you asked well. This thing is called hot pot. You will know it after you eat it. Eating hot pot in winter will make your whole body feel comfortable. Today I specially put a lot of secret ingredients in it to make sure your bodies are warm. As for the chili pepper, there's nothing wrong with adding more, right? I heard that the ancients didn't eat spicy food very much. I wonder what they would feel after eating it for the first time. Hey, let me have this first, braised beef with potatoes. Cheng Yaojin went crazy when he saw the square potato pieces. He picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth without fear of being burned. Oh, baboon, baboon, oh, baboon, baboon, ah, so cool. Sir, what is this potato? Among the few people, Qin Kaiying respected Lu Xian the most. After all, Qin Kaiying felt that his body was getting smoother and smoother these days. At this age, he suddenly felt like he was rejuvenated. His respect for Lu Xian was like a surging river, endless. This potato is a kind of thing from the western regions. It can be used as food or vegetables. Qin Kaiying suddenly realized, so that's it. Can this thing be planted in my Tang dynasty? Lu Xian smiled. Of course it can be planted in Tang dynasty than in other places. But the problem is that the system does not give this opportunity. It is still unknown. If someday, merchants from the western regions bring back such things, you can try it, Lao Qin. Anyway, it's just a mouth stopper. This thing is only available in America. Where can it come from the western regions? Cheng Yaojin saw Qin Kaiying asking questions again and got anxious. Brother, eat quickly. Brother Lu Xian's cooking skills are not something that everyone can get. You ask questions all over the place. How come you are so similar to Old Wei? He is like that, eating, Luckily Yu Qigong was quick, otherwise today's meal would have tasted bad. Qin Kaiying picked up the chopsticks and didn't eat the beef, but ate potatoes, green peppers and other vegetables he had never seen before, and then he sighed silently as if he remembered something. Brother Lu Xian, where is our wine? Old Cheng, don't worry, there is some in there. How many bottles do you want? Then it must be 10 bottles. 5 strings of money. Ah, not before. Let's put it one by one. Do you want it? Yes. This is uncomfortable. Cheng Chu silently searched for the smell and soon found the source of the fragrance. Lu Mansion? It's interesting. I don't know any of the people living in Xinguofang, and I haven't caused any trouble to them. Their surname is Lu? I don't know them. Cheng Chu Maba smacked his lips, his stomach growled. He felt uncomfortable. Across a wall, he could clearly smell the soul-destroying smell of greedy insects and cocoons, but the problem was that there seemed to be guards in the Lu mansion. Yu Bailin, like Yu Qigong, has a big face and beard, as if he was carved from the same mold. At this time, he rubbed his hands. Brothers, please leave me a favor. I'll go up and take a look. I have never smelled such a fragrant smell in my life. It's so damn infuriating. Niu was stunned for a moment when he saw the tiger, and then pointed to the tree on the side. Shall we climb a tree? When Cheng Kumo and Yu Bailin saw the tree, their faces immediately turned red. They were only paying attention to the smell, but they didn't even notice there was a half-sized tree on the side of the road. At this time, several guards in the Lu mansion noticed the movement outside and raised the corners of their mouths. Brothers, come to life. Our brothers can't defeat De Zhuang and don't dare to attack General Cheng. Why don't we dare to attack these little thieves? Hey hey hey! The guards were so depressed today that they seemed to have found an outlet. Excitedly, he moved in the direction where Cheng Kumo and the others were going. In the side courtyard of Lu Mansion, Cheng Yaojin cried. To be honest, I always liked to eat beef before, but I just realized today that I didn't eat beef before. It was a waste of beef. Cheng Yaojin burst into tears and kept stuffing barbecue into his mouth, with grief and anger on his face. This is a magical day. Niu Jindo was even more excited at this time. His eyes were red from eating, and he kept eating the fried beef with green peppers. His face was bright red, but he didn't want to leave even one bite. Yu Qigong didn't say anything. There wasn't even any oil or water on the plate in front of him. He licked it clean. The water bottle was thrown aside by several people, and they exchanged cups, which was very pleasant. Qin Kaiang suddenly looked at Lucien sitting beside him. Sir, have you ever thought about renewing your string? As soon as these words came out, Lucien himself was confused. Old Qin, I have never married, how can I renew my relationship? Qin Kaiang scratched his head and looked at Yaya. Cheng Yaojin grinned, Brother Qin, I forgot to tell you that little brother Lucien is a man of love and righteousness, and his righteousness is so great. This Yaya is my brother Twigo. When Qin Kaiang heard this, he was in awe. You know, it is not easy for a teenage boy to make a living with an idiot and a girl, even in a peaceful age. But Lucien didn't care at all. He regarded Chier as his brother and the orphan as his own child. Sir, Mr. Qin admires your righteousness. Old Qin, stop talking. Eat more today, and continue to eat your pig livers tomorrow. Qin Kaiang had a wry smile on her face. After eating this divine beef stew with potatoes, you want me to go back and eat pork liver? Forget it, why are you thinking so much? If you have wine today, you will get drunk today. If you have meat today, you will eat it today. Yu Qigong secretly stuffed Yaya and Dezhuang with beef balls more than once, but Lucien stopped them each time. You are spending money to eat today, there is no need to take care of the children. Yu Qigong had no choice but to give up. Yaya and Dezhuang were also sensible. They strolled around and helped pour wine from time to time, which made Cheng Yaojin and others laugh. Sir, can I be a matchmaker for you? Qin Kaiang's face turned red from drinking and she suddenly spoke. When Lucien heard this, he was silent for a moment. Right? So fast? Cheng Yaojin started to get angry. Yes, at this age, it's time to get married. Lu Zenshu didn't know how to answer the call. When he saw Cheng Yaojin, he suddenly smiled. Old Cheng, you are still talking about me. Your children should be older than mine, right? They should be married, right? Have you ever said that? Is there a future? Cheng Kumo's face that needed a beating appeared on Cheng Yaojin's head. Cheng Qiliang had just gotten married. Cheng Kumo had been married for 2 years, but there was no grandson. Being so aroused by Lucien, he scratched his neck and said, that one from my family, he likes it so much. The voice was loud and arrogant. 3 heads poked out from the half-grown tree, greedily sucking in the fragrance in the air. Chu Mo, it sounds like your old man's voice. Hey, how is that possible? My old man has some business today. My mother has gone to the Qin mansion. Niu Jianhu shook his head, it's definitely Uncle Cheng. I remember this voice too clearly. Whenever he drinks, it's this voice. Yu Qi Bailin nodded. Chu Mo, what was my father and the others poisoned last time? Did they eat something? Later, when my father came back, he didn't say anything. My mother even ran over to ask your mother, but your mother only cried. When Cheng Kumo heard this, his face instantly turned livid, remembering some unpleasant memories. Stop talking about it. That day, I ate, vomited. When he thought of the pieces of discolored pork that Cheng Yaojin pressed his head against and stuffed into his mouth that day, calling them treasures, Cheng Kumo instantly started to feel nauseated. What are the people above doing? Sneak around and spy on Lu Mansion. What do you want? We, the servants of the Lu Mansion, swear to fight against the evil traitor to the end. Cheng Kumo was stunned, stretched out his finger, and poked Yuchi Bailin on the tree branch above. Brother Yuchi, why do these people look familiar? Yuchi Bailin blushed. Motzi, don't poke randomly. These people look familiar. Niu Jianhu looked at these people and suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale. They are from the Jinryu Guard. The most aggrieved people today are of course the guards of the Jinryu Guard. They naturally can't afford to offend the 3 people who came down from the tree. 3 young masters, don't make fun of our brothers. Our brothers are now servants, and they have to be guards and servants. It's difficult. Cheng Kumo crossed his legs and rolled his eyes. Who is the head of your family? Why did I hear my father's voice just now? As a second-generation official who is not stingy, Cheng Kumo is very ethical and tough. Except for the emperor, there is no one he dares not to embarrass. The people of the Jinryu Guard naturally know it. Well, young master, the old master is inside, how about you go in and take a look? Cheng Kumo immediately jumped up from the stone pier. We have been talking for so long, why didn't you say it earlier? Is he eating something good in there? Damn it, you can't even eat shit in time with the heat? You deserve to be a servant. In the courtyard, several people were eating hot pot, humming little songs in excitement. The cold wind seemed to turn a corner when it reached them, and dared not approach. It's great, this is the most delicious meal we have ever eaten. Brother Lucian, we brothers will have to come and bother you often in the future. Lucian smiled. It's okay, Lucian is a businessman, and it's his duty to open the door to welcome guests. He said this, but Lucian had already begun to mourn for another cow in the old Chang family in his heart. Report? Master, the young master of the Chang mansion is here. This was something Chang Yaojin didn't expect. This was something Yu Qigong didn't expect. Niu Jinda is now looking for someone to take advantage of. You three, why don't you sleep at night? Young people, you have to rest early, otherwise how will you grow in good health? The fire stick in Niu Jinda's hand made a snapping sound, and his eyes were like copper bells. Niu Jinda would definitely not dare to say anything when he saw a tiger. After all, Niu Jinda really wanted to fight, regardless of whether outsiders were in front of him or not. Yuchi Bailin is a little older than Chang Kumo and Niu Jianhua, so he is more stable. Dad, 2 uncles, the 3 of us couldn't sleep tonight, so we wanted to discuss together how to train soldiers and how to deal with the enemy. We were too bored at home, so we went out for a walk, and accidentally took the wrong road. So you just walked into the Lu mansion. Yu Qigong's face was a little confused. Or Chang Yaojin had to be shameless and coughed slightly. Ahem, Chang Kumo, you 3 go back quickly and have a good rest. Your 3 uncles and I have something important to say. Chang Kumo was not happy anymore and rolled his big eyes. Dad, if you talk to the 3 uncles about business, I will definitely not care about it, but I can't bear it if you are eating alone here. My mother has warned me a lot that you should stop eating and drinking as you did before as you get older. When you were making that pork a few days ago, my mother was so angry that she fainted several times. I'm here to watch you two. Chang Yaojin's face turned red. Chu Mo, what you said is wrong. This is not about eating and drinking. It's just a matter of eating something to calm down our stomachs while we get down to business. If you don't believe me, ask little brother Lucian. Lucian originally sat aside to watch the play. After all, the drama between Chang Yaojin and his son had always been gossip among the people of Chang'an. Some people say that Chang Yaojin's son Chang Kumo is a demon king. He inherited the temperament of old Chang and committed all kinds of evil in Chang'an. There are 3 pests in Chang'an: rats, wolves and dogs, and Chang Kumo. Rats steal food everywhere and are so big that they can't even be beaten. Wolf dogs go everywhere to scare people every day, and dignitaries are fond of keeping fierce dogs. They drag them wherever they go, which greatly affects the appearance of Chang'an. Chang Kumo. He peeked at the widow taking a bath, secretly ate Runfenglu cakes, went whoring for free in the brothel, quarreled with the old man, who almost died of anger, had a boxing match with a child, and beat the child by 100 pounds of icing sugar. Chang Yaojin must be very happy to have such a child, right? Ahem, Lao Chang, while you guys were chatting, I suddenly remembered that Yaya and Dizwangd were sleeping, haha. Upon hearing Lucian's words, Chang Kumo became even more excited. Dad, look at me, and then look at you. Brother Lu knows that he has to go to bed early at night, but you are still drinking here? Last time you had to take my mother to a brothel to watch dancing after drinking. Have you forgotten? Yet. Chang Yaojin's face turned dark with anger. It's like it's been smoked. Qin Kaing felt that he was almost done, and smiled calmly. Well, Lao Chang, Lao He, Lao Niu, don't be angry. Since the children are here, let's talk together. Chang Kumo succeeded in his trick and smiled proudly, then he saw De Zhuang staring straight at him. What are you looking at? A big and honest smile appeared. Hey, what are you looking at? Hey, can you try another one? Just try it. Several Jinryu guards stood aside, and their blood suddenly boiled. Brothers, watch out, I heard that the young master is a master of martial arts, and he will soon have sex with De Zhuang. Let's take a bet. Okay, I guess De Zhuang wins. I guess De Zhuang too. Big, strong, and invincible. I'm really convinced by you guys, I won't bet anymore. The roar of laughter from several guards reached Lucian's ears, and Lucian laughed without saying a word. At this time, De Zhuang and Chang Kumo had rolled up their sleeves and had begun to sit down and start talking. What are you looking at? You care about me, what are you doing? Chang Kumo took a breath proudly. Hey, can you take a look again? At the same time, Chang Kumo's fists were already clenched. As long as De Zhuang dared to get close to him, he would immediately give De Zhuang a black eye, but De Zhuang didn't seem to be anxious at all, and said slowly and leisurely, "I'll just look at you if I look at you, hehe." Cheng Yaojin kept smiling bitterly on the side, with embarrassment on his face. "The discipline is not strict and you are laughing at it." Niu Jinda touched his beard. "Lao Cheng, this kid looks so much like you. You were like this before. You drank too much and kept staring at people. I remember that His Majesty seemed to have said something to you at that time, and you went straight to His Majesty's tent drunkenly." Yu Qigong suddenly started to suppress a laugh. "Kukiku." Cheng Yaojin lowered his head. "I didn't expect that the queen, it should be Princess Qin who was in the tent at that time. I heard that His Majesty had iron nails laid out at the door when he went to bed for several nights." Amid everyone's laughter, Lucian returned to the house with Yaya in his arms. Yaya was obviously full. Lucian refused to let Cheng Yaojin and the others give Yaya food, but Qin Kaiang didn't care so much. If Qin Kaiang took one bite, Yaya had to take one. As for De Zhuang, he was simply hungry. Not. Yu Qigong liked De Zhuang very much, so he would cut a piece of beef shank for De Zhuang when he had nothing to do. The whip on Yaya's head stood as high as the Nantian gate. She lay on the bed, covered herself with a quilt, and fell asleep directly without the big bad wolf coming out to scare her. "I don't know what I was dreaming about in my sleep, but my saliva actually wetted the pillow." In the middle of the night, Cheng Yaojin and others left happily. Before leaving, they did not forget to hold several earthen pots filled with beef offal soup. When Lucian sent them off, Cheng Kumo kept burping and holding Lucian's hand. "Brother Lucian, it's so delicious. I'll come back next time." Lucian smiled. "You're welcome, Master Cheng. You are always welcome at Datang Hotel." Cheng Kumo's face suddenly brightened when he was called young master for the first time. Although he was suppressed by De Zhuang tonight, and was subjected to a hard fight by Cheng Yaojin, which caused infinite psychological shadow, he couldn't hold back the young master and directly just live. Okay, I must go. Ha ha ha, brother Lucian, you are the first one to call me young master." Lucian's face was stunned, and then he asked in confusion, "A man as elegant as brother Cheng, with a jade tree facing the wind, doesn't he deserve to be called a young master?" As the saying goes, people in Mo are like jade, and young masters are unparalleled in the world. What I'm talking about is Cheng. "Brother, come to Datang Hotel if you have nothing to do. If nothing else, you can't eat my food elsewhere. When the time comes, bring more friends over. If you have enough food and wine, I will give you a discount." Lucian calculated silently in his mind, 9.1% off, interesting enough, right? Cheng Kumo got excited and puffed up his chest. "Brother Lucian, don't worry, I'll go every day." After everyone dispersed, a strong voice came slowly, "Master, you are telling lies. De Zhuang, you don't understand, that guy has a lot of money. At the same time, there is another saying in my heart, people are stupid, rich in money, short of knowledge, and stubborn. Who doesn't like customers like this?" De Zhuang was silent for a moment. "The young master said it well." Lucian got up very early. The grey sky in the early morning seemed to tell the world that it was going to rain soon. He covered Yaya with a blanket and asked the maid to take good care of her and bring her to the Datang Hotel when she woke up. Lucian packed up and went to find De Zhuang. De Zhuang's room was empty, with no signs of living there. Last night, De Zhuang should have gone to the hotel. Lucian yawned and his face was dull for a moment when he arrived at the Datang Hotel. Why are there so many people? The street in front of the door was crowded with people sleeping on the floor and wrapped in blankets, but it was obvious that the autumn wind did not seem to pity the inner suffering of these people in line, and it kept blowing fiercely. When Lucian appeared, it was just dawn. The people in line were wrapped in blankets in their sleep, with runny noses and snoring loudly. They did not seem to be affected by the cold. These days, there are too many people who have no houses to sleep. Even those who are queuing up are servants in the homes of dignitaries and rich people. The sleeping environment on weekdays is not much different from the open air. Entering the courtyard of the Datang Hotel from the back door, Lucian saw the green smoke coming out of De Zhuang's room and smiled helplessly. It turns out that De Zhuang still likes this place. Pushing open the door, Lucian saw De Zhuang sleeping on the ground leaning against the bed. In his sleep, the corners of his mouth were raised, as if he dreamed of something very happy. With a sigh, Lucian started to work on the other side. According to the amount of ingredients used in the previous 2 days, it should not be a problem to prepare some ingredients in advance this time. The 10 maids picked out last night, after Lu Renayuan's urgent training. I don't know how they are now. The more guests there are, Dezhuang can't work alone. The whole Chang'an seems to have not woken up from the night. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the Taiji Hall, Li Shimin looked at the ministers in the court and said the first sentence of the day. I plan to hold a Fengshan ceremony. Next spring, after offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, I will go to Mount Tai. What do you think, my dear ministers? On the court, everyone was drowsy, and only 6 people were extremely excited. Li Shimin was excited because he had thought of a countermeasure. Today's court session was the time to hold the trump card and attack the opponents. The 5 surnames and 7 families, the wealthy families have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? I mentioned the Fengshan ceremony after I pacified the Turks. There were many voices of opposition at that time. Don't think I don't remember those voices. How these old-timers treated me weirdly at the beginning. Li Shimin wrote it down in a small notebook. In the Imperial Study, there is a yellow booklet, which is quite thick, with 3 big characters written on it, the Book of Grudges. I have waited for 7 years and finally got this opportunity. Isn't it to prove how great I am? 7 years, how did I get here, huh? Today is the time to fight back. At this moment, Li Shimin suddenly thought of the calm and dismissive look on Lu Xian's face when he said this method yesterday. As if the wealthy and noble families were all dung. If this method works today, Li Shimin's mouth corners raised, at least he can be conferred a title, right? The merit of black gold warmed the Tang dynasty. If Lu Xian didn't say it, Lu Xian would have the monopoly of this business, and I'm afraid he would be rich enough to rival a country. Pulling a hair to benefit the world, such a mind is worth a title. At least, he should be a county man, right? Well, he. Li Shimin laughed out loud. Li Shimin's sneer echoed slowly in the hall, and the atmosphere became even weirder. In the court, several people with wide eyes were excited. Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and Qin Shibao, who suddenly wanted to come to court today, were blushing, sweating all over, and their feet were like bugs, moving constantly. Li Shimin was instantly comforted when he saw the 4 people. They really supported me? It seems that I made the right decision. Otherwise, why are they so excited? However, Li Shimin did not notice that the 4 people looked a little ugly now, as if they were trying to hold back something. The other one was Wei Zhang. It was normal for him to be excited. As long as he went to court, Wei Zhang would definitely be like chicken blood. Today, Wei Zhang's eyes were sharp and kept sweeping around. Those officials who were seen by him lowered their heads and dared not look directly. Wei Zhang raised his head high, like a proud rooster. As Li Shimin's voice fell, the dullness in the court lasted for a long time. It was not that they were silent, but mainly because the Fengshan event was not something that ordinary small officials could point fingers at. The atmosphere was there, and Li Shimin continued to light the fire according to Lu Xian's method. I have made up my mind. If you have no objection, it will be settled. Next spring, Mount Tai will be enshrined. After I finish speaking, who is in favor and who is against? There was complete silence, and all the officials were silent. Li Shimin smiled and remained silent, taking it as your agreement. Among the officials, a thin figure stood out, as if he would fall down if the wind blew. But in the court, even the newly promoted officials knew one thing, that even if the Tang dynasty fell, Kui Minggan would not fall. The 5 surnames and 7 families have a deep foundation. The Kui family is huge and divided into 2 branches. Any branch is a giant. Your Majesty, I object. Kui Minggan's voice was extremely loud. Kui Minggan, a representative of the Qinghe Kui family, is the most outstanding person among the world's #1 surnames. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, I object. Your Majesty, absolutely not. I beg your Majesty to think twice. Winter is coming and the people are working hard. If we go to Mount Tai next year, it will cost a lot of money and effort. I am afraid. Various voices came out almost at the same time. Before Kui Minggan spoke, they were all watching and would help whoever won. After Kui Minggan spoke, they became active. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. It turned out that this world was only what I thought it was. Aristocratic families, I will destroy you sooner or later. It's not that I haven't thought about this problem before, but at that time, Li Shimin's own people had already occupied the most important positions in the court and among the officials. but under the court and outside the temple, those people have deep roots and have been rooted in various places for many years, forming a powerful force that cannot be ignored. The aristocratic families are iron, and the emperors are changing. Why not? I pacified the Turks and frightened the foreign races. Under my rule, the people rested and recuperated, no longer suffering from war and hunger. Under my rule, all officials lived in harmony and business prospered. I just did something that emperors of all dynasties had to do. Isn't it okay? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and questioned in a thunderous voice. Such a scene happened once in the second year of Zhenguan. At that time, Li Shimin was humiliated. Your Majesty, think twice. There was a voice of opposition in the court. Li Shimin took a deep breath. If Lu Xian was here, what would he do? Li Shimin looked at his confidants, Chang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin. Chang Sunwuji narrowed his eyes. Fang Xianling was confident and stroked his beard. Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and even Qin Shubao seemed to be standing on fire at this moment. What happened to them? At this moment, Li Shimin heard a voice like a bell. Bold and treacherous ministers, dare to disobey His Majesty, seek death. He held the tablet, rolled up his sleeves, stood straight, and the morning sun shone on his face, like a god. Li Shimin took a breath. Wei Zhang, you have changed. Not only you don't argue with me anymore, but you also become pretentious. This angle is good. It really looks like a sculpture. In the court, civil and military officials have been patient for a long time. Facing the emperor, they dare not do anything. But why do you, Wei Zhang? Wei Zhang, what do you mean? We are just speaking frankly. Why are you putting an accusation on us? When did we become flatterers? Wei Zhang sneered. Frankly speaking? You call your abdication a frank persuasion? What did you advise? Or do you have any misunderstandings about persuasion? You are just showing off your skills in front of an expert. Don't I know what you are going to do? No one knows more about persuasion than me, Wei Zhang. Why don't you just keep silent and crash into the pillars of this Taiji Hall and die? Wei Zhang was obviously being sarcastic, but Li Shimin felt as if the sound of the Tao was ringing in his ears. The light of the righteous path shone on Wei Zhang's face. That resolute face, firm lines, sexy stubble, unyielding eyebrows, and nostrils that opened and closed like an eternal sigh. Li Shimin suddenly began to be grateful to Wei Zhang. At least, he had never been so full of fire on himself before. I was originally worried that Wei Zhang would stand up for the Shandong gentry, and that he would not be too aggressive and lose face. Now it seems that I was overthinking. Wei Zhang, you are worse than pigs and dogs. Someone screamed desperately from nowhere. Wei Zhang heard this and smiled calmly. Anything else? Say it together. The court became chaotic. Li Shimin sat and watched the noise. Fang Xianling did not move his troops, and Li Jing stroked his beard and watched the show. The fence-sitters rushed up to curse Wei Zhang. Suddenly, the smell came up. The most uncomfortable ones were Cheng Yaojin and his friends. Cheng Yaojin grinned. What's going on? Why isn't it over yet? I can't hold it anymore. Niu Jinda blushed and took a breath. Old Cheng, how about someone bring a bucket? We can't just burst into our pants, right? Qin Kaiying's complexion had improved, but now his face suddenly turned pale. What else can he do? He can only endure it? Look at Yu Qigong, his face is normal, which shows that he is very patient and strong. Yu Qigong felt something flowing down his thigh and clenched his teeth. Time seemed to be long at this moment. Half an hour later, Wei Zhang was full of vigor and stood on the ground like a god, with a sneer on his face. Come on, keep going. I haven't used much strength yet, and you fell down. Wei Zhang was excited. It turned out that being rude to others is addictive. No wonder in the past few years. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I had no choice before, but now I choose to be a good person. Your Majesty, your servant Cheng Yaojin has a stomachache. Your Majesty, your servant Niu Jinda has a stomachache. Your Majesty, your servant Yu Qigong has a stomachache. Your Majesty, your servant. Before Qin Kaiying could speak, Li Shimin waved his hand. Go quickly, I know. Li Shimin slowly stood up. My dear ministers, am I really not worthy of Fengshan? Kui Min was panting like a cow, and his colleagues beside him collapsed on the ground, scolding Wei Zhang until they were exhausted and weak all over, which was also strange in the world. Your Majesty, this winter is cold and freezing. How can the people survive the winter? Your Majesty is wasting money and labor, it is better to show favor to the people. If your majesty can help the people survive the winter, I am willing to open the way for your majesty. That's what I want. Li Shimin smiled. Okay, then wait, I won't talk about Feng Shan for the time being. I plan to call some prisoners to let them help the people of the Tang dynasty. What do you think? For a while, everyone in the court began to stare blankly. What do you think? Tired, destroy it. Your Majesty, do whatever you want. Prisoners, none of my business. Li Shimin was overjoyed. Lu Xian was indeed a god. This method worked? Of course, Li Shimin never expected that there would be an unexpected gain, that is, Wei Zhang. The court was calm, but in the toilet of the palace, Cheng Yaojin and the other four were not calm. Their faces were red and they were restless all over. Ah, hiss. What's the situation? Did you have a stomachache last night? Niu Jinda felt his legs go weak. Yu Qigong suddenly spoke at this time, his black face twitching. Brother Lu Xian seemed to have mentioned last night that it is not advisable to eat too much chili peppers, and eating too much will cause stomach upset. Ah, why didn't you say it earlier? Cheng Yaojin was anxious. Oh baboon. Yu Qigong was even more anxious. At that time, you were all bragging to the sky, so you didn't care about what Brother Lu Xian said. Today's sun is golden, shining on the land of Zixi. After Yaya woke up, she came to the Datang hotel in a noisy manner. Lu Xian worked for a while, and after the peak period of customers, he folded a windmill for Yaya. Yaya stood at the door, holding up the windmill made by Lu Xian, trotting back and forth, and shouting excitedly. While running, she also turned in circles. Dezhuang was the center of Yaya's circle, like a huge pillar. Suddenly, Yaya's nose moved, and then her eyes lit up. Brother Dezhuang, the big sister is here. Dezhuang raised his head slowly, as if there was a 1,000-pound boulder hanging on his neck, slowly and steadily, just like a sloth that just woke up. The three sisters Li Lizi didn't pretend today, and went out directly in women's clothes. The carriage arrived at the intersection of Liquan County and Zixi, and the three got off the car and walked towards the Datang Hotel. Yaya has a really good eye. Li Lizi ran over lightly, squatted down, and pinched Yaya's face. Yaya rubbed her face and put her hands behind her back. Big sister, I'll treat you to braised chicken. Li Lizi was surprised and asked with interest, Oh, Yaya, you have money? Want to treat me to braised chicken? Yaya shook her head. Big sister, I don't have money. But you can use your money. Li Lizi was stunned for a moment and then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would use other people's money to treat others to a meal? Li Shu was holding a mung bean cake in her hand, smiling and swaying in front of Yaya with her hands behind her back. In an instant, Yaya drooled. Yaya, will you treat me to braised chicken too? Li Hui was covered with golden accessories all over her body, which were all rewards from Li Shimin. It is said that as long as you have enough gold on your body, you can find your ideal husband? With the blessing of top-notch cooking skills, Lu Xian found that he always worked for a short time regardless of the number of people. Although the restaurant was full at this time, they were all eating, and those who had eaten had already gone out to work. The smell of braised chicken was floating in the whole street. The wind became sticky when it came here, sticking to the eyes and taste buds of people passing by. If the wind was a little stronger, the smell of braised chicken was floating in the whole street. This delicacy that could sweep the streets and alleys in the future was like a silk thread in the west market of the Tang dynasty, entwining everyone and walking towards the Tang dynasty hotel involuntarily. The guests were full and satisfied, and went out excitedly. 10 women were skillfully cleaning the table. After a while, the table was as clean as new. The 10 maids who were selected were diligent and adapted quickly. After the division of labor, someone greeted the guests in front, someone served tea and water in the back, and someone washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lu Xian looked at this scene and felt very relaxed, as if he had returned to his childhood, sitting at the gate of his hometown, watching the ants moving on the ground at the end of the farmland. The surging crowds and pedestrians in Chang'an are just like ants. As soon as Li Lizi entered the door, she saw Lu Xian sitting behind the counter with a melancholy look in her eyes. She felt a little soft all over and began to walk with difficulty. Shopkeeper. Li Lizi called carefully, and she was close to him without paying attention. Lu Xian came back to his senses, took a look, and smiled instantly. 3 girls, here we are again, please go to the private room on the 2nd floor. Li Shu put the mung bean cake in her hand on the counter. Shopkeeper, fresh mung bean cake, I know you like it. Lucian glanced at Yaya who was drooling, and said helplessly, thank you very much, girl. Li Hui. Mainly because there were too many bright things on her body. Under the sun, the gold accessories on Li Hui's body flashed with golden luster. Lucian felt that his eyes were about to be dazzled. Shopkeeper, why don't you look at me? Or am I not beautiful enough today? When Li Hui saw Lucian silently close her eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Then she looked at the accessories on her body, and her heart was cheered up again. You must be afraid of being attracted by my beauty, right? I am not that kind of superficial woman, shopkeeper, you can rest assured. Lucian smiled faintly, customer, the things on you are dazzling. Li Hui blushed, if you want, it's all yours. Lucian felt goose bumps all over his body. Women in the Tang dynasty were too fierce, right? Bold pursuit of love, this kind of thing in other dynasties, dare not imagine, in later generations, perhaps it is normal. Tang dynasty, the people are open-minded, the ancients are not deceiving me. In the elegant seat on the second floor, Li Lizi looked at Li Shu and Li Hui, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Li Shu should not be able to compete with herself in this way, right? My light yellow long skirt, fluffy hair, the most popular bun for women in the Tang dynasty, were all prepared at the early morning of the morning. Just now, Li Shu and Li Hui saw my makeup and were also impressed. Lucian, why don't you dare look at me? Li Shu sat in front of the table, smiling and looking at the stairs. She was determined to be a heroine since she was a child. She was not good at playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was a textile worker and was thrown in the East Palace. She was only good at wielding a spear and a stick, and her skills were proficient. At this time, he was thinking about one thing in his heart: if he mentioned this marriage to his father, he could leave the palace and go to the princess's mansion, right? At worst, he could go to the fiefdom. At that time, Lucian would recite poems and paint, which was very pleasant, and he would wield a spear and a stick, which was very powerful. It was exciting to think about it. Only Li Hui was shaking her head back and forth, with mist in her eyes. She was blaming herself now. Maybe she brought too little money? It must be. Lucian is a businessman, and all businessmen like money. He must feel that it is too little and insulting. Such a man is worth 1,000 gold. Li Hui, how can you be so careless? At this time, Lucian was in the kitchen, and Yaya stood in front of Lucian obediently, holding a purse in her arms. Big sister said, give me the extra money. Lucian nodded, okay, but I have to keep it for you first. Yaya was unhappy and pouted, but Yaya doesn't want I to keep it. Yaya will keep it myself. Yaya raised her little head. I found a big jar. Use it to save money. When Yaya spoke, she also gestured with her little arm. The jar should be the porcelain vase in the new house, which should be used to place flowers and plants, and it is taller than Yaya. Your jar won't work. The big bad wolf will see it as soon as he comes. It's too conspicuous. If your money is lost, you will never find it again. Lucian brought up the big bad wolf again. Yaya's face was obviously hesitant. Lucian continued, think about it. If you keep it yourself and lose it, it's gone. But if you give it to I to keep, I will compensate you if he loses it. Yaya clasped her hands, and seemed to be calculating in her little head. Then, okay, you can't secretly use Yaya's money. Lucian patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I never likes money and has no interest in money. He just wants to keep it for you. Yaya was comforted by Lucian again, and her face was no longer puffy. She pulled Lucian's clothes and said, Yaya has made money for Yaya wants to eat braised chicken. Lucian rubbed Yaya's head and said, okay, I'll make it for you later. After Lucian put the dishes on the plate, he asked the maid to send them out. He washed his hands and prepared to see if there were any new customers. He didn't notice that the braid on Yaya's head was rubbed by Lucian, and it burst open at the top like a blooming dogtail grass. A moment later, on the second floor of Datang Hotel. Hey, where is your shopkeeper? I didn't put salt in this dish, let him come up. Why is this dish a bit salty? Let him come up and give us an explanation. Why is there no meat in my twice-cooked pork? Let him come up and see what's going on. There are bugs. The noise on the second floor made the guests downstairs laugh. If it were in other places, such as restaurants like Fengzexuan and Runfenglu, the guests would frown and shudder in their hearts, fearing that they would be infected. But it's different in the Datang hotel. When the guests enjoy the delicious food, they don't care about other people at all. Luo Wanggu comes here to eat 3 meals a day and brings other people here when he has nothing to do. In his words, even if it's a wooden stick, shopkeeper Liuxuan can make it the best in the world. Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang had dinner later than usual today, because there were too many people queuing outside. Especially last night, there were too many people queuing overnight, and their stomachs were growling before they ate. Boss, Fenjiu Tower is holding a Golden Autumn Poetry Festival tonight. Do you want to go and have a look? Luo Wanggu's face was full of expectations, holding a thin wooden stick in his hand and asked with a smile. Lu Xian smiled and waved his hand. I'm just a cook, how can I go to that kind of place? I don't like to write poems, and I can't write poems. Luo Wanggu sat up immediately. Little boss, the poem you wrote that night was not simple. I'm going to take it over to show off, how about it? It turned out that he was waiting here. Lu Xian didn't go, so he took Lu Xian's poem with him. Hey, Mr. Luo, this poem is a pearl lost in the sea, obtained by chance, and is the work of literati and poets. It's a bit indecent to take it to a poetry gathering like that. Besides, with Mr. Luo's handwriting, let alone one poem, even if it's 10 or 8 poems, there are many people willing to serve you. The edges and corners on Luo Wanggu's face became more distinct, and he couldn't help but raise his head, looking at the shopkeeper Lu Xian, who was interesting in his words. In other people's words, they would directly say that Luo Wanggu was a country bumpkin and a nouveau riche, but they said it so nicely. Mr. Luo was generous. Tut tut. Shopkeeper, actually, I would like to ask you to write a poem. Although Luo Wanggu was a scholar, he was not very good at reading. Yang Liufang was also a scholar, but the two were very similar. He was rich, the son of a wealthy businessman, a dandy, uneducated, and wore a scholar's long gown all day long, just to show off. Every time they come out, the scholars who follow them call them Brother Luo and Brother Yang, but in private, they all call them suckers. Face is really harmful. Luo Wanggu also knows it, but at this age, especially in Chang'an, if he doesn't have face, wouldn't it be the same as killing him? Mr. Luo, Lu has only read a little bit, and has only a little ink in his chest. I am grateful to Mr. Luo for looking up to me, but I don't have that ability. When Lu Xian spoke, he suddenly realized that this person was a sucker. It's not too much to charge you more for a poem? It's also understandable to sell 10 poems in batches, right? I use 100 poems to enrich the spiritual life of the descendants of the Tang dynasty generals and earn some pocket money, which is also reasonable, right? How many uneducated and unskilled dandies in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty would laugh in their dreams if they knew this news? Although I, Lu Xian, am a cook, I have cooked too much, and I feel inspired to write a little poem, which is also reasonable, right? There are 300 Tang poems, each of which costs money. There are thousands of song poems, and money cannot fill them. Lu Xian looked at Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang at this time. It was the desolate place of Beishan and Chushui, and the complaining people paid quickly. Thinking of Cheng Kumo and his ilk who were big and strong at the poetry meeting and suddenly wrote a graceful poem that surpassed all the heroes, it was really like farting in the quilt, which could be smelled and covered. It's not too much to charge 100 strings of cash for a poem? Luo Wanggu, Yang Liufang, you two may really be famous forever. I, Lu Xian, suddenly made a fortune and realized my knowledge. It depends on you two. It doesn't matter whether I make money or not, the main thing is excitement. Boss, don't be so humble. Your poem that wears out the eternal knife in my heart makes Luo Wanggu unable to sleep at night. From time to time, I still think that if I can write such a poem, I'm afraid my father will never scold me as a drunkard again. You bought poems for this? Really, ambitious. 100 strings of cash, if the effect is not good, I will refund it. As soon as these words came out, Luo Wanggu stood in awe. Shopkeeper. No, Brother Lu is so righteous. I will go home to get the money now. Yang Liufang, who was still stuffing his mouth with chicken, suddenly looked up. I will go back to get the money too. I will also make a splash at the poetry meeting, and let those who laughed at me, Yang Liufang, last year know that I am not made of clay. Lu Xian was stunned, and then asked with concern, Brother Yang, isn't this poetry meeting for communication? Is there a competition? Yang Liufang's eyes were red. Brother Lu, it's better if you don't mention it, but once you mention it. Hey, last year at the poetry meeting, I was laughed at by scholars for half a year for one of my poems. Yang Liufang's eyes were red as he spoke. I must get a masterpiece this year, not to justify how great I, Yang Liufang, am, but to make them swallow back what they said with their own mouths. Yes, yes, Brother Yang, don't worry, if there is no effect, I will refund it. On the second floor, the three princesses have been urging for a long time. When Lu Xian came up slowly, the three of them had almost finished eating the dishes in front of them. Three girls, didn't you say there was something in the dishes? Did you eat it too? Li Shu smiled awkwardly. Well, I just saw a bug and stepped on it to death. Li Hui smiled. Shopkeeper, are you free tonight? Today is the first day of the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival. Chang'an celebrities and even the great scholars of the dynasty will go to see it. I heard that my father, the current emperor, will also go to see it. Why haven't I heard of this poetry festival? Lu Xian did not find any memory of the poetry festival in the original owner's memory. Li Lizi smiled with her hands covering her mouth. These were passed on among scholars in previous years. If the shop owner opened a shop in the East Market, I'm afraid he would know about it. Dongxi? What's good about Dongxi? Is it Tongfu restaurant or Datang supermarket? No matter how flashy it is, it's just a matter of face, and it has to be down to earth in our West Market. Sister, the main reason is that most of the scholars are in Pingkangfang, right? Li Hui suddenly said. When Li Lizi heard the words Pingkangfang, her expression changed. Li Hui, what kind of place is that? How could it taint Lu Xian's ears? Li Hui's face turned red and she suddenly realized something. Lu Xian smiled. Pingkangfang should be well known to the people of Chang'an. Why are you three hiding here? But that's right. I have lived in a deep palace since I was a child. I have learned how to control my subordinates. I have been exposed to everything that is great and upright. The world's anecdotes have also been screened. It is normal to have an information cocoon room. You're welcome, three girls. This poetry club is too lively. I don't like liveliness, so I'd better not go. Li Shu suddenly said at this time. Shopkeeper, gentlemen see the same thing. I don't like the excitement either. How about we go boating in the East Lake tonight? Li Lizi and Li Hui's eyes instantly became sharp, looking directly at Li Shu. You are unreasonable. After going to East Lake and boarding your pirate ship, can Lu Xian still get off? Let's go to the poetry club together. Store owner, let's take Yaya there to have a look. You don't like the excitement, but Yaya does. Besides, there are many pastries there, which are even more delicious than mung bean cakes. Li Lizi's words were heartbreaking. Yaya looked at Lu Xian eagerly. I'm going to the poetry meeting to learn poetry. Are you studying poetry? You are greedy for pastries. Yes, shopkeeper, look at Yaya, she's crying, so you agree, right? Lu Xian took a look and saw that Yaya wasn't crying, but drooling, dripping on the ground. The maid brought by Lu Mansion smiled and wiped the saliva lightly on the ground to avoid embarrassment. Okay, I'll take you there tonight, but I've made a promise that you can't make trouble. You can't run around in crowded places, otherwise the big bad wolf will take you away. Hearing the big bad wolf, Yaya raised her little hand. I promise not to run around. After Li Lizi and the other two had enough food and drink, they made an appointment to go to the poetry meeting tonight, and then reluctantly left the Datang hotel. Along the way, the three of them held hands and sat in the carriage, but they had different thoughts in their hearts. Li Shu was straightforward and had decided to write a frontier poem after returning. Yes, a good man wants to become famous. Although Lu Xian is the owner of the Tang Dynasty Hotel, this is just his means of making a living. He must be a scholar? He will definitely like the feeling of being passionate and excited. It's a pity that he didn't persuade her to go to the boat on East Lake. Li Shu licked the corner of her mouth. Li Hui was thinking that there would be an opportunity to buy famous paintings and calligraphy at the poetry meeting tonight. The highest bidder would win. She would bring more gold back. Lu Xian might not like money, but he must like valuable things. Spending money on someone you like, the emperor and the queen mother shouldn't blame you, right? The mother shouldn't say much, right? Li Lizi was uncomfortable. She had been favored since she was a child. No one had ever snatched it from her. All the good things were given to her, but the problem was that Li Shu and Li Hui didn't seem to want to give in. Could it be that she really wanted to write a poem? I couldn't write it. How about buying the famous painting in the poetry meeting? No, it's too superficial. Lu Xian is not the kind of person who values money. This is a dilemma. How about going to the emperor's treasury? Thinking of this, Li Lizi's eyes lit up. When Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufeng came, it was already noon. They were a little dirty, and it was obvious that they were kicked a few times. Were you beaten by your family? Lucian certainly understood that 100 strings of cash was not a small amount. This amount of money could not be stolen, so he could only ask his family for it. Of course, it might be that these two people were rich and powerful, and 100 strings of cash was not a small amount, but as long as they found a suitable reason, they could still take it out. It's just like buying something with a scallion in the future, and asking Lao Wang for a few million. It's a matter of minutes. Obviously, the reasons they found were not very good, and they were beaten. It's okay, it's just some physical pain. Brother Liu's poem cured it directly. Each of them took out a gold ingot from his pocket. Brother Liu, please make sure to show your talent. This is my monthly pocket money. Luo Wanggu's big eyes flickered on his square face, just like a TV screen flickering. Yang Liufeng was much calmer. Brother Liu, you can't be too smart. If you accidentally get the first place, it's not easy to explain. Hehe. Lucian solemnly reminded. 100 strings of cash for a poem, are you really willing to spend it? Luo Wanggu frowned and looked at Lucian. Brother Liu, if you think it's too little, you can ask us to pay more. 100 strings of cash is not much, right? People like Brother Liu are hard to find. Luo Wanggu feels that he is treating Brother Liu unfairly by spending 100 strings of cash to make a friend. He is not good at reading and writing poems, but he is proficient in flattery. Yang Liufeng sighed. It doesn't matter, Brother Liu, this is just my pocket money for half a month. 2 ingots of gold, either of which is more than 10 taels, converted into copper coins of the Tang dynasty. It must be more than 100 strings of cash. Suddenly, when the heavy gold was placed in his hand, Lucian nodded calmly. What kind of poems do you want? Luo Wanggu slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to buy the topic for tonight. Yang Liufeng looked at Luo Wanggu with a smile. You fool, you buy it every year and get cheated every year. Didn't you find that the topics are all drawn from that wooden box? It's over. Luo Wanggu began to feel uncomfortable. He spent money to buy poems, but he couldn't buy them in vain. You too, I heard that the poetry will last for 3 days. That's right. If you don't win today, you will have more chances to win tomorrow. As soon as Lucian said this, the two suddenly realized. Yes, the ones drawn tonight are what we don't want. We can use them tomorrow. Luo Wanggu slapped his forehead. Yang Liufeng was silent for a moment. What if tomorrow doesn't win? Then the day after tomorrow. What if the day after tomorrow doesn't win? Then next year? We can't blame Brother Liu. Lucian looked at the two of them and said silently in his heart, come on. Brothers, don't do this. If Lucian's 2 poems don't win, I'll give them back. It's just talk. I'm giving you face, are you really going to give it up? According to Lucian's observation, these 2 people can't find face among scholars. Now that they have face, you want them to throw it away? Impossible? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Brother Liu underestimated us. Whether we win or not, we too will never give up. Lucian thought about it. According to the current season, September has passed, and the Mid-Autumn Festival poems must not be needed. But tomorrow is the 15th day, and poems describing the moon should still be needed, right? If the moon is full tomorrow, even if it is not Mid-Autumn Festival, it is reasonable to estimate the topic of the bright moon on the spot. Lucian picked up the brush and wrote without thinking. The moonlight shines brightly in front of the bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufeng frowned suddenly. Why, do you feel it is not gorgeous enough? Look up at the bright moon, look down and think of your hometown. Boom! The two felt that it was not gorgeous enough a moment ago, but the moment Lucian finished writing, their heads were buzzing. Yes, that's the feeling. Okay, I want this one. I said that my father likes to get up in the middle of the night to pee when he has nothing to do, and likes to look at the moon outside when he has nothing to do, and misses his hometown. My hometown is on the sandbar. Lucian saw that the two might argue, and smiled. Don't panic, there is more. Change the title of this one, a frontier poem with the moon. Lucian smiled and took a deep breath. The desert sand is like snow, and the moon Inyanshan is like a hook. When will the golden brain be worn, and walk quickly in the autumn? These 2 poems, one is a well-known and household work, spitting out an emotion, resonance. There are not many Tang people in Chang'an, most of them are from other places. The other poem is in line with the theme of these empty moon-facing and empty-headed poetry meetings. There have been no wars in recent years, but it does not mean that these scholars want to fight wars and make achievements in their dreams. The resonance is full. Good. As soon as I saw these two poems, I seemed to have a bottom line in my heart. Now, I, Yang Liufang, can finally vent my anger. I want them to swallow those words back. Luo Wanggu laughed. Now, the first idiot in the capital should not be me, right? Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang, who had just eaten, drank another drink before leaving. They swayed left and right, full of confidence, and walked on the streets of the West Market. Their faces were filled with the light of righteousness. Thinking that the two of them would shine in tonight's poetry meeting, they felt filled with a sense of pride. Brother Yang, I feel like I can do it again. Brother Luo, you can't keep good things to yourself. Do you remember those classmates who comforted us last year? Others looked down on us, but they were the only ones to ignore the past grudges. Luo Wanggu's square face became even more excited at this time. Yes, let's tell them the news and let them come too. There is no curfew in Chang'an tonight, and lights are everywhere lighting up the sky. Lu Xian walked in front, De Zhuang followed behind, and Yaya rode on De Zhuang's shoulders. When the three of them came out of the crowded West Market, they didn't attract too many people's attention. In Chang'an, there are many people who look like scholars, there are also many children, and there are even more strong people. Passing through the West Market and onto the main road, Yaya was very excited by the large and small shops along the way. Where are the three eldest sisters? Lu Xian was admiring other places except Le Quanfang with great interest. Although he had it in his memory, it was still different when he saw it with his own eyes. Yaya, let's go to the poetry show. Why do you only remember eldest sister? Yaya scratched her little head. It seemed that the braid on her head was a little tight. Eldest sister has mung bean cake. De Zhuang's snoring voice suddenly appeared. How do you know your sister must be big? Outside Kongai Square, the three Lu family members were standing at the crossroads. Lu Xian frowned slightly. Wouldn't these three princesses be detained because of the rules of the palace? It's normal. Lu Xian smiled faintly. There were so many rules in the palace that even Li Shimin couldn't stand them, let alone Li Lizzie and the other three. After buying Yaya a bag of preserved fruits from a small stall at the street corner, Yaya and De Zhuang's movements began to become surprisingly consistent. Suddenly, there was a roar of people, as if some grand scene had occurred. Not far away, it should be Pingkangfang. Lu Xian was also a little curious. Lu Xian has seen the romance of a red lantern, and has seen female bodhisattvas all over the pink street, but in a large-scale square, all the orioles are singing and dancing. Such scenes make Lu Xian sigh with emotion. The wisdom of our ancestors is infinite. Of Chang'an 108 Square can be regarded as 108 huge communities, each with its own characteristics. There are many barbarians in Le Quanfang, and there are also noble people living there. This is naturally because it is close to the palace. Xinguafang is the most luxurious place in Chang'an because there are many nobles and nobles there. In terms of prosperity, naturally we have to look at the Dongxi side. Suanyangfang is the residence of officials. On weekdays, there are no white people coming and going, but there are scholars talking and laughing. Naturally, Pingkangfang next door has developed into a pastime for these officials in Chang'an. The place where there are many officials, naturally there will be more and more scholars. In this era, taking the imperial examination is like scratching a lottery ticket. Even if you remember the lottery numbers and travel through time, you won't win the big prize. The grand prize has already been decided internally. Outside Pingkangfang, Lu Xian saw a carriage, which belonged to Li Lizzie and the others. The driver of the car had a nervous look on his face and sharp eyes. He held a black stick-like object under his arm. When he got closer, Lu Xian noticed that it was a black knife with a black scabbard and a black shirt. It was black, and the handle of the knife was black, hidden in the driver's clothes. Shopkeeper? You're here. Lu Xian looked at the three of them and smiled. You three girls, our appointment is at Kongyafang. Why are you waiting here? Li Lizzie lowered her head and said in a weak voice, just because. Li Shu said openly, store, the three of us didn't have some things ready just now, and we were worried that the store was in a hurry, so we simply went to the entrance of Pingkangfang and waited. We left someone there. Li Shu still wanted to explain. Li Hui's soft voice roughly interrupted Li Shu's explanation. Lu Xian, I'm sorry, I was a little too serious when I was preparing the gift. I should have picked you up. Naturally, Lu Xian couldn't hide the little thoughts of the three women, and smiled. Let's go in, shall we go in and take a look? I also want to know what is so magical about Pingkang Fang that it can make three women so obsessed with it. Lu Xian didn't take it seriously. Compared with the girls of later generations, this Tang dynasty woman was more respectful. A casual joke made the three women's faces turn red. Li Lizi was the first to retort. Lu Xian, how can you think so? Pingkang Fang is a prosperous place in the Tang dynasty. It is normal for boys and girls to yearn for it. Yaya squatted on his strong shoulders and looked curiously at the entrance of Pingkang Fang. At the entrance, people were coming and going. They were all young people. They were wearing scholars' long shirts, either simple or luxurious. They walked by, and they seemed to have something. Countless colleagues walked along, bowing their hands and saluting, laughing, and joking. It was so lively. That should be Fenjiu Tower over there, right? Li Shu looked at such a loft filled with lanterns and bright lights, and suddenly spoke. I heard that Fenjiu Tower is very big, there are many people, and it is extremely crowded. If there are too many people in a while, you have to be patient when you squeeze in. Li Shu clasped her hands behind her back, not noticing that there seemed to be a bottomless rut in her words. The three of them saw a loft decorated with lanterns and were instantly attracted to it. However, it was only then that Lu Xian noticed that this was not Fenjiu Tower, but just a brothel called Pingshui Pavilion. Looking around, on the street of Pingkang Fang, such lofts are everywhere, like bamboo shoots in the mountains and forests in spring, densely packed. Sir, come and play. Young master, I see that you are someone who dances with guns and sticks. How about my sister buying you a drink? Master, I heard that the 6 roots of you Buddhists are impure. Why don't you ask the little girl to come over and clean them for you? Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The folk customs in the Tang dynasty were open, and women had many words about tigers and wolves. On both sides of the street, scholars who couldn't bear it were dragged in very quickly, and there were also many ordinary businessmen who took advantage of the women. Why don't they go in and let out a lot of blood? They even used their kung fu on passing monks. The monk's eyes were narrow and wandering, and he was not a serious monk at first glance. Lu Xian, what are you looking at? Li Lizi suddenly approached Lu Xian and asked excitedly. Lu Xian is tall, but Li Lizi is not tall enough. If she were taller, she could follow Lu Xian's gaze and see the Hu woman dancing the Hu Xian dance on the 2nd floor to attract customers. Ahem, Miss Li, I was looking at the monk just now. The three continued to walk forward. The crowd was crowded, and all kinds of playful sounds kept ringing in his ears. For a moment, Lu Xian suddenly realized one thing, that life is full of pleasure and pleasure. No wonder Cheng Yaojin always grumbled when he was drunk last time, saying that there were too many people in Pingkang Fang and it was hard to squeeze. Tonight's poetry meeting was held in Fenjiu Tower in the center of Pingkang Fang. The moment Lu Xian saw Fenjiu Tower, he thought of a word: skyscraper, attic. Chang'an buildings have standards, and tall buildings cannot exceed the regulations. In Pingkang Fang, all kinds of attics stand in a row, but none of them exceed 2 floors. Fenjiu Tower cannot violate the regulations of Tang Dynasty, but Fenjiu Tower is really big. It is square and stands in the center of Pingkang Fang. At a glance, it is estimated that it is the same size as 6 or 7 other attics. Outside Fenjiu Tower, there are maids everywhere and countless servants. Outside the main gate, there is a river, which is artificially dug and connects to one of the 5 canals in Chang'an. There is a stone bridge across the river. If you want to enter the door, you have to cross the stone bridge. People who look like scholars cross the stone bridge one by one, take out something that looks like an invitation from their sleeves, show it to the servant outside the door, and then they can enter. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian asked, Miss Li, do you have an invitation? Li Lizi was stunned. Do you still need an invitation? Li Hui scratched her head. I don't know, it seems that we didn't need it when we came to the poetry meeting in previous years. Li Shu frowned, and then said carelessly, don't worry, if we don't have an invitation today, we will break in. They dare not do anything to us. Lu Xian was stunned. As expected of Li Shiman's daughter, it is obvious that she is born without martial ethics. This is a place where literati gather. Li Shu, you are so reckless, it's not okay. Li Lizi shook her head and sighed. Although the three of them were princesses, they lived in the deep palace for a long time and knew nothing about many things in the folk. Such a Golden Autumn Poetry Gathering is an annual event for scholars in Chang'an, and naturally there is a screening of the people who can enter. Just when Li Lizhi was anxious, her eyes caught a figure. The man got off the carriage, his cheeks were slightly red, his steps were weak, and there were two women supporting him. Who else could it be but Changsun Chong? As soon as she saw the two frivolous women, a trace of disgust flashed in the corner of Li Lizhi's eyes. On ordinary days, she would naturally not want to have any social interaction with Changsun Chong, but today, she wanted to enter this Fengjia Tower for Lu Xian. Cousin. Li Lizhi's voice sounded, and Li Shu and Li Hui also noticed Changsun Chong who had just got off the carriage. It's not that they have to pay attention, but mainly because Changsun Chong is too high profile. The carriage was across the road and directly hit the bridgehead. The two women around him were thinly dressed and not afraid of the cold. Their snow-white skin was like white jade in the cold wind, looming. The scholars standing by gnashed their teeth and had nosebleeds. Changsun Chong was drunk and had just finished a drink. Naturally, he looked extremely proud. Tonight, he was ready to shine at this poetry gathering. Suddenly, he was stopped by his cousin, and his heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, it was indeed Li Lizhi. Changsun Chong's originally limp body immediately stood up, and the frivolous look on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by a serious face, and hated evil. If it weren't for the scene where he indulged in sensual pleasures just now, anyone would think that this man was upright, and unworldly, and not close to women. Pushing away the woman who was supporting him, Changsun Chong stood up straight. Go away, where did you come from, you vulgar woman, why are you leaning on me? Both women were stunned, and they were frightened and stood there, at a loss. Sir, what's wrong with you? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are pretty. Changsun Chong said sternly, and his disobedient look instantly disgusted Li Lizhi. Who put you in my carriage? Who? How could you be so mean? Changsun Chong's voice became anxious. It's not that he was anxious, but mainly because Changsun Wuji and the current emperor seemed to be about to decide on his marriage. His wife might be the figure not far away, the Tang Changle princess, Li Lizhi. Li Lizhi walked over slowly with a smile on her face as if she didn't see the two prostitutes. Cousin, are you here to see the poetry meeting? Hey, cousin, how can you say I'm here to see it? Changsun Chong stroked his chin, and then he realized that he didn't have a beard, and smiled awkwardly. I'm here to participate in the poetry meeting. In previous years, I saw scholars all over the world competing with each other, and all kinds of poems and essays emerged one after another. I studied poetry and books hard and devoted myself to research. This year, I will definitely take the lead. Changsun Chong's appearance made the people around him look confused. The two women kneeling on the ground lowered their heads again and again, not daring to say a word. Cousin, are you coming too? No, I came here with Li Shu and Li Hui today. By the way, cousin, can you get me a few invitations? I have. Li Lizhi smiled like a flower. 6 people. Changsun Chong was stunned. 6 people? When he looked up, he saw Lu Xian. For a moment, Changsun Chong felt as if he had horns on his head, and his chest rose and fell like a bull. He's going to? A mere cook. Ha 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 ha. Changsun Chong laughed wildly. Cousin, don't be fooled by some people. You are just a cook, but you have to pretend to be a scholar. Li Lizhi was obviously angry. Everyone can watch the poetry ceremony. You and I can watch it, and so can Lu Xian, Yaya, and De Zhuang. Cousin, just tell me whether to give it to you or not. Don't say too much. Give it to me. Changsun Chong stood up immediately. With a wave of his hand, the servants behind him took out a stack of invitations from the carriage. In an instant, the people around him gasped. The invitations to the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival, which were regarded as treasures by the scholars in Chang'an, were like dust in this man's eyes. He grabbed a handful of them. Some people even saw that many of this man's invitations were used to pad the table legs. Scholars have to save face, and their faces became even more angry. Li Lizhi took the invitations without looking back, with anger on her face. Such a person, my father and mother actually let me marry him? I would rather hang myself than marry such a person. If you want to marry someone, you have to marry someone like Lu Xian, a handsome man. Changsun Chong was about to speak when he was left alone. Cousin, this. Lu Xian, it's Lu Xian again, he. In the palace, Li Shimin was tidying up his clothes. No one should be able to recognize me if I wear this. Empress Qingsun smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Your Majesty, you are so majestic that no matter what you wear, you are so majestic that ordinary people can recognize you. Li Shimin twisted his mouth. That won't do. If I go to that kind of place and get recognized, it will be meaningless. Tonight, let's play the role of Mr. Li Gang's disciple. While speaking, the old man in the imperial study trembled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were a little hesitant, as if to say, I don't have a disciple like you. When Li Shimin was speaking, Fang Xianling beside him did not have much fluctuation. After all, His Majesty has always been like this. When he is in the mood, he is bold and daring. Li Gang showed incomprehension many times, especially when Li Shimin said that he pretended to be Li Gang's disciple. In Li Gang's words, your blood is a bit mixed, and you are not suitable to be my disciple. After a while, Li Shimin's dress became normal, and Fang Xianling also became normal. Normal, indeed, like an older scholar. Li Gang sighed, Your Majesty, do you have to do this? Li Shimin calmed down. Mr. Li Gang, you don't know that wherever I go, everyone kneels down. The Golden Autumn Poetry Festival, which is obviously a good event, has become a song of praise. It's boring. I and Prime Minister Fang will pretend to be your disciples. Then we can see the truest side of the poetry festival. Why not? After Li Shimin finished speaking, he suddenly looked forward to it. I heard that many amazing young people emerged in last year's poetry festival. This year's poetry festival will definitely be more exciting. Li Gang nodded. Maybe. The poetry festival was on the second floor of Fenjia Tower. After Lu Xian and others entered Fenjia Tower, they were taken to the second floor and took their seats. It's said that they took their seats, but in fact, there were rows of neatly arranged small tables, on which people would occasionally offer wine, fruits, preserved fruits, cakes and other things. Lu Xian and Li Lizi hid in the back and did not go forward. After all, when everyone sat down, everyone could see clearly what was going on in front. When Chang Sun rushed in, he went straight to the first row, sat there eating fruit and picking his teeth, and two prostitutes kept pounding his legs, looking as majestic as he could be. There were too many kinds of scum at the corners of Yaya's mouth, and Lu Xian couldn't help it, so he wiped it for Yaya. Although Lu Xian also knew that the scum would be all over Yaya's mouth again in a short while. Yaya, you are already a big child, you have to learn to wipe your mouth corners by yourself. Yaya pouted her lips immediately after hearing Lu Xian's words. Tears welled up. Don't you want Yaya? Lu Xian said seriously. Impossible, how could you not want Yaya? It's just that I has important things to do. The moisture in Yaya's eyes disappeared immediately, and the corners of her mouth quickly turned from downward to upward. What are you going to do? Are you going to fight the big bad wolf? Lu Xian smiled without saying a word. You eat first. At this time, no one was sitting in the middle of the poetry meeting. Logically, those 3 seats should be occupied by people of extremely high status. Li Lizi was peeling pears for Lu Xian, while Li Hui was preparing something with her head down. Li Shu was looking at her nose and her heart, but she seemed to be muttering something. Occasionally, you could hear join the army, frontier fortress. The cold wind blew through the streets of Pingkangfang, and the people watching the excitement on the roadside and the vendors who wanted to make a little money today wrapped their clothes tightly. In Fenjia Tower, it was warm as spring. Chang Sun Chong was sitting there, and people kept coming up to greet him and toast him. Is this the feeling of power? Suddenly, the restlessness of the crowd became quiet. He's coming, he's coming. Who? Lu Lingyun from the Lu family of Fanyang. Is that the first place in the poetry meeting last year, the king of poetry? That's right. Look at him, his face is as white as jade, his demeanor is elegant, and he is handsome. No wonder he can write such a good poem. A poem about asking the king's thoughts. His skills surpass all the heroes. Last year, I was also considered to have performed exceptionally well, but I am still not as good as him. The scholars talked about it one by one, but where Lu Lingyun passed by, the discussion would subside. This is a proud person, as proud as a big rooster. Lu Xian even felt that this person must be a fighting cock with a red hat on his head. Is this the king of poetry last year? Li Hui asked cautiously. Last year, she hid behind and didn't see anything clearly, and it was over. It should be the king, right? Li Lizi didn't know if it was this person. Li Shu narrowed her eyes and subconsciously touched her waist, and then realized that she was thinking too much, and she didn't bring a knife when she went out today. With an awkward smile on his face, it seems that when he meets a powerful person, no matter how powerful he is, he always wants to draw his sword to compete with him. This is a bad habit. Yaya pointed at Lu Lingyun and said, he is so short. Lu Xian just wanted to hold Yaya's mouth, but it was too late. The voice of a child is very obvious to the crowd of adults. Just when Yaya was about to cry, Lu Xian shut her up in time. Now, without paying attention, Yaya has already cried out. Suddenly, the whole poetry meeting was silent. Yaya seemed to feel something, and tremblingly climbed from the couch to the back of Lu Xian. The scholars stared with their eyes wide open, looking around for the voice of the voice. After a long time, they finally stopped the little girl with a long hair bun behind Lu Xian. In the middle of the poetry meeting, Lu Lingyun suddenly stopped, the muscles on his face twitched violently, and his face flushed. Lu Lingyun is a talented writer among the younger generation of the Fanyang Lu family. He is a representative figure among the younger generation, with amazing talent, and no one in the world can match him. For several consecutive years, he has been quite famous in poetry gatherings. There are even rumors that Lu Lingyun did not come out on top in the past few years because he didn't want to think that those who came out on top were all descendants of aristocratic families, and they were just giving each other face. A man of such profound talent and learning is also a proud man. Lu Lingyun slowly turned around, his eyes already filled with a hint of forbearance and anger. He can tolerate others saying that he is not good at learning. After all, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Competing for superiority requires hard power. The only person who said he was short, he couldn't bear it. Once in a brothel, there was a singer who was expected to become a courtesan in the capital, but her eyes wandered for a moment, which seemed to mean that Lu Lingyun was short. From then on, no one saw that singer again, even though she was indeed as beautiful as a flower. Even if she does have some talents, it is rare among brothels. I heard that the singer was made into a wax figure. Lu Lingyun turned around and looked angrily at the little girl who stuck her head out, trembling with anger. At this moment, Chang Soon Chong couldn't help but mutter, "Who is so honest and doesn't know how to lie?" Yaya instinctively felt the threat. Looking at the knife-like eyes, Yaya tightened her grip on Lu Xian's clothes. Who has the guts to speak out, but doesn't have the guts to stand up? Lu Lingyun's voice seemed to come from his back molars. No one dared to say anything. Lu Xian touched Yaya's head. "Don't be afraid, Tong Yanwuji." De Zhuang, who was eating mung bean cake on the side, stood up slowly. "Little dwarf, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you." "Little dwarf?" These three words were like a heavy hammer. De Zhuang stood up, like a small mountain, and stepped over the table in front of him. "Is that your child?" Lu Lingyun's back teeth were broken. "That's my sister, she's young, I stand up for her." De Zhuang's honest voice seemed to have a hazy echo, and it was like an egg in his mouth, buzzing and echoing for a long time. "Do you know who I am?" De Zhuang was stunned, as if he was thinking about something in a hurry, but his reaction was a little slow. Confucius said, "There is no distinction between people in teaching." As soon as these words came out, Chang Sun Chong suddenly changed color. He wanted to eat melon, but when he saw De Zhuang's posture, he immediately shut up and lowered his head to eat. "You have a big fist, you have the final say, you can go and fight with Fanyang Lu's." "That's Fanyang Lu's, Chang Sun Chong, don't want to have any grudges with them." Lu Lingyun was amused by Da Zhuang. Lu Lingyun, am 5 feet tall, but I have extraordinary talent. It is really unfair to God. But today, everyone who came to the poetry meeting is a scholar. Are those who laugh at others worthy of sitting here? Everyone, what do you think? Lu Xian noticed that as soon as Lu Lingyun opened his mouth, everyone around him fell silent. Lu Xian couldn't help but sneer. They always called themselves scholars, but now they are weak and cowardly. All the scholars in the world know one thing, that is, the poetry and books of the Fanyang Lu family are the best in the world, and the Lu family is in the world's literary veins. Many officials in the court, scholars from all over the country, and scholars in the world are students of the Fanyang Lu family, and they are more or less related. Naturally, I dare not speak. It is said that the Tang people are brave and capable of both literature and martial arts, but during the Zhenguan period, they were trapped by the wealthy and powerful families. What the hell is this reason? De Zhuang was a little slow to react just now, but now he suddenly realized what Confucius meant by that sentence. I just said that there is no distinction in teaching. It means that I want to teach you a lesson, no matter who you are. Wow, there were discussions everywhere. Come on, drive out those who are insulting the culture. And that little girl. Lu Lingyun dared to say this. Of course he was confident. You can tell a person's future from his age when he was 3 years old. This child will definitely be a disaster when he grows up. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes. He was in the wrong. He didn't want to say much, but it would be too much to argue with a child. Dezhuang, come back. Dezhuang scratched his head. Master, I'll argue with him again. Lu Xian smiled. Why are you suddenly so elegant? Dezhuang grinned. I heard that there are scholars here. I'm afraid they can't stand it. Puff. Li Lizi, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Lu Lingyun's face became even uglier. At this moment, a short cough was heard. Ahem. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Lingyun also put away his previous anger, and his face quickly returned to calm. As a leader of the younger generation of the Fanyang Lu family, it is a basic operation to be angry in the heart but not to show it on the face. It's just that there is unspeakable resentment in his eyes. Who is making a noise? The old man's voice was extremely loud. It's Mr. Li Gang. Mr. Li Gang is here. This year's Golden Autumn Poetry Festival is about to begin. Li Gang slowly came up the stairs, and the aura of a great scholar overwhelmed the whole audience. It's not that he is intimidating without anger, but mainly at first glance, many scholars feel that they are extremely shallow. Mr. Li Gang, the imperial teacher, is here, and people like themselves who are unknown dare not breathe. Behind Li Gang, there are 2 middle-aged Confucian scholars. Everyone didn't pay much attention. When everyone looked at Li Gang, Dezhuang looked back at Lu Xian, and after getting a positive look, he walked straight towards Lu Lingyun. Li Lizi didn't care about anyone else tonight. Her attention was all on Lu Xian. When she saw Lu Xian winking, she immediately looked at Dezhuang. So fast? She covered her mouth with an exclamation. Li Hui, who was counting money with her head down, suddenly looked up when she heard Li Lizi's shout. Li Shu's face was twitching, and her eyes revealed great excitement. In the crowd, Dezhuang held a mung bean cake in one hand and Lu Lingyun in the other. Lu Lingyun was originally short, and in order to maintain his image, he didn't dare to eat more, for fear that he would get fat, like a clay pot on the roadside. In the past few years, he was famous, but he never dared to go out easily because of his height. When Lu Lingyun was picked up by Dezhuang, his face suddenly turned red. Everyone was in an uproar, and Dezhuang's voice sounded slowly. You have to be responsible for what you said. After that, Dezhuang began to swing Lu Lingyun like a stick. Lu Lingyun, who was originally full of contempt in his heart, was instantly scared to death. He was just a scholar. Although he had a distinguished family background, he had never seen a real tough guy. His pants were soaked, and a smell came out directly. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian was a little surprised. I just wanted Dezhuang to scare this guy. Why did he pee? But that's right, Qin Huang is known as the world's #1 swordsman. Didn't he also pee when he saw Qin Shuang? Lu Lingyun is known as the world's #1 poet, and it's reasonable that he was scared to pee by Dezhuang, right? Dezhuang frowned and looked at Lu Xian. Master, he peed his pants. As soon as Li Gang came up, he saw Dezhuang swinging Lu Lingyun, and his face was instantly unhappy. It's so noisy at the poetry gathering. How can it be so disgraceful? When Dezhuang saw that Lu Lingyun was frightened, he put him on the ground, then ran back to his seat and tried to bury his head under the table, but it was obviously a bit difficult. Lu Lingyun, go to the back and change your clothes. A trace of indifference flashed in Li Gang's eyes. In the crowd, in the corners, a few people's eyes were shining. When Luo Wang saw Dezhuang, he smiled instantly, especially when Dezhuang carried Lu Lingyun like a chicken. He was even more excited to pull Yang Liufang. Look, Dezhuang has already vented your anger. It was him who mocked you last time. I didn't expect that Lu Lingyun would have this day. Yang Liufang clenched his fists, and in his sleeves was the poem he bought today. This poem is his chance to prove himself, and it is also his only chance to win. Seeing Lu Lingyun being humiliated, Yang Liufang felt happy, as if he only had a few poems left to avenge his previous shame. Just give me time for one poem, tonight, I will become famous. Also with shining eyes were 3 guys hiding behind the pillars, sitting on the worst table. Cheng Kumo, Niu Jianhe, Yuchi Baolin. The three were eating hard, and when they saw Dazwang lifting Lu Lingyun up, Cheng Kumo shuddered. This guy is really strong. Kumo, look over there, brother Lucian is here too. Since Dazwang is here, brother Lucian must be here. After the turmoil just now, the poetry gathering was calm. When the scholars saw Li Gang appear, they were eager to show themselves right away. They were polite and courteous. Even if they were pretending, they pretended very well. Li Gang sat in the main seat, and Li Shimin and Fang Xianling behind him were secretly observing. Li Shimin's eyes were excited and his mouth was playful. It was obvious that the scene of Dezhuang scaring Lu Lingyun just now made Li Shimin's blood boil. I have wanted to move you for a long time. Dezhuang just did what I have always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. It was also doing what people in the world wanted to do but didn't dare to do. While secretly cheering, Li Shimin was also looking at those ordinary scholars. When his eyes swept over Chengsun Chong, he also saw the two brothel girls in front of Chengsun Chong, and Chengsun Chong's happy look. For a moment, Li Shimin felt even more disgusted. That's it? Chengsun Wuji's child is like this? Just now, Li Shimin's brain was shocked. Didn't you, Chengsun Chong, claim to be both civil and military? Why didn't you dare to go up and fight with Dezhuang? Li Gang cleared his throat. Dear students, the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is held once a year. It is a gathering of literary minds and the prosperity of literature. This year's Poetry Festival, I am deeply gratified. All of you here are the best among the students of the Tang Dynasty. Are you ready? Poetry Festival, start. Before the Poetry Festival every year, Li Gang always said a few words, but the main purpose was to come and see if anyone could surprise the world. Lu Lingyun was full of anger, and the scholars headed by him were also eager to fight. Among the other scholars, many hoped to become famous through poetry festivals, and some came to join in the fun and try their luck. What if they have it? At this time, Lucian felt it was boring. I don't know how to write poems. I just know how to recite a little bit of ancient poems. So he took Yaya to eat hard. In Fenjiu Tower, the local specialties are also an indispensable part of the Tang people's table. Lucian also tasted some himself. Some were okay and tasted very novel, but some were a bit hard to swallow. Yaya and Dazwang turned into cake scavengers tonight. The woman from Fenjiu Tower who served beside them came to change the plates every once in a while and delivered the cakes. Every time she saw Yaya and Dazwang's mouths covered with cake residue, she covered her mouth and laughed. Yaya, you have eaten a lot. If you eat more, worms will grow in your stomach. Yaya pouted and looked at Lucian unwillingly. It's all out, give Yaya some face, okay. Lucian frowned. Who did he learn this sentence from? Brother Dazwang is still eating. Seeing Lucian indifferent, Yaya could only divert her firepower, but the question is, are you at the same level as Dazwang? Now Dazwang barely fills his stomach, and your belly is round. Yeah, there are more delicious things to come, you have to save some for later. Sure enough, this sentence worked. Li Lizzie lay on the table, looking up from time to time to look at the scene of the poetry meeting through the gaps between her fingers. It's not that she didn't want to look up, but mainly because she saw Li Shimin. Even if Li Shimin was dressed up outrageously, as Li Shimin's daughter, it would be too much if she couldn't see it. Miss Li, do you have a stomachache? Lucian asked at the right time. Lucian, I'm fine, I'm sleepy. Looking at Li Shu and Li Hui, the two were also lying on the table, one mumbling something on the ground, and the other kept counting something on the table with his hands. Tonight, autumn is about to end, and I am wearing a shabby coat. Don't come back like snow, and I will miss you again. Who else could it be if it wasn't the angry Lu Lingyun who spoke first? Lucian couldn't help but look up. With such a small body and such a loud voice, it's no wonder that he was the first last year. The quality of this voice is comparable to Wei Zhang's. Good. The scholars present began to applaud. As expected of Lu Lingyun, he is an unparalleled poet. If this poem about the autumn moon is placed in the Mid-Autumn Festival, wouldn't it be more meaningful? I am ashamed of myself. Forget it. I won't compete. It's so difficult at the beginning. How can I compete later? You cowards, why don't you dare to compete? Look at me. Forget it, I don't want to compete either. Lu Lingyun's chest rose and fell, and the hatred in the corners of his eyes finally turned into pride. He also muttered in his heart, I originally wanted to make a move later, but I have already lost my face today. I took the lead to relieve my hatred. If you want to blame someone, blame that. A little girl, and that haughty? Li Shimin and Fang Xianling had retreated to the back. Looking at Lu Lingyun's appearance, Fang Xianling shook his head repeatedly. This boy is not good, narrow-minded, and still angry. Poetry is useless. Your Majesty, governing the country and assisting the king cannot rely on this. Li Shimin nodded. Old Fang, is there anyone you know here? Fang Xianling shook his head, and the bright moon appeared in the sky, as bright as a huge plate. He looked at the bright moon in the direction and sighed, Your Majesty, I thought of Brother Kemming. The atmosphere was silent. After Du Ruhuai passed away, Fang Xianling became more silent. Just when the two were silent, a laugh came from outside. You, a straw bag, dare to embarrass yourself. If you can come up with a good poem, I will eat this table. Then a familiar voice of Li Shimin appeared. You all dare not, then I can only come. The moonlight shines brightly in front of the bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I look up at the moon and think of my hometown. The expression on Li Shimin's face was extremely wonderful. He remembered who the voice was. It was the square-faced scholar who said my elder brother is Chang Soon Chong and I'll let my elder brother fuck you. Lifting the curtain and looking forward, Li Shimin's face turned green. This guy's poem is pretty damn good. Looking back at Fang Xianling, Fang Sunling's eyes were already filled with tears. After 3 years of separation from his old friend, he missed his friend by looking at the moon. Coupled with this poem, Fang Sunling's heart was plucked. Li Shimin was stunned. A poem made Fang Xianling cry. Is this square-faced scholar really something? Luo Wanggu was proud and arrogant, looking up and looking at people with his nose. Li Gang stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Luo Wanggu, your poem is good, better than most of the students today. As soon as these words came out, Luo Wanggu almost flew to the sky, and walked sideways. Thank you Mr. Li Gang for the compliment. Luo Wanggu glanced at the scholars who were still laughing at him just now, but now looked horrified and swallowed their sneers, and his face suddenly felt greasy. This 100 strings of cash are worth spending? It has to be the shopkeeper Lu Xian, who made a masterpiece as soon as he made a move. Li Gang sighed. Lu Lingyun's poem just now is gorgeous and thoughtful, but it is still a third-rate level. Luo Wanggu seems plain and unpretentious, but every word is heart-piercing and touches the heart. It is top-notch. Luo Wanggu raised his head and looked at the scholar who had just spoken, who said to eat the table. While talking, Luo Wanggu saw Lu Xian teasing Yaya in the crowd and smiled instantly. The two looked at each other, and everything was self-evident. The scholar who had just spoken had long gone. Everyone's face was full of doubts and disbelief. This idiot, who didn't even know a word last year, could write such a good poem this year? It's quite artistic. How is it possible? There must be something fishy. The falsely motivated person was immersed in incredible shock at this time, and the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. The real motivated person had already walked up to Luo Wanggu and began to lower his head. The person who scolded the most fiercely last year was the most diligent this year. Don't ask, just ask what Confucius said. Don't be ashamed to ask questions from those who are inferior to you. This person is not good. How can he write such an artistic poem? This poem is written by a person in his 30s or 40s. How old is he? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Shimin felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. He didn't believe that someone who could look up at the bright moon and think of his hometown could say, I want to fuck you? Is this the same person? Lu Lingyun's face was ugly. He stared at Luo Wanggu with a violent fluctuation in his eyes. This guy, an unlearned person, relied on his family's restaurant to win over others with his appetite and drink and brag. How could he write such a poem? Why? Is God so unfair? At this time, Yang Liufang, who had been waiting for a long time, also slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, Lu Lingyun raised his mouth. A person is lucky. I don't know where he got the poem from. It's okay to embarrass himself in front of everyone, and here comes another one, haha. What good sentences can he come up with? He is a person with no knowledge, and he can surpass me with a few random words. I, Lu Lingyun, will eat this table on the spot, not a drop left. After Lu Lingyun finished speaking, none of the scholars gathered around him dared to say a word. There are many ruthless people these days. In the early years of the Zhenguan period of the Tang dynasty, there were many people dueling on the long street, and they would make bold statements at any time. If you can win, I will eat something. At that time, No one knew who started it. All kinds of heroes showed their magical powers and ate a variety of things, which greatly enriched the vision of the people in Chang'an, Tang Dynasty, and made many chefs in Chang'an discover new ingredients. Of course, some people are almost disgusting. Lu Lingyun was deeply affected. Yang Liufang took a deep breath, sneered, and swept his eyes over the crowd. There were so many people present, many new faces, and many old faces. He remembered clearly how those old faces mocked him last year, and those harsh laughs seemed to be yesterday. When he saw Lu Xian, Yang Liufang was excited. With Luo Wanggu's pearls and jade in front of him, he was more confident. The desert sand is like snow, and the moon in Yinshan is like a hook. As soon as the two sentences came out, although Yang Liufang's voice was not loud, it was obvious that the buzzing sound just now seemed to have become much smaller. Everyone held their breath, and Li Gang even raised his eyebrows. He knew about this Yang Liufang. If he hadn't stopped the scene last year, I'm afraid that the young man's yearning for poetry and books would be completely destroyed. There's something in his two sentences? When Lu Lingyun heard these two sentences, his scalp numbed. Good or bad, doesn't he know that he is from a family of poetry and books? The most powerful thing about the Fanyang Lu family is the art of poetry and prose, and all the scholars in the world yearn for it. When will I have a golden headband and walk in the autumn? Yang Liufang held his head high and chest out, his thin body stood upright, and there seemed to be unspeakable pride in his eyes. Did you write this poem? Li Gang touched his beard and asked. Yang Liufang smiled and saluted Li Gang. Sir, it is indeed written by the student. Although it is bought and left in my hands, so it is written by me, which is reasonable, right? Li Gang was a little happy. Today's poetry meeting, I encountered two good poems at the beginning. Not bad, not bad. The young generation of the Tang Dynasty is about to rise. Yang Liufang saluted Li Gang, then turned his head and looked at Lu Lingyun. You wanted to eat from the table just now. Haha, I allow you to pick a smaller one. Lu Lingyun's smoke ring was full of blood, his fists were clenched, and his knuckles were white. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang Liufang laughed loudly, and suddenly his body shook when he remembered a sentence Lu Xian had told him, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't despise the poor young man. Li Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good? Young spirit? Good. Lu Lingyun's face turned pale, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out directly. The scene was in chaos. When Lu Lingyun vomited blood, Lu Xian covered Yaya's eyes appropriately. Yaya was very unhappy. I want to see them quarreling. Yaya, how can you say that? They are writing poems, how can they quarrel? Yaya said. What is writing poems? Lu Xian pondered for a moment. You can think that writing poems is not as interesting as quarreling. Yaya giggled, jumped, and clapped her hands. It turns out that writing poems is not as interesting as quarreling, so are they just what the ant next door said about being idle? As soon as these words came out, Li Lizi couldn't hold it back anymore. Puff. At the corner of the second floor, a middle-aged man looked unhappy after seeing Lu Lingyun being carried away. Young man, don't be too angry. Your poem is still a little lacking in quality. Besides, you are not poor. If the young master of Feng Zexuan is poor, then all of us would become beggars. The man's voice was calm, holding a glass of wine in his hand. When Yang Liufang heard this, his face flushed. Okay, when you scolded me last year, no one spoke for me. This year I just sprayed a few words, and you come to suppress me? Old man, you are not angry enough to be called a young man. It's not enough to just write poems to get involved. You have to have a background. What kind of business are you in? Tell me your name. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. I am Zheng Yale. Zheng Yale. In an instant, the people present seemed to remember something. Hiss. Is this the man who won the first place in the Poetry King contest for 10 consecutive times? Zheng Yale from Xingyang Zheng clan. Why is he here? Didn't he go back to Xingyang to be an official? Don't mess with him. They are all from the 5 surnames and 7 famous clan. We ordinary people can't mess with them. When the buzzing sounded, Li Shimin felt like something was pricking his ears. Can the 5 surnames and 7 famous clan be unreasonable? These people are too much. Beside Lu Xian, De Zhuang pointed at Zheng Yale. Master, look at the girl next to him. Hee. Lu Xian looked up and his heart trembled instantly. The girl sat there like a jade sculpture, as if she was covered by light clouds and floating like snow in the wind. Could it be Zhang Luan? Lu Xian narrowed his eyes. He heard that the most beautiful woman in the early Zhenguan period was Zhang Luan, who was extremely talented and beautiful, and Zhang Luan was from the Zhang clan of Xinyang. When Lu Xian squinted his eyes, he was a little relieved. I wanted to get along with you guys as a cook, but in return I could only eat cakes in silence. Now, I won't pretend anymore, I'm ready to move. Lu Xian, will also participate in this poetry meeting. Suddenly, Lu Xian felt someone approaching behind him. Sir, can I have a word with you? Lu Xian looked suspiciously at the scholars who appeared in front of him. I don't know you either, right? Then, Lu Xian saw Luo Wanggu's sly smile at the corner. A moment later, when Lu Xian came back, his face was full of smiles. Li Shu squeezed over. Lu Xian, why are you so happy? Lu Xian didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. How can I not be happy if I make money? 200 strings of cash for a poem, 10 poems sold, how can I not be happy? Lu Xian, what happy things have happened to you? Tell us so that we can be happy too. The accessories on Li Hui's body could no longer be seen. There was a bulging package in front of her. She held her head and shook it while looking at Lu Xian. Lu Xian shook his head, smiled but said nothing. Pointed at the field, indicating that he should continue to watch the excitement. Mung bean cake, so sweet. Behind the curtain behind Li Gang, Li Shimin, and Fang Xianling lowered their voices. Old Fang, your Fang family is also a famous and prominent family in the local area. Why is it not among the 5 surnames and 7 families? Fang Xianling could not hear what Li Shimin meant. Your Majesty, my lineage was still okay during the southern and northern dynasties, but it was already weak during the Sui dynasty. When I surrendered to your Majesty, I was penniless. I didn't look like a member of the gentry at all. Li Shimin touched his beard. Old Fang, do you have any ideas to get those people down? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes, with murderous intent. Fang Xianling shuddered. The last time he saw such eyes was at the secret meeting before the night of Sunwu Gate. Your Majesty, I dare to ask, do you really have a way to survive the winter? Yes. That's perfect, use this method, wrap up the righteousness, and deal with them, isn't it perfect? Too slow. Your Majesty, then I dare to ask which master came up with this method. Fang Xianling finally asked the key point. His Majesty has said the method of surviving the winter countless times in the past few years, each time it was different, and each time it didn't work very well. But this time, His Majesty didn't say a word, so someone must have spoken behind his back. Li Shimin smiled and stroked his beard. Prime Minister Fang, you are really good. Li Shimin didn't tell anyone about this matter, but Fang Xianling had already made the right judgment. It must be said that Fang Mao Duduan, both of them are extremely terrifying, meticulous, and are Li Shimin's right-hand man in governing the country. Now that he has lost an arm, he still has Fang Xiang. Li Shimin is very relieved. Just then, Li Shimin suddenly heard some movement. Raise the cup to invite the bright moon, and the shadow becomes 3 people. Although Li Shimin is a middle school student, he was a playboy when he was young, but he didn't always stay a playboy. The moment he heard this poem, his head buzzed. Cool, wonderful, free and easy, this artistic conception really touched my heart. Not long after, there was another round of applause, and the chattering of scholars. When will the moon come to the blue sky? I stop drinking and ask it now. People today don't see the moon of the ancient times, but this moon once shone on the ancients. Hiss. Could it be that there are so many geniuses in this year's Golden Autumn Poetry Festival? Li Shimin's face was flushed, and he excitedly pulled open the curtain and looked outside. More than a dozen scholars rushed to line up in front of Li Gang, and everyone was confident. The queue looked like the diners queuing outside the Tang Dynasty restaurant. When I was young, I didn't know the moon, I called it a white jade plate. Fang Xianling opened his mouth wide. Li Gang danced with excitement. Good, good, good. I send my sorrow to the bright moon, and follow the wind to the west of Yelang. Always keep a piece of moon, hanging on the pine trees in Dongzi. When one exciting poem after another appeared, everyone in the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival had the same expression. Mouths could not close. Even Zhang Yala, the former 10-time champion, was restless at this time, and his face twitched. The 3 sisters Li Lizi were even more excited, like other scholars, and stood up, their faces full of excitement. Lu Xian, listen, what a great sentence. I didn't expect that there are such talented people in my Tang dynasty. Why haven't I heard of it before? Lu Xian smiled without saying a word, not caring about how these scholars who rolled up were reveling. After all, there were so many poems in the Tang dynasty. You can roll as much as you want, and I can make this money for a long time. Humans do not share the same joys and sorrows. Lu Xian only cares about how much money he makes. Outside the attic, on the platform, the cold wind blows. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang are stunned by the three black men in front of them, and then they become cowardly. 3. Warriors. Call me master. Cheng Kumo became dissatisfied. Lu Xian said that the man on the street is like jade, and the master is unparalleled in the world. He is talking about me, Cheng Kumo. You actually call me a warrior? You are still scholars. Write a poem? Hurry up. Cheng Kumo said impatiently, I want to show off tonight. Seeing how powerful you two are, hurry up and write. Luo Wanggu and Ying Liufang looked at each other and suddenly froze. In previous years, they could not write a poem and were laughed at and scolded by others. This year, they spent money to buy poems and were scolded by others. Isn't this money wasted? Zhuang. Young master. Luo Wanggu couldn't help it. Anyway, Lu Xian had been sold out, so this one didn't matter. We too are not very capable. We spent 100 strings of cash to buy that poem from a gentleman. Cheng Kumo frowned. 100 strings of cash? Good man, so expensive? Are you too stupid? You can't choose a good reason to lie. After that, Cheng Kumo was about to hit someone. Niu Jianhu clenched his fists, his fingers crackled, and the corners of his mouth were raised. He was a master who had been fighting for many years. Luo Wanggu cried when he saw it. Really, really, 3 gentlemen, this poem can be bought for far more than 100 strings of cash, but that gentleman is indifferent by nature, doesn't like fame and fortune, and just casually offered a price. If it were someone else, it would be worth 1,000 gold. Cheng Kumo smiled. Who? Tell me. Datang Hotel, the young shopkeeper Lu Xian. Lu Xian? When Cheng Kumo heard this name, it was like eating honey, and the whole person became more comfortable. You two, get out of here quickly, no one can tell what happened tonight. Li Gang has already started dancing excitedly. How can he bear so many famous quotes at once? Lu Xian smacked his lips. Look, the great scholar dances differently, up and down, with something in his hand spinning the brush, and the strap on his shoulder fell off, but he didn't care. De Zhuang, see, heroes don't ask where they came from, and show-offs don't look at age. Learning never ends. Faced with this sentence, De Zhuang didn't quite understand it, and murmured, a show-off doesn't care about age. Hee. Just then, Lu Xian heard a voice, Brother Lu Xian, hee. When Lu Xian turned around, he saw Cheng Kumo's peerless face. A moment later, on the platform, in the cold wind, Yuchi Baolin was writing frantically with a pen. Cheng Kumo nodded repeatedly, constantly groping for the previous stuff from his body. It's more direct to see a tiger when an ox sees a tiger. To participate in a poetry meeting, you must bring the best things on your body to show off. To watch the fun, you have to have face. He took out the ancient jade given to him by Li Shiman. Brother Lu Xian, this one costs at least 500 strings of cash, and it may not be bought. That's something in the palace. It's not too much to buy a poem, right? It should be majestic and powerful. Cheng Kumo smiled and spoke. Lu Xian nodded. Yuchi Baolin pondered for a while. Brother Lu Xian, I am a scholar. When this was said, Niu Jianhu and Cheng Kumo rolled their eyes. Yuchi Baolin was thick-skinned, comparable to the walls of Chang'an, and smiled calmly. A more gorgeous one is good, it doesn't have to be related to war. Niu Jianhu didn't have any requirements. Brother Lu Xian, you can write whatever you want, hee. I just want to save face. Lu Xian looked at a lot of valuable things in his hand, put them in the system to estimate the price, and was stunned for a moment. 2,000 strings of cash. These nobles are still rich. When Lu Xian came back, Yaya was obviously a little impatient, squatting on Dazhuang's shoulders, waving at Lu Xian. Where have you been? I thought you didn't want Yaya anymore. Lu Xian touched Yaya's head. Look, I'm just going outside to get some fresh air. I'm so anxious that your braid is crooked. While speaking, Lu Xian skillfully combed the drooping whip on Yaya's head again, and this time, the braid stood up again. Yaya didn't know what the braid was like, but she just felt that it was a bit heavy on her head. She kept trying to grab the top of the whip, but she couldn't reach it. After a while of excitement, Li Gang was finally able to take a breath. I didn't expect that the scholars of the Tang dynasty are so talented. This is a blessing for the Tang dynasty. When you pass the imperial examination, you will definitely be able to assist the king and usher in a prosperous era. Old man Li Gang's eyes were filled with tears. This scene made people sigh. Even Cheng Sun Chong, who had been in front, didn't dare to speak nonsense. Previously, he could still say a few sarcastic words, such as it's useless to be able to write poems. You need background to get involved. Do you have someone above you? Do you have a father who is a duke? Do you have an uncle who is an emperor? Now that Li Gang has spoken, he is silent. The three sisters Li Lizzie are also a little surprised at this time. Lu Xian, why is Mr. Li Gang crying? Lu Xian smiled faintly, maybe he is happy, crying with joy. Others don't understand, but Lu Xian knows. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, especially the Sui and the early Tang dynasties, those who can read are all people from wealthy and noble families. Those who can write amazing and talented poems are mostly from famous families. In this era, court poets are more powerful, and the involution of the common people has not yet begun, and the scholars in the folk have not yet been exposed to top resources. To put it bluntly, whether you write good poems or not, in most cases, you can tell by your background. But among the scholars tonight, many of them are sons of merchants. In poetry and prose, they are aggressive and enterprising. Li Gang instantly realized that this was a sign of the coming of the great Tang dynasty. How could he not be happy? At this moment, a rough and annoying voice came. You are too happy too early. This voice almost choked Lu Xian. As expected of Cheng Kumo, his appearance is different from others. It was none other than the three brothers of Cheng Kumo. Cheng Kumo was careless, with the appearance of a dandy boy, and he didn't even walk like a scholar. Niu Jianhu was a little more disciplined. He didn't have many characteristics of Lao Niu, but inherited his mother's appearance. He was the most scholar-like person among the three. Yuchi Baolin, well, was very Yuchi Gong. If he was put in the future, he would look like a fish that slipped through the net of 9-year compulsory education. Li Shimin was behind him, listening happily. If the students were more powerful than each other, the happiest person was Li Shimin. The saying that all the talents in the world were in his grasp was fulfilled. Long face? Suddenly, he heard a voice that didn't sound like a scholar's voice. Li Shimin took a curious look and almost fainted. Write poems? Cheng Kumo, Niu Jianhu, Yuchi Baolin? Do you have any misunderstandings about writing poems? If you can write poems, I will stand on my head. Forget it, a monarch should be calm. Old Fang, do you think these three little guys can write poems? Fang Xianling smiled indifferently. Your Majesty, this should be some, but it's hard to say whether it's good or bad. It may be more unconventional. Li Shimin stroked his beard. Good, Prime Minister Fang, you actually gave them face. These three guys didn't persist in studying in the palace for 3 days. They took Shingen and Kinkei to pull out Mr. Li Gang's beard. I remember it very clearly. If they can write poems, forget it, that, old Fang, how about making a bet? Fang Xianling heard it and felt helpless. Your Majesty, then I bet they can write. I bet they can't. 10 strings of money. This is the bad thing about being a minister. You can't win when you bet with the emperor. Even if you win, you have to say that it's a reward from His Majesty. Today, there are only 2 emperors and ministers, so Fang Xianling naturally has to play the supporting role. Your Majesty, you just said that if they can write poems, what would you do? Li Shimin grinned, but he couldn't say too much, because he didn't like eating that stuff. Seeing Cheng Kumo and the other 2, Li Gang was startled and stood up to run away. These 3 guys dared to pull his beard in the palace, not to mention outside the palace. What if His Majesty is here? These 3 bastards don't know. 3 young masters, I suddenly remembered that I have some things to do at home, so I'll leave first. But as soon as he stood up, he was stopped. Hey, Mr. Li Gang, don't be anxious. We 3 have really studied hard, just listen. Jianhu, you first. Li Gang took a deep breath, looked at the 3 people, and was ready to wash his ears. At this time, the drunken Chang Sun Chong suddenly noticed that it was them. Haha, Cheng Kumo, it turned out to be you. You can write poems? Why don't I know? In Chang'an, everyone knows that you, Cheng Kumo, have no knowledge of literature and can't write a word, and you still write poems? Laugh out loud. When the scholars heard this, they burst into laughter. How is Mount Tai? The green of Qi and Lu is endless. Niu Jianhu's steady voice appeared. Boom! Amid the laughter of the crowd, Niu Jianhu's voice slowly appeared, like a muffled thunder. Huh? It sounds like the same thing. This. Isn't he the son of Bull Demon King? I heard that he would fall asleep when reading. How could it be possible? Did he pretend before? These two sentences have something? Facing the discussion of the crowd, Niu Jianhu was not panicked at all. Nature has endowed the gods with beauty, and yin and yang divide the dusk and dawn. The clouds are born in my chest, and the returning birds are in my eyes. At this point, Niu Jianhu paused, winked at Cheng Kumo, and turned around to bow to everyone. Ahem, I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the mountains. At this moment, there was complete silence. Everyone had only one thought: impossible, absolutely impossible. This world is too crazy. Martial artists also have to take exams, and they are also taking exams on poetry. Li Gang frowned many times tonight, and now he is a little numb. Sitting on the couch, his mind is full of doubts. Slowly getting up from the couch, Yuchi Bailin ran over quickly and held Li Gang's shoulder. Mr. Li Gang, I haven't read my poem yet. Li Gang waved his hand and glanced at Yuchi Bailin. Don't worry, I won't run away. Li Gang pulled Niu Jianhu, looked left and right. Did you write this? Niu Jianhu blushed and proudly puffed out his chest. Mr. Li Gang, this is written by me. Li Gang nodded. There is progress, not bad. No, except that it doesn't fit the mood of tonight. It can be said to be a masterpiece that only appears once in decades. This is still Li Gang's conservative evaluation. Li Gang's heart is already rumbling. You said that such poems were written by the son of a military general? Who would believe it if I told others? Yuchi Bailin also smiled and bowed to Li Gang at this time. Sir, please listen to me. Last year on this day, the face of the man and the peach blossoms reflected each other. I don't know where the face of the man has gone, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. Yuchi Bailin's requirements are gorgeous and beautiful. Lucian didn't think much about it. He thought of the 108 wards in Chang'an. There seemed to be an old Wang in each ward. The neighbors of the old Wang in each ward seemed to always change very diligently, so he wrote this poem. Li Gang's face was ruddy and he suddenly laughed. Good, good, good. Although it's not the theme of tonight, it's well written. You're a poetic talent that only appears once in decades. General Yuchi should be relieved to have you. At this time, Li Shimin, who was standing behind, suddenly blushed when he heard this poem. This guy, stealing is stealing. Why is it so beautiful? I'm a little dissatisfied. What right do they have? At this time, Fang Xianling kept laughing and bowed to Li Shimin. Thank you, Your Majesty. There are already 2 poems. It seems that I won by luck. 10 strings of money. I can't spend it all in a year. Li Shimin took a deep breath, and there was still Cheng Kumo. Don't worry, although the victory and defeat have been decided, you have to lose clearly. 10 strings of money, hiss, can have several meals at the Datang Hotel. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Cheng Kumo glanced at the scholars who were already stunned and smiled and stood up. Lying in a lonely village without feeling sorry for myself, I still think of guarding Luntai for my country. Ahem, my father is a military general, and I have also practiced martial arts since I was young. There is nothing wrong with writing about war, right? After saying this, he waved his fist as big as a sandbag. The scholar was about to cry. Look at him, he actually knows how to use idioms. Lying in bed late at night listening to the wind and rain, iron horses on the icy river, come into my dreams. Cheng Kumo was straightforward, then hugged his arms and leaned back. What is a great poet? Have you seen it? Which girl will win the first prize this year? I can't wait, come out quickly. The first part was normal, and it didn't matter if he won. But the latter sentence made Li Gang's face turn blue and purple. Li Shimin's face was even more livid. 3 poems, 2 of which are different from the theme of tonight. One is a positive poem, and the ambition of young people is reasonable. A poem about those lecherous thieves in Chang'an City, lamenting that things have changed and times have changed, seems to be reasonable. The last poem is so tragic, but you, Cheng Kumo, are so young. When did you lie dead in an isolated village? This poem clearly describes the state of mind of an old man. How the hell are you old? Li Shimin was furious. Fang Xianling sighed. Your Majesty, 10 strings of money, 10 strings of money, can't be spent in a year. Li Shimin had a dark face and said nothing. Cheng Sun Chang's face was a little ugly now. He looked at the poem in his sleeves. He bought it from an official in the palace. The official was good at poetry and prepared to use it as the finale, but he took it out directly, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. If I don't tell you, you won't know. The little movement was very fast, but Chang Kumo had already reached Cheng Sun Chong's face. Little bastard, what did you just say? You. Before Cheng Sun Chong could say anything, a fist had already greeted him. Originally, Li Gang was still immersed in the artistic conception of the three poems, carefully appreciating them. His whole body was hot and excited. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic, and Cheng Kumo started to beat people. Lu Xian quickly covered Yaya's eyes. It seemed that Cheng Kumo had beaten Cheng Sun Chong more than once. He was skilled in the method. He was even familiar with how Cheng Sun Chong would dodge and predicted Cheng Sun Chong's prediction. At this time, in the corner, a woman's eyes flashed with some doubts, and then she silently picked up a pen and recorded something on the book in her hand. Cousin, do you think the descendants of these generals are really different from the past? Zhang Yale blushed when facing his cousin's question. Since the first year of Weud, he has been the king of poetry for 10 consecutive years. Later, after he returned to Xingyang, it was that Lu Lingyun and his group who took the top spot. At this time, his face was ashen. Cheng Kumo was a bull who saw a tiger. What kind of person was Wei Qi Bailin? Didn't he know? Cousin, what's wrong with you? Why is your face red? Zhang Yale took a deep breath, refreshed. Zhang Luan sighed and shook her head silently. She remembered all the poems tonight. She must think about them carefully when she goes back. More than a dozen of them are very good. If each of them is taken out separately, I am afraid that they can win the top spot in any year. Lu Xian noticed Zhang Luan. When the messy scene just subsided under Li Gang's persuasion, Lu Xian said something in Yaya's ear. Yaya's eyes lit up, she stood up excitedly, stood on the table with her hands behind her back, and paced back and forth. When she saw a plate or something blocking her way, she kicked it away with her feet, with a proud look on her face. When will the bright moon appear? I ask the blue sky with wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky. Yaya's childish voice was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Reader, no way, a child is also a poet? I don't want to live anymore. When Li Shimin heard this voice, he was instantly shocked. It's him? It must be him? Lu Xian, my second brother, you really made me lose 10 strings of money. Li Gang's face was dull, looking at Yaya who was like a little adult. His beard was trembling, and he almost knelt down. These few sentences are too fairy. Li Lizi, Yaya is great. This poem must have been written by Lu Xian, right? Li Shu, it's so beautiful, it's worthy of Lu Xian. Li Hui, in the beautiful building, there are only me and Lu Xian. Zhang Yale's eyes went dark, and the scholars in the Tang dynasty were afraid that they couldn't sleep tonight. Yaya continued to pretend, enjoying the attention of everyone. Only one look was looking at Lu Xian. Zhang Luan knew that a child could not have such a deep attainment, so it could only be the person behind her. Yaya read a sentence and looked at Lu Xian. This detail was noticed. Zhang Luan raised her lips and sketched a simple sketch on the book. Soon, Lu Xian's image came to life on the paper. Handsome man, I will find you. When he returned to the palace, Li Shimin still had a frustrated look on his face. Your Majesty, why are you so unhappy? Didn't you go to the poetry meeting? Did you find some folk poets? Li Shimin said unhappily. Guanyin, you asked a good question. There are poets, and a lot of them, more than a dozen. They are all top poets. The poems they say, ordinary literati can't write them in their lifetime. In the words of Mr. Li Gang, it may be a quatrain that appears once in a few decades. I think Mr. Li Gang is still a little conservative. It is rare to see it in 100 years. Humph. After saying that, Li Shimin snorted. Empress Chang soon frowned in confusion. It was obviously something worth being happy about. Why was His Majesty so unhappy? Your Majesty, isn't this a good thing? The Tang dynasty scholars are unparalleled in talent and learning, and it is a good thing that so many talented young people have emerged. Your Majesty once said that all the talents in the world are within your grasp. Now it has come true. Your Majesty should be happy. Li Shimin snorted coldly. Guanyin, you only know one thing, not the other. The amazing and talented poems that appeared tonight are indeed rare in a century. I was also very excited when I heard them. But look at those people, either they are from merchants, they can't walk properly, and they can't speak clearly, but when they read their poems, they are more agile than each other. Empress Chang soon smiled, Your Majesty, don't judge heroes by their origins, isn't that what Your Majesty said? The Emperor Jeozu of the Han Dynasty was born in a humble family, but it did not delay he founded the Han Dynasty. Li Shimin shook his head, furious, Cheng Kumo, Niu Jianhe, Yuqi Baolin, these three people actually wrote a poem, each of which is unparalleled in the world, and each of them makes me tremble in my heart. Guanyanbi, Cheng Kumo, Niu Jianhe, Yuqi Baolin, are they good at studying? I lost 10 strings of money. Empress Chang soon smiled, Your Majesty, you are biased. Maybe it is the result of their hard work and unremitting writing. Li Shimin sneered, Guanyanbi, you think too highly of them. Cheng Kumo is idle every day, Niu Jianhe is in the army, and Yuqi Baolin has not learned many words so far, and can only use the seal. Empress Chang soon realized something was wrong at once. By the way, even a child, a 4-year-old girl, can write a poem, and now it is being sung by the whole Pingkangfang, saying that the poet has come to the world. Li Shimin laughed when he spoke. Empress Chang soon was also stunned. Your Majesty, why did the poetry meeting turn out like this? At this moment, she finally understood why His Majesty came back in such a huff. Together, the first day of the Golden Autumn Poetry meeting became a joke. When the atmosphere was silent, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, followed by an anxious voice, Report, Your Majesty, He Jin is back. Li Shimin suddenly shook his body, sweeping away the previous haze. Here? Finally here? Yaya was naturally happy to recite poetry tonight, but after coming back, she began to feel sleepy. Yaya, you can't sleep. When I asked you to recite poetry just now, I said that he would let you come back to eat delicious food. If you sleep now, it won't count tomorrow. Yaya was trying to stay energetic. Nothing was more important than eating. In the kitchen of Lu Mansion, Lu Xian summoned the mobile kitchen, pulled out a pig's head, cut it into shreds, and put it in front of Yaya. Yaya had already fallen asleep, but she was drooling in her sleep. After covering Yaya with the quilt, Lu Xian heard the movement in Dazhuang's room. He walked over quietly and found that Dazhuang was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and kicking the wall. Lu Xian sighed and shook his head. Who said that idiots are heartless? Dazhuang still misses the Datang hotel, where he grew up. After taking stock of the harvest tonight, Lu Xian suddenly felt that it seemed quite good to be a poetry seller in the Tang dynasty. If the paper here was cheaper, it would be even better. If the printing technology was more classic, then he could move all the things in the future. It's exciting to think about it. Making money or not is secondary. The main thing is to create your own spiritual food in this cold feudal society. Make a little money by the way. What about 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi? Don't bully young people into being poor, don't bully middle-aged people into being poor, don't bully old people into being poor. In the end, the dead person is the finale. I get excited just thinking about it. Let me leave behind some powerful legends. For example, I, Lu Huaqiang, have done everything I have done throughout my life, so why do I need to explain it to others? Dezhuang's name is Lu Huaqiang, which was given to Dezhuang after Lu Xian traveled through time. When the time comes, I will write more about Direnja's case. Well, follow Direnja's path, leaving Direnja with nowhere to go when he grows up. Lu Xian thought of this and silently wrote it down in his mind. These plans should be realized in a short time. The next morning, Lu Xian's door was knocked open. The person who came in was none other than Li Shimin. Lu Renayuan was stunned when he saw Li Shimin early in the morning. Let's salute. Is your majesty now, or is he old Li? No courtesy. What if his majesty is your majesty? Li Shimin waved his hand. Tell my second brother that I'm here to see him. Oh, it turns out to be Li Er? In the main hall, Li Shimin looked anxiously in the direction of the kitchen. Lu Xian, why don't you cook something delicious this early in the morning? Lao Li, you want to eat shit? There are so many delicious ones. Isn't there any braised chicken or twice-cooked pork? Eating so much greasy food in the morning is not good for your health. You don't want your wife to be a widow, right? In one sentence, Li Shimin was basically certain that the song Peach Blossoms and Human Faces was definitely written by Lu Xian. At first glance, it was a true portrayal of people in Chang'an who often visited other people's homes. Your title is down. In the Tang dynasty, officials above the 5th rank, especially high-ranking officials, attended court every morning. Officials above the 9th rank and below the 5th rank followed the principle of attending court on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. During his term, Li Shimin was considered to be quite diligent, and occasionally changed the time and summoned him temporarily. Once every 5 days, once every 3 days, once every 7 days, the time varied. Li Shimin worked hard to govern the country and left his name in history. But for officials in Chang'an who needed to attend court, it was hard. Your Majesty, you will leave your name in history no matter what, but we are just reporting for duty. It's just work, and you only make a few strings of money a month. What's the point of playing with your life? Getting up so early and sleeping so late, dealing with endless government affairs, and being scolded by Wei Zhang for slacking off, even if you are a birthday star, you won't live more than 3 years. The last big court meeting was about 6 days ago. 2 or 3 days later, it was the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month court meeting, with the most officials and the most complete staff. Li Shimin planned to announce Lu Xian's title at that time. After making this decision, Li Shimin wrote an imperial edict himself and brought it over to tell Lu Xian quietly. When he came to Lu Xian, Li Shimin pretended to be profound. Your Majesty means that your title is real, but in Chang'an, most of the people with titles have made great contributions in the past. Second brother, in order to protect you, the current emperor will not let anyone come to announce the decree. I will do it for you and bring it to you. Lu Xian looked at the imperial edict in Li Shimin's hand and teased, Old Li, what's wrong with you? You are a royal relative and you insist on competing to be a eunuch. What do you think the eunuchs in the palace will think if you do this? You wasted so much effort, and that thing is gone, and someone else took your job away. Wouldn't you be angry to death? What if they get angry and urinate in the current emperor's soup? Tut tut. Li Shimin's face became extremely ugly, his beard curled up, the corners of his mouth trembled, and he sucked in cold air. Hiss. Good for you Lu Xian, I endure it? Old Li, why did your face change? Are you scared? It's okay, I won't tell anyone about this. Why is your face red? Oh, why is it yellow again? Is your imperial edict fake? Li Shimin was angry and slammed the table, shaking with anger. Lu Xian was stunned. Brother, what's wrong with you? You are sulking in the morning and slamming the table. Yaya is still sleeping. What if she wakes up? I wanted to ask you if you want to eat pig head meat. Li Shimin took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Hurry up and bring it up. Second brother, I'm starving. Do you know that this man from Lanshan County has a fief of 5 hectares, which is equivalent to a 5th rank official? No one in Chang'an dares to bully you. Lu Xian smiled. This wave was just right. Li Shimin came here to ask him for something. Old Li, what you said is true. You and I are brothers, but we have worshipped heaven and earth. If you care about this, you will be a little more hardworking. This wave of moral kidnapping made Li Shimin's face turn green instantly, but after a long time, he sighed and smiled. Because, the plate of pig head meat was served. Li Shimin directly grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth. Although it was cold last night, the taste that rushed straight to his head made Li Shimin crazy in an instant. Satisfied, very satisfied? The coal is available, but when the current emperor used it, he found that the stove was not easy to use. Tell me, how to use this thing best. Lu Xian frowned. Old Li, what you said is true. There are fire dragons under the palace of the current emperor, which is the kind of ground vein stove we are talking about. This thing seems to be the heating of later generations, and it is also like the Kong in the north. However, in the imperial palace, under the palace, every few meters there is an overhead space, which is roughly similar to the brick and tile flue next to the chimney. After being sealed with mud, it becomes the best heating stove. Just focus on burning coal in the place where the fire is burning. Li Shimin smiled, his mouth bulged, as if he had not eaten. What is this thing called? Pig head meat. You know, what you eat is what you replenish, just in time for you. Lao Li, your brain is not enough, eat more, replenish your brain. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. If this thing is not delicious, I must fight with you today. What if it is an ordinary citizen? When Li Shimin asked this question, Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Old Li, are you in trouble? Ordinary people, of course, use a stove. Just an ordinary iron stove will do. Look at the stove behind you. It's a layer of iron sheet, with yellow mud inside. Leave a ash mouth at the bottom and a flue at the top. Make 2 smoke pipes to connect to the outside. Isn't that enough? Li Shimin looked back and finally understood why he always smelled a pungent smell in Ganlu Hall. It turned out that he didn't build a chimney. You can find a blacksmith to make this thing. Old Li, you don't plan to do this business yourself, do you? I heard that the iron business is in the hands of the government in the Tang dynasty. You can't touch it. Li Shimin pretended to smile. Hey, how can that be possible? How can we do that kind of business? This business should be done by the confidant of the current emperor. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be Chang Sunwuji. When Lu Xian heard the 4 words Chang Sunwuji, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Oh, this name sounds very domineering. But there is a bad thing. The price of such a stove cannot be high, so it is not profitable. Think about it, if the coal that your majesty wants to sell is expensive, how can ordinary people afford it? So, a stove must be sold at a loss for 30 cents, and the coal will make it back. When Li Shimin heard Lu Xian's words, he frowned and immediately felt that things were not simple. This is the first time I have heard of it. Lu Xian was not in a hurry and poured tea. Old Li, do you know why some things in the grocery store in the West Market are cheap and some are expensive? Of course, cheap things are not valuable. Not at all, not at all. Those cheap things usually need to be sold with a slightly more expensive thing. When used together, one even loses 3 cents, but the other one makes 10 cents, isn't it back? Li Shimin almost jumped up. Hey, you are absolutely right. After that, Li Shimin was about to run with the plate in his hand, stuffing his mouth with pork head meat, and suddenly turned back. I heard that a poet appeared in Chang'an last night, and she was a 4-year-old girl. Could it be Yaya? Li Shimin asked tentatively. Yaya is so young, she can't even understand the Analects. How can she write poetry? Second brother, you are not honest at all. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Old Li, don't talk nonsense, it's not true. I will sue you for defamation. I will sue you for defamation. Li Shimin now roughly understands Lu Xian's temperament, but he can't figure out why Yaya came to write such a poem at the end. At this time, Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin's back and smiled. If Yaya didn't show up, would Zheng Luan come to me specifically? Of course, there was another curious thing in Lu Xian's eyes. That was the most beautiful woman in the Zhenguan period of the Tang dynasty who was extremely beautiful and unparalleled in the world. At this time, Zheng Luan should be about 16 years old, right? She might have encountered something when she came to Chang'an at this time. When I saw her last night, I was as astonished as any other woman. In addition, sitting in front of Zheng Yale, she might be something special. She should be a descendant of the Zheng family in Xingyang. Diamond suit. These days, this kind of woman is like a firefly in the dark night, unable to be hidden. In the 7th year of Zhenguan, Empress Changsun was still not in bad health, and she was not in a hurry to find another woman to serve Li Shimin. Zheng Luan seemed to have arrived in Chang'an a year in advance. Of course, Lu Xian could slap his chest and swear to God at this time that he definitely didn't have any thoughts about Zheng Luan. He mainly wanted to encounter a true love in this cold world and understand why she called her Cao. There is a saying in later generations, thousands of years ago, Cao was a spirit. Thousands of years later, Cao is a title and a belief. Curiosity is pure curiosity. No one should think too much. Yesterday's poetry meeting was a mess, and the subsequent auction did not take place. Li Lizi didn't give away anything she stole from Li Shimin's internal funds. The poem Li Shu prepared was even more difficult to use in front of a group of earth-shattering poems. As for Li Hui, carrying a bag full of gold accessories, she was very tired in the end and had no chance to buy Lu Xian treasures such as calligraphy and paintings that would be auctioned later. Despite this, the 3 sisters were excited along the way because Lu Xian seemed extremely happy yesterday. In the early morning, Li Lizi woke up very early. The things she didn't send out last night must be put back into her father's internal funds tonight, and her father must not find out. After secretly putting it back, Li Lizi decided to go back. But when passing by the Manhwa Hall, I found no one inside. Father is not here. Li Lizi's eyes suddenly lit up and she had a special idea. If you take out 1 or 2 things from the Manhwa Palace, your father will probably not notice it, right? There are too many good things in the Manhwa Palace. My father is busy with everything, so why would he care about it? Even if I take more, not 1, not 2, not 3. Thinking of this, Li Lizi suddenly laughed. There were not many disturbances in the court today. Wei Zheng was not rude, but Li Shimin always felt that something was missing. After the mediocre flattery, the court dispersed. Li Shimin summoned Chang Sun Wuji to the imperial study. Auxiliary machine, there is something you need to do. When Chang Sun Wuji heard Li Shimin's words, his squinted eyes instantly lit up. Your Majesty has entrusted me with this, and I will definitely die without mercy. Li Shimin waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so nervous. Auxiliary machine, you have followed me for many years, and I have never asked for anything from you. Nowadays, there are always rumors going up and down the court, saying that I am too kind to you and that you are playing tricks on me. The sweat on Chang Sun Wuji's forehead suddenly fell down. He never expected that such a thing would come out of Li Shimin's mouth. I never expected that these words would be so straightforward, without any modification. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Chang Sun Wuji was very sensible and immediately apologized. Li Shimin grinned. It doesn't matter, it's time to shut their mouths with practical actions. This matter belongs to you. Li Shimin smiled and took out a booklet with many graphics and small characters as logos. These were all things Li Shimin wrote down from Lu Xian. Auxiliary machinery, this kind of thing should be sold together with my coal. It can be used in conjunction with it. The number of people in the world who can use coal will buy a stove. What do you think? In an instant, Chang Sun Wuji changed his previous submissive and passive attitude and straightened his back. My lord, Sun Wuji, thank you so much, Your Majesty, long live, long live, long live. I cannot repay Your Majesty's kindness. Li Shimin interrupted directly. Hey, it's too early to say this now. This is a good thing for meritorious service. I only have one request. The price of such a thing cannot exceed 20 coins. Chang Sun Wuji looked at the graphics on the booklet, and the joy in his mind suddenly turned into the current shock. 20 cents? No, what's going on, Your Majesty? No matter how many times a blacksmith makes a thing, the price still costs tens of cents. What's more, this thing looks quite difficult. Your Majesty, I have never seen this thing before. Isn't it just an iron stove? What's the difference between seeing it and not seeing it before? Just follow the prescription, follow the instructions, and follow the instructions. Auxiliary equipment, you can't do it, right? Li Shimin squinted his eyes and smiled, but no matter who here, you can see the murderous look in his eyes. Mining coal and selling it is a good strategy that I have decided on. Only this method can save the people from the dire straits. In the winter, the weather is very cold. If there is no coal, how will the people of the Tang dynasty survive the cold winter? If there is no iron stove, how will they use coal? You don't want the people in the world to survive the winter safely, do you? Li Shimin pointed to the stove that was newly installed last night. Look at this masonry and clay stove. There are always some places that don't fit perfectly. Go, auxiliary machine, if this is done, I will give you a big reward. After going out, Chang Sun Wuji felt desolate in his heart. No, 20 cents for an iron stove would probably be lost to my grandma's family. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Chang Sun Wuji was walking on the road with his hands behind his back. His whole heart was filled with turmoil. Your Majesty, you have changed. Just after taking a few steps, I heard a deep voice. Lord Sikong, I finally found you. Chang Sun Wuji looked up and saw a face he least wanted to see. He turned around and wanted to leave. Wei Zhang grinned. I finally stopped you. Did you forget something when you asked me to polish my pen last time? The corners of Chang Sun Wuji's mouth twitched twice, and his eyes narrowed further. Shiz Hongwei, it turns out that's what happened. Last time you left without saying a word. I thought you disdained those worldly desires. Wei Zhang smiled and was not in a hurry. Hey, last time there was something urgent and I was in a hurry to go home. Master Sikong was forgetful. I just came here to remind him. Chang Sun Wuji knew that the money had to be paid out. It doesn't matter, anyway, the iron stove thing can be earned back, right? In the early morning, the Lu mansion was very lively. The cold late autumn didn't seem to dampen Lu Renayuan's enthusiasm. He stood in the yard and his mouth was steaming with excitement. Twisting, that's right. Take 2 steps. Once you learn it, take 2 steps if it's okay. The 10 maids in front of me were each feeling more uncomfortable than the last. They walked like cats, and they always felt that something was not right. Looking at the maids walking in a catwalk, Yaya clapped her hands and laughed. Lu Renayuan smiled and touched his chin, not in a hurry at all. My lord said that this matter is very simple. Today, you are no longer ordinary people after wearing cheongsam. You must change the bad habits of ordinary maids. When you arrive at the Datang hotel, whether you are welcoming guests at the door or serving tea and water inside, everyone should be smarter. If anyone makes a mistake, when you come back, hee. Lu Renayuan touched the whip in his hand. As the chief steward of Lu Mansion, he strictly follows Lu Xian's standards to do things. This habit seems to be no different from before. In the past, I listened to His Majesty, and now I listen to my lord. Is there any difference? The only difference may be that it is easier to work here with my lord. General Steward Lu, this fork is too high. A maid blushed and her weak voice floated out, like a mosquito. Lu Renayuan raised his eyebrows, and then said firmly, see, this is the style of our Datang hotel. This is the temperament of our Datang hotel. This is the style of our Datang hotel. The higher the fork is, the better the temperament is. The better the fork is, the better the business is. Come on, all the beauties of Datang hotel, good morning. In an instant, the 10 maids stood in a straight line as if they had heard some signal. Good, very good, very good. This scene directly frightened Li Shimin, who had just entered the door. Li Shimin was holding a yellow cloth bag in his hand, with his hands behind his back, like a little old man, but he obviously walked with the wind. Where is Lu Xian? Lu Renayuan turned around and saw Li Shimin's majestic face. Master Li, the lord is inside. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. Lu Renayuan was well informed. I came here yesterday and was named Lu Xian County Man. I came here today to change my identity. After all, after solving the iron stove problem, the people of the Tang dynasty will have fewer problems, and more people will survive this winter. To solve such a big problem, a county man, is it too stingy? He got up overnight to draft the imperial edict again, and came to deliver it after the morning court in the early morning. By the way, have breakfast. Lu Zongguan is well informed, and I admire him. But after today, he may not be a noble, haha, the latest title is Lanshan County Earl. Lu Renayuan's mouth opened all of a sudden. It's been less than a day? Changed again? What is a county man of the Tang dynasty? Lu Renayuan is not unaware. That is a county man of the founding country. Only those who made great contributions at the time are eligible to be granted the title. After the second year of Zhenguan, didn't His Majesty say that no more titles would be granted, and the previous titles would be hereditary? Why did he change his mind? Go on. These girls are pretty good, very energetic. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back and ran straight to the backyard, his nose twitching wildly as he walked. As soon as he entered the backyard, Li Shimin smiled. Second brother, I knew you were diligent and got up early. Come, I'll show you a treasure. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin in astonishment, with some doubts in his heart. Li Shimin, can you be more serious? You are the emperor after all, don't always make people misunderstand you every time you open your mouth. You said you would see it? Then what kind of person am I, Lu Xian? Okay, big brother. Nothing else, mainly because I saw the yellow corner, thinking that Li Shimin came to give gifts again. What are you eating? It smells so good. Old Li, didn't you say you wanted to see the treasure? I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry, let's talk about what to eat for breakfast first. Li Shimin was aroused by the fragrance just now. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said seriously, Old Li, do you want to eat for free? Li Shimin was immediately unhappy. Lu Xian, do you think my brother is that kind of person? Brother, come here and tell you good news. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin suspiciously, was silent for a while, and sighed, Old Li, you are becoming more and more like that, magpie. The imperial edict from above has come down. County Earl, Lanshan County Earl, how about it? Is this, promoted? Lu Xian suddenly realized that he was promoted to a higher level. Li Shimin leaned back tactically and leaned back on the chair, right, haha, our Old Li is also a capable person. Speaking of it, we have a life and death friendship with the current emperor. We were beaten in the same trench in the past. Just tell me how you plan to thank me. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin calmly, this is given to me by the emperor, not you. Why are you so excited? You don't think that your last name is Li, which means you are the current emperor, right? Li Shimin didn't react for a while, and his face flushed. Ahem, Lu Xian, you always give me some surprises. In the backyard, at the dining area, on the small table, Yaya and Daz Wang cleaned up their bowls and chopsticks and left. Li Shimin and Lu Xian looked at each other, looking at the sticky soup on the table and the golden cake in the middle, and their throats seemed to be drowned by something. Lu Xian, what is this delicious? Lu Xian picked up a piece of cut oil cake, put it in the spicy soup, soaked it, and then picked it up and put it in his mouth. Li Shimin couldn't wait for Lu Xian's answer, so he followed suit without saying a word. The moment the cake soaked in spicy soup was put into his mouth, a warm taste that made Li Shimin's whole body rush straight to his forehead. Fragrant, pungent, numb, and refreshing. Good? Delicious? Good stuff. Li Shimin gulped down the rice, not even spilling the soup from the corner of his mouth, and took a sip without leaking a drop. Lu Xian sat aside. Old Li, does this county official have any privileges? For example, you don't have to kneel down when you see the emperor, and you are proud of being a prince. You know, I don't like these false names. I don't want to walk on the road all day long with county uncle written on my forehead. Li Shimin almost spit out a mouthful of spicy soup, stretched his neck suddenly, and after swallowing a big mouthful, he looked at Lu Xian. Second brother, don't go too far. This opportunity of yours is a once-in-a-100-year opportunity. You are on the 4th level. It is not an exaggeration to say that one person is inferior to 10,000 people. As long as it is not something heinous, it is nothing. I don't know what the current saint is interested in. Anyway, you can take it. Lu Xian lightly patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Hey, I was just kidding. Look, be impatient. Old Li, you are old and you can't be impatient all the time. But all of your old Li family are like this. Trouble, I heard that when the present emperor went to court, he was jealous of Wei Zhang and chased him with a horse spear. Hey, is this the case? Li Shimin immediately sat up straight. Lu Xian, second brother, don't say this nonsense. Your Majesty, he is upright, and he listens and understands. How could he behave like this? Besides, although Wei Zhang is smelly and tough, he seems to have improved a lot recently. Lu Xian finally figured it out. Wei Zhang had been coming to Datang Hotel quite frequently recently. Every time he came, he was in a hurry and spent money to buy something to take away and eat. There were several portions in one place. Do you understand this? Enlightenment? Lying down? What does that have to do with you? Just eat carrots and don't worry. Li Shimin's eyes widened, he sighed silently, and continued to eat the pancake with his head down. That's not what you asked? By the way, what's going on with those maids outside? Li Shimin suddenly remembered that the clothes that the maids outside were wearing were different from those worn by ordinary women. It seems that there are still some splits. The fork is almost open to the thigh. Lu Xian said with a smile, Old Li, you are old, you should have a lot of wives and children, right? Why do you still have these worldly desires? Man, when you reach this age, you can't think so much, you have to work hard and do your career. A real man is born between heaven and earth, so he must work hard. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. Second brother, just tell me what those girls are doing, hee. That dress is called a cheongsam. Where are those girls? You can find out if you go to the Datang Hotel and take a look. Lu Xian smiled mysteriously. This smile made Li Shimin's heart itch even more. The girls just stood upright, they looked good and had good figures. The key thing was those cheongsams, they seemed to be seductive. Hum. Cooked rice? After eating, go to Datang Hotel and continue to see the girl. No, continue to eat? There were many barbarians in the Western market, and the Tang dynasty, with its open folk customs, was influenced by the barbarians. It was reasonable for women to dress a little cooler. In the East market, most of the luxuriously dressed women were of noble birth, but the West market was different. This was a hodgepodge of land, a land rich in gold. Wherever there was sunshine, there was bound to be darkness. The girls wearing cheongsam didn't cause much of a sensation at first, but soon, those passers-by with serious faces and upright expressions turned into Tian Bagwang one by one and crowded outside the Datang Hotel. It's indecent? How can a Tang dynasty woman dress so revealingly like a barbarian woman? Humph. When a young man spoke, there was unspeakable resentment in his tone and a look of sorrow and indignation on his face. But the bright red blood flowing out from between his nostrils gave him away. He is the one who is being criticized for being too honest. Brother, what you said makes sense. The world is getting worse. I'm not leaving today. I'm going to look at the entrance of the Datang Hotel to see when these shameless women can change their ways. Yes, you two brothers are absolutely right. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. He. The queue of people was waiting for the first meal of the morning at Datang Hotel today. Everyone was shivering in the cold wind, but suddenly, the queue became looser and less crowded. The only crowded place is the front. At the front, Luo Wanggu stole the show last night. Yang Liufang avenged his shame last night. The two of them went to the brothel to fight all night. Their faces were full of exhaustion. Suddenly, Luo Wanggu felt like he was all over his body. My blood started to boil again. Brother Yang, please stay away from me, okay? Stab me? Yang Liufang's expression remained unchanged. Brother Luo, please turn your body sideways. You face to the left and I face to the right. Isn't that enough? Today's dishes at Datang restaurant should be very white. Inside the Datang hotel, Lu Xian was teaching Dezhuang how to cook. Dezhuang never asked where the ingredients piled behind him came from, nor why he did this. Lu Xian said he needed to stir-fry a few times, so he stir-fried it a few times. When Lu Xian said he needed to add salt, he just added salt. He didn't even ask why these white refined salts looked like snow. Where did they come from? Come. This step will take a while, the fire must be strong, and the juice must be contained. This is the key to mapo tofu. Dezhuang slowly raised his head and nodded immediately. Master, won't those girls be cold? Lu Xian immediately and seriously stopped Dezhuang's unrealistic idea. Dazhuang, what are you talking about? Do you know how important a person who has his own career is? Those girls were originally unknown, but now they have a career that they have worked hard for their whole life. Even if they are cold, they are also happy cold. Dezhuang seemed to understand, flipping the spoon in his hand, multitasking, and seemed not to be wasted at all. Master, it's time to take the pot. Lu Xian tasted Dezhuang's craftsmanship. The 4 dishes were now in good shape. According to Lu Xian's plan, since Dezhuang couldn't bear to part with Datang Hotel, he would leave it to him one day in the future. Every new dish would be served to him. When he showed up, Lu Xian came over to cook and taught Dezhuang his skills. If I stop doing this in the future, I will have someone to pass on to my family. In the Tang dynasty, there was no need for such delicate things on the tongues of these people. Their uncivilized tongues and taste buds were all dregs in front of sodium glutamate. A proper dimensionality reduction attack? Even if it's a belt, even if it's a compromise, it still tastes good. Okay, ready to open the door. Outside the Datang Hotel, on a street corner not far away, in a crowded place, a woman wearing a veil raised her beautiful eyebrows. Looking at this scene, her face was covered with frost. In Chang'an in late autumn, every place where people come and go is covered with white frost every morning and late at night. However, this moment climbed onto the woman's face. Vulgar and offensive to morals. Lecher. Zheng Luan took a deep breath. After returning home last night, he handed Lu Xian's portrait to the maid. In the early morning, the maid had already brought back the news. The man with the little girl last night was called Lu Xian, the owner of the Datang Hotel. These women are shameless. They dress so boldly just to make people laugh. Even the prostitutes dare not dress like this, right? Zheng Luan's face was red with anger under her veil. Are women born to please men? Zheng Luan was reminded of bad memories by the maids outside the Datang Hotel. Squeak. The door of the Datang Hotel opened, and Lu Xian walked out slowly, smiling and bowing to everyone. Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. The maids shouted in unison as if they had received a signal, welcome. This voice directly frightened the people in line. Especially Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang who were in the front line. The two looked at each other. Afterwards, Luo Wanggu looked at Lu Xian in confusion. Brother Lu, what's going on here? Lu Xian looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, the ancients said that food and sex are human nature. What does that mean? Eating and sex are all part of human nature. Luo Wanggu frowned. Isn't that what he meant? But at this moment, no one questioned it. The people behind him were all excited. Ah, right. In order for you to eat well, drink well, and be in a good mood, Datang Hotel Jiajin has hired well-trained women to serve you. These maids, please. In an instant, there was applause and cheers. Luo Wanggu was the first to rush in. When he turned around, he found that Yang Liufang's eyes were already wet. Brother Lu, you still understand me? Yang Liufang pursed her lips. Don't worry, from now on, I will eat 3 meals a day at the Datang Hotel. If I miss one meal, the money will not be less. Snapped. Very soon, Yang Liufang directly took out a piece of gold and stuffed it into Lu Xian's hand. I guess I can eat these for 10 days and a half, right? Let's guarantee it for half a month first. The gold in Lu Xian's hand was heavy and heavy. Brother Yang, you are so polite. You can cover this for a month. What we businessmen value is integrity, genuine products, and never do anything fancy. Let's count this as 1 month. Yang Liufang's eyes were red and her nose was bleeding. She looked at the girl and took Lu Xian's arm. Half a month, 1 more day is just looking down on me? Brother Lu, from now on, you are my eldest brother. As soon as Yang Liufang's behavior came out, those people lining up behind seemed to have discovered something, as if they had found some way. Shopkeeper, I'll guarantee it for 10 days. I'll cover it for a month. I guarantee it for a year. Lu Xian was really tired today. The registration list was a little tiring, and counting the money was also a little tiring. Unexpectedly, these people have already learned it on their own before starting any membership system. The only bad thing is that today's diners are eating a little slowly, and the girls in the house are twisting their waists one by one, and they are having a good time, which always makes people seem to want to grasp the key point, but all he could see was nothingness. Lu Xian looked at the diners with their eyes wide open and sighed silently. Young and beautiful women are still attractive. No wonder there are so many maid shops in later generations. They obviously look very serious and are not high-end and classy places. But the threshold can be broken by someone. The young man was fine. He ate delicious food and even had a nosebleed, but he could make up for it by sleeping. What do those old men mean? When they came here in the morning, their bodies were trembling, as if they would accidentally have to see their ancestors the next moment. But at this time, the eyes sunk deep into their sockets were sly and pointed. There are 108 squares in Chang'an, and there is Lao Wang in every square. There are many young and old left in the East Market and the West Market. I don't know how many CAO there are. That's all for young people. You old men don't pay attention when you have a nosebleed. Your face is red and you don't know how to restrain yourself. The old man eats arsenic. He really feels that he has lived a long life. He drinks milk from the bowl without asking for results. He insisted on sucking. That's all. Cousin, Datang Hotel, this name, is very energetic. Zhang Yale clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Zhang Luan behind him, and spoke slowly. Cousin, you go in first and sit down. I'll take a look at the door. I see the calligraphy on the door is very interesting. The scenery outside the door is also very good. In this late autumn, there is quite a sense of desolation. The feeling of spring. Zhang Luan ignored Zhang Yale's little thoughts and walked in slowly. At this time, Zhang Yale's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Luan entering, staring intently at the maid wearing a cheongsam who was greeting guests outside the door. Girl, how young are you now? Are you getting married? Are you cold or not? I'll warm you up. Faced with the ridicule, the well-trained maids all smiled and seemed not to feel anything wrong at all. But the crazy rising and falling of his chest seemed to reveal his true feelings. Guest, welcome. What would you like to eat? Tofu, I only eat tofu, he. Zhang Yale, a talented man from a generation, suddenly felt like he was in a fairyland at this moment. When the bright moon came out last night, the whole poetry meeting was eclipsed. A 4-year-old girl suppressed the world's scholars. Zhang Yale didn't understand what happened all night long. Until this moment, he was relieved. No wonder that little girl can make such fairy-like sentences. It turns out she comes from the fairyland. Zhang Yale stroked his beard and walked in. Zhang Luan looked at Lu Xian with suspicion at first, but soon she began to confront herself. No, Zhang Luan, you have to wake up. There are so many good men in the world, and there are so many handsome and stalwart people. Why do you have to stare at this businessman? So handsome, this is not the lover of my dreams, so what is it? Another thought instantly occupied his brain, and he couldn't control it at all. When this feeling comes, no one can stop it and there is no way to escape. Zhang Luan, you can't be like this. You came to the capital to change your destiny. The main wife of the Zhang family in Xingyang does not regard the people in the side room as human beings and wants to give you away. The fierce struggle started again. Why are you thinking so much? You can't help yourself anyway, so why not have a good time? This store is so handsome. In an instant, the nymphomaniac had the upper hand again. Zhang Luan felt like two people were fighting madly in her body. One was ebbing and the other was ebbing, chasing each other, regardless of the outcome. Finally, the moment the mapo tofu was served, Zhang Luan gave up completely after smelling the intoxicating fragrance in her mouth and nose. In the Zhang family, after so many years of forbearance, can't I, Zhang Luan, pursue what I want? Why should women become men's subordinates? From Xingyang to Chang'an, it was a long bumpy ride, but I was just here to be treated as an artifact and given to a big shot. 2 years ago, after His Majesty revised the clan history, although the Xingyang Zhang family was still among the 5 surnames and 7 families in the world, the change had already happened. Zhang Luan knew that she was born beautiful and it was difficult to escape the fate of being given away, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. The cousin's family seemed to want to send her to the palace, and it seemed to want to give her to the powerful ministers of the dynasty. Zhang Luan gritted her teeth. This is not what I want. Miss, what are you looking at? Lucian also noticed the woman who had been staring at him. Through the veil, Lucian didn't know who this woman was. Oh, nothing. Zhang Luan's face was like a peach blossom, and the veil couldn't hide it. The blush even climbed up her forehead. Lucian smiled. Miss, come back first. Zhang Luan took off the veil and picked up the chopsticks. Lucian took a look and saw that it was her. She stared at him last night and ran over again today. The moment she ate the mapo tofu, Zhang Luan felt that her life seemed to be enriched by something. This feeling was like the arrival of spring, when the forsythia flowers bloomed unrestrainedly. Delicious? There is such a delicious thing in the world. Store owner, did you make this? Lucian smiled and nodded. 4 dishes, mapo tofu, dongpo pork, twice cooked pork, and braised chicken. Everything Zhang Luan has never heard of or tasted. Among these dishes, only tofu is familiar to her. She had only eaten chicken among the other 3 dishes. Cousin, it's not bad. Ha ha ha, but it's really expensive. Shopkeeper, bring me a bottle of wine. Zhang Yale is very carefree. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Yale never knows what money is. Is it expensive? I ate such delicious food today and saw so many eye-catching things. What's wrong with being more expensive? It's worth it? Shengui, 500 coins. When Zhang Luan heard this, the crispy and numb feeling in her mouth that she had just eaten from mapo tofu became even stronger. So expensive? Guests, don't worry. Even if you travel all over the world, you won't be able to find another place for my wine. Zhang Yalao looked at Lucian with a smile. Shopkeeper, don't tell me anymore. If it were me, I would sell these dishes for $100. That's a lot, and it's not expensive at all. When Zhang Luan heard this, she realized that every dish in Datang Hotel was not cheap. But the tingling sensation in my mouth is definitely a lie. Growing up, I have eaten a lot of delicious food, but never once have I been so happy. It's like there are bugs crawling around on the mouth. These are happy reptiles. Zhang Luan looked at Lucian with a smile. Shopkeeper, you have such a skill. In this small restaurant, you can't be considered talented. Are you interested in finding another career? Lucian looked at Zhang Luan and didn't know what to say. Have women thought too much since ancient times? Seeing that people's lives are good and business is booming, you start to think of ways to persuade them? Oh, what does the girl mean when she talks about finding another career? The store's talent is amazing, why not become an official? Lucian smiled. Woman, you are so smart. Young lady, you are mistaken. Lucian is not a talented and learned person, he just happens to have read a little bit of books. Compared with the scholars who are eating in this hall, he is far behind. When Lucian said this, Luo Wanggu and Yang Liufang raised their heads sharply, then lowered their heads and continued to cook. From the corner of their eyes, they looked at the maids wearing cheongsam running back and forth. Brother Lu, you are awesome, everything you say is right. But if you say it so casually, you can't just talk nonsense. You are just an average learner, so who do we think you are? Look, they agree with what I said. Lucian shrugged. What's wrong with being a cook? With 360 skills, you can be the #1 scholar. Zhang Luan's beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart trembled. 360 lines, and he will be the #1 scholar. This young shopkeeper named Lucian has something. The store owner is being humble. The poem When Will the Bright Moon Come last night should have been written by the store owner. This is the best poem that this little girl has ever heard in her life, bar none. Lucian laughed and said, Young lady, you are serious. You can't be that good. It's just random nonsense, and it will be remembered by your own children. When Zhang Luan heard the word child, her eyes felt lonely. She always felt that this Lu Xian was not simple. Maybe this is a woman's intuition. Zhang Yale asked curiously, shopkeeper, I see you are young, but your child is already so big. The guest is very polite. Lu Xian doesn't dare to neglect me. Zhang Yale suddenly became energetic. Okay, the love is unparalleled. He is my man from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Luan suddenly felt a little disgusted with her so-called cousin who had been living in Chang'an for a long time. Obviously it was you who said it was just so-so after returning home last night, and it was you who said yes when he got up in the morning. It was you who said the child was rude last night. After coming here today, it was you who praised Lu Xian. Why are you more fickle than women? Perhaps this is the case for all people who have long families. That means you are never married. Lu Xian didn't answer, just smiled and said nothing. Zhang Luan's hands when eating food suddenly became calm, and her eyes were bright, as if she was thinking about something. At Chang Yaojin's house, Chang Kumo opened his eyes drunkenly and saw Chang Yaojin's face that wanted to eat people. Bunny, get up. Tell me clearly, who composed the poem last night? Chang Kumo's heart skipped a beat. Wouldn't he be exposed? Seeing Chang Kumo's expression like this, Chang Yaojin's face turned even darker. He thought that this bastard would insist on himself, but he didn't expect it. He thought too much. Your Majesty came to the door in person today just to ask clearly. Chang Yaojin was very excited when he heard that Chang Kumo actually composed a poem and was praised by Mr. Li Gang. But the next moment, when Li Shimin expressed his doubts, Chang Yaojin became furious. Come everywhere. At this time, Li Shimin, who was hiding behind the curtain, smiled and watched this scene with his hands behind his back. It was a child who did it. Chang Kumo reacted and immediately denied it, boldly insisting on himself. Did you do this? You are my son. Don't I know what you do on weekdays? Look at your whole body in the mirror. Where does it look like you can compose poetry? Niu Jianhu and Yuqi Bailin have already confessed. I will give you face and ask you to be lenient if you confess, otherwise I will force you to turn around. When Chang Kumo heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, Dad, you keep talking all the time. Are you going to take the imperial examination? I said I did it, I did it. Chang Yaojin sneered. Since he couldn't trick her, he had to use that trick. The barbs on the horse lance outside the door sparkled in the sun, and Chang Kumo was ready to fight. Seeing the horse lance, Chang Kumo immediately changed his face to smile. Dad, it's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Is there anything between you and me, father and son, that can't be discussed? Come on, Dad, do it. I bought the poem last night, but when I bought it, the person said that it was mine after I bought it, so I said it was mine. It's reasonable, right? Chang Yaojin narrowed his eyes, and footsteps came from the curtain behind him. Then there was a stern shout. I said, it's true that you, Chang Kumo, can write poems, but if you write such poems, it really makes the scholars in Chang'an lose face. Tell me where you bought it from, I won't blame you. When Chang Kumo saw Li Shimin, his eyes went dark. Brother Lu Xian, I'm sorry. Lu Xian? Lu Xian again? Chang Yaojin was stunned. Manager Lu Xian? This. Li Shimin smiled faintly as if he had expected it. It was indeed the case. How much did you spend on it? Your Majesty, I forgot, a few hundred strings of cash. Chang Kumo's weak voice came, cautiously testing. Li Shimin heard it and panted, you are wasting heaven's gifts. Such a good poem, a few hundred strings of cash, you really are. Chang's hija, if you don't carve jade, you won't make it into a useful tool. If you don't beat a child, he will tear off the tiles on the roof. You can do whatever you want. The sun shines on the blue stone, and 3 people are lying on it. Yuqi Bailin, the ox sees the tiger, Chang Chu is silent. The faces of Niu Jinda, Chang Yaojin, and Yuqi Gong were darker than before. Li Shimin sat aside and watched the 3 men teach them a lesson. Dad, don't hit me. I'm old, so please give me some face. Yuqi Bailin was frightened. He knew that once Yuqi Gong made a move, he would not hold back at all. He had been beaten once or twice since he was a child, and he had not been lying in bed for 10.5 months. Niu Jianhu rolled his eyes and said, Uncle Chang, Uncle Yuqi, please help me beg for mercy. I really didn't mean it. I just don't like those scholars and make excuses for you 3 every day. Every time, look at the 3 generals of the dynasty, which one can compose poetry? Can the Tang dynasty do this? I can't bear it. Niu Jianhu is a little more in-depth than Yuji Baolin's face-saving rhetoric, and seems to want to avenge the three uneducated generals. But such a sincere deception only resulted in the ruthless ridicule of the three people. Jianhu, you have used this method countless times. When I was a child, I said I would avenge my father. Later, it was for your uncle Chang, and then it was for your uncle Yuchi. The stick in Niu Jinda's hand made a snapping sound, which made people's hair stand on end when he heard it. It was a solid wooden stick. At this time, Chang Kumo spoke, "Three elders, you shouldn't hit us today. Although we bought poems, we did it for the Tang dynasty. Think about it, if we hadn't stood up and there were so many scholars buying poems, each one more enthusiastic than the other, what if Mr. Li Gang was deceived by them and was deceived when selecting talents? Wouldn't it be a delay to the Tang dynasty? The people of the Tang dynasty are innocent, and the current holy emperor is innocent? The three of us are also innocent." Chang Yaojin's mouth twisted in anger. You mean, I can't beat you, but I have to reward you. Chang Kumo's big eyes suddenly flashed. That's not it. Chang Yaojin took a deep breath. Lao Niu, Lao He, you have also seen that these three little guys have said so. It seems that they are hopeless. Let's get ready and have a few more. I haven't hit anyone for a long time, my hands are itchy. Li Shimin sat aside, his face turning blue and purple. Among the descendants of the generals of the Tang dynasty, Niu Jianhu and Yuchi Baolin were relatively progressive, but their talents were limited and affected by family tradition. Chang Yaojin was obviously so brave, but his son looked like a loser. Chang Kumo was obviously quite smart, so why was he so stubborn? Li Shimin sighed and remembered what Chang Sun Chong did last night. At the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival, countless students were eager to show off their own image, and their clothes were all wrinkled. You, Chang Sun Chong, brought 2 brothel girls with you, and there was nothing in front of the public. Scruples. After becoming the eldest son Wuji, he became less learned and less skilled day by day, and he didn't even write a single poem. It's useless. Li Shimin felt a little helpless. He had many people to use now, but what if his heir ascended the throne in the future? Do we have to rely on these people? Anyway, Chang Sun Chong is unreliable. Hit hard. Li Shimin suddenly shouted loudly, I will fight it myself. Chang Kumo was anxious. Your Majesty, you are the wife of millions of dollars, how can you do it yourself? I will do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Kumo straightened his waist, jumped up like a fish, and hit the pillar on the side. Seeing this, the ox followed the tiger's example and rammed towards the pillar. At this time, Yuchi Baolin was shocked in the leg area. I don't live anymore. You can fight if you want anyway, what's the point of living? At this moment, the Chang mansion was extremely tragic. Li Shimin looked at Chang Yaojin and the others and was stunned. Chang Yaojin was also stunned. What's wrong with these 3 boys? Isn't it just a beating? It won't hurt in 3 to 5 days. Keep at it. What's wrong with you? Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive muffled sounds were heard, and the entire Chang mansion began to panic. When Li Shimin came out of the Chang mansion, his stomach was already growling. There was one important thing he had not done today, which was to go to the Datang hotel to see his aunt, for dinner. In Xinguofang, there are many luxurious houses. Some people are afraid that they will be considered luxurious. The doors are extremely simple and shabby, and the doors are closed tightly, as if no one has lived in them for more than 10 years. Some houses have their doors open and there are many servants, as if they are afraid that others will not know that their family is rich. The feats of Chang Kumo and the others directly shocked Li Shimin. With a wave of his hand, they were spared the punishment of being spanked. After all, things like hitting a pillar were really not something that ordinary people could do. But Li Shimin didn't know that when he left Chang Kumo's house, 3 half-dead young men with bruised foreheads were lying on the huge bed in Chang Kumo's room. They opened their eyes one after another and took a long breath. Motzi, let me tell you, how can you be so brave and dare to bump into a pillar? The pillar in your house is full of thatch. Chang Kumo grinned. Lindsay, Husey, don't talk anymore. Our old Chang had thought of this day when he was repairing the house. At that time, I had people secretly replace a few pillars. Of course, we were the only ones who the area where it hit was soft and made of thin boards, so it didn't hurt at all. Seeing the tiger, Niu cupped his hands and smiled and said, Motzi still had the foresight. If I had known earlier, the last time I got beaten was at your house. Yuchi Baolin blushed. If I had known this, I should have dragged you along when I was naughty, so that I could come to your house and hit the pillar. Chang Kumo was anxious. You two are going too far. There are only a few pillars. If it weren't for the fact that His Majesty was angry today, I would not have been willing to use them. It's a pity that one pillar costs so much more money. Outside the Datang hotel, Li Shimin saw the diners queuing up and suddenly straightened his back. Touching his beard, he didn't plan to queue up and walked in directly. As soon as Li Shimin took a step, the voice behind him came to his mind. Those who don't queue up are all country bumpkins. Country bumpkins may be considered a more vicious sentence when scolding people in the Tang dynasty. The voice was very loud, but I didn't know where it came from. Li Shimin was just stunned for a moment and didn't even turn his head back. The corner of his mouth raised. In the court, Wei Zhang scolded people much more harshly than you. As soon as he entered, Li Shimin saw a group of scholars gathered in front of the counter. De Zhuang was inside, slowly holding a pen and passing it to each scholar, asking them to write something. De Zhuang, where is Lu Xian? Li Shimin's voice came. Before De Zhuang spoke, the scholars inside turned around one by one, with resentful eyes. How dare you call the teacher by his name? Brothers, kill him. Li Shimin was confused, and saw a dozen young men rubbing their hands and rushing towards him, their eyes red and their faces ferocious, as if he was the careless child who walked into the woods and broke into the war between men and women. Lu Xian is my brother, you dare to hit me? Do you still want to eat? Li Shimin was calm and full of energy. He had seen many storms and waves. How could a dozen scholars scare him? What's more, the guards were all in the dark. These dozen young scholars were the kind of people who never stepped out of the door, were hot-blooded and impulsive, and it seemed that letting the guards subdue them directly would not have any educational significance. You have to use the way you young people do. As soon as Li Shimin finished speaking, the atmosphere was quiet in an instant. It was tense just now, as if 100,000 troops were approaching the city. At this time, it was as calm as a spring field and as harmonious as frogs in a pond. At this moment, one of the young scholars came over with a smile and held Li Shimin's hand affectionately. This is Mr. Lu Xian's brother. He is handsome and elegant, and you can tell at a glance that he is a man of great talent. Just now, we, the scholars who admire Mr. Lu Xian, were just joking with him. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. You young people are too impulsive. Yes, young people are full of vigor. Please forgive me, sir. We came here just to ask Mr. Lu Xian for a favor. For a moment, Li Shimin felt something was wrong. You are looking for Lu Xian? Not to have a meal. The Tang Dynasty restaurant is right here. The taste is unparalleled in the world, and it is okay for scholars to come here to have a meal, spend some money, and taste the peerless delicacies, right? But Li Shimin also saw that these dozen scholars would rather hold back their saliva than eat, and squeezed in front of the counter one by one, making De Zhuang scratch his head anxiously. They are here to buy poems. De Zhuang's voice floated out slowly. In an instant, the scholars smiled naively, either looking up at the roof to count the stars, or looking down to see if there was any gold on the ground, or looking left and right, admiring the somewhat old but brand new and ancient furnishings of the Datang hotel. Li Shimin squinted his eyes, and it seemed as if he could spit out anger from his chest. Just when Li Shimin was about to explode, several graceful shadows slowly appeared from behind the curtain. What are you angry about? The Golden Autumn Poetry Festival has nothing to do with me, Li Er. Li Er, came here to see the girls. No, to eat. In the kitchen, Lu Xian's hands moved quickly, and Yaya buried her head and stuffed firewood into the stove, with a little ash on her nose. When will the food inside be ready? Lu Xian smiled. Don't panic, it will be soon. A batch of food was taken out of the pot, and the maids came in to serve the delicious food. Lu Xian lowered his body and smiled and put his hand on the flame to feel the temperature. Fire and water are invulnerable, and the ruthless iron hand is just so arrogant. The flames spurted out with curses, but it did not affect Lu Xian from taking out a mud lump from it. He put his finger on it and flicked it lightly, and the mud lump covered with dust changed instantly. First, it trembled, like a puppy that had just washed its body and was covered with water, shaking the water droplets on its body, and then a subtle sound came. Kuka. Yaya looked at this scene and clapped her hands happily. I is so awesome. Yaya wants to learn too. Lu Xian touched Yaya's head and touched the dust on the tip of Yaya's nose with his hand. In an instant, Yaya's white and clean face instantly turned into camouflage color. Be careful of the heat, eat it later. When you grow up, you will also be able to tremble. Yaya didn't understand, and seemed to understand, but just turned around in circles, waiting for the beggar's chicken to cool down. Damn, second brother. Stop talking, I'll pay more. After the beggar's chicken was broken open, the aroma was fragrant, but because it was too hot, Yaya couldn't eat it yet, so she could only watch. Li Shimin didn't care, stuffed a large jade pendant into Yaya's arms, and began to feast on it. The aroma of the chicken burst out in the whole kitchen, and Li Shimin's face turned red. Oh, baboon baboon. Lucian, it's delicious. What is this dish? When will it be served? Tomorrow. Lucian smiled and shook his head. I won't open the store tomorrow. I will take Yaya and Dazwang to buy some cloth and make some new clothes tomorrow. Li Shimin frowned. Well, this store is fine. Others are eager to open it every day. You just buy clothes and have them delivered to you, but you close the store for a day. Lucian looked at Li Shimin. My store is different from the current emperor. The current emperor has to go to court every day, and he has to go to court attentively on the 5th and 15th days of the lunar month. He gets up earlier, and the key is that he goes to bed late. Tisk tisk, think about this, I am already very lucky, I can rest when I want. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows and his eyelids jumped wildly. I didn't expect that I would be ridiculed for eating something and spending money. Yaya watched Li Shimin take away half of the beggar's chicken, and she was anxious and almost cried. The little hand trembled as it grabbed the chicken leg, and in an instant, the little face turned red. Very quickly, the little hand retracted. Lucian smiled, took the chicken leg to Yaya, blew it, and put it in Yaya's hand. This time, Yaya was not in a hurry. She squatted on the doorstep happily, with oil all over her mouth and hands. Li Shimin was really careful when eating chicken. He ate what he had in his hand, and his eyes were still on what Yaya had in her hand. He looked like he hadn't eaten for days and nights. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Are you a starving ghost? Li Shimin's mouth was full of chicken, and he muttered in his heart, it's not that the chicken you cooked is delicious. You are a real pro at cooking chickens. Lucian didn't think this was a compliment. What's the matter? Do you have nothing to do all day? If you are free, come and help in the kitchen. No, I need to sleep. I will feel tired if I don't sleep. How can you sleep? Lucian said seriously, you are so young, but you only know how to sleep. You have no ambition. Is your family not short of money? Is there enough food? Is your child married? Is your daughter married? Are the elderly taken care of? Okay, even if you don't worry about these, can't you do something meaningful? Can't you go fishing? Li Shimin's head was buzzing, and he was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and continued to eat the beggar's chicken in his hand. It smells so good. I'll talk about other things later. After a while, Li Shimin finished showing off half of the beggar's chicken, burped happily, sucked his fingers and looked at Lucian. Lucian, big brother asks you something. Old Li, you are not honest at all, always coming to me to get my words. Hehe, you saw through it, mainly because that thing is very uncomfortable. The stove also told you what happened, but the boss is still not satisfied. Tisk, tisk, why does it feel like that one is just like the girls in the brothel, never satisfied? Li Shimin's face, hidden in the darkness, was as dark as a stone in a latrine, shining with a smelly and hard luster. That's right, Laoli. That man has everything to do and is angry every day, so he never has a peaceful day. It's understandable. Li Shimin's face softened a bit. You still have a conscience. If you continue to talk nonsense, be careful that I will demote your title. When eating chicken, I am Li Er, but if you curse others, I am Li Shimin. There are no businessmen like us who sleep until they wake up naturally every day. There is no paperwork, no distractions, and no endless chatter to deal with. Li Shimin's face, which had just softened, began to darken again. The sunlight shined through the window on his face, and the shadows were mottled and gloomy. Lucian shook his head and looked at Li Shimin. Old Li, there are bad people in your family. Li Shimin was shocked and suddenly looked happy. Second brother, how do you say this? Have you already guessed what I'm going to say? Li Shimin was delighted. He felt that Lucian was like a prophet, full of mystery. Lucian calmly put the spatula in his hand aside. Old Li, it's not like your servants are dissatisfied. Tell me about you. Last time you drank too much and said that you used to be the second eldest son in the family. Something happened to the boss, so you inherited the position of the head of the family. Although you are related to the one above, they don't recognize you. The old steward at home was gone 2 years ago, and the people below have all served noble people before, so how can they be willing to serve you? Li Shimin nodded as if kowtowing. Ah, yes, that's it. Why don't you dare to fight with them? Wouldn't it be enough to replace them with people who obey you? Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. Yes, wouldn't it be enough to change it? There are so many people who are dissatisfied. Which of those people with the 5th surname and Ji Wang will be convinced? Do you accept it with your mouth, but with your heart? It's better to replace them with people who are convinced. Not only do they need to be replaced, but also the people who are replaced have to become more prosperous and prosperous? Eat them to death. Second brother, it's hard for me to be a brother. Li Shimin sighed and sat on the threshold like an old farmer. These people are all left to me by the older generation. If I want to change them, I have to have a reason. Lu Xian shook his head. Look at you, what a big deal you are. How can a little housework make the whole city aware of it? In the worst case, you can just put up a notice saying that they are not morally worthy, stealing things, getting into trouble, raping, humiliating, and plundering. Pull out all the bad things they have done. Isn't this logical? Li Shimin's eyes lit up. It was not that he had never thought of this method, but when it came out of Lu Xian's mouth, it seemed completely different from what he had thought about before. Li Shimin himself didn't know why this method seemed so reliable from Lu Xian's mouth. After pondering for a while, Li Shimin continued, Second brother, they tore this notice up after it was posted. After all, this city of Chang'an used to be a family's territory, and there are many families up and down. Lu Xian smiled and looked at Li Shimin. What's so difficult about this? If he dares to tear it off, you can continue to stick it on. As long as you stick it on fast enough, he won't be able to tear it off. Of course, if they are willing to spend money on your notice for fear of being seen by others, you can still make a lot of money. Li Shimin's heart trembled. Yes? Why didn't I think of that before? But it's so fast. Li Shimin started to run into trouble again. If he wanted to post notices faster than tearing them up, he would at least have to use printing, right? The cost of printing is also too high, and those same people are still in charge of printing in Chang'an. Second brother, do you know how to print things faster? If you don't say much, you have to tear them faster than they can, right? Li Shimin started with a smile. Neither Lu Xian nor Li Shimin said what the conversation meant, but they both knew what it meant. However, Li Shimin didn't know that Lu Xian knew what he really meant, and Lu Xian wouldn't let Li Shimin know that Lu Xian knew Li Shimin's true intentions. Print something? Lu Xian sat on the stool, and many thoughts began to appear in his mind. Printing. This matter seems to be difficult to solve in ancient times. It seems unrealistic to achieve some high-speed printing, similar to the roller mimeograph of later generations. Then, we can only settle for the next best thing and print with movable type. Movable type printing? Ancient printing. Thinking of this, Lu Xian remembered someone. That girl, I don't know how you are doing now. Only a few days have passed since the Tang dynasty. It should have been 100 years in later generations, right? The grass on the grave should be pretty low already, right? Back when she admired a certain internet celebrity and tried to make various things using ancient methods, Lu Xian accompanied her in making them, on the hillside, in the fields, every morning and late at night, even if the grass was already covered with white hangings. Frost. Lu Xian learned it, but she didn't. The girl gave up on ancient craftsmanship, and Lu Xian gave up on the girl. I hope the grass on her grave does not need to be made using ancient methods. Lu Xian sighed. Oldly, the ancestral teachings say that this method should not be used unless it is absolutely necessary to avoid hurting innocent people and causing harm to the world. I don't want to be this sinner. The implication is, Laoli, please beg me? Pay up quickly? Come on. Li Shimin's eyes lit up. He really had a way? Originally, his face was bitter, but now he was smiling. Pulling Lu Xian's arm, Li Shimin's lips were trembling with excitement. Second brother, you really have a way. Lu Xian pondered and sighed heavily. Li Shimin was anxious. What he said was a way to deal with those 5 surnames and 7 families. There were bad people among the ministers and bad people among the scholars. Second brother, dear brother, you have to help me. Don't worry, I have a close relationship with the higher UPS. I will say more good things about you and give you the title of Marquis, Eternal Marquis. Eternal Marquis? Ordinary titles can be inherited, but the problem is that if the emperor changes his mind, it can still be taken back. Even some marquises and dukes cannot be inherited. Even if they can be inherited, there are many restrictions, and there are even downgraded hereditary titles. But titles like Eternal will last forever with the country. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, there has not been one. If there is, then this person must have made earth-shaking contributions, comparable to changing the world. Lu Xian glanced at Li Shimin. Old Li, I don't seek those false reputations. What do you mean by forever? I'm helping you because I think you're my brother. Li Shimin's face twitched twice. There was always something wrong with what Lu Xian said, but does a real man care so much? Lu Xian, stop talking, you are my half-brother. Old Li, this is a decision that goes against our ancestors. Li Shimin nodded. Brother, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Words are not enough. Write a written agreement. Li Shimin dares to agree to any conditions now, as long as the thing works. This thing can not only let you use it to do that kind of thing, but also a good business. This business, I have to take a share, right? Li Shimin immediately waved his hand. 30%? Just like coal, 30%. Lu Xian nodded, bowed to the void, and looked serious. Old Li, today I, Lu Xian, will make a decision that goes against our ancestors. I will take out this method, and you must not use it to harm the world and do evil. Movable type printing is a technology, but technology is neutral. Once movable type printing appears in Li Shimin's hands, then soon, Li Shimin will be equivalent to controlling the mouthpiece of the world. Is paper expensive? But printing is cheap. Li Shimin dares to sell books for 10 cents a copy. Do others dare to do that? He will lose everything. After coming out of the Tang Dynasty restaurant, Li Shimin wiped the oil stains on his mouth and folded the paper carefully with joy. The records on it are all very important things. He will go back to find the chief of the works to study. I got up early in the morning to pick up manure. Hehe, I didn't see you when I came back. Li Shimin hummed a little song, and the diners who were eating in the main hall were unwilling one by one. Brother, you are full of that stuff. I have no objection to singing a little song, but can you change the song? Li Shimin ignored it and strode forward. The sunset was really beautiful. In Xingguofang, Zhang's mansion, Zhang Luan looked at the man in the painting and fell into deep thought. Such a talented man is just a cook. Is he really the kind of person with no ambition? Throughout the ages, there are countless people without great ambitions, but there are very few people who hide their great talents in the city. Zhang Luan bit her lip and sighed. Maybe he really made it up. What a pity. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. Cousin, we are going to go to the autumn tomorrow. There is a maple forest 10 miles outside the city. Guess who I have an appointment with? Zhang Yala stood outside the door, smiling, with his hands behind his back, leaning back strategically, full of pride and excitement. Cousin, why don't you rest? Zhang Yala grinned. Cousin, when you arrive in Chang'an, your family may have told you. This opportunity is very good. After all, he is the younger brother of the crown prince of the dynasty. His Royal Highness the King of Yu. Zhang Luan sighed. Cousin, in that case, you can keep the appointment tomorrow. Zhang Yala touched his chin. Do you know that His Royal Highness the King of Yu is very interested in the moonlight? You have to show your ability when the time comes. Zhang Luan did not speak. After Zhang Yala left, Zhang Luan looked at the portrait of Lu Xian on the table with a wandering look. No, a 4-year-old child has a very good memory. He may remember something very clearly after listening to it several times, but this thing is definitely impossible for the 4-year-old girl to get it by chance. After all, children can't speak clearly. It must be Lu Xian. There is no other possibility except him. Oh, man, I almost got fooled by you. Zhang Luan has already decided that His Royal Highness the King of Yu is not important. If you want to decide your own destiny, it is useless to rely on others. In today's era, women are tools. After the clan history, the Zheng family of Xingyang gradually declined. Seeing that the concubine Zhang Luan was extremely beautiful in the side room, she thought of this idea. Zhang Luan was desperate and wanted to fight. The Zheng family of Xingyang has a wide network of people in the Central Plains. If they were not really powerless, they would never use her as a pawn. My mother has said more than once that a woman should follow the chicken when she marries a chicken and the dog when she marries a dog, but Zhang Luan knows that the former is for the chicken and the latter is for the dog. She is a person. Tomorrow, she will definitely not go to the appointment with His Royal Highness the King of Yu. It should not be too much to test this man named Lucien again. In the Datang restaurant, a new round of beggar chicken has been prepared. After seeing off the guests, the 3 members of the Lu family, who had been busy all day, also sat down to eat. De Zhuang took off 2 chicken legs and put them in front of Lucien. Master, you eat. Lucien smiled. De Zhuang, look at your saliva falling on the ground. I said it didn't rain today, why is it wet outside? De Zhuang scratched his head embarrassedly, lowered his head, a little embarrassed. One for you, one for Yaya. This beggar chicken, you 2 each have half. Yaya, don't eat more if you can't finish it. If you eat too much, bugs will come out of your stomach at night, and the big bad wolf will come to eat you. The big bad wolf likes to eat well-fed children like you the most. Yaya heard the big bad wolf and the bugs, and instantly stood up and ran away silently. When he came back, he was holding a stick in his hand. The stick was not high or thick, about the same height as Yaya, and as thick as Lucien's finger. I want to learn how to beat the big bad wolf. And bugs. Lucien looked at Yaya seriously. Yaya, you have grown up, and you don't need I to protect you anymore. So, you will be responsible for beating the big bad wolf tonight, okay? It was obvious that Yaya was just pretending. When she heard that she really had to deal with it, she hesitated for a moment. Yaya has to cover herself with a quilt when she sleeps at night. There is something strange in the quilt, and Yaya can't get out. Is there a black hole in your quilt or something? Yaya, are you going to fight the big bad wolf at night? Yaya shook her head. No, Yaya wants to eat chicken. Lucien smiled and touched Yaya's head. This time, when Yaya ate the beggar chicken, the whole person became quiet. Then, Lucien took out another beggar chicken from the side, put it in front of him, and rubbed his hands. At this moment, Yaya's eyes were a little confused, and Dazhuang's eyes were a little stunned, then sluggish, and then became resentful. Lucien smiled. I'm tired all day and spent a lot of effort. It's reasonable to eat one more chicken, right? Dazhuang, don't you think so? Dazhuang lowered his head and ate the chicken silently, and stopped talking. In the Datang restaurant at night, there was harmony. After eating and drinking, Lucien forcibly took Dazhuang and Yaya back to the house. Tomorrow we'll have a rest, I'll take you for a stroll on the street and buy some good things. Yaya raised her head. Are we going to fight those foreigners? Yaya still remembered this incident. Master, those barbarians shouldn't dare to come to our door, right? De Zhuang's voice sounded cautiously. Lucien raised his mouth. De Zhuang, don't worry, none of those barbarians dare to come. The morning sunshine is always so comforting. Outside Datang Hotel, people queued up 3 poles behind Roshan, but no one opened the door. Only then did someone ask, will it not be open today? Naturally, the first ones in line were the 2 brothers Luo Wanggu and Yenglai Yufang. They went to the Golden Autumn Poetry Club last night, but they were no longer interesting. I heard that during the day yesterday, those scholars came to shopkeeper Lucien and bought a lot of poems, and then killed them randomly in the poetry meeting. Lu Lingyun was embarrassed on the first day, but he originally wanted to forcefully turn things around on the second day, but he vomited blood. Fan Yinglu couldn't stand it any longer. In Chang'an, many people have begun to record the amazing and talented poems that appeared in the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival. They were all written by unknown people. It can be said that it was shocking and frightened Mr. Li Gang. Last night, Mr. Li Gang announced in public, the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival has ended this year. Even the brothel courtesans who heard this and came to watch the fight looked puzzled and uninterested. This year's Golden Autumn Poetry Festival has changed its flavor and seems to be full of the smell of copper. Early this morning, the 2 of them came to line up. There is nothing more healing than the food at Datang Hotel. My father has already said that since I wrote that poem, he is willing to spend money to buy me an official position, even though it is just a county magistrate. Tisk tisk. Yang Liufang looked at Luo Wanggu happily. Luo Wanggu shook his head. This is the only bad thing about you, you have to say it. We are 2 brothers, pretty much the same. My father said that he wants to buy a 9th grade official in a remote place and let me work for him. I will be directly promoted in 3 years, and I can return to Chang'an in 5 years. Yang Liufang was stunned. Good guy, that will cost a lot of money, right? Hey, money is not an issue. As for spending money, my dad is quite happy. Will it be closed today? The two of them looked at the door of Datang Hotel at the same time. The women who cheated on Lao Gao yesterday did not seem to appear, which was very unpleasant. The two of us came here to see and eat. Behind them, many people seemed a little disappointed. Just when they were about to knock on the door, a man rushed out from the corner of the street. He arrived at the door of Datang Hotel in 2 or 3 steps, took out a sign and hung it on the door. Closed today. Someone behind me was unhappy. No, is this going to close down too? Business is so good, do you think it's too much money? Lu Renayuan sneered, you guys know nothing. Datang Hotel can be opened as long as you want, and you can rest as long as you want. Lu Renayuan smiled proudly inside, that was what his uncle meant? Above the court, Li Shimin yawned and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. As soon as the person who was going to be the prisoner saw the picture last night, he immediately danced with excitement, knocked over the stove in the manor hall, and almost burned the entire manor hall. At that moment, Li Shimin knew that this could happen. It's just that the director needs to try the ratios mentioned in it, and it may take a day or two. General Supervisor Lu Nongli, when he saw this picture, he called him a genius and almost fainted without taking a breath. Li Shimin also personally rescued people. After rescuing the old man, he looked at the old man's appearance and waved his hand, telling him to retire and return to his hometown. After a night of hard work, Li Shimin was not tired at all. Is there nothing else? I have something. In the Western market, there is Lu Xian, a commoner man. He has made great contributions and solved the winter worries of the people. He has made a profit for the world. I will bestow this title to the man from Lanshan County. Lu Xian then presented the iron furnace method, which was used with coal, and saved countless people. He was awarded the title of Uncle of Lanshan County. Now Lu Xian has presented his movable type printing technique, which is so ingenious that he has been granted the title of Marquis of Lanshan County. He will live with the country and will not be replaced by hereditary officials. My dear friends, do you have any comments? The entire court frowned at almost the same moment, except for a few people. Wei Zhang took a sharp breath. Lu Xian, it's him. Cheng Yaojinio and Yu Qigong looked at each other, smiled mysteriously, raised eyebrows, and almost started dancing. I said brother Lu Xian's future is limitless. Look, it's here. Yes, that house is not something that ordinary people can live in. His Majesty gave it to him, which has profound meaning. Stop talking and go back to brother Qin. Let's find a place to call brother Lu Xian and celebrate him. At this time, Fang Xianling felt like she had heard this name somewhere, but she couldn't remember it. Others, on the other hand, looked confused. Who is Lu Xian? It's a mystery. Your Majesty, you must not. Kui Minqian stood up again. This man, a commoner, suddenly became the founding marquis of the country. It is unreasonable. The emperor's favor is so great that he would not be kind to an unknown person. Kui Minqian's official position is not too high, and his voice is not too powerful. But in the court, he dared to speak about many things. Because behind him is the Shandong gentleman group. So common people can be granted the title of marquis, so why can't they? Could it be that the Shandong gentry, which had lasted for hundreds of years, was useless? I heard that His Majesty had planned to draw up a clan annals and seemed to be taking action against the clan members. The people behind Kui Mingan could not sit still. Li Shimin squinted his eyes. Why is it you again? Do you know Lu Xian? Return to your Majesty, I don't know you. Li Shimin shook his head and sighed. Before he could speak, Cheng Yaojin's voice had already appeared. When it was inconvenient for Li Shimin to speak, there was always someone willing to speak. You fucking don't know what you're talking about here. I can't stand people like you who are selling sheep over dogs. Come on, come out and fight. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, and the entire court immediately took 3 steps back. Which of those officials dared to compete with Cheng Yaojin like this? Wei Zhang stood up at this time and looked at Cheng Yaojin. General Cheng, calm down. Then he glanced at Kui Minqian and the other officials behind Kui Minqian. Wei Zhang dares to ask, who is this Lu Xian? What is so strange about him? Have you ever known about it? Wei Zhang, we don't know. If that's the case, why question His Majesty? I don't blame those who don't know. Wei Zhang sneered. To put it nicely, who did I learn it from? Every day in the court, I just want to go against His Majesty. Your Majesty wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning and goes to sleep in the morning. He works extremely hard. Now you are promoting talented people and you have to make irresponsible remarks. Wei Zhang, do not agree. The other officials were stunned one by one. No, it doesn't seem like you're talking about us, right? Aren't you doing all these things yourself? At this time, Wei Zhang raised his hand to Li Shimin. Your Majesty, I think your Majesty is wise. Cheng Yaojin also grinned. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, holy might. Li Shimin touched his beard and waved his hand. That's it. Lu Renayuan followed Lu Xian, holding his head high and chest high. He was a little embarrassed 2 days ago. When the emperor came, the brothers would smile awkwardly when they saw Lu Renayuan. But today is different. Lu Xian is not an ordinary person now. According to your Majesty, he became the Earl of Lanshan County yesterday. What kind of identity is that? That is a noble of the Tang dynasty. Lu Renayuan himself is not a coward, but a good soldier in the army. What is the problem with following the noble of the Tang dynasty, being ordered by your Majesty and obeying Lord Lu Xian? Of course, he didn't know that Lu Xian is now a marquis. On the streets of the East City, Lu Xian faced those complicated and vast shops neatly arranged, and began to fall into choice difficulties. It's not that it's difficult to choose what to buy. After all, you can buy whatever you want now. What else do you need to consider when buying clothes for Yaya and Dazwang? The reason why it's difficult to choose is that do you want everything? Or do you want everything and double it? Sir, the best fur, made into a cloak, can keep you warm in winter. Sir, come in and take a look, the newly arrived Liaodong mink fur. Yaya and Dezhuang's attention was not on the clothes at all. The weather was slowly getting colder, but Yaya was very active all day. A 4-year-old child was jumping up and down, and her whole body was hot. Before the wind had time to blow, Yaya had already entered the house. There were no cotton clothes these days, so fur coats were naturally the best choice. Dezhuang looked calm and composed, as if he was emitting amazing heat all over his body. Dezhuang, try the clothes of this store with Yaya. Lu Xian pointed to a luxurious store and said slowly. Dezhuang grinned and carried Yaya in. While the shopkeeper was still stunned, Lu Renayuan came over with a big fight. My lord is buying things, why don't you go and receive him? Lord. The shopkeeper looked like he was still asleep, and the surprise on his face disappeared instantly. He reacted very quickly. Oh, guest, please sit down, I will choose for you, how can I let you do it yourself? Lu Xian smiled, watching Yaya and Dazwang facing a pile of good quality and novel clothes, liking them very much, and his heart gradually warmed up. Is this a foothold in the Tang dynasty? Even the most picky person in the world can't seem to find any faults, right? This foothold should be something to be proud of, right? Even if a girl who is dating in the future comes to find faults, she can't find any, right? Lu Renayuan, you go pick one too. Lu Renayuan shook his head shyly. Sir, we don't really need it. We have official clothes for official business, and we have several sets a year. Lu Xian then remembered that this guy used to be Li Shimin's bodyguard, so he naturally had a lot of clothes all year round. It takes a little bit of skill to resist the cold outside in the cold weather. If he didn't have something to keep out the cold, he wouldn't be as delicate and tender as he is now. Lu Renayuan, don't say it. Old Li said you are a warrior, but I don't think you look like a warrior at all. You look more like those delicate and tender young men in brothels. As soon as these words came out, Lu Renayuan blushed. As a descendant of a famous family, it seems not an exaggeration to call him a young man. Sir, I've only been a guard for 2 years. Lu Xian nodded and patted Lu Renayuan's shoulder gently. Don't worry, there's not much to do in our house, and you shouldn't always do the work of a guard. You should be like a steward. Ask Laoli later what the stewards in the palace are like, and you can be the same as them. Lu Renayuan felt as if 1,000 pounds of force was pressing down on him when Lu Xian patted him. He suddenly tensed his body and barely managed to bear it. Even so, his shoulder was still aching. Wow, sir is so strong? Just after he exhaled, he heard Lu Xian's words. For a moment, Lu Renayuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sir, there are eunuchs in the palace. How can I be the same as them? I am the only son in 3 generations, the only child in the family, and I have to carry on the family line. Lu Xian led the team to buy clothes relatively quickly. After Yaya and Dazwang had chosen, Lu Xian left the money and prepared to go home. The streets of the East Market are wider than those of the West Market. I think it should be because the shops are arranged in an orderly manner. Xian walked in front with his hands behind his back. When he saw the pink attics on the roadside, he would ask Lu Renayuan, "Sir, that place is not a good place. Men in our Tang dynasty don't go there. That place is a casino. I heard that there is someone behind it. It seems to be the uncle of the king. Sir, that is Jiao Fangzi." Hearing the three words Jiao Fangzi, Lu Xian instantly became energetic. "Lu Renayuan, have you been to Jiao Fangzi?" Lu Renayuan's face changed. "Sir, I, Lu Renayuan, am a descendant of a famous family. I am upright and not close to women. I never go to that kind of place. What's more, Jiao Fangzi was a good place before, but now, it's not as good as a brothel." Lu Xian smiled. According to rumors, there are several specifications of brothels in the Tang dynasty. The brothel is a place where ordinary people can go. The brothel is a place where rich people go. The Jiao Fangzi is a place where people of status go. But after the third year of Zhenguan, something seemed to have happened. The Jiao Fangzi is now very different from before, and it gradually seems to have disappeared from the eyes of patrons. The brothel has become a holy place in the hearts of men in Chang'an, the Tang dynasty. Of course, there is another important reason, that is, as more and more foreigners arrived in Chang'an, and the number of Hu people increased, some magical martial arts began to spread among the brothels and brothels. With improved business capabilities, the latecomers naturally surpassed. Today's Jiao Fangzi is sparsely populated. Only those singing girls and dancing girls are constantly practicing singing and dancing every day. They are ordered by officials and appear at various banquets of dignitaries in the Tang dynasty. "Oh, Lu Renayuan, you know a lot about brothels," Lu Xian said suddenly. Lu Renayuan didn't think much about it, and subconsciously replied, No, just a little bit. Sir, I often go to brothels to arrest people." Lu Xian looked at Lu Renayuan with a smile. His eyebrows and eyes were like scimitars, as if saying, "Don't explain, explanation is covering up, who is not a man." Lu Renayuan looked at Lu Xian's eyes and knew that he could no longer explain clearly. The juggler on the roadside threw the porcelain bowl in his hand high up. The porcelain bowl flew very high. If it fell like this, it would definitely be shattered. But the next moment, when the porcelain bowl fell, the man's hand seemed to have eyes. He took the porcelain bowl lightly in his hand, and then took out a torch with his other hand and spit it at the torch. Breaking fire? When Yaya saw this, she immediately opened her mouth wide, and the drool at the corner of her mouth was covered by her little hand. He can spit fire from his mouth. Lu Xian was about to speak when he heard a clear voice, "This is just a trick. We meet again, shopkeeper Lu Xian." Following the direction of the voice, Lu Xian fixed his eyes and saw Zhang Luan. This morning, outside the Datang restaurant, Zhang Luan waited for a long time. After all the diners in line had dispersed, she still did not see the Datang restaurant open. In desperation, Zhang Luan planned to walk alone. Not going to the appointment would definitely make His Royal Highness the King of Yu unhappy. His Royal Highness the King of Yu was very young. At the age of 14, he was already a man of both literary and military skills. He was extremely intelligent, liked literature, was good at calligraphy, had a promising future, and was the most beloved prince of His Majesty. But Zhang Luan knew that the chess pieces of the Zhang family would not have a good end. Once on the chessboard, you must be prepared to sacrifice. In distress, she slowly walked to the East Market. As far as she could see, the Datang was prosperous. In the crowd, she heard a burst of applause, which was the juggling troupe. Then, she saw Yaya and Lu Xian. After saying hello, Zhang Luan walked over with a smile. "Manager Lu Xian, why are you so elegant today?" Lu Xian looked at Zhang Luan. Today, Zhang Luan was wearing a long gown, which was very chic. Her tall figure was very upright. She looked up proudly, almost looking at people with the tip of her chin. Proud, classical, under the sun, her face was like a lotus just out of the water. "So it's the girl, we meet again. It's fate, I'm honored, I'm Zhang Luan." "It's her?" Zhang Luan finished speaking and smiled at Lu Xian. He should be very surprised to hear that his last name is Zhang. He is so smart, he should think that he is from the Zhang family of Xinjiang, right? Ordinary people will show excitement, respect, and envy when facing wealthy families, right? Why didn't he have any special reaction? People in the world are proud to marry into the 5 surnames and 7 families. Why didn't he have any reaction at all? Isn't he beautiful enough? Her beauty could not be said to be the best in the world, but there might not be many people in Chang'an who were more attractive than her. Zhang Luan was very confident. But Lu Xian just looked at her calmly, as if there was no movement at all. Suddenly, Zhang Luan had a bold guess. I heard that there was a clan in Hedong, the Lu family, which had many talented people in the Pre-Sui dynasty. Could it be that Lu Xian was from the Hedong Lu family? But even so, how could it be compared with my Xingyang Zhang family? I thought that if I announced the name, I would be amazed, but in Lu Xian's eyes, Zhang Luan could not see a trace of surprise. Big sister, you smell different, so fragrant. Yaya had gotten off Dazhuang's shoulders without knowing when, holding Zhang Luan's hand, and her body twisted gently with the wind, seeming a little excited. Yaya, why are you so rude? Lu Xian immediately stopped Yaya from trying to climb on Zhang Luan. Zhang Luan smiled and looked at Yaya, thinking of that night at the Golden Autumn Poetry Festival, when Yaya stood on the table with her hands behind her back, looking like a little adult. So your name is Yaya, why are you so cute? Zhang Luan suddenly found a different way. Man, when I can't conquer you, I can start with your daughter. You were amazing when you recited poems that night. Yaya couldn't stand Zhang Luan's praise. If you praise Yaya for being smart, Yaya will say that she is just average, third in the world. If you praise Yaya for being cute, she will sneer, and say that puppies are also cute. But if you praise her for what she has done, in an instant, Yaya will treat you as her friend. That's what Lu Renayuan did. Originally, Yaya only rode on Dazhuang's shoulders, but these 2 days, she seems to have climbed onto Lu Renayuan's shoulders and sat. Zhang Luan's praise made Yaya straighten her chest with pride. Big sister, you have a good eye. Yaya has a good memory. I said it once and Yaya can remember it. Zhang Luan covered her mouth and smiled. Really? Sister doesn't believe it. Where in the world is there such a smart child? Yaya's prestige is unquestionable. She immediately said, Big sister, come up with a question to test me. At this time, Zhang Luan was almost certain that the poem was 100% written by Lu Xian. Moreover, Lu Xian's family seemed to be extraordinary. Yaya has a photographic memory, Lu Xian has a deep background, and that Dazhuang, who seems to be honest, didn't look stupid when he beat Lu Lingyun that day. Zhang Luan's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible smugness, and she also glanced at Lu Xian with a sidelong glance. Man, you can't escape from my palm. In the palace, in front of Li Shimin, Empress Changsun raised the issue of Li Lizi's marriage for the last time. Your Majesty, don't you really consider Changsun Chong? My brother has asked me many times, and I am a little nervous. How does your Majesty want to deal with him? Li Shimin stroked his beard, a little puzzled. There are so many men in this world, must Changsun Chong be chosen? Besides, Guanyanbi, why are you so anxious? Do you have to settle your daughter so anxiously? Li Shimin sighed, I'll think about this matter again. I'm going to see someone later. Do you want to go with me? Today, I have brought him good things. I don't believe that I can't eat anything in his house. Li Shimin raised the corner of his mouth. When Empress Changsun saw Li Shimin's look, she immediately understood in her heart that Changsun Chong might have no chance. For now, Changle is impossible. If your Majesty is willing to nod, perhaps other princesses are also good. Marriage between relatives has always been the only wish of Changsun Wuji, and Empress Changsun cannot refuse. Your Majesty, is the person you are going to see the cook you mentioned? Empress Changsun asked cautiously. Li Shimin looked up. Guanyanbi, it's not a cook, it's the Marquis of Lanshan in the Tang dynasty. Empress Changsun then remembered that today in the court, an imperial edict was issued to a commoner, and he was granted 3 titles, which made him a Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Since your Majesty said so, I will go and see who that little guy is. He can make your Majesty so sleepless and forget about food, and be happy without thinking about his hometown. Empress Changsun narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath. She wanted to see what this cook did. Was he worthy of Changle? Was he really better than Changsun Chong? On the streets of the East Market, Zhang Luan held Yaya's hand and walked behind Lu Xian, seemingly in no hurry. Yaya, do you like this? Sister will buy it for you. Compared to the coaxing voices of Li Lizi and the other two, Zhang Luan seemed to be more liked by Yaya, because she treated Yaya as an adult and didn't speak in a roundabout way. Yaya put her hands behind her back and felt that she was doing well again. Big sister, Yaya doesn't like these things. Yaya wants to eat beggar's chicken. Beggar's chicken? Zhang Luan was in a dilemma. The Zhang family of Xingyang, located in the Central Plains, was well informed, but she, Zhang Luan, really didn't know what beggar's chicken was. At this moment, Dazwang tilted his head and looked at Yaya, lowering his voice. Yaya, keep your voice down, or the young master won't cook it for us. Beggar's chicken. Zhang Luan raised her lips, and suddenly thought of some ancient cooking methods. As a woman, if she doesn't go to the kitchen, she won't be able to do it. If you don't have good cooking skills, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the Tang dynasty and gain a foothold in your future husband's family. Yaya, do you want to eat the chicken made by your sister? My sister is very good at making chicken. As soon as Zhang Luan finished speaking, Lucian felt as if the air was sucked dry by something. Only one heart was beating violently, gurgling, gurgling. If she made chicken, she would definitely be very professional. I guess God would be moved to tears when he heard this. Big sister, Yaya only eats the chicken cooked by I, it's delicious. Then, let big sister eat chicken together, how about it? Yaya pondered for a while, holding her chin with her little hand, and shook her head seriously. Big sister, if you want to eat chicken, you have to be able to work. What kind of work can you do? Yaya can wash dishes, play in the mud, and massage ice legs. Zhang Luan looked at Lucian with a smile, and her voice seemed to be without any emotion, but as soon as she spoke, it was like a charming woman. Lucian, are you willing to let me do these things for you? Lucian frowned, something was wrong. Zhang Luan's title of female CAO may not be a lie in history. Listen to these words of tigers and wolves, ambitious, and without any emotion. It seems that she has been squeezed a lot in the Zhang family since she was a child. Hey, girl, please speak nicely, don't try to trick me. I need waiters in my Tang Dynasty hotel, and I also need some maids at home, but I don't need a delicate lady like you. As a girl, I have no choice in everything. I, Lucian, also understand that. However, people should strive for self-improvement. Even if you can temporarily restore your glory by relying on others, it will inevitably wither again over time. What do you think? Lucian guessed what Zhang Shi of Xingyang meant, but according to the trajectory of history, Zhang Luan's meaning should be different from Zhang Shi of Xingyang. I, Lucian, never persuade others, but I still have to say a few words about the girl's matter. I don't want anything else, but I just think that in this cold world, there are not many souls as passionate as the girl. Boom boom boom. Lucian's words echoed in Zhang Luan's mind. How did he say that I had no choice? He doesn't know my identity, but he knows my pain. Lucian, who are you? Why can you see through people's hearts? Zhang Luan looked dazed, and her eyebrows kept trembling. As a woman, I have no choice. People should strive for self-improvement. Even if you can temporarily restore your glory by relying on others, you will inevitably wither again over time. Lucian doesn't want anything else. Zhang Luan turned her head, and the autumn wind blew through the noisy Chang'an, but it couldn't blow away the fog in her heart. Lucian, understand me. That's enough. Manager Lucian, how about I go to your house as a maid? Zhang Luan smiled. Just now, Yaya asked me what I can do. In fact, I can do a lot. If the maids in the mansion are handed over to me to discipline, the Lu mansion will definitely be in order. Lucian was stunned when he heard it. My house is not a brothel, why should it be in order? Woman, are you trying to plot something? Are you trying to get me to pay attention to oil and salt? Do you want me to not take a shower? Do you want me to be Li Shimon's sworn brother? Or do you want the big bad wolf in my Yaya's belly? It's up to you. Lucian shrugged. My family has no shortage of women, nor beautiful women. If you want to come, you have to let me see your sincerity. Zhang Luan nodded. Lucian, don't worry, I will. Burn the boats, that's it. You want to use me to exchange for wealth and glory, but I won't. You want to give me to the richest man in the world, but I want to be a little maid. Zhang Luan gritted her teeth and followed behind Lucian and the other four. Lu Renayuan looked at Zhang Luan suspiciously. Tisk tisk, girl, are we going the same way from now on? I am the housekeeper, managing men, and you are also in charge of things and women. How beautiful. Lu Renayuan didn't dislike looking at beautiful women, but it was mainly because it didn't feel good to rub against the edge of the Kong at night. There were too many beautiful women at home, which always made people feel uncomfortable. When you touch a woman, you will be slower to draw your sword. Lu Renayuan thought of this and tightened the hilt in his hand. In Xingguofang, Zhang Luan and Lucian separated and walked alone on the street with firm steps. Master, do you want her to come? Lu Xian glanced at De Zhuang, and it was obvious that De Zhuang felt that he seemed to be ignored. His tone was extremely aggrieved. De Zhuang, don't worry, we are a family, and she is an outsider. De Zhuang nodded. Master, I will eat less and work more in the future. This scene touched Lu Xian's heart. When he was a child, De Zhuang ate more. Every time he saw Lu Xian and Lu Xian's parents eating less, he would feel sad, so De Zhuang chose to work more. He was an abandoned child, so he was afraid that he would be abandoned again. De Zhuang. It's okay, do whatever you want. De Zhuang scratched his head and grinned. The Lu mansion today seemed a little different, but he couldn't tell where it was different. Lu Renayuan was carrying a lot of bags on his back, all of which were Yaya and Dazhuang's things. Lu Xian walked in front, and as soon as he entered the door, he noticed the strange atmosphere. The maids and servants in the house seemed to be terrified and silent. Could it be that there was a thief in the house? There must be no thieves in the house. The servants are all masters of the Jinryu guard. Even if the thieves have the intention, they don't have the courage. Li Shimin did come in. Beside him, there was a graceful and calm woman. It should be Empress Chang soon, right? Did the couple come here to eat together? Old Li, you are here. Lu Xian understood what was going on when he saw Li Shimin. Old Li came in, so the servants of the Jinryu guard must have told the maids at home. Second brother, why did you go out again? For things like buying things, just let the servants go. Li Shimin grinned. Is there anything to eat today? I am starving. Lu Xian smiled and joked. Old Li, you can't do that. Every time you come here, you either want to eat or drink. Your ancestors were rich, but why do you act like a starving ghost? As soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, Empress Chang Sun's face became a little stiff. Why did Lu Xian speak like that? Your Majesty is not angry yet? When I came here today, Li Shimin told me to treat myself as an ordinary person. Li Shimin grinned. Hey, it's not that I'm greedy, it's mainly because of your good cooking skills. Your sister-in-law is here today, you have to show her off. We won't talk about money at home, how about that? Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin seriously and said, Brother, who do you think I am? A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. I, Lu Xian, never ask for money indiscriminately. Li Shimin's hand trembled as he touched his beard, and a few strands of his beard almost fell off. Ah, yes, my brother is a man of high moral character, I know that. Lu Xian nodded and looked at Empress Chang Sun. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand me. What Old Li means is that my craftsmanship is very valuable. But they are all brothers, how can I charge them? This is Yaya, my daughter, who is 4 years old this year, and that is Dazhuang. Yaya looked at Empress Chang Sun eagerly at this time. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Dazhuang grinned and smiled honestly. Empress Chang Sun narrowed her eyes, and then her brows suddenly relaxed. Li Shimin's heart became nervous. Guanyanbi was an old hand at hiding a knife in her smile. This action was usually a prelude to a fight. Is she really hostile to Lu Xian? I'm just thinking about my daughter. In order to get closer to Lu Xian, I even swore brotherhood with him. Guanyanbi, you must not lose your temper. This must be Lu Xian. Empress Chang Sun's voice sounded calmly, with a hint of joy. Sure enough, he is dignified, handsome, and unparalleled. My husband Li always mentions you. He comes home so late every day. If he hadn't mentioned you, I would have thought he had someone else outside. Lu Xian bowed to Empress Chang Sun. Sister-in-law, you are too kind. Lu Xian is just an ordinary person. Li Shimin was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. Isn't it right? Madam, let's not talk too much. Let Lu Xian cook quickly. I tell you, Lu Xian's cooking skills are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Empress Chang Sun turned her head and looked at Li Shimin with a serious expression. Old Li, how can you do this? Brother Lu Xian just came back from outside, exhausted and tired. Instead of thinking about how to relax his brother, you urge your brother to cook. Aren't you too inconsiderate as a big brother? This is not the same as the half-brother you usually say. Li Shimin's face stiffened for a moment. No, Guanyanbi, why are you so mean? Lu Xian, don't listen to him. I heard that you were entrusted by your brother-in-law. You are so loyal. Come and tell your sister-in-law about what happened. Lu Xian, if you don't mind, go to your sister-in-law's place. We have many daughters in the Li family. Yeah, you look so cute. This is a gift from your aunt. Keep it well. Expensive? Not expensive, just some ordinary little gifts. Lu Xian, Don't mind it. Dezhuang, you must have a huge appetite on weekdays. Your aunt didn't say anything. You should accept these gold leaves and buy more food. Don't starve yourself. Li Shimin stood aside, with 10,000 wild bulls riding on his face in his heart. Is Guanyin Bai crazy today? When she came here, she had a stern face and gave me a cold face all the way. After coming here, facing Lu Xian, she suddenly became friendly, and invited Lu Xian to her home? Lu Xian went to that place, and I'm afraid he would be exposed. The sentence "there are many daughters in the family" almost made Li Shimin fall to the ground. Looking at the way Empress Changsun and Lu Xian chatted, Li Shimin sighed helplessly, and his stomach began to growl. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The imperial edict has arrived. Lu Xian was listening to Empress Changsun's chattering, and he was not used to it. Suddenly he heard this voice and wondered, what's going on? Old Li is doing something again? Old Li's eyes were full of pride, and he kept winking at Lu Xian, as if he was asking for credit. After entering the door, a group of Jinryu guards walked in front to clear the way, followed by an old eunuch in the palace eunuch's regular clothes. The old eunuch trembled and looked happy. Congratulations, my lord, congratulations, my lord. The old eunuch looked at Lu Xian with a flattering face. Lu Xian asked in confusion, excuse me, sir, what happened? The eunuch touched his chin, glanced around inadvertently, and then saw Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, and his smile disappeared in an instant. Still touching his chin? Why are you pretending to be so powerful? You don't even have a tail, but you're still pretending to be a wolf. Please listen to the order, my lord. The old eunuch suddenly became serious. The emperor's grace is great, your majesty has said. Now there is. Lu Xian looked at the old eunuch, and the old eunuch looked at the imperial edict. At this moment, Lu Xian was a little puzzled. Why didn't you let me kneel down to listen to the announcement? Did you forget the procedure after seeing Li Shimin? Well, you didn't say it, so I just saved some trouble. Besides, even if you said it, I couldn't kneel down to receive the order. The long and smelly imperial edict was obviously written by Li Shimin. When Li Shimin brought 2 imperial edicts last time, Lu Xian took a look and his head began to feel dizzy. Compared with those documents in later generations, Li Shimin is even worse. You, Li Shimin, are the emperor of the Tang dynasty after all. When writing an imperial edict, can you not show off your limited literary talent? Lu Xian, kneel down. Li Shimin winked. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin with a smile. Old Li, do you still have to kneel down to receive the edict? You and I are brothers. Who is following who? You kneel for me. Li Shimin's head was buzzing. If I kneel for you, then I kneel for myself? When Empress Changsun heard this, she giggled and seemed to be 10 years younger. Li Shimin saw Empress Changsun laughing and shaking, and suddenly felt a little strange. He hadn't seen such a Guanyin maid for a long time. The old eunuch was sweating profusely after reading the imperial edict. Lu Xian walked over slowly and took the imperial edict. Eunuch, it's cold, why are you sweating? Are you sick? Dezhuang, I taught you acupuncture last time, which is specially used to treat physical weakness and sweating. Come and treat the old eunuch. Dezhuang grinned and rushed towards the old eunuch excitedly. The old eunuch was startled. Oh, Lord, no, no. You are now the lord of the Tang dynasty, the young man most loved by his majesty. In the future, I will have to rely on you to take care of me. Lu Xian nodded, looked at the old eunuch standing there, and glanced at Li Shimin lightly. Brother, I have no money, why don't you give this eunuch some hard work money for me? Li Shimin was unwilling, and waved his hands repeatedly. Lu Xian, this is a good thing given to you by the person above. You can't let your brother feel disappointed. Be generous, don't be stingy, do it quickly. Li Shimin deliberately instigated. Lu Xian sighed. Old Li, I misjudged you, you and I are half-brothers. The old eunuch was sweating profusely when he heard it. There has never been anyone in the world who dares to talk to the current emperor like this. Empress Changsun came over and said, you have worked hard, eunuch. Please accept this little thing. After placing a jade pendant on the trembling hand of the old eunuch was dumbfounded. What ability did this newly promoted Marquis of Lanshan have to gain the protection of His Majesty and the favor of the Empress? Father-in-law, do you have anything else to do? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Can I ask Dezhuang to treat you? The old eunuch was already weak on his legs. Now he bowed repeatedly and left in a hurry, which made his legs weak with fear. Seeing that the old eunuch left and the Jinryu guards also withdrew, Li Shimin nodded with satisfaction. Lu Xian, tell me how to thank me. This time Li Shimin directly made a big move. He promoted his title 3 times and announced it in the court. All the officials were shocked and are still asking who Lu Xian is. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lu Xian sighed and shook his head. Old Li, look, if it weren't for my wife, I would have lost my brother today. I just asked you to help me with some money, but you weren't happy with it. Now you ask me to thank you. I want to thank you. I am also grateful to the current Holy Emperor. What does it have to do with you, Li Er? At this time, Queen Changsun was already smiling from ear to ear, sitting on the chair, almost losing her composure. Lu Xian, you're right. Look at Lao Li. He's used to picking and searching. Now he's embarrassed. Lu Xian smiled brightly and said to Empress Changsun, Madam, you have to go back and talk to Lao Li carefully. This is not acceptable. By the way, Lao Li, Madam-in-law is still young and you are getting stronger. It's time to have more children. Don't do nothing all day long and just eat and wander around. I know a drug dealer named Xiao Lanping. Please tell me your name. Li Shimin's face turned blue and purple. Madam, you and I are family. Empress Changsun took Yaya's little hand and said, Old Li, Lu Xian is not an outsider after all. Are you still not happy after saying a few words to you? Today is the day that Li Shimin was injured, the day that Li Shimin's defense was broken, and the day that Li Shimin's family status was seriously reduced. In order to save his face, Li Shimin took out a trick bag. Second brother, go quickly, brother is really hungry. Touching the heavy brocade bag, Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Who told you to pretend to be an ordinary person? Who asked you to visit privately? Who makes you afraid to show your cards? Can't you tell the story of your suffering? Are you feeling uncomfortable? It's okay to feel uncomfortable. The title I enjoy is what I, Lu Xian, got through trading. Making money is what I, Lu Xian, should do. You, Lao Li, really don't have to be so polite. After putting away the money bag, Lu Xian said slowly, Brother, Madam-in-law, please wait a moment. Lu Xian will come as soon as he goes. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the door. Brother Lu Xian, what a happy event today. Congratulations to Brother Lu Xian. My cow heard that Brother Lu Xian was promoted, so he climbed up the wall, but accidentally fell to the ground and died. Who could this voice be if it wasn't Cheng Yaojin and the other three? Of course, there was another person behind them, Qin Kaiyang. In order to show the results of his recent exercise, Qin Kaiyang personally carried a cow weighing several hundred kilograms and walked behind, one step at a time, and every step with laughter. Mr. Lu Xian, congratulations. Queen Changsun looked at Li Shimin in surprise, her phoenix eyes seemed to be questioning, Your Majesty, they are also very close to Lu Xian, why didn't you mention it? Master, Madam. A group of people, staring at each other, stayed where they were. Qin Kaiyang stood behind the three of them, breathing heavily, Are you here? I'll let it go when it's here. I've seen the master. The four members of Cheng Yaojin looked at each other, especially Cheng Yaojin, muttering in his heart, Why is your majesty here? Now that he's here, what's the meal like? Yu Qigong's eyes widened, and then he lowered his head. At this time, he knew that he must not speak. If he accidentally said the wrong thing again, he might make a joke. When His Majesty screamed in the camp at night, Yu Qigong thought that His Majesty was in danger, so he rushed in, picked her up and ran away. From then on, he did not dare to look directly into the eyes of Empress Changsun. Niu Jinda was open-minded and held his chest high. This cow is not mine. My surname is Niu. I am very good friends with Niu and I don't like eating cows at all. Qin Kaiyang was still carrying the cow on her back, and now she didn't know whether to put it down or continue to carry it. In desperation, he angrily scolded Cheng Yaojin, Old Cheng, why do you just let me carry your cattle? Yaya held a small rattle in her hand, swaying and walked to the middle of a few people. She looked at the people with big eyes and small eyes, and suddenly clapped her hands excitedly. Uncle who gets drunk after just one drink, you can't eat a few of them. They eat a lot. They can eat a cow in one bite. Li Shimin's face turned even darker. Cheng Yaojin, I don't talk about you on weekdays. That's because I didn't see you. You can just eat it secretly by yourself. You even brought it out to eat. As a nobleman of the Tang dynasty, you can do this. If we take the lead, can the atmosphere in Chang'an be improved? Even if you bring it out to eat, why don't you call me? It's been 7 years, I've been on the throne for 7 years. How many cows have you eaten secretly in these 7 years, and how many times have you had my share? Hateful? Yaya, come back. Everyone, since you are here, why don't you sit down together? Lu Xian looked at this scene and probably knew what these people were thinking about Xiaojuju. He broke the awkwardness with a smile and paved the steps. Cheng Yaojin grinned, Master, this cow really died accidentally. My family never eats cows randomly. The main reason is that my family has bad feng shui. There are always some weird things happening in the cowshed. Li Shimin said with a dark face, that's all, I'm here already, I don't blame you. Cheng Yaojin grinned and took out a gold ingot from his sleeve robe. Brother Lu Xian, I'm sorry to bother you. Today is your special day. It shouldn't be like this, but the main reason is that I'm used to your cooking. How can I eat food from other places in the world? Lu Xian frowned and picked up Cheng Yaojin's gold ingot. What's going on? You're here and you're still so polite. This will never happen again. After putting away the gold ingot, Lu Xian greeted with a smile, Lu Renayuan, take the guests to sit in the pavilion in the backyard. Daz Wang, turn on the stove. At this time, Lu Xian mysteriously said to Li Shimin, Old Li, come here, I will show you a treasure. Li Shimin looked at Lu Xian suspiciously, second brother, please don't talk nonsense. Lu Xian gently patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. At this moment, Li Shimin staggered as if he had been hit by a stone. Oh, blame me, I can't control my attacks. You know, I'm a cook, so I'm naturally stronger, so that's understandable, right? Look at this. After taking Li Shimin to the backyard, Lu Xian opened a door and pointed to the corner. At this moment, Li Shimin saw clearly that those dark things were coal. But, why do these coals look so weird? It is round and has many small holes in the middle. This is briquettes. You go back and mix the washed coal with the yellow mud. A moment later, when Li Shimin came out of the backyard, he stroked his beard and looked very proud. Second brother, I told you that we are sworn brothers, and we are definitely a match made in heaven. Lu Xian felt that something was wrong with this, but it didn't seem too inconsistent. By the way, second brother, I want to ask you something. My people found coal outside Chang'an, and there is quite a lot of it. There is so much coal outside Chang'an, but you asked me to look for it in Jinyang. Since Li Shimin knew that there was coal outside Chang'an, he was completely confused. If he had known earlier, he would not have touched the ancestral grave. Now he dared not tell anyone about this matter. Yuan Tiangang and the craftsmen in the General Works Bureau were digging coal in Jinyang recently, and the coal mines outside Chang'an were also progressing slowly. I made all the things you sent over into honeycomb coal. It's nothing special. It's very durable. Brother, don't say anything else. Answer me first. Old Li, why do you like to ask so much? This is not a good habit. Lu Xian smacked his lips. Do you have to go over to taste the saltiness of the manure carts from Chang'an? Li Shimin said with a dark face, Brother, I'll pay more. After that, Li Shimin took out another heavy bag and put it in Lu Xian's hand. Brother, what do you mean by this? Who are you looking down on? Forget it, I won't do it again next time. In fact, there are still many good businesses that make you money. Mining coal is mining coal, and it's not too much to dig other things. Lu Xian said this calmly, as if he was eating and drinking water. But Li Shimin understood. I treat you as my brother, and you instigated me to dig my own ancestral grave. Not only did you trick me into raiding my ancestors' tombs while they were asleep, you also wanted me to be a tomb raider like Cao. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Why is your nose crooked? I have an axe here, I'll fix it for you. You know, as a cook, I always have some strange skills. Old Li, you can't do it. Why is your face purple? Do you know any magic? Why is it blue again? Li Shimin was speechless at this time. His heart was depressed, and his face was blue and purple. Old Li, big brother, my most beloved brother. Lu Xian said seriously. Just say whether you are short of money. This sentence woke Li Shimin up directly. Short of money? Listen to what you say. Of course you are short of money? Very short of money. Well, do you have a way? Confucius said, it's okay to be short of money, but you can't be short of morality. If you are short of morality, you must not be short of money. Lu Xian felt that he was instilling a concept in Li Shimin. I really didn't mean it, I just wanted to see the Tomb Raider with my own eyes. All under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are his subjects. You are short of money, which means that the current emperor must be even short of money. Is that right? Am I right? Damn, brother, what are you doing? Why are you crying? Li Shimin pulled Lu Xian's arm and suddenly figured it out. Yes, all the land and money in the world belong to me, and all the people in the world belong to me, Li Shimin. Why can't I ask my ancestors and those former sages to borrow some money? I am doing this for the people of the world, for all the people. Brother, I understand. Have you told others about this method? Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Shimin. Old Li, who do you think I am? This method, I will only tell you. Yes, this method is not suitable for others to use, and they will be beheaded. Old Li, big brother, you know, this business, only that person dares to do it. If you can convince that person, it's simple, or 30%, just do it. Tomb robbing? The first time is always a little thrilling, scary, and even painful. But every time you forge ahead, there will always be tearing and collapse. After a few times, Old Li, you will only want more. Li Shimin's eyes are burning. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed in the back? Lu Xian smiled calmly. Don't worry, if you are scolded by others, I will definitely not watch it. I will just run away at that time. Li Shimin's heart is like opening some shackles. Brother, I understand. If one day, Big Brother really becomes a Tomb Raider, I will definitely give you benefits. Once the restraint disappears, some things will become natural. Before the moral shackles in the heart disappear, people are restrained and cautious, but once the shackles are broken once, from now on, there will be no more restraints. As the saying goes, if you want to steal gold, the world will be wide in an instant. Li Shimin went out happily. His face was full of excitement, his mouth corners raised, looking at the sun at a 45-degree angle. Even if it was dazzling and tears came, he had to maintain the stubbornness of an emperor. Lu Xian looked at Li Shimin's back and sighed silently. I am just a passerby of those boundless time travelers under the land of Lanshan. You are making great plans in other places, but don't come out to attack me. We don't interfere with each other, and we have our own ways. Lu Xian understood that after being granted the title of Marquis, it was almost a stage. He never expected that this fiefdom would still be Lanshan in the end. What is that place? The sun in Lanshan is warm and the jade is smoking. Lanshan's daughter Yan doesn't know where she is, but Lanshan has always been there. Lu Xian has an ex-girlfriend who likes to watch. She watches all day long except eating and sleeping. Even when spring comes, she still watches. The ex-girlfriend told Lu Xian a lot of interesting things, such as Lanshan, a place with extraordinary significance on the internet. Lu Xian sighed. What a pity. If he had not stopped her from watching it at that time, maybe they would not have broken up. Girls who like literature and art are always pregnant. The sun is shining on your head, and Lanshan is smiling at you. Lu Xian shook her head, put her hands behind her back, and went straight to the kitchen. Dezhuang was performing miracles for Empress Chengsun. What brick and stone water tanks, what bluestone iron sheets, could not stop Dezhuang from shivering. Yaya stood aside to cheer Dezhuang. Empress Chengsun was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Li Shimin looked at several generals, then looked at Dezhuang, with mixed feelings in his heart. Dezhuang, where did you learn this skill? Dezhuang was a little slow to react. He had already made a move, but suddenly took it back and looked at Li Shimin who was talking. Uncle who gets drunk with one glass of wine. I like to watch ants. Ants are so powerful when they fight. Such small ants can lift such a big stone. Li Shimin was stunned. What a fool. Watching ants is just an excuse. The key is the natural strength. Dezhuang suddenly spoke as if he suddenly remembered something. Yes, I remember it. When I was a child, the young master recited the Analects when he had nothing to do. I followed him. If there was a teacher, it must be Confucius. A burst of laughter came, and the yard was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Only Qin Kaiang squinted his eyes there, as if he was wondering, is the Analects really a book that teaches martial arts? Looking at Qin Kaiang's serious expression, Cheng Yaojin grinned and laughed. Brother Qin, Dezhuang just said it casually, don't take it seriously. If Confucius taught martial arts, Confucius' descendants would be angry to death. Empress Changsun laughed a lot today, more than in the past few years. Li Shimin saw Empress Changsun laugh, and naturally laughed very happily. Guanyin, Madam, De Zhuang, don't look silly, in fact, there are many wonderful ideas in his heart. Empress Chang soon sighed, she had never been soft-hearted in her life, but when she saw De Zhuang and Ye, suddenly, her heart softened. Maybe she's old. De Zhuang, come here. I'll ask you a question. If you answer it correctly, I'll buy you the most delicious sweet-scented osmanthus cake in Chang'an. When Ye heard about delicious food, she immediately leaned over and said, and, are you talking about the sweet-scented osmanthus cake from Gihuafang? While she was talking, tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. If it weren't for Empress Chang's son's quick eyes and hands, Ye's saliva would have fallen on her new clothes. Yaya is right, it's the sweet-scented osmanthus cake there. De Zhuang scratched his head, and a simple voice came out, Aunt, I can't take your things. You'd better give me money. When Empress Chang's son saw De Zhuang's naive appearance, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She laughed more and naturally felt happy. Some of the knots in her heart that had been depressed for many years seemed to be unblocked. Her body was light and her mind was clear. The headache that had lasted for many days seemed to disappear. De Zhuang, you said you learned martial arts from Confucius, then what kind of person is Confucius? De Zhuang stood there, not moving at all, his left hand hanging down, his right hand constantly rubbing his pants, his eyes drifting to the stone table beside him. Suddenly, De Zhuang's voice came, when Confucius' back is exposed, it is a ferocious word of virtue, and the clogs worn by Confucius should be used as firewood. No matter how powerful the Analects is, it can't compare to the fart that Confucius farted when he was 60 years old. If he hadn't been lying on the ground and fighting ants, the two children wouldn't have been bored to watch the sun. For a while, the atmosphere in the backyard became more joyful. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back. He was very familiar with this house. Before Lu Xian moved in, he would come here to stroll around in the evening and drink and chat with a few old friends. Following the fragrance, Li Shimin soon arrived in the kitchen. Li Shimin quietly pushed the door open and looked inside through the crack. He was stunned for a moment. In the kitchen, Lu Xian had just boiled hot water. He raised his hand and lifted up the whole cow like a leaf. It was effortless and hung on 2 iron hooks. Hiss! Li Shimin felt trembling all over. Something is wrong with Lu Xian's family? Could it be that what De Zhuang said just now was true? The Analects is really a book that records Confucius' teaching of martial arts? Li Shimin looked again, and this time, an even more outrageous scene appeared. The knife in Lu Xian's hand seemed to have eyes. It was obviously peeling the cow's skin and separating the flesh and bones, but Lu Xian's movements were smooth and fast. In the blink of an eye, Li Shimin had only peeled off a little bit, and the next moment, half of the cow's skin was hanging down. I'm fucking. Li Shimin was stunned. He felt his scalp numb and his legs and feet couldn't move. Plop! He sat down on the ground with his eyes black. When he woke up again, he was sitting in front of Lu Xian. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Why are you like Lao Wang, peeking? My dear brother, it's okay. Li Shimin was a little upset. Lu Xian smiled. What did you see just now that scared you so much? Li Shimin slowly got up and supported the stove. Lu Xian, I saw you carrying a cow. Lu Xian understood that he had just carried the cow with one hand. Brother, haha, you misunderstood. Lu Xian is a cook, I have more strength, it's reasonable. Then you just used a knife. Li Shimin clearly remembered that the cold light flashed and the murderous aura just now. Brother, why are you so ridiculous? Lu Xian is just a cook, and my knife skills are better, it's understandable, right? Li Shimin let out a long breath. Reasonable, really reasonable. I thought too much. What happened to me just now? Why did my eyes go black and I don't remember anything? Lu Xian sighed. You just fainted just now, and I used some medicine to wake you up. Old Li, do everything openly in the future. Even if you become a tomb raider, you must do it openly. If you sneak around like a thief, you will soon fall ill. Li Shimin's eyes lit up and he said cautiously, Brother, do you know any medical skills? Lu Xian waved his hand. Hey, Old Li, how can I know any medical skills? I'm just an ordinary cook who can make medicinal food. Don't think too much. In the Cheng mansion, Cheng Kumo was secretly repairing the pillars while no one was around. Yuchi Baolin and Niu Jianhu were helping on the side. The weather today is pretty good, and the injuries of the 3 people seem to have healed a lot. Kumo, we can all walk, why don't we go out and play? Niu Jianhu suggested. Chang Kumo's eyes flickered. After he painted the red paint on the pillar, he raised the corner of his mouth and said, "No one knows me better than you, old Niu. I've been prepared for a long time. Today, my cow will die in the cowshed by hitting the pillar, so we have to find someone, hehe. Ah, eating beef? This is against the Tang law, and it's okay for us to eat it ourselves, but we have to find someone else." Chang Kumo was anxious. "Jianhua, have you forgotten the shopkeeper Lucian last time? He was awesome. How delicious that beef is, you've eaten it before." Niu Jianhua remembered that Chang Kumo was going to ask Lucian to cook. Yuji Bailin spoke at this time. "Kumo, are there too many cows in your family dying?" Chang Kumo rolled his eyes. "I can control myself, but I can't control the cows. The cows want to die, and I can't persuade them." Yuji Bailin looked at Chang Kumo in confusion, muttering in his heart. "Are you persuading? You obviously have a knife in your hand, you should be driving them away. There are no cows that die for love, only bulls that you have forced into a desperate situation. Well, let's carry the cow and go find shopkeeper Lucian. By the way, my father let it slip last time that he would get 100 guan for asking shopkeeper Lucian to cook. He took 100 guan from my mother and..." Chang Kumo stopped talking and rubbed his hands. "Let's go, brothers, let's see which cow is the most arrogant today. It dares to sleep with a cow skin. If it dares to wear a cow skin today, it obviously dares to wear human skin. Such an arrogant cow, a proud cow, should be fine if it hits its head and dies, right?" Lucian's mansion, in the backyard. The sound of a person drooling is very small, and if you don't pay attention, you can't see it at all. When a group of people are drooling, the movement becomes louder. At first it was just ticking, but later it seemed to connect into a line, like gurgling water. Gilo. Empress Chang soon tasted such delicious food for the first time today, and she was filled with confusion. "There is a shortage of cattle in the world, but your majesty actually eats cattle here?" After looking at Chang Yaojin and others, Empress Chang soon felt even more uncomfortable, wondering how to deal with the suffering of the people. At this time, De Zhuang no longer did so many fancy things. He picked up the plate and walked quickly from the kitchen to the stone table in the backyard in 3 steps. After a few rounds, the entire stone table was filled to the brim. At this time, Li Shimin suddenly thought of something. Since today was a free meal, should he get back the money he had spent before? After all, Chang Yaojin has already spent money today. If you pay for it yourself, Lucian, you want all the money. That's too much. 1 code equals 1 code. Isn't this what Lucian said yourself? Ahem, dear brother, since Lao Cheng is treating us, can I get my money back? Li Shimin spoke immediately. There are not many things in this world that require an overnight stay. Lucian looked at Li Shimin in surprise, with disbelief on his face, and then pretended to be confused. "Old Li, what did you say? I can't quite understand why." Li Shimin lowered his voice. "Money, bag, that money." Lucian slapped his thigh. "You said that money? Didn't you spend it all? The daughter who is married is the water that is thrown out, the money that is spent, and the ashes that are thrown away. Old Li, you are not kind." Cheng Yaojin and others swallowed hard and lowered their heads, especially Qin Kaiang. He had not been in court recently and was doing radio gymnastics at home every day. Not to mention, his health was getting better. "Lucian, 1 code equals 1 code. Lao Li, you're wrong. Didn't we all agree that you have the final say on spending money, and everything is spent, and I have the final say on collecting money, and everything is collected?" When Empress Chang soon saw this posture, she shook her head helplessly. "Master, you are really picky. Eat something quickly." The sun shone on the beef feast, and Empress Chang soon's thoughts about farming just now were all gone, and she looked at Lucian's eyes with even more appreciation. This kind of cooking skills has never been encountered in the palace. The royal chefs in the palace are all top-notch cooks, and Empress Chang soon herself is also good at cooking. But in front of Lucian's cooking skills, whether it was the former imperial chef or Queen Changsun, who was known to be skilled in cooking, they were like floating clouds in the wind and like duckweeds in the water, not worth mentioning. "Boiled beef, madam, please try it." Lucian smiled. "You are all regular customers. You have eaten most of these dishes and are familiar with them, but my wife has never tasted them." Queen Changsun nodded. "Boiled beef, the name sounds like the result of boiling beef in water. Madam, this is beef offal soup. This is beef brisket noodles." The entire backyard was filled with the smell of meat. Yaya and Dezhuang were far away from each other. They were obviously playing happily in their new clothes, but suddenly they were pulled over by Queen Changsun to eat together. We are all family members, no need to be polite, let's eat together. Lu Xian was not afraid of Dezhuang and Yaya eating. Today was indeed a good day. Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, and others ordered a lot of urquato with a wave of their hands, each one more exciting than the other. The main reason is that I am worried that Dezhuang will eat too hard and the others will not be able to eat. The grown men ate delicious food and drank fine wine, and naturally Queen Changsun began to chat with Yaya Dezhuang, picking up a bite of food from time to time and savoring it for a long time, with a look of enjoyment on her face. Yaya, have you, been studying since you were a child? Yaya still doesn't know what reading is, but it's what you say. There are a lot of oil stains on her face, and the maid beside her keeps wiping them off. Dezhuang, you said that your young master just memorizes the Analects of Confucius when he is fine. Do you recite other books? Dezhuang was holding a cow bone and suddenly stopped. His big head kept shaking, as if he was trying hard to think about something. Honey, the young master has memorized a lot of books. Dezhuang suddenly became mysterious. He put down the cow bone in his hand and approached Queen Changsun. My lord, let me tell you a secret. Queen Changsun's eyes lit up, and curiosity arose in her heart. There are no people in the Tang dynasty who don't gossip. As the empress of the Tang dynasty, the mother of the world, she is also the person who is at the center of gossip. She is either gossiped about by others every day. It is the empress of the East Palace who bakes big cakes, and the cakes pile up in mountains, or what kind of rouge and gouache the empress uses, and so on. There are countless, both good and bad. Queen Changsun also likes to eat other people's melons. After all, who doesn't have a way to adjust the joy of life? Dezhuang, tell me quickly. As she spoke, Empress Changsun beamed. This child is so sincere. Come on, I gave this to you. Take it, but don't let anyone snatch it away. Empress Changsun gave Dezhuang a golden hairpin. Dezhuang looked at the golden hairpin and began to be in a daze. The young master is not honest when sleeping, especially the past few days. He talks every day while sleeping. Queen Changsun became more and more excited. What did you say? Dezhuang tried hard to recall, seeming a little entangled. Fragrances from afar invade the ancient road, and the grass is full of farewell feelings. When people are born, their nature is good, and their natures are close, but their habits are far apart. Corrupt officials are treacherous, and honest officials are also treacherous, and they are more treacherous than corrupt officials. Come out and fight. Have you ever seen people being chopped off? It took Dezhuang a long time to finish a sentence, and he spoke very slowly. But the horror in Empress Changsun's eyes was getting heavier and heavier. The score on the lily plane was something she had never heard of before. Lu Xian, he is really talented. Dezhuang seemed to be chopped back, and it was a bit difficult for him to say a few more words. At this time, Yaya, who was eating beef brisket noodles on the side, suddenly spoke. The soup at the corner of her mouth was wiped away by the maid. Yaya put her hands behind her back. Auntie, I know. I always said that I have a good memory. I remember what I said when he was sleeping. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Empress Changsun felt pleasantly surprised, but at the same time her heart was full of disappointment. The surprise was that these were things I had never heard of or seen before. The disappointment was that as the empress of the Tang dynasty, she was the mother of the country and had seen a lot since she was a child, but she had never heard of these things. How could the civil and military officials in the court know what Lu Xian meant by these words? The nonsense in the dream was so profound and so strange. Lu Xian, let me ask you, you must be 16 years old, right? Lu Xian sat aside, smiled and nodded. Since you are 16 years old, you should marry a decent wife, right? Hearing the word marriage, Lu Xian probably understood what it meant. Empress Changsun was thinking of recruiting a son-in-law. Lu Xian smiled. Thank you, sister-in-law. I have also thought about this. But a man should have great ambitions. How can he have a love affair? Lu Xian said righteously and sternly. Sister-in-law, Lu Xian is no longer a commoner now. If it was a few days ago, Lu Xian would naturally agree to marry. But now, it's different. A few days ago, he was still an ordinary person. Now he is the Marquis of the Tang dynasty? Can it be the same? Women can choose dishes according to their taste, but men can't. I raised the price, there shouldn't be any big problem, right? But now, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I dare not refuse the gift of the elders, but Lucien knows that it is not the right time yet. Looking at Lucien's face, which was young and energetic, but full of passion, Empress Chang soon suddenly felt at ease. Such a child is rare. What the hell? Haofu. Isn't this Liufu? Why did you change your surname to Ho? Chang Kumo held his chin and carried a cow on his back. Liufu, no. Haofu's servants saw Chang Kumo and the other two, and their faces trembled. Damn, why are they here again? Niu Jianhu's eyes were sharp. They are still from the Jinryu guards. They should not have changed. Yuchi Baolin observed around. If the gate was changed, then a lot of things would naturally have to be changed. In addition to the plaque at the gate, it seemed that the gate had to be changed. Those old masters said it was called joyful and happy, moving to a new home. But there was no sign of moving at all. At this time, several people came down from above, trotting all the way, and when they came to Chang Kumo, they saluted carefully. 3 young masters, why did you come in person? Chang Kumo smiled as soon as he saw the man. It seemed that the Lucien brothers had not moved. I'm asking you, this is Brother Lucien's house, why was it changed to a marquee mansion? Among the servants, the Jinryu guards were confused. Mr. Chang, look, this is the marquis's marquee. For a moment, Chang Kumo and the other two stood there in a daze. Who conferred it? When did it happen? Chang Kumo narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't been carrying a cow on his back, he would have rushed up to grab the man and interrogated him. It happened this morning. The eunuch in the palace came to read the imperial edict, and the head of the family suddenly became the Marquis of Lanshan. Alas! Chang Kumo and the other two looked at each other silently, and then sighed. Husey, Lindsay, we 3 brothers missed a good thing. Chang'an City is well informed. Big and small things will spread throughout Chang'an within a day. For big things like Brother Lucien's title of Marquis, we should have known it in that hour. It's all our fault. He had to hit the pillar a few days ago and pretended to be sick. He lay at home and didn't hear anything. I'm so angry. Chang Kumo stamped his feet repeatedly, and his feet were a little numb. Niu Jianhu took a deep breath. Is the Marquis of Lanshan at home? We came here specially to visit. 3 young masters, the Marquis is at home, but there are many people at home. The father of the 3 young masters just came here carrying a cow. When they heard this, the 3 of them immediately calmed down. Chang Kumo was shaking with anger. Damn it! These 3 old men came to eat secretly without us. They eat alone. I will never make trouble again, never pretend to be sick again, and lie on the bed. Nothing good will happen to us brothers. Niu Jianhu and Yuchi Baolin glanced at Chang Kumo, took a step back consciously, and expressed a meaning with practical actions. We are not that kind of people. It doesn't matter. We will go in now. You go and report that Chang Kumo, Niu Jianhu, and Yuchi Baolin are here to visit the Marquis of Lanshan. The servant of the Marquis was silent for a while, and whispered in Chang Kumo's ear, Mr. Chang, His Majesty, and the Queen are also in there. After the voice fell, Chang Kumo turned around and left. Niu Jianhu and Yuchi Baolin were still in a daze, looking at Chang Kumo's behavior as if his butt was on fire, and couldn't help scratching their heads in confusion. What's wrong with Motzi? A mouse meets a cat. That's right, aren't there just the 3 of them inside? Let's go over and join in the fun. Brother Liuxuan has so many people, so we should go around and make friends. We can become sworn brothers or something. Chang Kumo didn't walk out 2 steps when he suddenly turned back. If you 2 don't want to be beaten again, follow me. In the backyard, the aroma of barbecue kept wafting. Li Shimin happily took a piece and put it in his mouth, feeling the tenderness and slightly spicy fragrance after the sizzling oil. Li Shimin couldn't help but shed tears at the corners of his mouth. For so many years, I never thought that this thing could be eaten like this. When I ate it secretly before, I always thought that beef was good, but I couldn't tell what was good about it. Now, I finally know. Cheng Yaojin coughed lightly. Ahem, master, it is illegal to eat beef in the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin glanced at Cheng Yaojin and understood what he meant. The fake must be done well, right? Don't I know that eating beef is illegal? Besides, am I afraid of breaking the law? Yes, there are not many oxen left in the world. As for this beef, we should eat less in the future. Li Shimin sighed. Empress Zhang soon laughed at the side. When you brothers meet, you always have to eat something delicious. I heard that Lucien's Dongpo pork is not bad. Dongpo pork is a good thing. I heard that pork is used. It is delicious. As soon as Empress Changsun spoke, Yu Qigong on the side could not help but said, yes, Dongpo pork is a good thing, but without the skills of brother Lucian, I am afraid it can't be done. Last time, didn't old Chang cook pork? If he wanted to learn Dongpo pork, the three of us would almost be poisoned to death. Cheng Yaojin's face was embarrassed for a moment, and he turned his head to look elsewhere, stroking his beard. Lucian smiled and pulled out a roast beef, sprinkled it with seasoning, and took a bite. This cow is a good thing. But there are still few oxen in our Tang dynasty. Old Li, why don't you dare to rob on the grassland? It seems that there is no problem for the people of our Tang dynasty to rob the Turkic cattle on the grassland when they have nothing to do. Li Shimin was drinking beef soup, and he choked directly when he heard Lucian's words. Achoo, cough 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 cough. 2 pieces of meat flew out of his nostrils. They were obviously cow entrails, hitting Cheng Yaojin in the face, and juice flowed down his cheeks. Cheng Yaojin couldn't hold it anymore and quickly shook it off. Lucian, you are the Marquis of Lanshan now, so be careful with your words. Li Shimin looked at Lucian, very serious. What is the purpose of fighting? Is it just for the barren land of the grassland? Lucian smiled and leaned against the pillar behind him, chewing beef. We do have few oxen for farming in the Tang dynasty, but there are still many beef cattle. If there are not enough oxen for farming, we can use beef cattle. Has no one tried such a simple method? Li Shimin was sweating coldly when he heard Lucian's words. Cheng Yaojin and the other 2 were silent, and their eyes looked like they had heard some big gossip. As if to say, here it comes? Lucian is finally going to show off. Do I need to tell you? The docile oxen are carefully selected and can be used to pull carts and cultivate the land. How can ordinary people lack them when farming? Without oxen, farming will miss the season. Can it be successful? If people miss the land for a moment, the land will miss people for a year. Lucian looked at Li Shimin's eyes, which were as big as cowbells, and said calmly, how do you know that beef cattle cannot be used as oxen? Do you have a way? This method is not cheap. Li Shimin's heart trembled. If he could really solve the problem of oxen in the world, what would happen if he gave you a higher title? But, according to Lucian's age, it seems that it is almost the same now. If it is higher, it will be like a royal relative. Then, add money? Hey, don't worry, my dear brother, I will tell the person above the truth. You just wait for the reward when the time comes. Lucian glanced at Li Shimin, pondered for a while, and nodded. There are many ways to turn beef cattle into docile oxen, and the best one is the nose ring. If there are not enough beef cattle, there will be beef cattle everywhere on the grassland, just rob them. When will the people of the Tang dynasty have to look at other people's faces when they cultivate the land? And have to be tight? The Turks can rob us, but we can't rob the Turks? At this time, Empress Changsun has already started shorthand mode in her mind. She believes that as long as Lucian says a method, she can remember it word for word. It's simple to say, cows have noses, don't they? Just pass an iron bar over and make a nose ring, isn't it? There are thousands of nose rings for horses, why doesn't anyone think of putting a nose ring on the nose of a cow? Li Shimin was stunned. That's it? That's it? Cheng Yaojin was stunned, and then he suddenly realized, right. What a good idea. Empress Changsun's heart was churning. This is an angle she had never thought of. Ordinary horses, with pierced nostrils, become real steeds, and are meant for hard labor, but cows, aren't they born to be hard laborers? At this moment, Empress Changsun seemed to have discovered a new world. If cows can do it, then donkeys can do it too? Can mules do it too? Even those with stubborn temperaments, can they try it this way? Then, she looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin shuddered when Empress Changsun looked at him like this, and subconsciously wanted to retreat. Guanyin, you'd better not have that idea. Li Shimin squinted his eyes at this time, and the wine glass in his hand trembled, but he was reluctant to spill a drop of wine. Brother, I'm not interested in the bull-nose ring you mentioned, but you just said something about going to the grassland to rob cows. I think we can talk about it in detail. Leisure time passed very quickly. Li Shimin couldn't wait to go back, but Cheng Yaojin was drinking like crazy now, and his face was flushed. Brother Lucian, old Cheng, will never submit to anyone in my life, except for you, who speaks well, has excellent cooking skills, is well educated, and has great strength. Come on, drink one. Cheng Yaojin raised his wine glass and put his hand on Lu Xian's shoulder with a smile. Lu Xian bowed and smiled. Old Cheng, you are too polite. I, Lu Xian, am also a man of temperament. Although I am powerless, I am very willing to make friends with a warrior like you. Seeing the wine glass in Cheng Yaojin's hand, Lu Xian shook his head silently. Is today a good day? Yes. Then you take this little thing. Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth. Old Cheng, put down your little thing. When the huge sea bowl appeared, Cheng Yaojin subconsciously became timid. If it was other wine, he would drink it without saying a word. But this is Urquatu. Li Shimin looked at the two with a red face and became impatient. Old Cheng, what's wrong with you? You're so nagging. Not a man at all. I'll do it. Li Shimin looked up, and the huge bowl filled with Urquatu instantly turned into river water and rushed straight into Li Shimin's stomach. Well, the next moment, Li Shimin's face flushed, and he felt the hot air rushing straight to his forehead. There is such a wonderful wine in the world. It's so cool. Brother, I'm not afraid to say it. When we fought in the past, I was also a good fighter. Everyone in the surrounding area knew that I was awesome at fighting. Li Shimin was floating, taking 8 character steps, holding the pillar, and started to blow. Lu Xian smiled and comforted. Old Li, if you can't drink that much, don't drink. Look, you've drunk too much. My sister-in-law will be angry when you go back. Li Shimin straightened his back immediately. Nonsense. Madam, are you angry? Empress Changsun was embarrassed for a moment, and she remained silent, looking at Li Shimin with a smile. Brother, you are right. Why can the people on the grassland rob us before, but we can't rob them? How many people are there? How many people are there in the Tang dynasty? The advantage is mine. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he sat on the ground with a bang, and soon, he began to snore loudly. Lu Xian smiled helplessly. Sister-in-law, why don't you rest at home and wait for old Li to sober up? Empress Changsun shook her head and sighed. Lu Xian, old Li likes to drink when he is in the mood. Once he drinks, he will definitely get drunk and won't let anyone say anything. Since he has drunk too much, I will take him back and come to visit again later. Lu Xian nodded. Then I will see my sister-in-law off. Lu Renayuan, help hold him up. Empress Changsun led the people to retreat, and in the backyard, the 3 people breathed a sigh of relief. Finally you can talk. Old Niu, there is something yellow on your face, it looks very unsightly. Niu Jinda's color changed instantly, and he looked into the basin, and suddenly he felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Old Cheng, why didn't you say so earlier? Wasn't the Empress here just now? You old thief, do you dare to fight? When Lu Xian sent Li Shimin and Empress Changsun away and returned to the backyard, everything in the backyard was full of life. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda were practicing together, and Daz Wang was watching happily, shaking his head and sighing, and occasionally interjecting. Attack his lower body. Oh, why is your strength so weak? Yes, lift his crotch. Why are you so stupid? Can't you just grab him and throw him out? Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda suddenly felt bored. Fighting became boring.